At night in Konoha, the interrogation room lay shrouded in gloom. Cold instruments of torture hung from the walls, and the air was thick with the stench of rust and blood. Sanri Qianhuan slowly drifted back to consciousness. He was bound to a torture rack, his scalp throbbing with the pain of being violently yanked while a burning agony coursed through his entire body. What is going on? A hoarse voice escaped Qianhuan's lips as chaos roiled in his mind, past memories of this body surging over him like a tidal wave. Raise your head, mongrel. That delicate face of yours is perfect for a deserter. I really want to pull your intestines out segment by segment and stuff them back into your mouth. Beggy. You cannot endure this little bit of pain, yet when you fled the battlefield, why did you not beg for your comrades to live? Why did you not cry and plead with the enemy to spare the village? Already shaking. You ran quite fast on the battlefield. Filthy. Your teammates' corpses are still rotting out there, and their lives were exchanged for you, a castrated stray dog. No choice. Traitors always have such disgusting excuses. Tell me, how much intelligence did you leak to the enemy? Not aspire you. Then why did you run? Afraid of death. Your eyes are just like those of the Kirigakure spy I executed. Shall I dig them out and compare? So I am. Being interrogated by Marino Ibiki. Qianhuan's throat was raw and hoarse, the lingering consequence of the past body screaming itself out during torture. The image of that sadist rose in his mind, making his skin crawl with revulsion. He had transmigrated into the body of a deserter from Konoha at the end of the Third Great Ninja War. This deserter had soon been captured, and the village's higher-ups had sent the perverted Marino Ibiki to interrogate him solely to punish his act of fleeing the battlefield. He had already undergone the interrogation. He did not know whether that was fortune or misfortune. Fortunate, because he would not be tortured a second time, and unfortunate, because he would very likely be executed. His mood was abysmal. Others transmigrated into Uchiha prodigies and went on killing sprees or carried Kagaya within their bodies. At the very least, they became some kind of crown prince. But him, he had crossed over into a civilian ninja. It was bad enough that he had no Kekkei Genkai. Even his chakra reserves were pathetically average. On top of that, he was a deserter who could be executed at any moment. Unable to think of any other way out of his predicament, he could only hope for some kind of cheat ability. System. Deep Blue. Golden Finger. Yet no matter how long he waited, there was no response. It seemed he did not even possess the standard cheat that every transmigrator should have. A truly disastrous beginning. Yet having crossed into the world of Naruto and gained another life, he refused to simply give up. He believed that heaven never completely closed off all paths, and he refused to accept that he would just die like this. But Qianhuan had no time to catch his breath or think of a way to escape. In the next instant, a tall figure violently kicked open the door to the interrogation room. The newcomer's face was carved by a hideous scar running from the right brow across to the left cheek, and his blade-sharp eyes exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Sanri Qianhuan, you have not been honest. Qianhuan did not yet know that throughout the entirety of Konoha, every single ninja had awakened a fragment of memory from a previous life. In the Hokage's office building, the pipe slipped from Sarutobi. Hiruzen's hand fell to the floor and shattered into two pieces. His face contorted with ferocity, fists clenching tight as he sucked in ragged breaths. The pain was unbearable, truly excruciating. Moments ago, he had awakened a fragment of memory, and it was terrifying beyond words. In that memory, a ninja named Sanri Qianhuan would suddenly rise to power in the days to come. As he recalled it, he had never offended the man, had only met him once or twice. At the time, seeing great potential in him, Hiruzen had wanted to draw this promising ninja to his side and had spoken to him about the will of fire. Upon hearing this, the man flew into a rage as though he had become an entirely different person. He had roared, "I transmigrated here and you still want to brainwash me. You're not treating me like a human at all." He even said he would give Hiruzen one last chance to acknowledge him as his father. Faced with this, Hiruzen could only reply awkwardly, "At my age, do not joke with an old man like me." But the man was completely deranged. He declared that if Hiruzen refused to become his son, then he should die, and even muttered something about not eating beef. Then, with an irresistible power, he killed Hiruzen, bound his soul, refined it into a wick, and burned it for 14 days. Hiruzen could not fathom why he had been treated that way. It baffled him completely. Everyone loved the will of fire, did they not? If this man did not, so be it, but why torture him over some nonsense about not eating beef? Someone investigate for me. Is there a deserter named Sanri Qianhuan? Hiruzen's gaze turned razor-sharp. With danger looming and his own safety at stake, he finally steeled his resolve. He would never allow history to repeat itself. He had to strangle Sanri Qianhuan in the cradle before he could grow. If left unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet to Hiruzen's surprise, no Umbu answered his call. Someone. He called out several times, but still there was no response. As the situation unfolded like this, a bad premonition rose in his heart. In the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Mikoto stood in the kitchen. Her hand suddenly halted the kitchen knife, carving a deep groove into the cutting board as she froze in place. In her mind, a long stretch of memory suddenly awakened. In it, Fugaku had offered her up to a man named Sanri Qianhuan. In a short span of time, this man conquered the entire ninja world, unifying it and ascending the throne as Emperor of Shinobi, granting her the title of Imperial Concubine. Though Qianhuan had many women, the one he favored most was her. He not only treated Itachi well, but also granted her eternal youth and immense power. She awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he had already begun working to help her awaken the Rinnegan. With him, she truly experienced the joy of being a woman. She even bore him a son named Kamiri Sasuke. The memory was long. It took Uchiha Mikoto a long time to return to herself. What should I do? Her hands trembled. The events in those memories were so utterly unbelievable that she could not help but doubt whether they were real. Yet those sensations, one after another, had felt far too real. Fugaku. You bastard. Her voice rang out a blend of countless emotions, her heart racked with pain and yet faintly. She still hoped it had all been real. At that moment, the door to the room slid open. A figure stepped in, eyes already awakened to the Mangekyo. Mikoto, could it be that you also? An expression of disbelief spread across Uchiha Fugaku's face. He had originally thought that only he had awakened memories of a previous life. He had wanted to make amends, but fate had played a cruel joke on him. Mikoto also seemed to have awakened her past life memories. How was he supposed to face her now? Fugaku, you bastard. You actually treated me like cargo to be traded away. Mikoto's teeth ground audibly, the three-demo Sharingan in her eyes activating of its own accord, even beginning to evolve toward Mangekyo. Mikoto listened to my explanation. That man threatened me with the lives of the entire Uchiha clan. I had no choice. Uchiha Fugaku explained in a collapsing voice. Mikoto only grew more enraged at his words, to the point that she roared, "Do you really think trading your own wife could buy peace for the Uchiha? You are wrong. You are merely cowardly, merely incompetent. You cannot even protect your own family, yet you dare claim that everything you did was for the sake of the Uchiha." After she finished, seeing the same pathetic expression still plastered on Fugaku's face, Mikoto shook her head in disappointment. She suddenly felt that exchanging even one more word with this creature was a waste of breath. A cold expression settled on her face as the aura of one born to command radiated from her. Her tone shifted sharply. How dare you? You actually dare to slander His Majesty. And do not call me Mikoto. Address me as Her Highness. Uchiha Fugaku was startled, as if he had returned to the wretched days of his previous life when he clung to survival. He subconsciously dropped to his knees and began this humble one. He had only uttered 2 words before he suddenly came to his senses. This was no longer his past life. He still had a chance. He had to win Mikoto's heart back. He sprang to his feet at once, grabbed Uchiha Mikoto by the arm, and spoke again. Mikoto is not like that. Those memories are all false. I will never do such things. You must believe me. Give me one more chance. This time I will treat you well. Great drops of remorseful tears rolled from his eyes, yet it was all in vain, and Mikoto's gaze remained as icy as ever. Get out of my way. I am going to see His Majesty. Mikoto snapped coldly, shaking off Fugaku's hand. At this moment she did not even wish to spare the man before her. A single glance at her disappointment in him had reached the extreme. Without another word, she left the room without looking back. No. Fugaku collapsed to the floor, his voice of despair echoing across the entire Uchiha compound. He had lost Mikoto once again. Those things had clearly been done by Uchiha Fugaku of his previous life. He himself had done nothing, so why had everything still turned out like this? It was all because of that man. All because of that man. Yet he was no match for him. If he dared to strike at that man, the Uchiha would surely be annihilated. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Fugaku curled up on the ground in utter despair and helplessness. His mind was a wasteland. At that moment the sound of knocking came from the door. Fugaku jolted, snapping his head up, and exclaimed in sudden delight, "Mikoto, you came back." Yet the one who entered was not Mikoto, but his son Uchiha Itachi. The disappointment and embarrassment on his face flashed by in an instant. He immediately schooled his features, hurriedly rose to his feet, wiped away his tear stains, and pretended that nothing had happened. "Itachi, what are you here for?" he asked. As a father, he did not wish for his son to see his most fragile side, nor did he want to lose face before him. Yet to his horror, he saw that the eyes of his 5- or 6-year-old son had already transformed into Mangekyo. He remembered that in his previous life Itachi had not awakened the Mangekyo this early. What was going on? Could it be that Itachi too had awakened memories of his past life? His heart sank. If that were true, how would his son view him now? Fugaku could hardly bear to imagine it. "Fugaku, hand over your eyes. I am going to save Father Emperor." Uchiha Itachi's face was impassive as his tender voice rang out, yet it was unyielding and devoid of emotion. "Father Emperor." Fugaku shuddered unconsciously, taking 2 steps back in fright. His whole body trembled, his mind going blank. His own son refused to acknowledge him, choosing instead to recognize a usurper as father, and now even demanded his Mangekyo Sharingan from him. For Itachi to be this ruthless, he must have been corrupted by that man. After holding it in for a long time, Fugaku finally squeezed out a sentence, "Itachi, I am your father." At his words, a flash of killing intent flickered across Itachi's face, and the Mangekyo in his eyes instantly locked onto Fugaku. Itachi roared, "Insolence! A mere commoner dares to address this king in such a manner. The vile things you have done, I know them all. If you dare utter another disrespectful word, I will kill you on the spot. You. Fugaku had never imagined that his once obedient son would turn out like this. He longed to say that those memories were all false, but in his current state, Itachi clearly would not listen. "Itachi, that man is a monster. He will drag the shinobi world into an abyss. Have you forgotten the will of fire?" Fugaku refused to give up, even resorting to the same persuasive rhetoric once used by the 3rd Hokage, for Itachi had once believed in it wholeheartedly, always favoring the village's standpoint when thinking about problems. "Stubborn fool." Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, forming a seal with one hand. Only a small afterimage of his short figure remained where he had stood. In the next instant, Fugaku only felt his vision blur, followed by a searing pain exploding from his eyes. He could no longer see anything. It was his son who had taken his eyes. He stood there stunned and motionless. The pain in his empty sockets was intense, but it was nothing compared to the agony in his heart. He did not understand why Itachi had been so resolute. The will of fire. Can the will of fire make the shinobi world great again? Father Emperor ended the age of chaos in the shinobi world and repelled the Otsutsuki. His merits are unmatched through all ages. A piece of scum like you is not worthy to judge him. Uchiha Itachi toyed with the Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand, speaking to Fugaku with utter disdain. Then pale blue chakra surged around his hands. He pressed Fugaku's Mangekyo to his own eye sockets and fused them in. In an instant, 2 6-pointed eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blossomed in his gaze. After that, he turned and left the place. Deep in the shadowy depths beneath Konoha, in the root headquarters, Shimura Danzo awoke from his sleep with a start. A guttural, agonized scream tore from his throat. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just endured unspeakable torment. He had just had a terrifying dream. In the dream, he had merely ordered someone to test a man named Sanri Qianhuan, intending to recruit him into Root. Yet that man had led a group of shinobi to storm into Root, annihilated it completely, and captured him alive. Later, he had even captured Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado along with him. After that, they had been subjected to a public trial. That man laid out his deeds step by step, paying no heed to his devotion to Konoha, insisting only that he was a scapegoat Kage, that every evil deed had been committed by him. There were even some things he clearly had not done, yet they were pinned on him as well. They claimed he had stolen villagers' rice, that he had snatched sweets from children. That man even accused him of violating a villager's old sow, and said his instrument of crime had been confiscated. The expressions of the shinobi below the stage were still vivid in his mind. He saw Hatake Kakashi, he saw the hostile Uchiha, and he saw one Konoha villager after another who did not know the truth. When they saw him sentenced to have his soul scattered, all of them revealed expressions of fierce satisfaction. In the end, he was paraded through the streets and killed on a wooden torture horse, and his soul was extracted and refined into a lamp wick that burned together with 3 other wicks beside it for a full 14 days. The ordeal had left a profound psychological scar on him as an old man. The dream had been so vivid it felt as though it had truly happened. Lord Danzo, are you all right? An anxious voice sounded from outside the door. Danzo hastily put on his night robe and said, Ryoma, is that you? Come in. Aburame Ryoma entered and dropped to one knee awaiting his leader's orders. I want you to investigate a man named Kamisato Qianhuan. Danzo set his tone icy. If such a man truly existed, he would make him experience what it felt like to be turned into a lampwick. The very thought of that soul-burning agony made him tremble. It was the most terrifying thing he had ever endured in his long life. Kamisato Qianhuan. Aburame Ryoma swallowed hard, then continued, My lord. A fragment of memory suddenly appeared in my mind just now, and he was in it. What did you say? Danzo shot to his feet, asking in disbelief, Did he break into root in the end? My lord, did the same memory appear in your mind as well? Aburame Ryoma asked tensely. In that memory, he himself had been killed by this man. Quickly, investigate him. Bring his head back to me. Danzo had finally realized something was wrong and issued his final order. He wanted this man torn to pieces. In a concealed laboratory within Konoha, Orochimaru had not yet betrayed his village. He paused his ongoing human experiment, his expression shifting unpredictably until it settled into a sinister smile. What a formidable person. Memories of his past life began to surface in his mind. In his memories, after being defeated by the Emperor, he was not killed, but rather heavily punished before being entrusted with a significant role in the Imperial research. Not only did he gain the coveted immortality, but he also acquired unimaginable research material. For instance, the God of Death from the Uzumaki clan, the White Snake Sage from the Dragon Cave, the Great Toad Sage from Miyaboku Mountain, the Snail Sage from the Wetbone Forest, and even several Otsutsuki, who had been defeated by the Emperor, were sent to him. This brought him a significant step closer to achieving immortality. Looking at the test subject before him, Orochimaru casually discarded the scalpel. Having grown accustomed to high-quality specimens, he had completely lost interest in this somewhat talented individual. Perhaps a powerful Otsutsuki or an extraterrestrial being would be worthy of his serious attention. He wondered if the mechanical ascension, the path of martial arts leading to the Tao, and the chakra cultivation had been completed. This truly sparked his anticipation. At this thought, a glint of greed suddenly appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. What kind of person is that astonishing emperor now? Does he still possess the immense power he had in his past life? Perhaps he should go visit him. Perhaps the resurrected emperor would be the best experimental material. He was quite curious about the emperor's abilities. Every time he accepted a son, his power seemed to grow. What a fascinating phenomenon. He was already eager to place the emperor on the dissection table. A long slippery tongue extended from his mouth, and Orochimaru's eyes were filled with a greedy glimmer. He did not rush to take action. He needed to prepare first, and also to bring the emperor a gift. At the home of Hinata Akane. Akane, are you really going to marry that scoundrel? Hinata Akane knelt on the tatami mat, her face displaying a serious expression. That brat had initially sweet-talked Akane when pursuing her, but after ascending to the throne as the first emperor of the ninja world, he surrounded himself with more and more women. As a concerned father, every time he saw Akane getting jealous over him, it felt like a knife twist. Father, please stop. Although he may be a womanizer, he treats each of us equally well, and besides, we already have children even if they haven't been born yet. Akane's face first showed a look of dissatisfaction, which gradually transformed into anticipation. You do have a point. It's just a pity we have no memories of what comes after. Hinata Akane frowned. Her mind held no additional memories of what came next. Just then there was a knock at their door. Akane, are you home? It's Asuma. A hurried voice came from outside. I'm not home, go away. Akane's expression turned cold, showing her impatience as she spoke. Asuma, relying on his father being the third Hokage, often harassed her, and she felt utterly helpless against it. If not for the Emperor's appearance, she did not know how long she would have been entangled. It was simply terrifying. So now she just wanted Asuma to stay far away. Why? Asuma panted outside, sounding like a defeated dog. He had just awakened memories of his past life, where he was killed by someone named Qianhuan. Instead of seeking revenge, he rushed over here in a flurry. All to catch a glimpse of Akane at the first opportunity, and in the face of life and death, he had just mustered the courage to confess to her, only to end up with this result. Could it be that Akane had grown distant after his death? Why? Because you're so annoying. Akane's heartless words echoed from inside the room. She felt that this person was utterly brainless. Having barely come back to life, instead of finding a place to hide his identity, he sought her out. Wasn't that asking for death? Who knows when the Emperor might casually solve him again? I'm so annoying. So annoying. Asuma, struck by her words as if hit by lightning, stood frozen in place, his eyes losing their luster as he repeatedly echoed Akane's words. Being so detested by the one he loved, he felt that life had lost all meaning. Asuma's body weakened, collapsing at the entrance of Hinata Akane's home like a pile of useless mud. Get lost. Hinata Akane kicked the door open and said coldly, "Don't ever come looking for my daughter again, you're not worthy of her." Before the Emperor's arrival, he had tolerated Asuma's harassment, but now he would not indulge it any longer. Seeing Asuma slumped at his doorstep like a fool, Hinata Akane could only roar, "Did you not?" At last Asuma's eyes regained a glimmer of life, like a dog crawling. He stood up and fled with the last of his strength. At the entrance of the Konoha interrogation room, Mori no Ibiki experienced a memory. He realized that just a few days later, he would be ambushed and killed by that worthless individual head just interrogated. He was somewhat at a loss. How could someone who currently did not even reach the level of a chunin be capable of killing him in just a few days? However, this was not important to him. What mattered was that his proud interrogation techniques had unexpectedly failed. This man had disguised his cowardice so well that it greatly opened his eyes. This greatly stimulated his exploratory desire. He was determined to extract the man's secrets through interrogation. Thus he kicked the door open with a bang and declared, "Kamizaki Qianhuan, you aren't being honest." Ibiki re-entered the interrogation room, closing the door behind him. This time his steps were slower and a hint of sinister amusement flickered in his eyes. He did not immediately resort to torture like before, as he felt that would not work on Kamizaki Qianhuan. This person had managed to retain information under his interrogation, so he planned to try a different approach. He pulled over a chair to sit opposite Qianhuan, taking out a kunai and casually spinning it on his fingertips. The occasional cold gleam of the blade swept across Qianhuan's eyes. He slowly spoke. "I initially thought you were merely a coward, a deserter. I never expected you to actually surprise me. Now tell me, who exactly are you?" "Damn it, you lunatic. I told you about your mother." Qianhuan cursed, aware that his fate of being tortured could not be changed, so he simply vented his frustration. He felt that Ibiki was a lunatic. Having just interrogated him, he now returned for another round. Did he think he was easy to bully, or was he addicted to torturing? "Oh, it seems you no longer want to continue your act as a coward. I'm just curious, how will you proceed next to amuse me?" A strange smile appeared on Ibiki's face. He was eagerly anticipating how Kamizaki Qianhuan would react next and what novel performance he might showcase. "Are you done yet? What do you even want to ask? I've already told you everything." Qianhuan felt a wave of disgust. His mood was already quite poor, and being stared at by a pervert was aggravating. "Is this your tactic? Pretending to reveal information, then offering half-truths to deceive me? You've let me down. I've seen too many of these tricks." Upon hearing this, disappointment appeared on Ibiki's face. Then he shifted his tone, saying, "Kamizaki Qianhuan, you don't need to pretend anymore. I've seen the future. If you do not cooperate, I will have to deliver your corpse to the Yamashiro clan, who are surely more adept at extracting what they desire from your mind. How the hell do you want me to say it for you to understand, you sick pervert? Come on, just kill me." Shinli Qianhuan cursed, angrily spitting on Ibiki's face. "And he even saw the future. Do you think I don't know how strong you are? I've watched all 720 episodes of Naruto." Senai Ibiki's eyes narrowed upon seeing Qianhuan like this, and his expression turned grave. He began to explain to himself, "For people like you, information is the most crucial thing. Are you not afraid that your corpse will expose information? Do you have a curse that destroys the brain upon death?" He looked at Qianhuan with a changed expression, having never encountered such a troublesome opponent before. He feared no physical pain, possessed strong willpower, and was not afraid of death. Now he did not know what to do. Should he kneel down and beg Shinli Qianhuan to reveal the information? Just then, with a loud bang, the door was smashed and debris flew everywhere as a 5- or 6-year-old child walked in. He wore a dark blue short-sleeved shirt with white trim at the collar and the Uchiha clan's fan emblem printed on the back. A massive red skeletal arm extended from his right arm, with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating in its eye socket. Ibiki instantly turned his head and locked eyes with the newcomer. His pupils contracted sharply, and the scar on his face appeared even more sinister due to the tension in his muscles. The previously contemplative expression was suddenly torn apart by disbelief. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes as a drop of cold sweat trickled down his temple, sliding down his cheek. A child of the Uchiha clan, this is Susanoo. How could this be? His voice trembled and he unconsciously gripped the kunai in his hand tighter. As a seasoned ninja, he quickly reacted, immediately preparing to enter a combat stance. He knew that this Susanoo was no joke. With his level of ninjutsu, he could not break through its defenses. Yet he found himself unable to move. Aside from being able to move his eyes, speak, and breathe, he felt as if he were frozen in place. Is this an illusion technique from the Uchiha? The child of the Uchiha clan slowly approached his innocent face, bearing an expression that belied his age. He did not respond to Ibiki's words, but kicked him down and knelt before the bound Qianhuan on one. Your son has arrived late to rescue you. Please punish me, father. Ibiki. Qianhuan. Qianhuan's mind short-circuited instantly. No. What are you doing here? Is this still Naruto? The term father has come up. Could this possibly be a twisted Naruto fanfiction world? But why does this child call me father? I clearly haven't even started playing. Qianhuan felt perplexed. He suspected that he had fallen victim to Ibiki's illusion technique. He was being interrogated and perhaps even more outrageous things would happen soon. He spoke up, Senai Ibiki, I didn't expect you to have such means. Is this an illusion technique? Didn't I tell you to just kill me? I truly have nothing left to explain. As soon as Qianhuan finished speaking, Itachi's expression turned extremely grim. He waved his hand and threw several kunai at Ibiki, impaling him and causing blood to ooze from his body. This person had committed unforgivable acts against the father, causing his spirit to become somewhat disordered. Therefore, he would not use Tsukuyomi to punish this individual, nor would he kill him directly, as that would only benefit him. This person should be handled by the father, whose methods were far superior to his own. Ibiki could only use his body to shield himself from the kunai being thrown. Yet his worldview had been shattered, and he felt as if he were under an illusion, believing that everything before him was false. How could Sanri Qianhuan suddenly have a son with the surname Uchiha? And this son even had the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is too unbelievable. However, the feeling of these kunai piercing his body was so real that he couldn't help but let out a pained scream. Then he spoke, Uchiha child, do you intend to betray the village? Or have you and your Uchiha clan already prepared for rebellion? Itachi ignored such a threat. If the father had not appeared, he might have considered this issue. But now that the father was present, betray the village. No. It was they who betrayed the father, who defied the father's will. He walked up to Qianhuan and released him. In a tender and sorrowful voice he said, Father, you are not under an illusion. I am Itachi. I have come to rescue you. Release. Release. After being freed, Qianhuan tried twice to dispel the illusion before him, but found he was unsuccessful. He realized that although the original Bodis ninjutsu level was quite low, Ibiki could at most master some basic illusion techniques and could not fully affect perception. Thus everything in front of him was indeed real. And he had inexplicably become the father mentioned by Uchiha Itachi. But he was not Uchiha Fugaku. In his memories, Uchiha Mikoto had never had any intimate relation. Moreover, he then noticed that Itachi's eyes were not just ordinary Mangekyo, they were eternal Mangekyo. So he casually asked Itachi, what is going on with your eyes? Itachi again knelt down. I report to you, father, I have obtained Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Despite Qianhuan's suspicions, he was still taken aback by Itachi. How old is Uchiha Itachi now? Not only has he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he also took his biological father's eyes, fused them with his own, and spoke of it without changing his expression. He truly was not a normal person. However, it seemed he trusted himself greatly and was very loyal, answering any question posed to him. Tell me, why do you call me father? Qianhuan directly asked. Itachi's transformation surely meant that something unexpected had occurred in the ninja world, and he needed to clarify it to avoid being in a passive position. At that moment, the kneeling Itachi suddenly spoke. Father, haven't you awakened the memories of your past life? What past life memories? What happened in my past life? Qianhuan instinctively asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, a look of reminiscence appeared on Itachi's innocent face. Then the reminiscence slowly transformed into fervor as he explained. In your past life, you unified the ninja world, called the first emperor of the ninja world, ended the era of war among the 5 great villages, repeatedly defeated the invasions of the Otsutsuki clan, and even personally attacked the starry sky. You also promoted science in the ninja world, established the chakra network, and created tools with the reincarnation function. Your achievements are unparalleled. What nonsense. Qianhuan interrupted Itachi's relentless speech and asked again, I am Sanri Qianhuan, are you sure you are talking about me? Wasn't I just a pawn in my past life? Wherever I was needed, when did I become so powerful that I was unaware? Itachi seriously replied, it seems that father really has not awakened the memories of his past life, but undoubtedly I am referring to you. Uchiha Itachi, what are you talking about? This person is the traitor of the village, how could he be so powerful? I don't believe it. Before Qianhuan could say anything, Ibiki had already broken down. Itachi's words completely surpassed Ibiki's understanding. Although he too had been reborn, he had died too early, so that segment of memory was too short, he had no idea what happened afterward. Qianhuan roughly understood the situation and automatically ignored Ibiki, asking again, Itachi, are you saying that you all have been reborn, awakened the memories of your previous lives, and that I was a killing machine who unified the ninja world? Itachi nodded again. It was then Qianhuan was completely certain and understood why Ibiki wanted to interrogate him again. Presumably after his past life escaped, he sought ways to kill Ibiki. However, he couldn't feel happy at all. It seemed that not just these two had awakened their past life memories. Everyone else had been reborn with the memories of their previous lives, while he not only lost the foresight of the original work, but also fell into an incredibly passive situation. The current situation could be described as urgent. Therefore, he must not let the enemy know about his current condition. With this thought, Qianhuan's expression turned cold as he commanded, Itachi, go kill him to prove your loyalty. Ibiki saw Uchiha Itachi draw his ninja blade and walk towards him, his pupils constricting sharply. He urgently said, Uchiha Itachi, are you sure you want to bear the sin for someone who can't even remember who they are? He is just a coward, there's no way he could accomplish that. You should report this to the third Hokage instead of doing what you are now. Your actions will lead the Uchiha to the abyss. He panicked and regretted it. As Uchiha Itachi drew closer, a strong sense of unwillingness surged within Ibiki. He should have killed Kamizuki Kaiohira directly instead of thinking to continue interrogating him. Clearly Kamizuki Kaiohira didn't know his own situation before. But it was too late to say anything now. Itachi was not swayed by Ibiki's words, he expressionlessly said, the command of my father is my will. Saying this, he abruptly thrust the blade into Ibiki's heart, doing so with great decisiveness. Blood sprayed onto Itachi's face, making the already minimal amount of blood look eerie. Kaiohira smirked, but shook his head. Itachi, you did well, but it's not thorough enough. My situation shouldn't be known to other malicious individuals, so you should stab not his heart, but his brain where he can retain memory. Kamizuki Kaiohira, you devil will not die well. Ibiki's eyes widened as he used all his strength to finish the sentence, then he spewed blood like a fountain, breathless, yet refusing to close his eyes, as if wanting to remember Kaiohira's face forever. Itachi then nodded again, withdrew the ninja blade, and stabbed into Ibiki's eye, crushing his brain. It was then that Kaiohira fully trusted Uchiha Itachi. Next, Itachi saw Kaiohira in a disheveled state and immediately fetched a clean set of clothes for him to change into. During this time, Kaiohira was contemplating how he managed to achieve that in his past life. Having watched all 720 episodes of Naruto, he deeply understood that someone without any Otsutsuki bloodline could not accomplish such feats under these circumstances. In the ninja world, bloodline is paramount. A person without bloodline typically reaches only the level of a Hokage, and no Hokage could replicate his past life's accomplishments. Therefore, given the current situation, he must have had a system or some kind of cheat in his past life. He hadn't awakened it before, but now he decided to give it one last try. Generally, when there is a system or cheat, it would require some strange actions to satisfy its demands. And Uchiha Itachi, as his adopted son, addressing him as father and showing such loyalty, must have spent a long time with him and understood his circumstances. Curiously, Kaiohira asked, Itachi, let me ask you, did I have any special quirks in my past life? For example, did I enjoy showing off or playing pranks on people? Or was I persistent in practicing ninjutsu? And did I like visiting special places? Upon hearing Kaiohira's words, Itachi fell into a long silence. He seemed a bit awkward, even a blush appearing on his face. Kaiohira's expression brightened. It seemed there was indeed something. Come on. I'm not shy about it. He urged again. Itachi then revealed Kaiohira's situation. You particularly liked adopting sons, and you also really liked beautiful women. Many beautiful women. Kaiohira was taken aback. He should have thought of this when Itachi called him father. He must have awakened a system related to having many children and blessings in his past life, and it allowed him to receive system rewards even for non-biological children. Thus it made sense for him to adopt Itachi as a son because he felt he had no unusual interest in wanting to adopt anyone he saw. The corners of Kaiohira's mouth slightly rose, revealing a gentle smile. He reached out and ruffled Itachi's hair, saying, "Good boy. Since I was your father in the last life, I cannot abandon you in this life, so Itachi continue to be my son." As soon as Kaiohira's words fell, Itachi's body trembled slightly as if struck by an invisible force. His pupils constricted in an instant, then slowly widened. In the next moment, Itachi suddenly knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and in a hoarse yet firm voice said, "Father, I will prove to you that in this life, I am still worthy of your pride." He originally thought that the father who had no memories of his past life would be caught in a dilemma and would take time to make a decision. It seems that wasn't the case. A person like his father, no matter how many times he reincarnated, would always carry the resolve to sever his fate. What's going on? Why isn't there any? Kaiohira's expression stiffened as he muttered. He had adopted a son but still hadn't awakened that system. What on earth is happening? Did he guess wrong? Did he really enjoy being someone else's godfather in his past life? Or did that so-called system from his past life only bind to him then, and in this life he truly has no system? However, the current situation without a system undoubtedly raised the difficulty of breaking the deadlock. Especially as time passed, without the talents from his past life, he would gradually become useless, and many of the subordinates he had once subdued would no longer follow him. Some might even turn against him. Even if they didn't turn against him over time, those who were not steadfast would abandon him. At that time, his past life's enemies would emerge one by one, and he would be in danger. Moreover, based on his understanding of himself, he surely wouldn't eat beef. At the very least, he would first eliminate the Konoha F4, and then deal with that bastard Obito. From what he gathered from Itachi, it seemed he had unified the ninja world and ascended to the throne. He must have wiped out or subdued other villages, and even driven the feudal lords of all countries from their thrones. This way, he wouldn't know how many enemies he would end up making. Not to mention that in the end, he even targeted the Otsutsuki clan in the starry sky. If all those people awakened their past life memories, he could say he was in quite a dangerous situation now. He could only hope to rely on the influence he had in his past life. If he had more loyal adopted sons like Itachi, there might still be a chance to turn things around. At that moment, he hadn't waited for a system, but for Orochimaru. Orochimaru entered the cell with a mysterious smile, followed closely by a lady dressed in form-fitting attire. She wore a form-fitting black top rich in nutrition with a slightly opened collar revealing her long neck. The lower half matched high-waisted stockings tightly fitted, and she wore black high-heeled shoes, simple yet stylish. She looked like a complete urban fashion woman, very much to his taste. Kaiohira was stunned. What is this situation? This clearly isn't the art style of Naruto. Kaiohira. The woman rushed a few steps and leaped into Kaiohira's arms. Feeling the sensation from her body and the pain from the wounds, he caught a whiff of a unique fragrance. Kaiohira questioned his life. He suspected he had crossed into a fake Naruto. He considered himself well-versed in Naruto, yet he had no impression of this person at all. However, he didn't lose his composure because there was still the mysterious Orochimaru beside him. He naturally placed a hand on the woman's back and turned his gaze towards Itachi, seeking help. Itachi immediately understood his meaning. He bowed slightly to him. "Father, although you have much to discuss with Aunt Akane, time is of the essence, and everyone is waiting for you to take charge of the situation." Upon hearing this, Kaiohira's hand resting on Akane's back stiffened, nearly pushing her away. Goodness, how thirsty was he in his past life to not even spare Aunt Washu. But how has Akane changed so much? She seemed far too mature, completely unlike how she should be at this age. Could it be that she used a transformation technique? It should be that way. After all, she was still a ninja now and hadn't even worn a forehead protector. Akane, be good. There will be many people coming over soon. Kaiohira said, gently patting Akane's back, teasing, "Is this how you choose to brush me off when we meet for the first time in this life, using a transformation technique? When night falls, I'll show you how to deal with this." Akane reluctantly stood by Kaiohira's side, not lifting the transformation technique, but burying her arms into her ample nutrition. She complained casually, "Such a hassle. I don't want to spend all my time on makeup like they do." Orochimaru stood to the side, his gaze shifting between Qianhuan and Itachi, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips while his serpent-like tongue flickered subtly across his mouth. Tentatively, he inquired, "Your Majesty, now that you have been reborn and your strength is not at its peak, why not don the dragon robe from your past life? This might also intimidate those with ulterior motives." As he spoke, he produced a storage scroll, offering it with both hands. He was eager to ascertain the current strength of His Majesty and then study this monarch. Qianhuan instinctively wanted to agree, but suddenly remembered that given Orochimaru's character, he would not concern himself with such details for the sake of others. He fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, snorted coldly, and said, "Orochimaru, put away your little schemes. It seems I was too merciful towards you in my previous life. If it weren't for the sake of Hongdo, I would have sent you to accompany that old fellow the Sage of Six Paths right away." He was currently playing the role of his former self. According to his understanding of himself, one with great strength would not care about such matters. Agreeing with Orochimaru would mean that Orochimaru was right, his strength was not at its peak and needed a dragon robe to bluff, indicating his weakness to the extent that even the current rabble of Konoha would be wary. He could not expose himself yet, at least not before knowing how many usable cards he had. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes were filled with icy coldness and the hexagram reappeared. If Qianhuan were to give the order now, he would not hesitate to strike at Orochimaru. Seeing the hexagram in Itachi's eyes, Orochimaru's pupils shrank. The ruthless and sinister expression on Orochimaru's face flickered, and he immediately knelt, lowering his head, slightly revealing a hint of a respectful smile. "Your Majesty, your lesson is well taken. It is I who have overthought. With your strength, you naturally need not concern yourself with such trifles." He shook his head gently, his tone tinged with a hint of emotion. "However, your Majesty remains as careless as ever regarding the details." Yet Qianhuan was not satisfied with Orochimaru's response and directly stated, "Orochimaru, let me guess your probing intentions. Do you believe that I have been reborn and lost my past powers? And you wish to seize my body or study my form to uncover the essence of my powers?" Seeing that Qianhuan had laid bare his thoughts, Orochimaru felt quite troubled and could only retreat to advance. A hint of a bitter smile tugged at his lips. "As expected of you, even in this new life you can still see through my thoughts. However, you overthink. If I truly wished harm upon you, would I have brought Hongdo to greet you? Moreover," he glanced at Uchiha Itachi, his tone wary. "Under Itachi's gaze, I am not foolish enough to seek my own demise like that." Upon seeing the eternal hexagram, Orochimaru dismissed the thought of acting tonight. Qianhuan approached Orochimaru, leaning down to speak in a voice loud enough for all to hear. "I do enjoy seeing you like this, unwilling to submit yet powerless. Your ambition is great, yet you must bow your head in submission. This is the last time, Orochimaru. I am sure you do not wish to experience that feeling again." As for what feeling it was, he himself did not know. He only understood that a creature like Orochimaru, even if he could use such people in his past life, would first be brutally punished to leave a lasting impression. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's cold-blooded pupils nearly constricted to a pinprick. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Qianhuan's gaze. Hongdo, witnessing that Qianhuan ultimately spared Orochimaru, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, smiling gratefully at him, tightening her grip on his arm. She then lowered her eyelids, her long hair covering half her face, her expression inevitably a bit despondent. The teacher meant a lot to her, and she did not wish to see a conflict arise between the two, but Orochimaru's ambition was too great. Sensing Hongdo's dejected expression, Qianhuan sighed, patting the arm that was being held to divert her attention. "Qianhuan, you're bad." Hongdo pouted. "I have even worse things in store for you. Do you want to give it a try?" Qianhuan joked. "Do you still want that?" A blush crept across Hongdo's face. "Don't you want to?" Qianhuan countered, fully exhibiting his former bravado. "Let's talk about it when we get home." Hongdo conceded, even releasing her transformation technique. Just then, Itachi suddenly coldly addressed the doorway. "Who goes there?" At that moment, a figure dressed in a dark long robe entered, wearing a hood and sunglasses obscuring most of his face. However, the special purple mark at the corner of his mouth immediately revealed his identity to Qianhuan. He was the right-hand man of Shimura Danzo, known as Aburame Ryoma. Aburame Ryoma, seemingly indifferent, spoke up, "Quite lively here. This is the Uchiha clan's brat, and there's a corpse on the ground. Isn't that Marino Ibiki from the interrogation division? However, this is none of my concern. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be here. What a coincidence. It saves me trouble. I can kill this kid and bring his head to Lord Danzo." Orochimaru stepped forward, slowly exiting. He was now eager to do something to demonstrate his loyalty to His Majesty. He immediately spoke up, "Ryoma, you remain as dull as ever. Danzo's orders." "Huh. That kind of thing has long since lost its meaning for me. Now I only pledge my loyalty to His Majesty. His Majesty. Is it this Sanri Qianhuan? In his past life, he might have instilled fear in me, but now he is merely a coward having grown into nothing. Are you sure you want to serve someone like this? Aburame Ryoma spoke, his expression becoming serious, for he was not Orochimaru's match. Qianhuan initially thought that Aburame Ryoma might have some useful information, but it seemed that he would not last long. It appeared this man would meet his end quite early. He could not articulate anything coherent. Thus he told Orochimaru, I do not like the way he speaks, to kill him, and sent his head to Danzo. Orochimaru slightly bowed, a smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth, and said, As you command, my majesty. Then he turned and launched an attack directly. A small snake shot out from his mouth with lightning speed, biting Aburame Ryoma's neck before he could react. Orochimaru, how could you be so strong? Aburame Ryoma exclaimed in disbelief, yanking the snake off his neck and throwing it down. Feeling the toxin coursing through him, his face turned ashen, yet he dared not utter another word, fleeing in panic. Orochimaru turned to Qianhuan and said, Your Majesty, do not worry. This dosage will ensure he makes it to the root, and perhaps he will have a chance to deliver his last words to Danzo. Unfortunately, Orochimaru did not know that Danzo was not at the root at this moment, but rather in the Hokage's office. Just as Longma had left, another person arrived. Sister, you came quite quickly. Why not dress up a bit before meeting Qianhuan Jun? No wonder Qianhuan Jun prefers to come to my place in the evening. A deep, charming voice resonated, causing one's heart to race. Hearing this, the blush on Hong Do's face quickly faded as she retorted, Sister, I won't argue with you. Qianhuan hates that the most. Hong Do was about to point out that this person was not well-intentioned, always stirring trouble between sisters. The newcomer wore a white modified kimono tied at the waist with a light purple silk ribbon, wooden clogs on her feet, and her long hair pinned up with a white jade hairpin with a few strands falling by her ears. Qianhuan sighed inwardly, here came another one. Moreover, this person knew her well enough to understand that seeing this outfit would ignite her anger, thus increasing her attack strength. Surely she came dressed like this, prepared to endure the consequences. Even before she arrived, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. This woman did not respond to Hong Do. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Qianhuan and naturally moved to his other side, wrapping her arm around his, resting her head on the other side of his body. Qianhuan Jun, you really haven't changed at all, she said, quietly gazing at Qianhuan's profile, her tone carrying a hint of sorrowful affection. Qianhuan's heart raced. What hasn't changed? Is he still this handsome? Noticing that Qianhuan was unsure how to respond, Itachi, though reluctant to interrupt the reunion between his mother and father, decided to speak up to avoid unnecessary trouble. Mother, I have merged Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, you did well. A person like that would never dare to use the power of the Mangekyo in their lifetime. Keeping it is a waste. Uchiha Mikoto was immediately pulled back from her enchanting demeanor, her expression turning icy as she nodded in agreement, unconcerned about Uchiha Fugaku's fate. Listening to their conversation, Qianhuan suddenly sensed something was amiss, shivering as he caught a whiff of a bull's scent. What did Itachi just call her? Mother. Itachi's mother. Hiss. Could this woman be Uchiha Mikoto? He began to doubt his life choices. Did he truly have such a horrible taste? He shouldn't have engaged in such matters. However, Mikoto's support for Itachi merging Fugaku's Mangekyo indicated that Uchiha Fugaku must have done something even more disgraceful than himself. So he comforted her, saying, Mikoto, there's no need to be sad. With me here, those matters are all in the past. Qianhuan Jun, you are indeed responsible, much better than that scoundrel Fugaku. After saying this, Mikoto turned to Itachi and said, Since you are now an eternal, I remember your duty. You are your father's guard. Do not let any ill-intentioned persons approach him. Orochimaru's expression darkened again. This was directed at him, but he dared not voice any complaints. Due to his research on the reanimation technique, he now feared the Uchiha clan's genjutsu having no resistance to such things. They stepped out of the prison. At this moment, ninjas began to arrive one after another to pay their respects to Qianhuan. The Sunset Crimson accompanied Hong also came over. Her attire was even more eye-catching, resembling a costume bought with in-game currency. She immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Hong Do turned her head away in anger, feeling that Hong was too detestable. She considered Hong a sister, while Hong viewed her as an accessory dressing extravagantly. Was this meant to humiliate her? Thus she discreetly freed one of Qianhuan's arms and resolved that she too would learn to dress up after this, or else they would steal Qianhuan's soul away. Qianhuan felt utterly exhausted. The difficulty of the situation was too high. Despite his brain working frantically, he could not make sense of it all. In the end, it was thanks to the nearby sunset crimson that he figured it out. Hong, long time no see, Qianhuan said. Qianhuan Jun. Hong unconsciously fiddled with the hem of her clothes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Before she finished speaking, her face had already turned crimson to her ears, and she lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling gently. It wasn't her intention to dress like this. Her father had said that dressing this way would please Qianhuan Jun. She had no idea how her father managed to acquire such an outfit in such a short time, and thus she found herself inexplicably dressed like this. The group exchanged a few simple words. More and more people flocked to this side. Uchiha Shirsue, Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Hayashi, Might Guy, and Yamato all knelt before him. In unison they shouted, "Father." Despite some mental preparation, seeing the scene still left him shocked. Almost all those with potential or special bloodlines in Konoha had gathered. Even Hizashi and Hizashi were older than him. He also noticed that the two from the Hyuga clan did not wear forehead protectors, nor did they bear the curse mark of the caged bird. It seemed that in his past life he had completely broken this jutsu. Looking at these sons, he forced himself to appear calm and said, "Children, please rise." Upon hearing this, they immediately stood up and came to Qianhuan's side. Qianhuan's gaze once again fell upon the other ninjas. However, he found that besides the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, he did not see anyone from other major clans. No one from the Inuzuka, Nara, or Aburame clans had come. He wondered if it was because he looked down on these people in his past life, or if it was because he had killed them. These people were the direct descendants of the Hokage. In his previous life, he must have killed the third Hokage, which might be related. Hearing their father's voice, Qianhuan's adopted sons were all invigorated. As they called out father in unison, Yamato formed a massive throne that rose from the ground. Qianhuan seated himself in the center of the throne with Mikoto and Hong on either side. Then a dark green Susanoo rose from the ground, placing the throne atop his head. This was Shizui's Susanoo. Hongdo did not have such good fortune since she did not sit on the throne earlier. She could only look up in admiration and did not choose to follow. Itachi and Shirsue stood on either side of the throne. The atmosphere reached its peak at this moment. The common ninjas began to cheer, "Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." They were fervent. This boy in prison clothes was the god in their hearts. "We welcome Your Majesty back. Please lead us to once again sweep through the ninja world and unify the realm." A voice shouted this, followed by countless echoes of agreement, slowly merging into a colossal sound that penetrated half of Konoha. As the cheers of the crowd rose and fell, Qianhuan slowly raised his head, shifting his gaze. "Ladies and gentlemen," Qianhuan's voice was low yet powerful, cutting through the clamor of the crowd, allowing everyone to hear clearly. "I deeply understand your expectations and sufferings. I know this world is filled with injustice and war. Since I have been reborn, it is my duty to lead you once again to unify the ninja world and establish everlasting peace. Your Majesty, we will always be your people. Unify the ninja world. Unify the ninja world." With Qianhuan's words, the crowd fell into another frenzy. "Youth, this is our youth towards the peacock." Might Guy, upon hearing this, was stirred with excitement, tears streaming down his face. He opened the 8th gate, unleashing a burst of energy towards the peacock, with sparks from the friction illuminating the entire sky of Konoha. Countless ordinary people at home watched the scene. They were unaware of what was happening, yet they felt the fervent atmosphere and were moved to step outside. Some wanted to see what was happening, while others wished to go on a date with their girlfriends to enjoy the unique fireworks. Just then a shuriken shot from afar towards the Susanoo, where Qianhuan was located. "Impudent, how dare you attempt to assassinate His Majesty?" Bagua Kozo. The shuriken was intercepted before it could reach Qianhuan, still several meters away. The assailant was severely injured by the Bagua Kozo of the Sun Foot. Orochimaru dragged the person closer, tore off the cat mask from their face, and pried open their mouth to reveal the tongue root curse technique. "They are from the root." Instantly, the anger of countless people was ignited. Instead of kneeling and begging His Majesty for mercy, they dared to assassinate him. This is simply audacious. The demise of the Konoha F4 is nigh. Arrogance and ignorance are foolish. The era of the adults has long changed. You remnants of the old era shall perish today. I will take the lead. Within the Susanoo, Qianhuan asked Itachi and Shirsue, "Was this also arranged by you?" There was no other explanation, it was just too coincidental. Moreover, he was sitting within the Susanoo and still attempted to shoot him. Was this due to a severe lack of intelligence? However, thinking further, this person was from the root, and it seemed like Danzo had done similar things before. Upon reflection, it didn't seem so out of place. However, the ship had sailed. If he didn't take his subordinates to eliminate the Konoha F4 tonight, it would mean he had backed down, which was not acceptable. The two shook their heads in unison. Itachi spoke up. I suspect Orochimaru is behind this, but I have no evidence. I trust your judgment. Qianhuan said without hesitation to Shisui, look for an opportunity to use the Tengen. I do not need a subordinate who enjoys teaching me how to do things. Previously, he didn't know that his son was Uchiha Shisui, which is why he had criticized Orochimaru. He still needed Orochimaru's skills. He must have given him quite a few good things in his past life for Orochimaru to study. But now it was unnecessary to complicate matters. Shisui's two eyes, one could temporarily alter thoughts with minimal side effects, while the other could permanently change thoughts, but with significant side effects and a cooldown of over a decade. Understood. Shisui responded briefly. He would not question his father's decisions. Qianhuan nodded and asked again, Itachi, have all the brothers and sisters of Konoha arrived? Only Kakashi-senpai hasn't arrived yet. Do you think Kakashi would betray me? He asked directly since there were no outsiders present. Itachi replied he shouldn't. Kakashi-senpai is also someone who yearns for peace, and during your last life you even resurrected Rin Nora. Even though you later killed his teacher Minato Namikaze, that was Minato's own doing. You gave him several chances and he didn't cherish them. He deserved to die. Minato Namikaze. Qianhuan's gaze sharpened. This guy was not easy to deal with. When he fought with the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, he was nearly invincible. He had no opponents among the shadows. He wondered why Minato wanted to assassinate him. Could it be because he killed Hiruzen Sarutobi in his last life? He continued, did I kill Jiraiya in my last life? You only killed the third Hokage. Moreover, when Uchiha Obito attacked you, saved Kushina Uzumaki. His assassination attempt against you was an act of ingratitude. Besides, you gave him many chances, so Kakashi would not hold a grudge against you for that. Itachi detailed the matters to Qianhuan. Was it the Ninetales incident? Qianhuan asked. What Ninetales incident? I knew that Uchiha Obito would suddenly want to abduct Kushina Uzumaki in a few months, Itachi replied. It seemed that because of his appearance in his past life the timeline was disrupted, and he didn't know why Obito was in such a hurry. Qianhuan was also at a loss. Based on his understanding of Minato, he saved Kushina. At most, he would stop him from killing the third Hokage. Since he had already killed him, Minato shouldn't seek revenge. So there must be something wrong. He had too little information to analyze where the problem lay. At that moment, Shisui and the two women realized that Qianhuan did not have the memories of his past life. Qianhuan-kun, could it be that you have no memories of your past life? Then what you just said? Mikoto exclaimed in surprise. Yes, you all awakened your memories from your past lives while I did not. You all made it harder for me, dressing up in ways that I couldn't even recognize you. I've acted so hard, how should I punish you? Qianhuan said. He was about to confront the third Hokage and others. He needed to understand the basic situation immediately to respond. He did not intend to hide this from these few. After all, they were likely to have created life together in their past lives, and they would also do it in this life. It was nearly impossible to keep it a secret from them for long. Qianhuan's fingers moved like agile little snakes. Mikoto's face flushed, then became somewhat awkward. This was still too stimulating for her. After all, those were matters from their past lives, and in this life Qianhuan had no memories, rendering those events non-existent for him. So she should be a bit more reserved. Seeing Mikoto react this way, Qianhuan suddenly felt a sense of pride in his past life. This was truly too exhilarating. Hong didn't think that much as she empathized with Qianhuan, realizing he had indeed suffered too much. Qianhuan, I'm sorry. I specially dressed up like this and didn't realize how you guessed it was me. Hong said, regretfully realizing she shouldn't have listened to her father, almost exposing Qianhuan. A mischievous smile appeared on Qianhuan's face. Since you all feel so guilty, you'll have to work hard tonight. Itachi. Shisui. Hearing this, Mikoto and the others became extremely shy, simultaneously punching Qianhuan's chest with their little fists. Mikoto, her face flushed, said, what are you saying, Qianhuan-kun? There are still children around. Such things should be said when there are no people around. Hong, blushing, echoed, yes, yes. Qianhuan is just too naughty. What are you two little troublemakers thinking? I mean for you to stay up late tonight and write down the things I did in my past life, so I can reference them and formulate what needs to be done now, otherwise I will be too passive. Qianhuan wore an innocent expression. I won't pay attention to you anymore. You're as bad as you were in your previous life. Hong exclaimed, angry and embarrassed, turning her head aside. Qianhuan, you're always so bad. To quote you, it's as if you're rolling over our faces with your wheels. Mikoto covered her mouth and laughed. After some playful banter, Qianhuan asked, so in my last life, I only killed the Konoha F4, and I nearly killed everyone else from the Hokage clan. Why don't I see them here? Could it be that they betrayed me? Shursui replied, perhaps the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans predicted that after your rebirth you would directly go to kill the third Hokage and the others. Although they wouldn't help the third Hokage deal with you, as people from the Hokage clan, they wouldn't intervene against the third Hokage. As for the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, I have no idea. At this moment Hong spoke up, perhaps it is because in your previous life, even though you did not trouble them, you seemed to dislike them and never utilized the members of these two clans. So they don't want to support me, this stinky foot. Qianhuan remarked. Indeed, this was his attitude, one played with insects, the other with dogs. He certainly didn't like them much, but it couldn't be said that he hated them nor would he target them. The Susanoo of Shursui slowly approached the Hokage building amidst the crowd of onlookers. At the same time, more and more civilians stepped onto the streets, curiously observing the scene. At this moment, the qualities of the civilian ninjas who had been under Qianhuan's rule in the previous life were on full display. They explained the unfolding events to the bystanders and urged them to keep their distance from the Hokage building, guiding them to safety. Wow, what is this big guy? There are even a few people sitting on his head, they look so cool. Hey, are these ninjas planning a coup? Are they going to fight again? I'm not leaving, I want to see the ninja battle. Is Uchiha planning a rebellion? Meanwhile, inside the Hokage office, the Konoha F4 gathered together. How is it, Hiruzen? Any news from the major clan? Sarutobi. Hiruzen shook his head and said, the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans refused to help, they let us escape. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans are both empty, and the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales and Minato. What happened to those two? It seems they are dealing with family matters. So you currently have no usable personnel. Hiruzen, you are too timid. At this time, Minato's family is actually handling personal matters. You should forcibly bring them here. Tsurugi's eyes were filled with disappointment, feeling that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed too cowardly. But just then a figure suddenly leaped into the Hokage office at an incredible speed. The others had not yet seen clearly who it was. The person lost consciousness mid-leap and fell straight in front of them. The F4 was taken aback. When Tsurugi pushed forward to take a look, he discovered it was his subordinate Yamanaka Ryoma. At this moment, Yamanaka Ryoma had completely lost his breath. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. After a while, Tsurugi slowly spoke. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage, the pillar of Konoha. The situation is critical. You must come up with a solution. We can no longer hesitate. Tsurugi, it's rare. In the face of great danger, you finally remember that I am the Hokage. If it weren't for your constant scheming behind the scenes, Qianhuan would not have tormented our souls. A bitter look appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and his words were filled with blame. He picked up a cigarette with a crack in the middle and took a deep puff. Now you want to blame me. Which of these matters did you not tacitly approve of? Which of them did you not turn a blind eye to? Hiruzen, don't try to absolve yourself so easily. As Hokage, do you only know how to shirk responsibility? Tsurugi's expression was grim as he spoke. He had done so much for Konoha, yet now it all turned into his problem. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also became angry and couldn't help but retort, when did I ever tacitly approve of you? Did I tacitly approve of you stealing candy from children? Did I tacitly approve of you stealing rice from villagers? Did I tacitly approve of you having relations with the villagers' old sow? As the leader of Konoha, the shadow of the village, he was already troubled enough by the loss of support, and now he had to endure ridicule from his friend, which was simply unbearable. Tsurugi couldn't help but shout, Hiruzen, enough. Your subordinates have almost all fled, and yet you don't examine your own issues. Even the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans did not heed your summons, and Minato and the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales rejected with such flimsy excuses. You as Hokage are truly derelict in your duties. Kurenai suddenly slammed the table, her voice sharp. You two stop arguing. What time is it? Is this the moment for us to be fighting amongst ourselves? She turned to look out the window side, but her face instantly paled. Wait. Is that a green Susanoo? Have the Uchiha betrayed us, or have they already allied with Qianhuan? Mito Menyen slowly stood up, walking heavily to the window, his eyes fixed on the distance, his voice trembling slightly. In the green Susanoo, there are 5 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Art of the telescope." Instantly a crystal ball revealed the distant scene. His pupils suddenly constricted, filled with uncertainty. He said solemnly, "It is indeed Qianhuan. This Susanoo belongs to Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, it's not just Susanoo, so many ninjas have joined Qianhuan. Why would this demon have the support of so many people?" Sarutobi Hiruzen saw one of the figures and instantly aged decades, murmuring, "Orochimaru. Why have you also joined them?" Mito Menyen sighed deeply, worry written on his face, his voice weary. "The situation is lost. Continuing to hold on will only lead to more sacrifices. It would be better for us to retreat, temporarily regroup, and then plan our next steps." Tsurugi suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with fury, his voice thunderous. "Retreat. Don't waver the morale here. I have never backed down in my life, nor will I become a coward fleeing the battlefield. Qianhuan must be eradicated by our own hands." Sarutobi Hiruzen then slowly stood up, hands behind his back, and finally spoke. "Tsurugi Mito, no need to argue further. The situation has reached this point, there is no retreat. If sacrificing myself can bring peace to Konoha, then it is worth it. Let me end Qianhuan with the Reaper death seal. This is the only way, and it is also my responsibility as Hokage." As his words fell, the room fell into silence, the air heavy. The four exchanged glances, understanding each other's hearts. This battle might be their end, but for the sake of Konoha, they would not hesitate. Qianhuan sat on the wooden throne as the Susanoo slowly approached the Hokage building. Countless passers-by on the road stopped to watch while Qianhuan's former subordinates guided the ordinary people to safety. At this moment, a few people blocked the path of the Susanoo, kneeling before it. "Your Majesty, please spare the third Hokage's life," the newcomer shouted, instantly drawing Qianhuan's attention. Hinata Hayashi scolded, "Impudent. Do you not know that the Konoha F4 just ambushed your Majesty? That is a heinous crime." "What? They actually ambushed your Majesty just now? I truly did not know about this." Nara Shikaka sighed and then said, "They have once again chosen the wrong path. Alas, we have done all we can." After he finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, all sighing simultaneously, and they yielded the path. The Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, as supporters of the Hokage, were loyal to the third Hokage, but all of this was premised on Qianhuan not appearing. Now that Qianhuan has been reborn and taken control, it has become an inevitable trend. I wonder if it was Tsurugi's order or the third Hokage's command. It's a pity, we originally wanted to persuade His Majesty. Akimichi Chosa spoke. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded and added, "Let's go, we will witness the end of the third Hokage." Saying this, they followed the main force towards the Hokage building. Qianhuan merely glanced at them lightly, with no intention of communicating. Perhaps Nara Shikaku's wisdom was not bad, but this was ultimately a world where strength spoke. After this brief interruption, nothing unusual occurred. They soon arrived in front of the Hokage building. The Konoha F4 had already been standing outside waiting for their arrival. The bustling and cheering crowd suddenly fell silent, all eyes converging on those few. Qianhuan, seated atop the Susanoo, looked down and said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, either my son or death." At Kaname Senri's words, the civilian shinobi below erupted into stunned murmurs, not in mockery of Kaname, but in envious longing. Each one secretly wished to be his son. Why should that old fool, the third Hokage, be granted such an honor? Alas, your Majesty, you are gravely mistaken. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could utter a word, Koharu Udatane snapped, "Outrageous. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Hokage?" Hamura Mitokado added sternly, "Young man, you are intolerably arrogant to address a village's Kage in this manner. Remember, you have just been reborn and you possess none of your former strength." Kaname said nothing, merely waited for Hiruzen's reply. The third Hokage frowned deeply. Kaname's words had pulled him violently into memories of his past life, where two scenes overlapped before his eyes, only now it was night whereas then it had been day. This man was still as unhinged as ever, storming and demanding to become his father. Why such obsession? Did claiming paternity fulfill some twisted compulsion? Hiruzen spoke slowly. Kaname Senri, I truly admire you. To command such widespread support suggests that under your leadership Konoha will flourish magnificently. Yet I confess, I cannot fathom why you insist upon becoming my son. Is there some hidden truth behind this? Seated beside Kaname Mikoto, Uchiha suddenly interjected, "Perhaps His Majesty as a child revered your father, Sarutobi Asuma, as the quintessential shinobi, idolizing him. In our future together we shall name our son Kaname Sasuke, honoring your father's name. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. I see. Yet within him turmoil raged, not merely from the youth's terrifying power or the looming Susanoo, but from an urgent unspoken need to define what it truly means to be a shinobi hero. What kind of deranged logic is this? Admiring my father as a child, and now seeking to become father, your son has suffered greatly on your behalf. A mature, steady voice rose from below the Hokage Tower. Lord Third, please accept His Majesty as your son. It was Shikaka Nara. Since His Majesty had extended this opportunity to the third Hokage, Shikaku felt compelled to urge acceptance, a gesture of gratitude for past kindnesses bestowed by Hiruzen. He continued in his previous life His Majesty unified the entire shinobi world, his achievements eclipsed even those of the first Hokage. Indeed, even the sage of the Six Paths bowed before him as father. That he holds you in such esteem, while we all watch in awe and envy. Thud. 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 Danzo slammed his cane repeatedly against the floor. He could bear no more. Such preposterous boasts soared beyond the heavens. The sage of the Six Paths, the legendary figure long entombed in myth, had perished millennia ago. To drag him forth as a son. You shame even this old man. Fury blazing, Danzo demanded Shikaku. Has Konoha treated the Nara Akimichi and Yamanaka clans so poorly that you repay its grace with such betrayal? To curry favor with this boy, to compel Hiruzen to acknowledge him as father, is this truly the depth to which you'll sink? Danzo's outburst ignited the crowd below. Shinobi surged forward clamoring to testify for Kaname, and to silence the Hokage's own advisor, who dared insult their sovereign. But Orochimaru moved first, vanishing in a blur, reappearing before the Konoha for a faint serpentine smile playing upon his lips as his tongue flicked across them. He ignored the other three entirely, fixing his gaze solely upon Hiruzen Sarutobi. His voice slithered forth cold and sibilant. Master Sarutobi, Shikaka speaks no falsehood. In truth, His Majesty surpasses even that description. Should you truly become his son, even this unworthy disciple might draw closer to His Majesty's august presence. Orochimaru. Koharu cried in outrage. She had assumed her master's most gifted student would stand with them, never imagining he would urge Hiruzen to submit as a son to another. She roared, a traitor who sells his master for favor, you forfeit the title of Sannin. Silence. Slap her, Kaname commanded calmly, his gaze never wavering from Hiruzen. That command was no impulse. Earlier, when he'd formally adopted Itachi, a new no-system trigger had occurred, perhaps because Itachi had already been his son in his prior life. This time he sought to fulfill what had remained unattainable before. The instant the words left his mouth, Orochimaru's hands wove two serpentine constructs, striking both senior advisors so sharply they tumbled headlong onto the floor. Stunned disbelief flooded their faces. Though neither had imagined the gulf between themselves and Orochimaru could be so vast, or that Orochimaru would obey this youth so absolutely. You. Danzo's face turned ashen. To humiliate his comrade before his very eyes, to treat him as if he were invisible, was an insult beyond endurance. As he prepared to strike back, Hiruzen's arm shot out, firmly blocking his path, signaling restraint. Then, with eyes burning like twin furnaces, Hiruzen locked onto Orochimaru, his voice thick with fury and sorrow. Orochimaru, why do you serve tyranny? Is it truly only because I refused your bid for the fourth Hokage? You possessed nobler paths, paths bathed in light. A cruel, knowing smile curled Orochimaru's lips, golden vertical pupils gleamed with contempt. Old man, you've grown senile. You cannot even perceive reality. It isn't the Hokage title that moves me, it is that His Majesty fulfilled my lifelong dream. You will never understand. Hiruzen sighed, heavy with disappointment. Let this old man hazard a guess, immortality. Or mastery over every jutsu known to shinobi. Both are illusions, phantoms shimmering in mist, mirages rippling on water. Like the sage of the Six Paths himself, long vanished into oblivion. Orochimaru's grin widened, until he threw back his head and laughed, helpless with mirth. Master, you underestimate the sage grievously. He remains in the Pure Land, watching over the shinobi world even now. To declare him dead, a being of his caliber does not perish so easily. Pride rang clear in Orochimaru's voice, like a student awaiting praise from his teacher. Hiruzen stiffened. This secret was utterly unknown to him. How then had Orochimaru learned it? Was it true? Had His Majesty truly revealed vistas far beyond mortal comprehension? Doubt seeped into Hiruzen's resolve. Gradually, he began to accept their claims that this magnificent emperor, had indeed conquered and unified the shinobi world through countless campaigns. Hiruzen remained transfixed by the staggering implications of Orochimaru's words, when from afar a thunderous explosion shattered the silence. Near the residence of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, could the Ninetales have gone berserk? Hamura Mitokado murmured, his expression heavy with concern. As he spoke, a flash of blonde hair appeared among the group. Minato Namikaze had arrived. The moment he materialized, his gaze sharpened with vigilance, locking onto the towering emerald-green Susanoo dominating the battlefield. His eyes then fixed unblinkingly upon Kagami Senko seated serenely within the Susanoo's skeletal frame. Kagami Senko, I will stop you this time. Cease your atrocity. If you persist in killing the third Hokage, I shall strike you down without hesitation. Minato's voice was grave, resolute, a warning laced with quiet certainty in his own strength. Yet, even as the words left his lips, a thunderous feminine voice boomed across Konoha, shaking the very air. Minato, where the hell are you? Get your ass back here, now. A hush fell over the assembled shinobi. Danzo Shimura finally grasped what Hiruzen Sarutobi had meant by a family matter. Indeed, it was grave. Senko broke the silence. He has only two paths before him: become my son or die. You're utterly unreasonable. He is not merely the Hokage of an entire village. He is a man in his late 60s. How dare you demand he become your son? Minato stood stunned, unable to fathom Senko's intent, regarding him now as one might regard a madman. Even as they spoke, a figure with crimson hair surged into the battlefield. She had already entered Ninetales chakra mode, her fiery locks whipping violently in the wind, her chakra blazing with incandescent fury. It was Kushina Uzumaki, the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Minato, I knew you'd be here. We haven't finished our conversation. Why did you run away? As she spoke, thick golden chains, Kongo Kusari, erupted from her body and coiled toward Minato with lethal precision. Kushina, I told you. This is life or death. If I hadn't come, the third Hokage might already be dead. Minato flickered through space with Flying Thunder God technique second stage, evading the tightening chains while shouting his explanation. Looks like the old man's still breathing, but if he were dead, well, no great loss. You really overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe you must save the Hokage of an entire village? Kushina retorted, her voice edged with bitter memory. After all, when the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, not a single shinobi from Konoha had come to their aid. That wound never healed. And as a Jinchuriki under constant surveillance by the Umbu, she had long held little regard for the third Hokage. Hiruzen's face twitched faintly, yet he remained silent. Ninetales Jinchuriki, cease your assault immediately. By attacking a village elite jonin without authorization, do you intend to declare yourself a traitor? Danzo scoffed, coldly issuing the rebuke. Minato's eyes flashed with icy light. Respect for Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, had vanished entirely. Danzo, keep your hands off my affairs. Tend to your own. I doubt you'll live past today. Danzo, publicly reprimanded by a mere jonin flushed with humiliation, only to be restrained by Hiruzen's raised hand. Silence descended once more. All watched motionless as Minato and Kushina waged their tense high-stakes dance, his rapid spatial teleportations exhausting him with each evasion of the Kongo Kusari. Within moments he was gasping for breath, nearly ensnared by the chains yet refusing to retaliate, choosing only to evade. Minato, your chakra is nearly spent. Let's see if you'll finally sit still and listen to me. Kushina's eyes gleamed with triumph. And indeed, in the next instant Minato faltered. The golden chain snapped shut, binding him tightly into an immobile cocoon, leaving only his head exposed. All eyes remained locked on the struggle. None noticed a hollow-eyed figure approaching slowly, step by shattered step. Kushina, why must it be like this? Minato sighed deeply and ceased resisting. Satisfied, Kushina nodded, then declared, Minato, just wait till we get home. I'll deal with you properly. She offered an awkward smile to the others. Your Majesty, please carry on. Pretend I'm not here. Senko gave a slight nod, then turned to Hiruzen, third Hokage. Have you reached your decision? My patience wears thin. Beside him, Kushina leaned in, her voice low, muffled by the bindings around Minato. What are they discussing? What choice has His Majesty asked of the Hokage? Minato managed a wry grimace. His Majesty wishes the Hokage to become his son. What's so strange about that? Didn't you know this in your last life? His Majesty brings it up again. Seems he truly holds high hopes for this old man. Pity he never took me as his daughter last time. Kushina spoke softly, unintentionally revealing a flicker of longing toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen exhaled heavily, then formed the hand seals, shadow clone technique. But before the technique could manifest, a figure lunged from the distance, kunai drawn, racing straight toward Senko's Susanoo and driving the blade deep into its armored flank. Kagami Senko, I warn you, release red now or I will kill you. It was Asuma Sarutobi, eyes bloodshot, breath ragged, hurling himself again and again against the Susanoo's impenetrable form. Sparks erupted with every futile strike, yet the kunai failed to pierce even a single layer of chakra-forged bone. Had he been of the Uchiha clan, such blinding hatred, such raw-consuming anguish, would surely have ignited the Mangekyo Sharingan by now. His torment eclipsed that of every soul present. Without Senko's command, the green giant seized Asuma in its colossal grip, lifting him high until their faces were level, his screams echoing in agony. Upon his throne, Senko's lips curled into a faint knowing smile. The Kuna strike on the Susanoo, foretold inevitable, had finally occurred. Asuma. Look, I've already released red. She hasn't let me go. Senko teased, only to meet Asuma's searing, hate-filled glare as though the young man wished to tear flesh from his bones. Amused, Senko turned instead to Red. See how devoted he is. Even disguised as you are, he recognized you instantly. In that regard, I confess I fall short. Oh Senko, don't mock me. You have no idea how insufferable this pest is. The moment he reincarnated, he showed up at my doorstep, clinging like a stubborn, inescapable plaster. Red glanced at Asuma, her expression one of undisguised disdain. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just entered the battle state, suddenly stiffened in place. He looked in disbelief at the figure being held by the green Susanoo. This person was his second son, a child he had high hopes for, yet he never expected that he would go to his death. But after all, this was his son, and he could not possibly remain indifferent. He could only dispel his shadow clone and with a thick face plead, Your Majesty, my son has acted inappropriately. I beg you to spare his life. Father, don't plead for him, he's a demon. Let me die, please. I really don't want to live anymore. This world is too cruel. Asuma Sarutobi spoke up. After a series of blows, he had lost the courage to live. All he wanted was to die quickly. Because only then would he have nothing to think about. Qianhuan said, Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage of a village. Your decisions affect the rise and fall of the entire village. You cannot compromise with Kamizaki Qianhuan. Danzo said. He now realized that things were becoming increasingly precarious as he saw evident signs of wavering in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He could hardly imagine what would happen if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to kneel before Kamizaki Qianhuan and acknowledge him as his father. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen would be one of them. Would that not mean that the goal of the others would almost only be himself? Please do not kill him. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen still lowered his head and spoke, You won't even call me Father Emperor. Kamizaki Qianhuan remarked. At that moment, Danzo suddenly launched a surprise attack, throwing a kunai from his hand toward Asuma, who was held by Susanoo. Danzo, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, wanting to rush over and save Asuma, but it was already too late. At that moment, the dark green Susanoo suddenly flipped its hand, shifting Asuma to the other side, and its arm blocked the kunai. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, nearly losing his balance. Danzo, you have gone too far, Mito Menyen said, astonished that Danzo would act this way. Indeed, Danzo, why would you attack Hiruzen's child? Nara Shikako also spoke up. Danzo's face turned grim. His surprise attack had surprisingly failed, which was truly infuriating. But at this point he could only explain, I just wanted to help Hiruzen make the right choice. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina commented, Minato, is this the kind of trash you want to save? Having the knowledge from my past life, I can perfectly control the Nine Tails, so now I possess the ability of the Nine Tails, and can sense the malice of others. When I arrived, I already sensed the deep malice from this Hokage's aide. As she spoke, she made a scared motion, hiding behind Minato, who was tied up like a dumpling, saying, Look, his malice towards me is growing. Danzo. After this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen also grew fearful. He could not lose this son he had high hopes for, so he gritted his teeth. As if aged decades, he knelt on one knee before Susanoo, and amid the astonished gazes of everyone spoke, Father Emperor. Asuma was stunned. He could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. His father actually bowed his head. No. No. Sarutobi Asuma's desperate voice was piercingly loud, and Uchiha Fugaku, far away in the Uchiha clan's territory, seemed to hear it. He was filled with endless regret, hating his own weakness, hating why he had come to seek death, and hating the cold figure within Susanoo. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. He had thought that his close friend would refuse, but it seemed that his actions had backfired. Hiruzen, I am too disappointed in you. As the Hokage of a village, you actually acknowledge a thief as your father. Now I will take over your position as Hokage to complete what you should have done. Danzo spoke with deep sorrow. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining another adopted son. Nara Shikaku knelt and shouted, ensuring that the third Hokage would not die now, and he was relieved, hoping that this third Hokage could enjoy his old age. Then the other ordinary ninjas followed suit and shouted, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining another adopted son. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining another adopted son. The third Hokage actually became our brother. This is wonderful. I used to think it would have been great if the third Hokage had not rejected the father emperor back then. Kai spoke, his expression excited. If it weren't for the fact that he had just opened the 6th gate and attacked with the morning peacock, leaving his body somewhat fatigued, he might have performed right then and there. This old fart really became the emperor's son. Oh, what a pity. Sigh, the emperor didn't even take me as his daughter. Uzumaki Kushina lamented again. Kushina, you are too naive. This emperor has no habit of taking daughters. All the women related to him are his women. Did you in your past life? Minato, you are going too far. I have no such thoughts. If I did, would I still be holding on to you, preventing you from seeking death? Kushina said angrily. The adamantine chains tightened around Minato, making him roll his eyes. I'm not doubting you. Didn't you see who is next to him? One is Asuma's crush, and the other is Itachi's mother, Uchiha Mikoto. I truly... Minato said with a bitter smile. Do you know that it was Fugaku who betrayed Mikoto first? If you don't know, don't speak carelessly. Besides, Mikoto is extremely happy. The emperor is nothing like you who died early. Kushina, seeing Minato dare to retort directly, punched him in the face, and then continued, In this lifetime, I will tie you to my side. I forbid you to seek death. Got it. Don't worry, I won't die so easily in this lifetime. Minato comforted Kushina. At this moment, Qianhuan was not happy. Although he had taken Sarutobi Hiruzen as his adopted son, he still had not activated the system, which indicated that in this lifetime, he truly had no fate with the system. From now on, he had given up. However, as the emperor who unified the ninja world in his past life, his subordinates should still have many means to enhance his strength. The events before him also failed to pique his interest. Thus he said to the kneeling Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hiruzen, go kill Danzo. I believe you can do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept his head down, lost in thought. Danzo was his lifelong partner. Was he really going to kill Danzo? However, judging by the emperor's attitude, Danzo was doomed today, and Konoha would no longer need someone like Danzo in the future. Dying at his hands meant he wouldn't have to suffer like in his past life. With a sigh, he slowly spoke, Understood, father. Emperor. Good, very good. You changed your words so quickly, I appreciate you. Qianhuan said, Go bring me Danzo's head. I have another reward in store for you. Hisashi, you can't do this. Danzo is our ally. Kuronai shouted anxiously, trying to awaken her lost companion. The emperor says you're noisy, yet you still haven't repented. Is the beating not enough? Orochimaru's arm extended with several small snakes, once again tripping the two high-ranking advisors. Yamato Hisashi gritted his teeth and began to form seals. He was no longer in the same camp as these individuals. When he chose to kneel and acknowledge his father, there was no turning back. Jumping back and forth only made him a clown. It was better to walk the dark path to at least save Asuma's life. Hisashi, you actually chose this, but you underestimate me. I am not so easy to kill. Today I will see which of us is stronger. At this moment, Danzo had already unraveled all the bandages on his body, revealing his arms covered with Sharingan. How despicable. Our comrades in the village are fighting bravely on the battlefield while he secretly plots against their eyes. Although I saw that old thief Danzo's arm in my previous life, I still want to kill this scum with my own hands. If the Hyuga had not protected us like caged birds before, Danzo's arm would have certainly contained our Byakugan. But now that we follow the emperor, no one dares covet our eyes anymore. Initially, the battle between the two had entered a heated stage. One summoned a dreaming tapir, and the other summoned a monkey demon, wildly showcasing their strength as shadow-level powerhouses. The ninja spectators watched with great interest. At that moment, a figure came to kneel beneath Qianhuan's throne. Kakashi, you finally arrived. I thought you had betrayed the emperor. Have you encountered some trouble? Kai exclaimed with excitement, running to Kakashi's side, grasping his arm, unable to contain his questions. Qianhuan also shifted his gaze from the battlefield of Yamato Hizashi and Danzo to Kakashi, waiting for him to explain. A still healing wound appeared above Kakashi's eye, from which the eye had vanished. "Father, please accept these 2 items," Kakashi said as he extended his hand to take out 2 sealed scrolls. Shizune controlled another hand of Susanoo to place Kakashi beneath the throne. Kakashi continued, "One is Obito's eye and the other is something the Emperor asked me to record from his past life. I have just written it down." "Oh, is that so?" Qianhuan was very interested in matters from his past life, so he took the 2 items and unsealed one of the scrolls. A book appeared before him. Qianhuan Focus Chakra Foundation Manual. At first, he didn't notice anything strange. He just felt that Kakashi's writing needed more practice. It was crooked and messy, like a child's handwriting. But the next moment his pupils constricted. The characters on it were actually Chinese characters. He eagerly opened it to read. "In the next life, when you open this book, time will have returned to the beginning of everything, and you should already understand some of your current circumstances. I think you should be quite happy. The girls are all over you, and you've gained so many useful subordinates. You are simply a winner in life. I envy you to the point of turning purple. To be honest, even though you're me, I still feel like I've been cuckolded by you. But never mind that. What matters is the cultivation method in your hands. Without a system, you must feel quite troubled not knowing how to gain power at the level of the 6 paths or even stronger. I just solved this matter for you. However, you need to practice diligently. That old 6 paths guy has returned and will surely target you. After all, we slept with his mother, haha. I still remember the helpless expression of that old 6 paths. It was simply too amusing. To help you not be so passive, I specifically made it so that the old 6 paths would unlock his memories last. How considerate of me. But it won't take long, just a couple of days longer than you, Perhaps 3 or 4 days. As for the Otsutsuki, they still cannot find you. As for the rest, there's nothing much to explain. This is the situation, and what happens in the future is for the future. Remember, do not try to activate the system again. This book has nothing to do with the system, so you can practice with peace of mind. Alright, I hope I can soar in my next life as well." His words revealed quite a bit of information. First, the system. I don't know how it was done in my past life, but it should have released the system's binding and prevented me from trying to activate it again. This is understandable. When you have nothing, you would certainly wish for a system to turn your fate around, but all gifts often have a price. Once you grow to a certain extent, the system will surely take something from you. Next, regarding the old 6 paths, he is a watershed compared to the super shadows. The strength of his subordinates is at most that of a super shadows goalkeeper, or perhaps even less. Thus, in the past, life memories were gradually unlocked to help him adapt. However, this time frame was too short, only a few days. He could only helplessly complain about what it meant that we slept with the 6 paths mother. Clearly it was you who did it, and he is still an innocent young boy. "Qianhuan, what are these characters?" "I don't recognize most of them," Hong asked. "It's nothing. In the future, we will let the people of the ninja world learn this language. Your original language is too primitive," Qianhuan said with a smirk. "Is that so? That's great. I'm really looking forward to it, but these characters are a bit too ugly." Hong stared at the characters in the book, her eyes revealing confusion as she spoke. Qianhuan's face darkened. "You can't blame the characters, it's Kakashi who wrote them poorly. The writing looks like a dog's crawl. This style is the most beautiful. When I get the chance, I'll show you a demonstration." Kakashi's dead fish eyes looked even more desolate. He wanted to protest that he wasn't responsible for this. What did it mean that his writing looked like a dog's crawl? "I clearly perfectly replicated what you wrote, ensuring it looked exactly like what you had written in your past life." However, Kakashi knew that if he said this, his father would not acknowledge it, so he could only pretend he didn't hear their comments. Qianhuan continued to Kakashi, "Kakashi, you did well. Hurry and find a medical ninja to install an eye in the next couple of days. I'll put away Obito's Mangekyo for now. You must also quickly master the power from your past life. We still have many battles to fight in the future." "Yes, father," Kakashi replied, but in his heart he thought about Obito. This time he would personally make Obito turn back to the right path. After Qianhuan finished this matter, he began to study the cultivation methods handed to him from his past life. He didn't care that the third Hokage and Danzo were still in confrontation. Qianhuan began to quickly flip through the manual for Chakra Foundation establishment. He glanced through it briefly. He discovered that this technique combined and refined one's own chakra energy with natural energy through specific circulation pathways, achieving effects akin to those of immortal cultivation methods, such as foundation establishment and golden core. However, unlike immortal cultivation techniques, this method did not require spiritual roots or knowledge of meridians, likely due to his past lives' consideration of his own inadequate aptitude. As long as one continuously refined chakra following the technique's steps, it sufficed. There was also a shortcut absorbing the chakra of tailed beasts. Qianhuan's eyes caught a glimpse of Kushina, who was still bound beside Minato, as a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. It was time to exercise his rights as the emperor. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt before Qianhuan, holding several heads in his hands, his expression grave and panting heavily. Killing a close friend was not only a test of his strength, but also a tremendous blow to his heart. He had merely made a choice between his son and his dear friend. Your Majesty, your son did not fail his mission. An aged voice emerged from Sarutobi Hiruzen. You did well. In this life I shall not punish their souls. Qianhuan spoke with a smile. He turned to Uchiha Shursui beside him and said, Shursui, why haven't you released your nephew yet? Shursui then rudely tossed Asuma to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Father, you. Asuma's face was in despair, his voice choked. It was not only because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also because of himself. The realization that his beloved had become his grandmother shattered him entirely. Enough insolence. Don't you dare call me anything other than Emperor Grandpa. Sarutobi Hiruzen forcefully slammed Asuma's head down to the ground, producing a thud. Were it not for this son, he might have died with the image of a hero protecting Konoha. Now he could only acknowledge a thief as his father. You. Asuma felt completely broken, and the forceful impact against the ground left his mind blank. What do you mean, you? How could I give birth to such a wretched child? Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious with Asuma, nearly spitting blood. He repeatedly slammed Asuma's head against the ground to express his submission. Alright, the child is still young, it's normal for him to not be able to handle this. Just take him home and give him a good beating. Qianhuan spoke. Understood, I shall take him back to the clan immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, eager to escape this place. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I am quite pleased with your actions. As a reward, I grant you the right to govern the Land of Fire. Depart tomorrow to eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and in the future you shall be the king of the Land of Fire. But... Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind exploded again. He never expected his father would be so direct. After all, his village had always been under the jurisdiction of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The concept of governance by the daimyo was deeply ingrained, and he had never considered such a thing. What do you mean, but? Go ahead and do it. A daimyo who isn't even a ninja can suppress you with your formidable power. One could say you are truly useless. But rest assured, given the situation in Konoha, you should know the reactions of ninjas from other places. Those who have submitted to my rule in the past life will definitely help you. This is the trend of the times. Qianhuan stated. In his previous life, he brought about reforms in the ninja world, unifying it and eliminating chaos. In this world of Hokage, many would support him. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally responded, lifting Asuma and respectfully standing beside Susanoo. Qianhuan dismissed the others, leaving only Orochimaru along with his son and Minato. Just when Qianhuan thought the matters of Konoha were settled, another incident occurred with Minato. Suddenly Minato disappeared with a loud bang. Reverse summoning technique. Kushina exclaimed in shock. Then she quickly reacted, entering a state of fury. I wondered why Minato was so easy to talk to this time. It turns out he was influenced or controlled by the toads of Miyaboka Mountain in his previous life. She hurried to Qianhuan's front, suppressing her furious expression, kneeling and saying, Your Majesty, please save Minato. Before Qianhuan could speak, Itachi interrupted. Why should Your Majesty save him? In his previous life, he was given so many opportunities, but did not cherish them. It is already merciful enough that Your Majesty does not kill him in this life. Itachi harbored the greatest malice towards anyone who held hostility against Qianhuan. In his heart, only Qianhuan could provide hope for the ninja world. Mei-chin, please help me plead with His Majesty. Kushina's face showed a look of urgency, daring not to display her fiery side in front of Qianhuan. Enough. Qianhuan raised his hand, interrupting Mei-chin, who was about to speak. You know, I have always appreciated Minato. In my past life, I wanted to take him as my son, but he refused. Whether it was Mei-chin expressing refusal or helping Kushina plead for him, he did not wish to see it. It was better for him to speak directly. Your Majesty, you mean? Kushina's face instantly revealed a hint of hesitation and shame. She thought Qianhuan would propose something she could not accept. Then, as if having made some sort of resolution, she said, Your Majesty, if you can save Minato, I wouldn't mind. Insolence. Uzumaki Kushina, what do you take me for? Qianhuan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger upon hearing this. With so many women, he was already having difficulty managing them, he had no desire for another. Moreover, to him strength was the most important, women were merely a seasoning for life. Kushina, I never expected you to have such thoughts. In my past life I treated you as a sister, yet you wished to become my true sister. Mei-chin also spoke. A sense of crisis arose in her heart, and she moved a bit closer to Qianhuan. No, I didn't mean it that way, Kushina's face was flushed. Not good at lying, she had no idea how to respond. Forget it, considering it's your first time, I will. Qianhuan said, then took a breath and said in an undeniable tone, Uzumaki Kushina, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Huh. Kushina was taken aback by his words. Wasn't that the same thing? In the previous life, the chakra network was also well developed, and Qianhuan brought many modern societal concepts with him. You see, you have misunderstood again. I only wish to cultivate using the 9 tails within you, Qianhuan stated. He was eager to enhance his strength. Once I succeed in my cultivation, it will be when I help you save Minato. You need not worry, the toads of Miyaboku Mountain will definitely not kill Minato, as they were in the same camp in their previous life. Inside the Hokage office building, the lights were bright. Hongdo and Mei-chin were diligently writing down the events from their past lives one by one. Qianhuan closed his eyes, one hand resting on Kushina's 9-tailed seal, while the other hand was continuously forming intricate hand seals. The orange-tailed beast chakra flowed steadily from Kushina to Qianhuan. The moment his hand touched the tailed beast chakra, it felt as if he had been burned by red-hot iron, releasing a puff of steam. A foul smell emanated, and Qianhuan realized his hand had been scalded. He frowned and quickened the speed of his hand seals as the tailed beast chakra was slowly being tamed and gradually integrated into his body. Immediately, black runes resembling sealing techniques appeared on his arm. Kushina stared in shock at the scene. She knew her lord was powerful, but she did not expect such a method upon his rebirth. Absorbing chakra was quite simple. In his previous life there were many such techniques. However, to transform it into one's own immediately after absorption was something she had only heard of in relation to the Rinnegan and that machine from his past life. Clearly her lord did not possess the Rinnegan yet. Moreover, such absorption was usually meant to supplement chakra and would not enhance one's own chakra amount, but it seemed her lord was an exception. With the complete heritage of the Uzumaki clan and having awakened the Kaguras, she could distinctly sense the increase in her lord's chakra. In the dark ceiling space, the furious voice of the 9 tails echoed. He felt his chakra being continuously extracted, reminiscent of when he had been trapped in a zoo in his previous life. At that time he deeply felt his own weakness, but it was futile. That person treated him as a so-called clean energy source, claiming it was a perpetual motion machine. Continuously extracting chakra from him to fuel others, or to watch videos, was simply barbaric. He could only be confined in the zoo, panting at the visitors. Now seeing that person begin to extract his chakra again through the seal, he could hardly bear it. He vented his anger continuously within the ceiling space, his orange claws striking the ground violently, creating ripples. Great Fox, endure a little longer, my lord will be finished soon. Kushina comforted her face, showing a look of apology, but to save Minato, she could only make the 9 tails suffer a bit. No way. I will never let you succeed. The 9 tails' angry voice continued to resonate. He was resisting, harboring a deep hatred for the human before him. But it was futile, and no matter what he did, he could only be bound tighter by the chains of the Vidra group chat. His chakra continuously drained, as if he had a tube attached to him. The 9 tails visibly slimmed down as if he were on a diet. Outside the ceiling space, as Qianhuan continued to absorb the tailed beast chakra, his body quickly became covered in dense sealing runes. He then stopped absorbing the tailed beast chakra and formed hand seals with both hands, causing the sealing runes to gradually shrink until all the tailed beast chakra was absorbed by Qianhuan. He felt as if his entire body was soaking in a hot spring filled with power. The burn marks on his hands and the scars from his previous life also faded away. Qianhuan opened his eyes, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. The sensation of such a dramatic increase in strength was simply marvelous. In the past his chakra amount was mediocre. Now, after absorbing just this bit of chakra, he felt as if the chakra within him had multiplied several times, likely surpassing 1 card. At this rate, he would soon be able to catch up to the chakra amount of elite Jounin, or even that of a Hokage. After all, at this pace, he would soon drain the Nine Tails and convert that power into his own. Orochimaru, hurry and transplant the Hashirama cells into Itachi and Shisui. Hiashi and Hisashi should also go to Orochimaru to receive the Hashirama cell transplant. Qianhuan stated. He kept repeating the hand seal motion, and the black seals on his body became fewer and fewer. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes appeared clearer. He had already been controlled by Shizui's Kodo Amatsukumi, yet he was still able to maintain control for an extended period without significantly altering Orochimaru's thoughts, only ensuring his loyalty to Qianhuan. Meanwhile, one of Shizui's eyes had also gone blind. Previously, he had been using Susanoo, and now he had used Kodo Amatsukumi, a technique that placed a heavy burden on the Sharingan, which was only natural. At your command, my lord, Orochimaru said with a respectful tone. He then asked, did Hiashi and Hisashi awaken the Rinnegan in their previous lives? At your command, my lord, Orochimaru said with a respectful tone. He then asked, did Hiashi and Hisashi awaken the Rinnegan in their previous lives? Yes, they did awaken, but it has become somewhat challenging to operate now. To succeed in a short time, we may need to merge all the Byakugan of the current Hyuga clan members to create one, as you know their Byakugan purity is insufficient. Orochimaru said, excitement appearing in his eyes. Hiashi, Hisashi, what do you both think? Qianhuan asked. After all, he was not a tyrant and respected his son's decisions, knowing that doing so could lead to many Hyuga losing their eyesight. Hiashi spoke first, saying, my lord, why not use the eyes of our Hyuga clan to help you awaken the Rinnegan? If they knew they had such an opportunity, they would be very honored. Indeed, my lord, our potential is limited, and even if we awaken the Rinnegan now, we would not be able to compete with those Otsutsuki monsters. Hisashi added. I don't have time right now, I need to absorb the tailed beast chakra. One of you brothers should obtain the Rinnegan first, and help me collect the other tailed beasts. Qianhuan explained. He was rapidly improving, and with tailed beast chakra, he could quickly enhance his abilities. Once he reached a certain amount, he could begin compressing and purifying for cultivation, which was more promising than the Rinnegan. Moreover, transplanting the Rinnegan might not allow for immediate use. And with only a few days left until the old man of the Six Paths would unlock his memories. Thus it was not feasible for him to act for the sake of a Rinnegan. Hiashi and Hisashi nodded in agreement. Hisashi was deeply moved to his lord had helped them escape their cage in their previous life and was now giving them this opportunity. He must use this power to help his lord once again unify the ninja world and bind that ancestor on the moon to his lord's bed. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Hisashi, it's up to you. Hiashi, it's up to you. Now is not the time for modesty. Isn't there a giant Rinnegan formed from Byakugan on the moon? When the time comes, let Orochimaru refine it and Hiashi will awaken it while Hisashi will be next. After Qianhuan settled the matter, he continued to extract the Nine Tails chakra. As he saw Qianhuan busy again, the others followed Orochimaru and left with Yamato being taken away by Orochimaru. Kai was practicing nearby in a strange pose. Kakashi, look, everyone else is getting stronger. You might as well train with me on the toad arts passed down from the previous lord. He suggested. No. Kakashi's single eye remained a dead fish, eye very resistant to such a strange pose as he had his own training methods. Miyaboka Mountain. At this moment the moon in the night sky was exceptionally bright. Surrounding it were countless frog statues representing those humans who had failed in their attempts to cultivate sage arts, appearing quite terrifying under the moonlight. A white-haired figure with a large oil forehead protector was summoned along with Minato. Jiraiya, Minato, follow me. That old fool has started dreaming again and wants to summon you. Sage Jiraiya jumped in front of the two, speaking directly. Sage Jiraiya, do you have memories of that person? Minato asked. What person? Jiraiya's face displayed a look of confusion. He was not in Konoha but was still gathering materials. The frogs of Miyaboka Mountain also looked equally perplexed. Hey, this isn't a funny joke, Minato. Seeing that Minato remained silent and unresponsive, Jiraiya's lips twitched involuntarily, nearly breaking into laughter, though the gravity of the moment made such levity wholly inappropriate. His expression swiftly hardened into fury. That wretch. He's imprisoned the toads of Miyaboka Mountain in such a place. It is an unforgivable desecration of the sage toads. Who is this extraordinary man who dares confine the sacred toads within a zoo? Though Jiraiya himself might have been curious to visit, the very notion filled him with profound outrage. Miyaboka Mountain was his second home. The toads were not merely comrades, they were mentors' friends. especially Elder Fukasaku and Elder Shima, who had guided him countless times during his arduous cultivation. He could not recall what he had done, or failed to do, in his past life, but he knew one truth with crushing certainty: he had failed to protect the toads of Myaboku Mountain, allowing them to suffer such indignity. Ah, I see. Elder Fukasaku murmured, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the old sage grew so urgent. This time Myaboku Mountain shall take the initiative. We will not let that malevolent human prevail. Even this tiny toad wore a distinctly human-like scowl of indignation. Forgive me, Elder Fukasaku, but this time I choose not to oppose him. Minato sighed deeply. In his previous life, he had attempted assassination after assassination, each ending in failure. Moreover, Kushina had told him that this sovereign later ended the shinobi world's chaos, granting every inhabitant the ability to cultivate chakra. He established a chakra-based economy by refining chakra daily and storing it in special vessels. One could accumulate enough to even purchase the privilege of resurrecting loved ones. Only those who opposed the sovereign, like himself, were barred from resurrection. His sole motivation for confronting Shiri Senko face-to-face had been to save the third Hokage. Now the third Hokage had become this man's son. Since death was no longer inevitable, Minato saw no reason left to defy Shiri Senko. He had already relayed the news to Myaboku Mountain. Whether the toads would still be confined to zoos was no longer his concern. After all, compared to the third Hokage's fate, Shiri Senko's treatment of the sage toads was remarkably merciful. All Minato wished now was to return home, to cherish Kushina and withdraw entirely from the shinobi world's affairs. Minato, Jiraiya spoke, his voice edged with suppressed anger. He scratched the back of his head as if trying to soothe his own rising agitation. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Are you truly abandoning this matter? Or is there something you're hiding? I've died once already. This time I swore to Kushina I would never oppose him again. Minato replied wearily. Fine then, you go ahead and spend your days doting on Kushina. Jiraiya declared, I cannot stand idly by while the toads are caged. This sage will cage him instead, and let the world gaze upon his confinement. Hearing this, Minato shook his head faintly, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Jiraiya Sensei's words sounded noble, but Kushina had revealed that in his past life he'd never confronted Shiri Senko at all. Instead, he'd immersed himself utterly in the chakra network Shiri Senko created, spending his days browsing unsavory content online, even launching live streams. Here's a suggestion, young Minato. Hear what the old sage has to say before making your decision, Elder Fukasaku advised. You are a formidable warrior. If you refuse to aid us, our chances against this threat dwindle drastically. Elder Shima added, that addled elder has waited long enough. Let us go to him without delay. Within a solemn hallowed hall, the great toad sage sat upon a towering throne wearing a scholar's cap, his eyes gently closed, as if lost in deep slumber. Elders Fukasaku and Shima stood respectfully on either side. Fukasaku whispered softly, Old sage, Jiraiya and his disciple Minato Namikaze have arrived. The great toad sage slowly opened his eyes, gaze hazy as though still emerging from reverie. He squinted at Minato, then broke into a gentle chuckle. Oh, isn't this little Jiraiya? How did you grow so young? Jiraiya flushed with embarrassment, scratching his head. Great toad sage, I'm Jiraiya. And this is my disciple Minato Namikaze. So this is Minato. The great toad sage exclaimed, suddenly remembering. My apologies, I'm growing old, my vision dims. But that golden hair, it's exactly like young Jiraiya's. Old sage, have you truly lost your wits? This youth's hair is blonde, not yellow like Jiraiya's. Elder Shima interjected, exasperated. Is that so? Wasn't young Jiraiya blonde? The great toad sage mused, slowly waving a massive webbed forelimb. Age brings confusion. But never mind, I'll see your future in an instant. Wait, who are you again? Jiraiya covered his face with one hand. Great toad sage, he's Minato Namikaze, my disciple. Oh, yes, Minato Namikaze. The great toad sage snapped awake, eyes blazing with sudden clarity. His voice dropped to a grave, resonant timbre. I have seen a man, one who will slay every soul in the shinobi world. A world-destroying demon king. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened instantly. Could his name be Shiri Senko? Something like Shiri. I can't quite recall. The great toad sage closed his eyes once more. Minato's heart churned with doubt. Kushina had insisted this man would usher in the shinobi world's rebirth. Yet the great toad sage foresaw annihilation. He trusted both, yet their visions clashed. That contradiction forced him to question the sage's prophecy, though he kept his skepticism unspoken. Old sage, do you truly see him as the world's destroyer? Young Minato just told us he awakened memories of his past life, and that this man intends to imprison all Myoboku's toads in cages. Could he have committed such atrocities afterward? Elder Fukasaku asked, puzzled. I don't know. An old fool like me sees only fragmented dreams. The great toad sage's eyes snapped open, his speech now crisp, his gaze piercing directly at Minato Namikaze. It was the first time he'd been humiliated so swiftly. A wave of visceral dread washed over Minato. He instinctively sought its source. He met the great toad sage's gaze. The sage's horizontally slit lamb-like pupils were deep, cold, and unnervingly focused upon him alone. In that locked gaze, Minato felt immense pressure descend, crushing, suffocating. Even breathing grew labored. Only then did he grasp the true terrifying magnitude of the great toad sage's power. In that fleeting moment of domination, the sage narrowed his eyes, and a translucent wave of energy shot forth, striking Minato square in the eyes. Instantly, Minato's body froze, utterly paralyzed. He tried to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, but couldn't. Not a single chakra pathway responded, he couldn't even twitch a finger. Recognizing it as genjutsu, he fought desperately to break free, just as success seemed within reach. A translucent toad invisible to all but Minato materialized in the great toad sage's palm. It leapt down and vanished into Minato's body. The sensation was both alien and hauntingly familiar, triggering fragmented memories surging into his mind. In his past life, he too had been struck by that gaze, and from that moment his obsessive assassinations of Shiri Senko had begun. He regretted entering the hall. He should have teleported away instantly with the Flying Thunder God. But it was far too late now. Silently inwardly, he whispered, "Forgive me, Kushina." However, Jiraiya was unaware of this situation and had no idea what was happening. He was still analyzing what Sanri Qianhuan might do. He contemplated what method to use to stop this person. At that moment, the unknowingly controlled Minato suddenly spoke, "Teacher Jiraiya, let's go kill Sanri Qianhuan together. This person is a menace, and we cannot ignore him." Huh. Minato, didn't you just say you didn't want to get involved in this matter? Why this sudden change of heart? Jiraiya said, bewildered. He felt a sudden change in Minato's aura. Although he had seemed a bit tired before, he had always given off a gentle vibe, but now he emanated an aura that suggested to keep one's distance. "Teacher Jiraiya, I've changed my mind. After killing Sanri Qianhuan, I can still be with Kushina." A forced smile of confidence appeared on Minato's face. "Is that so? Minato, it's great that you think that way. Our Myoboku Mountain will also contact the Longdi Cave and the Surebone Forest. Then the three sacred lands will join you in eliminating this threat to the ninja world." An excited expression appeared on the face of Sage Shima. Seeing that Shima had said so, Jiraiya, despite having some doubts about Minato, chose not to voice them. He buried the question in his heart. "Jiraiya, since that's the case, you two should rest at Myoboku Mountain tonight. Tomorrow morning I'll prepare the most delicious insect feast for you." No cough. "I have some things to do, so I won't stay here tonight," Jiraiya quickly declined, as he did not like eating insects. However, something unexpected happened. He heard his disciple Minato say, "Really? I am looking forward to Granny Shima's cooking. Why doesn't the master stay too?" Even Jiraiya, who was usually laid back, felt a surge of frustration at this moment. When did Minato start liking insects? But he remained silent, not daring to show any signs of discomfort. A blush crept up his face as he awkwardly said, "Minato, do you not realize that I have something important to do? I have a date tonight." With that, his entire body disappeared in a puff. This was the result of the toads dispelling the reverse summoning technique on Jiraiya. It seems little Jiraiya has discovered something. Sage Shima's face showed an indifferent smile. Indeed, otherwise he wouldn't mention having a date at night, he would only say he's going to gather materials. But whether he's here or not is inconsequential, just a tool in search of the child of destiny. Sage Fukasaku also spoke. Ever since Jiraiya first came to Myoboku Mountain, he had been assigned this task. At that time, Jiraiya had used reverse summoning without a summoning beast, causing a time-space distortion that brought him to Myoboku Mountain, and they had guided him in this. However, they did look down on Jiraiya's talent, as at his age he still couldn't fully master Sage Mode and needed their assistance. At that moment, the great Toad Sage spoke, "All right, prepare. I can only see a blurry future, but now with little Minato's memories it seems what I saw is indeed true. I won't allow such a thing to happen. Just a human, does he really think he's the sage of 6 paths from 1,000 years ago? He truly had not seen himself trapped in a cage, but rather being killed by a human. However, for him the future was changeable, so he did not take it to heart. Without having awakened his past lives' memories, he did not regard this person as a threat because even the Sage of Six Paths had defeated that terrifying woman through his guidance. Meanwhile, outside a hot spring in the land of fire, Jiraiya suddenly returned. At this moment his eyes were serious and somewhat confused. He did not wish to maliciously speculate about others, but the events at Miyaboku Mountain had truly scared him. In the blink of an eye, Minato's aura had changed. He had been angry when he heard Minato dismissing the toads before. Now seeing what had been done to Minato at Miyaboku Mountain, Jiraiya immediately changed his mind. One could only say that the person had done well. These toads being imprisoned in a zoo could be considered that person's mercy. Huff! Jiraiya took a deep breath, calming his pounding heart. Then he quickly formed hand seals. Contract seal. The contract seal could seal the connection between summoning beasts and ninjas. By using the contract seal on himself, the toads of Miyaboku Mountain could not reverse summon him. After using this technique, he finally relaxed a bit, feeling a sense of safety. He also did not think he was stronger than Minato now. If Minato had been silently controlled, then he too would not escape. It only seemed that the toads did not regard him as important. He decided to find the person from Minato's memories who had imprisoned the toads in a zoo. At this moment it was midnight, and the ninjas across the entire land of fire suddenly recalled their past lives' memories. Jiraiya was among them. Suddenly he felt a daze in his mind and recalled his past lives' memories. Instantly he felt a chill run down his spine. The events he had just experienced were almost identical to what he had gone through in his past life, just occurring later after his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Minato continuously attempted to assassinate Sanri Qianhuan only to be killed by him in the end. After seeing the subsequent memories, he could not help but curse loudly. Damn, this kid actually went a flirt with Tsunade. Naturally, he was also caught in a dilemma, unsure whether he should seek help from this monarch. Because this monarch had been quite ruthless in his past life and had already given Minato several chances. Thus in this life the monarch might directly kill Minato. Just as he was in deep conflict, he thought of Tsunade. Wasn't Sanri Qianhuan flirting with Tsunade in the last life? Maybe he could mention this matter to her. Surely Tsunade would give him this favor. Jiraiya suddenly felt enlightened. Coincidentally, he had just seen Tsunade in this town during the day. Inside an unknown casino, Tsunade looked at the pile of coins spilled from the slot machine in front of her, showing no intention of picking them up. Such situations usually indicated that something bad was about to happen, and this time was no exception. She recalled memories from her past life. There was a man named Sanri Qianhuan pursuing her, and he even resurrected his brother Shizuru. Because of this incident, she had gradually begun to waver. But this man was nothing but a beast. Upon resurrecting Shizuru, he made Shizuru call him father, and she had no idea what kind of drug he had fed Shizuru, but Shizuru complied. Most outrageous of all, he even made her call him father. Later, Tsunade discovered that this scoundrel not only had many women, but also secretly seduced her disciple Shizune. Yes, this wretch is utterly despicable. He even handed Lady Katsuyu over to Orochimaru for experimentation and imprisoned her in a zoo. With a thunderous crack, Tsunade smashed the slot machine before her. She was seething, not because of the destruction, but because she could not bear the thought of being outshone by that woman on the moon. Lady Tsunade. I wish to return to Konoha. Shizune whispered, cautiously watching her master's fury mount. Tsunade stared at her in stunned disbelief. Could it be? Her disciple too had awakened memories of a past life. Yet Shizune's words ignited a fresh wave of outrage. What did you say? Do you also intend to seek him out? Please, Lady Tsunade, return with me. Everyone has been reborn. Lord Shinra Senko needs our aid. Shizune spoke softly. No way, I refuse to go back. Let him chase after that moon dweller instead. Tsunade snapped, but her voice faltered, her brow furrowing with quiet anguish. Despite herself, she could not help worrying for Senko. That old fox Hiruzen and Danzo would surely move against him. And then there were the three great holy sites. Lady Katsuyu would likely pose no threat. He remembered how fond she'd been of the zoo's atmosphere in his previous life. Still, the Kage and Jonin of other villages remained formidable concerns. And then there was that woman's son. The Sage of Six Paths himself might intervene. Tsunade muttered under her breath, damn fool, why must he court so much trouble? At that moment, casino enforcers stormed in, clubs and blades drawn, striding towards Tsunade with arrogant swagger. Hey lady, what's this about smashing our equipment? Never mind, that's unimportant. How do you plan to compensate us? Shizune, pay them. Tsunade snapped, glancing sideways with palpable irritation. The ringleader sneered, well, you're richer than you look. This slot machine isn't cheap. But since you're so generously endowed, I'll cut you a deal, 8 million ryo. What? Shizune instinctively shielded her luggage, stunned by the sum. In a hushed voice she murmured, Lady Tsunade, we don't have that much. The man threw his arms wide in mock despair, no money. Then why smash our property? You're making this very difficult for me. Here's an idea. I'll arrange employment for you. A wealthy merchant has quite the taste for young ladies like yourselves. Crunch, a stiletto heel slammed into the floor, punching a crater through stone. In one fluid motion, Tsunade seized the ringleader's collar and yanked him close. Leave, before I lose what little restraint I have left. His shirt clung drenched in cold sweat. Only now did it occur to him how exactly did this woman shatter solid steel. His cronies scattered like startled birds. Well, if it isn't our beloved Lady Tsunade. What brings you to bully street thugs? A deep gravelly voice echoed from the casino entrance. A silver-haired figure strode in. Tsunade turned and scowled. Mind your own business. She flung him aside without hesitation. Lord Jiraiya. Shizune cried, her face lighting up with genuine delight. Surely you've come to escort Lady Tsunade back to Konoha. Jiraiya's eyes gleamed. Instinctively, he declared, Little Shizune, come film with the Toad Sage. We'll form a duo, guaranteed virality. Lord Jiraiya, I respectfully decline. I simply cannot. A flicker of panic crossed Shizune's face. She knew him well from her past life. His videos had skirted perilously close to the line, all filmed using transformation technique, of course. Jiraiya, you imbecile. Is that why you're here? Don't you realize she's already caught his eye? Tsunade's fist clenched, veins pulsed violently along her temple, as if ready to crack his skull open at any second. Worst case, once Senko recreated all his past life inventions, she could pool chakra to resurrect Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya gasped, then flushed with envy so profound it turned his skin violet. This is absurdly unfair. I protest. Such bliss, unlike himself who'd never wed, surviving only on visits to certain establishments until His Majesty outlawed them entirely. Thereafter he resorted to commissioning life-sized replicas from factories. After all, most online streamers were just transformed men like him, convincing on screen, but instantly exposed in person. Worse still, many were outright male. Utterly disgraceful. Jiraiya paled further. Thankfully His Majesty remained unaware. Otherwise a minor surgical correction might have been arranged. In the last era, imperial statutes had prescribed precisely such penalties. Ahem. Tsunade, I've come on urgent business, Jiraiya said, cutting straight to the point, and recounted what had transpired at Myobokuzen. Why didn't you tell me about this in your previous life? Back then I feared you'd rush headlong at him over the third Hokage's death and get yourself killed. Later I discovered he was even more reckless than I, and certainly wouldn't kill you. But by then, Minato was already gone. Jiraiya sighed heavy with regret. He didn't need to finish, the truth hung unspoken. His Majesty forbade reviving former enemies. Not necessarily. His record of heartbreak is long. He woos relentlessly, calling every woman sweetheart, yet abandons them the moment a new flame appears. Now countless beauties pursue him. Do you truly believe he'd heed my plea to spare Minato? Tsunade spat, her voice raw with bitterness. In her eyes, Shinra Senko was nothing but a cad, her place in his heart non-existent. No, he is not like that, Lady Tsunade. He simply believed you held no affection for him, and so withdrew. Shizune dared to speak up. Senko had visited her often, though Tsunade had never known. Is that so? Then you know him rather well, already turning traitor mere moments after Rebirth. I'm deeply disappointed in you, Tsunade said, refusing to even address Shizune's secret meetings with Senko, yet enraged that she'd defend him. Now, ladies, please refrain from quarreling over me while my own disciples are held captive. Can you show some empathy? Jiraiya sighed wistfully, dazed with envy. To be fought over by two such women. That alone would make his life worthwhile. Jiraiya, you insufferable fool. What nonsense is that? Tsunade snarled, mortified and furious. Before the words left her lips, her fist shot forward. Jiraiya barely registered the blow, then flew backward like a cannonball, slamming into the casino wall with bone-jarring force. A human-shaped crater exploded outward, bricks shattering, dust billowing in thick clouds. Standing aside, Jing-in was startled and covered her mouth at the scene. She murmured, "Lady Tsunade, you are being too harsh." Tsunade snorted coldly and said, "If I had killed him, I would have to rely on your old flame to gather chakra and help him come back to life." In the ruins, Jiraiya struggled to reach out a hand, attempting to get up. With a bitter smile, he instinctively said, "Tsunade, you are still so violent. Now I finally understand why he didn't come looking for you later." His body was in excruciating pain, yet he wondered what exactly had angered Tsunade this time. However, the way Tsunade got angry was indeed a little cute. No, what am I thinking? Now is not the time to think about these things. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he might have said something thoughtless again. Tsunade's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as she coldly said, "Jiraiya, it seems that the punch earlier wasn't enough to shut you up." Before her words fell, Tsunade leaped high into the air, her right leg lifted high, chakra instantly gathering at her foot, and she struck down fiercely at Jiraiya. Painful heaven kick. In Jiraiya's terrified gaze, a loud bang echoed. The ground beneath him split apart, instantly shaking the entire gambling house and half the street. Jiraiya was directly smashed into the ground by this kick, his whole body trapped in the pit, rolling, his eyes, smoke billowing from his mouth, and he lost consciousness. Seeing the scene, Jing-in turned pale with fear and hurriedly ran over to check on Jiraiya's condition. She squatted by the pit, panicking and shouting, "Lord Jiraiya! Lord Jiraiya! Are you okay? Oh my, you're rolling your eyes. Could it be? Could it be that you've died?" Tsunade dusted off her hands and walked over calmly, her anger having mostly subsided. Glancing at Jiraiya in the pit, she said, "Don't worry, he just broke a few ribs. This guy is tough, he won't die so easily, and with my current medical ninjutsu level, he would have a hard time dying even if he wanted to." Speaking nonchalantly with a disdainful expression on her face, she still jumped into the pit to use medical ninjutsu to heal Jiraiya. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Qianhuan had already drained the Nine Tails to the point of emaciation. Absorbing more chakra might just kill him. At the same time, his body was covered in black sealing techniques, and the oranger chakra of the tailed beast formed a cloak around him. This was because his body couldn't digest such a large amount of chakra at once, but after refining his chakra had already taken on the properties of the Nine Tails chakra, making it so that the Nine Tails chakra no longer harmed him. Moreover, as he absorbed a large amount of the Nine Tails chakra, not only did his chakra levels significantly increase, but his body also awakened the ability to sense malice from the Nine Tails. However, his task was not yet complete. He had only absorbed the chakra into his body and had not yet refined it using the chakra foundation establishment technique. Qianhuan stopped after refining the chakra from the tailed beast's cloak. At that moment, he sensed a strong malice coming from Kushina, thinking that she hated him. But upon seeing the seals on her, he instantly understood what was happening. It turned out that the source of this malice was the Nine Tails. Using the Nine Tails method to sense malice, he detected the presence of the Nine Tails, which amused Qianhuan. So he took another breath from the seal on Kushina. Sure enough, the malice intensified. This was quite interesting. He took the events written by Hong Hongdo and Mei Qin. Annihilate the higher-ups of Konoha, crush other ninja villages, kill the upper ninjas and kage of those villages, destroy the Akatsuki organization, seize the Rinnegan, kill Obito, capture Kaguya, imprison all the summoned beasts of the three great holy lands. Into a zoo, release Otsutsuki Kaguya, separate the tailed beasts and imprison them again in the zoo, implement modern reforms in the ninja world, establish a monarchy and wage war in the stars. After learning about everything he had done in his previous life, Qianhuan couldn't help but have a headache. He had too many enemies. In his previous life, he indeed didn't eat beef. He could even recall that scene upon seeing Nagato. I directly asked, "Am I your son? If not, die." This was indeed fun in his previous life, but it caused him a lot of trouble. The three great holy lands, other ninja villages, the Akatsuki organization, the Sage of Six Paths, and Otsutsuki were probably all going to come one by one. Especially now that Minato had already been summoned, it was likely that that old toad had predicted what he would do or had similarly awakened memories. He did not understand the advanced combat power of these creatures. There was almost no performance of them in the original work, such as the White Snake Sage, the Toad Sage, etc. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had killed these difficult enemies, so others were also unclear about their abilities. He was more wary of these people than of Obito and Nagato. After understanding this information, he decided to have a talk with the Nine Tails. He opened his mouth and asked, "Kushina, is the Nine Tails cursing me?" Kushina's face showed a hint of embarrassment, her lips twitching slightly. She thought to herself, you almost drained all of the Ninetales chakra, how could it not curse you? But she definitely couldn't say it directly. So she said, the Ninetales has indeed been somewhat impolite. She added in her heart, it was indeed very impolite, all the words she could think of were used. Help me tell him to restore his chakra before tomorrow, assist me in my training, and once my divine skills are perfected, I will naturally return his freedom, Qianhuan said. After all, in the original work, the Ninetales setting was that it had infinite chakra, it couldn't really let him drain it dry. So the most likely scenario was that the Ninetales was not proactive while he was absorbing it. This kind of thing was easy to solve. Before his reincarnation, he had given Qianhuan too many examples, which was to paint a big pie. No matter whether he would eventually let the Ninetales free or not, it was not wrong to paint the pie first. I told him, he said you. Kushina hesitated, not conveying the Ninetales' words. She felt a lot of pressure. She couldn't really go and scold this emperor of the ninja world, could she? Tell him if he speaks disrespectfully again, I will stuff him back into his mother's 10 tails and have his mother give birth to him 100 times. Qianhuan looked at Kushina's hesitant expression, sensing the growing malice, and spoke. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space of Kushina, due to excessive chakra loss, the Ninetales was in a very sorry state. He looked just like Minato at that time. Bound tightly by the adamantine chains, he was tied up like a dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. Gritting his teeth and panting, he resembled how he treated those tourists in his past life. Oz. Having learned a rich vocabulary from the tourists, he now used it all. He had lost his mind and just wanted to vent his emotions, not caring whether Qianhuan outside could hear him. Stinky fox you, Oz. Kushina had quite an impressive vocabulary too. Since only she could hear the fox cursing, she retaliated, not wanting to suffer losses. Finally, Kushina's temper flared up. She got worked up and the adamantine fragments quickly contracted. The Ninetales looked like a squeezed SpongeBob, his eyes bulging out. Stop, stop, stop. You little girl, do you want to kill me? The Ninetales finally compromised and stopped spouting sweet nothings. He continued, tell Kimui Qianhuan outside to ask them how they can ensure he won't go back on his word. If I help him and he traps me in a zoo, I might as well be strangled by you. This way I can at least have someone to take the fall. Anyway, I can revive after a while. Gio Xian showed a look of surprise. What were you thinking? Why do you dare to haggle with him? Didn't you hear what he said? He wants the 10 tails to rebirth you 100 times. The Ninetales fell silent, seemingly realizing he had no bargaining chips. The only useful thing was this eco-friendly perpetual motion function. I don't care. I want guarantees. Otherwise, he'll die and you'll die too. The Ninetales started throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground with the golden chains. He looked just like a wriggling maggot. Stinky fox, you think I'm easy to bully? Then just go die. Let's see if you can die. Moreover, His Majesty is the father of your father, the sage of 6 paths. You should be calling him grandpa. Right now you look like an unruly child. If you were my child, I would have slapped you long ago. Gio Xian said, her face showing a furious expression. Just because you Ninetales have a bad temper doesn't mean I do too. Come on, let's hurt each other. Who's afraid of whom? Whoever backs down first is the loser. He. The Ninetales stammered, unable to speak, knowing that in his past life the Sage of 6 Paths had been thoroughly dealt with. Indeed, he was in a sense his father. He is your grandpa. Gio Xian pressed on. No. I don't admit it. You damned little girl, if it weren't for the seal, I would have torn you to shreds already. The Ninetales was furious, and not only were they humiliating him, but they were also insulting the Sage of 6 Paths, which was simply intolerable. In his past life, the Ninetales had always been trapped in a zoo, and only the higher-ranking ninjas knew about the Sage of 6 Paths, so the commoners who often interacted with him never joked about this. Gio Xian was unafraid and took a step forward, her eyes filled with mockery. Ninetales, you better face reality. You were merely created by the Sage of 6 Paths, and you really think much of yourself. Lord Qianhuan can even conquer Kaguyaheim. In front of him you are even less than an ant. You better behave yourself. If it weren't for Minato, she wouldn't waste so many words with the Ninetales. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales' maggot-like eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, but were soon overwhelmed by the helplessness of his past life. But in the end, he lowered his head and reluctantly said, all right, he is my grandpa, I admit it. I will help him refine chakra. Gio Xian's lips curled into a victorious smile as she said, that's more like it, Ninetales. If you had cooperated earlier, we could have saved everyone time. However, the Ninetales did not continue to be angry. After accepting this fact, a strange smile appeared on his face. Jiao Xianai, since you know I'm the grandson of His Majesty, how dare you treat me this way? Quickly release the restraints on me. Jiao Xianai. A complete turnaround. This time Jiao Xianai's smile froze, but it did not disappear. Instead it shifted to the Ninetales' face. Hee hee. How the tides have turned. Little girl, if you don't release me, I will tell my grandpa to punish you and lock you in a cage. The Ninetales let out a triumphant cackle, his grin stretching to his ears, and his golden pupils shone with an unprecedented light. At that moment, he finally found his place. In his past life, he was always confined in a zoo surrounded by countless tourists every day with no dignity to speak of. His powers were sealed, freedom stripped away, and he could only watch helplessly as others pointed and stared at him. He had long experienced his own weakness. From now on, he would no longer have to endure Jiao Xianai's oppression. On the contrary, he could use his identity to completely overpower her. I am the grandson of His Majesty. What are you to me? Moreover, Grandpa promised that as long as I help him refine chakra, I will gain my freedom. Thus, this was the most exhilarating moment of his 2 lifetimes. Jiao Xianai fell silent, her flowing red hair gradually settling down as she slowly unfastened the Ninetales' restraints. Her mind was a bit chaotic. She needed to sort out her thoughts. Didn't she just use the fact that His Majesty is the Ninetales' grandpa to persuade him? How did she turn around in an instant, and the Ninetales used that identity to pressure her? No, something was definitely off. If only Minato were here, he would surely clarify the relationships. At this moment, Jiao Xianai particularly missed that external brain. Humph. The Ninetales snorted coldly, speaking in a commanding tone full of arrogance. Open the seal a bit, I want to breathe fresh air. However, there was no response. Jiao Xianai, who was in the sealing space, had already disappeared. Hey little girl, come back. Hey, hey, hey. The Ninetales called out to Jiao Xianai repeatedly, but there was no response. Jiao Xianai came back to her senses and said, Your Majesty, the Ninetales has agreed to be your grandson under my persuasion. Qianhuan. A look of disbelief appeared on Qianhuan's face. What did she do? Was his request not like this? What use is it to take a fox spirit as a grandson? Why would the Ninetales want to be his grandson? His head was spinning. Ha ha ha. Yuta Mizuki opened her mouth wide, laughing so hard she almost hit the ground, her finger poking at Jiao Xianai's belly, where the Ninetales was sealed. Qianhuan, when did you have such a relationship with the Ten-Tails? Hiss. No, the Ten-Tails at most counts as his mother. Mizuki suddenly tilted her head, her eyes flashing with curiosity as she felt this was too stimulating. Upon hearing this, Jiao Xianai's face flushed red to her ears as she finally realized she had misspoken. I didn't mean that. The Ninetales agreed to help you refine chakra, that's it. Qianhuan's face darkened as he asked, what exactly did you discuss with the Ninetales? Uchiha Mikoto knelt beside the table, confidently holding up the teacup, and said, I guess Jiao Xianai must have discussed you and Kaguya with the Ninetales. As her good sister, I know her well. That's indeed the case. Jiao Xianai nodded in agreement. Only then did Qianhuan suspiciously skip over this matter and said, Ninetales, you should rest with them today. Don't worry about Minato. I give you my word that even if I kill him, I will resurrect him once my strength is restored. The Ninetales was a sustainable power source, so he valued his current master Jiao Xianai very highly. Moreover, Jiao Xianai was not only the Ninetales' host, but also powerful in her own right. Being with her and the others could protect them. Even if Minato attacked, she could buy some time for him to arrive. If you want me as your bodyguard, just say so outright. I promise I won't let anyone harm Misaki and the others. Kushina declared. She felt no aversion to staying among them. Misaki and the others exchanged a glance of quiet concern toward Senko before departing with Kushina. Senko rose slowly, carefully regulating the surging power coursing through his body. The floor groaned under the strain, emitting a sharp, brittle creak. Only after deliberately reducing the intensity of that overwhelming physical force did he fully stand. His bodily constitution had improved dramatically. He needed time to reacquaint himself with this new vessel before advancing to the next stage. Kai, stop striking poses, come spar with me now and see how much I've progressed. Senko said. Father, are you challenging me to a taijutsu duel? Wonderful. I was just about to demonstrate my cultivation achievements to you. Hearing this, Kai emerged from meditation. Moments earlier, he had been practicing the toad technique. At Senko's words, excitement flared across his face. Kakashi, join us too. I've just reached a new milestone in cultivation and need to familiarize myself with this enhanced strength. Though his physical prowess had soared, Senko hesitated to test it directly against Kai, fearing Kai might instantly unlock the 6th or 7th gate and charge like the legendary Toad, sage a collision that could shatter him utterly. After all precedent existed upon welcoming him, Kai had already unleashed the 6th gate in a dazzling burst of chakra fireworks. How much more perilous would an actual sparring match be? As you command, father. Kakashi rose from the ground, gaze solemn and focused, as if preparing to deploy his most formidable techniques. There's no need for such seriousness. You're overthinking it. I'm merely adapting to my current capabilities. Let's begin with taijutsu. He knew his own limitations well. Before reincarnation, he'd never thrown a single punch in anger. Yet these sons of his each had once fought alongside his past self across the starry void. Deep into the night, Konoha village settled into silence, yet countless homes still glowed with lamplight, their inhabitants awake, stirred by the emperor's return. Senko and the others arrived at a training ground near the Hokage Tower. Kai stood aside, eyes alight with eager anticipation. What a truly youthful confrontation. He blurted out, then began stretching vigorously beside them. Kakashi assumed a ready stance, but kept his long blade sheathed. Senko likewise chose no weapon. Drawing on fragmented memories of his predecessor, a cowardly, incompetent genin whose shuriken and kunai throws were abysmal, he knew such tools would serve him poorly. In the next instant, Kakashi moved, chakra flared beneath his feet, propelling him forward in a blur. His fist struck Senko's chest with a deep resonant thud, like a mallet striking a great bronze bell. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply, silver strands of hair trembled faintly in the breeze. The moment his knuckles met his father's chest, they struck not flesh, but unyielding iron. A jarring shockwave surged up his arm, rattling his bones and numbing his palms. Kakashi had assumed his father's absorption of the Nine-Tails chakra had already granted him extraordinary power, and he'd set his expectations high. Yet he'd never imagined that mere moments after rebirth his father would possess such staggering physical resilience. Truly only his father could achieve such a feat. Senko had seen the strike coming and reacted, but his limbs remained uncoordinated. Still no pain registered. It felt less like a blow and more like a gentle nudge. Kakashi, strike harder. Don't hold back for fear of injuring me, Senko urged, sensing that Kakashi's current output barely scratched the surface of his true capacity. At those words, Kakashi stepped back, gathered chakra into his fist once more, and lunged, only to have Senko seize his wrist mid-swing. Kakashi, focus properly. Senko chided, dissatisfied. Yet Kakashi's perpetually weary eyes widened slightly in awkward disbelief. Father, please release my hand. I can't break free, and I feel the chakra I'd infused into my fist being drawn into you. What? Senko exclaimed, astonished, then loosened his grip. He hadn't even exerted noticeable force. Could absorbing a single Nine-Tails truly bestow such overwhelming might? An ordinary punch from Kakashi now felt like idle scratching. His physical strength and constitution had ascended beyond reason, especially his defense. In this world, shinobi universally possessed overwhelming offense, but negligible defense, yet Senko's resilience had soared in tandem. He'd caught Kakashi's fist effortlessly, a reflex speed he couldn't recall possessing in his former life. And now he could even absorb chakra from direct contact. This cultivation art had remade his very body into a unique transcended vessel. A holistic, all-encompassing evolution that was true Tao cultivation. If he absorbed and refined the chakra of all the tailed beasts, then compressed and condensed it via his art to achieve foundation establishment, what unimaginable power might he wield? Senko burned with anticipation. He continued testing his new physique. Kakashi retreated a step and formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the words left his lips, searing flames erupted from his mouth, coalescing instantly into a colossal fireball hurtling towards Senko. Senko stood motionless, watching the inferno approach with unnerving calm, the fireball's trajectory slowing perceptibly before his gaze. Just as the blaze neared contact, he lifted his palm, slowly pressing it flat against the fireball's surface, yet the sphere did not shrink as he'd expected. Instead, flames surged up his arm and engulfed his entire form. He felt a sharp sting on his skin, but it remained bearable, little more than the mild, fleeting warmth of scalding water. Passive chakra absorption proved slower than anticipated. Before the fire could further scorch his flesh or incinerate his garments, he swiftly wove hand seals according to his cultivation art. The flames clinging to his body instantly recoiled, collapsing inward and vanishing entirely into his core. A promising ability. Though he could easily dodge such attacks with a single leap in certain constrained scenarios, it would prove invaluable. Yet accelerating absorption required manual seals, an inconvenient limitation. After observing the fire technique, Kakashi's expression turned grave. He realized he'd underestimated his father. Though the great fireball technique rarely proved lethal, Senko's composure was absurd, treating it not as a devastating attack, but as a passing breeze, which he then stored away like a captured gust. Father, prepare yourself. I'm going all out. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, his usual languid aura replaced by razor-edged battle intent. He lowered his center of gravity and drew his tanto, its blade crackling with violet lightning radiating palpable dread. Senko steeled himself. He had no doubt this slash would pierce his defenses. As Kakashi lunged, blade arcing toward his throat, he gathered chakra into his fist and delivered a single decisive strike. Kakashi felt death's cold breath brush his neck. Still disoriented from removing his Sharingan, he twisted desperately to evade. But the punch was too swift. With no time left, he crossed his arms before his face. Boom! Fist met forearm in a thunderous impact. Kakashi felt as though a tailed beast itself had struck him, then launched violently backward, carving a sonic boom through the air before slamming headlong into a massive oak tree with a deafening crash. Ugh! Kakashi spat blood. One arm hung broken, with his remaining hand he braced himself on his tanto, dropping to one knee. Kakashi. Kai's roar hadn't faded before he crashed beside the shattered tree like a viridian tempest, kneeling hard, heedless of pain, and cradling Kakashi's neck and waist to lift him upright. Kakashi, are you alright? Kai demanded, voice raw with urgency. Seeing emerald chakra flare around his friend, Kakashi recognized Kai's panicked activation of the 8 gates. Yet, instead of gratitude, alarm flooded his heart. He staggered upright, intercepting Senko, who was approaching to apologize, and blurted, Father, please don't misunderstand. Kai and we're not that kind of relationship. What kind of relationship? Qianhuan's mind was slightly short-circuited, unable to comprehend Kakashi's words. He then continued, Kakashi, I'm sorry I didn't control my strength well. Let's stop training for now. I'll have Kai take you to the Konoha hospital. No, I can go by myself. Let Kai continue training with you. Kakashi's complexion paled slightly as if he recalled something unpleasant. He then broke free from Kai's grip, attempting to stand up and go to the hospital. However, it was evident that Qianhuan's punch had caused serious injuries, and he slipped, nearly falling to the ground. Kai, quick on his feet, caught Kakashi and, without regard for Kakashi's consent, lifted him in a princess. Furrowing his brows, he said, youth should not be wasted on harming the body. Kakashi's ears turned red instantly at such treatment, anxiously explaining to Qianhuan, Father, you must believe me, I was watching Paradise of Affection. He didn't want it to be this way. In his previous life, his father had said they were filled with passion. Today, just after his rebirth, he had forgotten about this matter. Now that big heart Kai was performing this in front of his father, making him feel utterly embarrassed. But being injured, he could not resist at all and could only allow Kai to carry him. What an enviable relationship. Qianhuan couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to Kakashi saying, that kind of trashy book is not something you should be reading right now. Hand it over to me, and I will keep it safe for you. A motherly smile appeared on his face as he addressed Kai. Kai, I entrust Kakashi to you. I order you to take him to the Konoha hospital within 1 minute, and you are not to leave his side until he is treated. He held great respect for both Kai and Kakashi. Moreover, from Kakashi's performance, he realized he had done the same in his past life. It was a pity. He had just wanted to spar with Kai to test the gap in strength between his current abilities and Kai's 8th gate. However, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. He could only test himself later. Understood, Father. I promise to complete the task, Kai replied earnestly. Kai, put me down or support me, I can walk on my own. Kakashi was still trying to make one last struggle, but it was futile. Kai completely ignored his words. Stop whining. The priority now is for you to recover quickly. Hold tight, we're off. Destination Konoha Hospital. With a whoosh, a sound of air breaking, Kai, having opened the 6th gate, vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint green silhouette. Qianhuan watched them leave, and Kakashi's voice came from afar. Hey! Kai, there are so many people watching. Let them watch. After all, the whole of Konoha knows you are my lifelong. What was it again? Right, my lifelong rival and close friend. After they left, Qianhuan was left alone to continue testing and adapting to his body. He discovered that ordinary blades could hardly harm him at all, merely leaving white scratches on his resilient skin. Then he performed a series of ninjutsu releases, but unfortunately the original body had very few jutsu and none of the advanced ones. He had no choice in this matter. After getting accustomed to his body, he took out the book on foundation establishment techniques that Kakashi had transcribed. He carefully flipped through it and began studying. As he continued to form seals, the natural energy in the surroundings started to flow towards him, and it began to merge and condense with the chakra within him. Meanwhile, in another place deep in the night, moonlight poured into the room as Kushina and others lay side by side on the soft bedding. Red Bean suddenly rolled over on top of the red blanket. With an evil grin on her face, she said, "Hong, did you dress so flamboyantly on purpose tonight? You made me lose face in front of Qianhuan. Now tell me how you plan to compensate me." Her hands mischievously scratched Red, prompting her to struggle. Indeed, Hong's outfit today was quite eye-catching, and I envy it. Mikoto chimed in. "It's so itchy, Red Bean, stop it." Yuhi Kurenai struggled with all her might, but was firmly bound by Red Bean. Then in a pleading tone she said, "I was wrong, haha, I was wrong. Let me go, I didn't want it that way. That was made by my father with great care. He forced me to wear it." "That's more like it." Satisfied, Red Bean released her grip on Red and lay back down, saying, "By the way, we didn't succeed tonight. Qianhuan's growth in this life will be faster, his body will become stronger, and he will have to endure more hardships in the future." Mikoto was about to say that Qianhuan did not have memories from his previous life and that they should give him time to adapt, but thought better of it since Kushina was lying beside her and kept quiet. Instead, she said, "There's nothing we can do about it. He has so many enemies now, how can he focus on these matters? But Qianhuan is really gentle. In his previous life, he was afraid we couldn't handle it, so he specifically strengthened our bodies." Kushina's face displayed a confused expression. She did not understand why Kamishiro Qianhuan's enhanced physique would necessitate strengthening theirs. Was there a connection? She asked, "Does this Majesty strengthen your bodies to send you to the battlefield?" Red Bean. Mikoto. Ninetales. The moment these words were spoken, several of them fell silent. Red immediately covered her face with the blanket, not wanting to see anyone. It was simply too embarrassing. Red Bean and the others were truly something. With Kushina here, they would bring up such matters. Mikoto chuckled softly, thinking to herself that this sister truly was something, not even aware of such matters. Surely she hadn't been with Minato yet. A mischievous smile appeared on Red Bean's face as she looked meaningfully at Kushina. Feeling the current atmosphere, Kushina also sensed that she had said something wrong. Yet she could not figure out where she had gone wrong. Just as she was about to ask, she felt the Ninetales within her erupting with an unprecedented laughter. "Little girl, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die laughing. Ha 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 ha." The Ninetales' living conditions had improved significantly, and he was no longer bound by the adamantine chains. He pounded the ground with his paws, laughing so hard that he could barely straighten his back. "What are you laughing at? Stop laughing." Kushina, embarrassed and furious, bound the Ninetales into a dumpling again. With only his head remaining outside, the Ninetales was not angry and continued to laugh heartily, his orange-tailed beast chakra spilling from the corners of his eyes. "Hey!" In the ceiling space, Kushina's red hair flared up as she entered a rage state. "I told you to stop laughing." Then, with chains binding the Ninetales, she began to slam him against the ground of the ceiling space. "Stop, little maid, you will shatter my old bones," Jiawei complained. Yet even he, noble as an imperial grandson, could not afford to defy her. A person beneath a roof must bow. This little firebrand of the Xuanhua clan possessed a temper much like that old woman Xuanhua Shuehu. If she truly lost her mind, he alone would suffer. "Speak quickly, what on earth is happening?" Juxinai asked. Everyone knew, but her witch made her seem naive. Jiawei clapped his two paws before his chest, a lecherous curl crossing the fox's muzzle as his palms smacked together. "You see, the strength of both my palms is balanced, so neither is harmed, but if one palm grows stronger or larger, the other will be injured. Do you understand?" Though he was not human and did not grasp the meaning behind such acts, that did not mean he was ignorant. After all, Chen Shouju Jian and that old woman Xuanhua Shuehu often did this. He disliked watching such things, but over time he could not help but notice. Moreover, visitors at the zoo in his former life sometimes loved to speak lewdly. He remembered vividly a little one named Zuozhu asking him how tail beasts gave birth. "You stinking fox. You, Juxinai's cheeks flushed crimson. Children of the ninja world matured unnervingly early, though long watched by the Umbu, and with few friends, she understood what those women meant. Cough. What do you mean, what? I was kindly explaining, and you still won't release me. Jiawei grumbled. I refuse to speak to you. Juxanai snapped in anger and left Jiawei gaping. He remained bound, writhing on the ground like a worm. That little brat is unbearable, refusing to free me. She might as well never unbind me. Jiawei muttered to himself within the sealed space. Nevertheless, he wriggled upright and tried to sit cross-legged, attempting to refine chakra for his imperial grandfather. You wicked little maid. How dare you bind me so tightly? Jiawei barked. Though he could still refine chakra, thus it felt profoundly awkward. Outside the sealed space, Juxanai declared in shame and anger, Meichin, you've been corrupted by that man. You can even say such things aloud, and done with you. Juxanai, ashamed and furious, recalled how they once only gossiped about that man's looks. Now her sisters had fallen so far, corrupted to this degree. Heh, Juxanai, how did you know what we were talking about? Surely Jiawei told you, did he? Meichin chuckled, covering her mouth. Meichin laughed softly. Juxanai, so naive moments before, understood everything within half a minute. There was cause for it, and besides them, Juxanai now knew only Jiawei. I never thought Jiawei would be such an indecent fox. He understands things like this perfectly. When he was sealed within a Jinchuriki, did he peek at people's private lives? Hondo asked with curious shivers. Jiawei. He could not help but pity Juxanai. She wondered whether this was why Qianhuan's past life had no ties to Juxanai. After all, whenever that man acted wickedly, he draped his plans in countless layers of barriers. If that's so, tail beasts are simply too depraved. They should never be sealed inside humans. Qianhuan ought to have locked them in a zoo. Zirahong adopted Juxanai's tone and declared, old Grandma Shuehu is so pitiable. That stinking fox is utterly detestable. Jiawei had indeed been observing the outside world and nearly choked with anger at their words. He, a tail beast without gender, had no interest in such matters. How did he become a scoundrel in their mouths? It wasn't as if he had chosen to be sealed inside someone's belly. No, he would speak for the tail beasts. He would change these foolish women's perceptions. Alas, those beyond could not hear him. In the lands of the Yuanfei clan, Yuanfei Risen had just finished his task. He had gone to wipe out the root. With Tuankang's roster in hand, he left none alive, slaughtering them cleanly. The root lay littered with corpses. It had been done to afford Tuankang a measure of dignity. Moonlight poured through the window onto his face, revealing a tired, aged countenance. Yuanfei Risen was in disarray, bloodshot veins rimmed his eyes, but he no longer cared. A cracked pipe rested in one hand. He took harsh draws that made him cough violently. In the other, he held 3 blood-stained forehead protectors. They belonged to Tuankang Menyan and Xiaochun. His mind kept returning to their youthful days and to the expression, neither dead nor at peace, on their faces when he himself severed their heads. Tuankang Menyan, Xiaochun, forgive me. Our existence has indeed rotted Mai. If under him Mai has a brighter future, then we old men must step aside. He murmured, explaining to them and consoling himself. The more he pondered, the more he convinced himself it was true. He was no longer the idealistic third of old. With time his decisions had grown cautious, eroded by power and compromise. He had turned a blind eye to Tuankang's excesses, to the corruption of Mui's elders, to Da Shiwan's human experiments, to Baya's death. Had Sanri Qianhuan not appeared, what else would he have accepted? Under his leadership, Mai had outwardly prospered, yet in truth it had long since rotted. Thus ending it by his own hand felt right. He began to brainwash himself, soothing his conscience. A death was simple now, but only by convincing himself could he find the courage to go on living. For only by living could he ensure his son Asima's survival. Otherwise Asima would be endangered. In agony, he pressed his friend's forehead protectors against his wrinkled face. After a moment, he lowered his trembling hand and stepped outside. Yuanfei Risen pushed open Asima's door. The room was in ruins. Asima sat at the bedside, dazed, his eyes hollow with despair and his head bound in bandages. Those wounds had come from Yuanfei Risen forcing Asima's head repeatedly against the ground. They had since been dressed. Yuanfei Risen approached and laid a hand on Asima's shoulder. Asima, are your injuries all right? His hand was suddenly flung away. Asima responded with a hoarse, bitter laugh. Injuries? What good are they? Hong followed that man. Asima snapped, his voice suddenly sharp. You even knelt before that man. Asuma, I'm sorry, it's my father's incompetence. Sarutobi, Hiruzen said after a moment of silence to comfort him. Asuma suddenly went wild, standing up and shouting, Don't say that. I know it's all because of me. If it weren't for me being so useless, you would have other choices. It's because I'm so worthless that you ended up kneeling to him and calling him father. At this point Asuma's voice dropped. I also know that it's because I'm this useless that Hong won't even look at me. Seeing his son's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart being cut like a knife. To commit suicide for a woman to stab Susanoo with a kunai, and it was for a woman who didn't even like him, it was simply not worth it. But no matter what, this is still my son. Asuma, this is not your fault. It's that person who is too dazzling. Even the first Hokage is not as impressive as him. Saw you lost a woman while I lost the recognition of all the ninjas in Konoha. Saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, then reached out to pat Asuma's shoulder, continuing, "We are just mere mortals, thus do not hate yourself any longer." Sarutobi Hiruzen found an excuse for Asuma's failure, allowing him to blame all his failures on this person being too powerful. He had done the same managing Konoha for decades, yet in the end there were hardly any who truly supported him. Even his close umbu disappeared without a trace, let alone others in Konoha. The common ninjas who were prioritized under the will of fire had even become his most fervent opponents. This undoubtedly revealed his failure, which was the most damaging to him. Upon hearing this, Asuma's emotions did stabilize somewhat as he knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Father, I can't do it. I really can't. I am in so much pain to the point where I no longer have the strength to stand up." Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. He was powerless to change his son's suffering, and with the assassination of the Fire Country's daimyo looming tomorrow, he had no choice but to resort to some radical measures to ensure his son's survival, even though it would be painful. He raised his head, avoiding looking at Asuma, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Asuma, no matter what, you must not die, because if you do, all that I have done will be in vain, and I will become a clown. For your father's final dignity, you must live on. This is the last thing you can protect." The next day, early in the morning, a figure appeared on the streets of Konoha, accompanied by fluctuations of time and space. He was clad in a dark high-collared robe, with an empty left sleeve fluttering in the wind and several strands of hair falling to cover one eye. The face of a man in his 30s or 40s had lost the innocence of youth, but retained the unique handsomeness of the Uchiha clan. The adult Sasuke was brought back to this time by a time-space artifact left by Otsutsuki. The king has returned, and now there is hope for the days ahead. With the return of His Majesty Qianhuan, we must build the ninja world back to its former glory in the least amount of time. I heard that last night His Majesty defeated the Konoha F4 and made Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old man, his adopted son. How enviable. Noisy voices came from all around, and the adult Sasuke suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He noticed that the buildings on the street were not much different from those in his childhood. However, the conversations among the pedestrians made him feel somewhat horrified. What time is this? Who are the Konoha F4, and who is His Majesty Qianhuan? That old man of the third Hokage has become the adopted son of this king. He felt his brain in a tangle. What on earth are all these chaotic matters? It seemed that events had occurred during this time that he did not know about. He shifted his gaze to a further distance, looking towards the Hokage rock. On the rock wall, originally carved with the statues of 7 Hokages, now only 3 remained. This means that at this time the 4th Hokage had not yet taken office. It is now Konoha's 48th year or earlier thus. His parents and Itachi are still alive. The Uchiha clan had not yet been exterminated. Even Sasuke's resilient heart could not help but waver. He wanted to see his parents and his brother Itachi. But there were still more important matters at hand, which were to find the lost Boruto and to eliminate Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Kanshiki used a time-space artifact to return to the past to reclaim the chakra of the Nine Tails, but he did not expect to have accidentally traveled several decades into the past. Otsutsuki Kanshiki had to exit the time-space realm earlier, so he had to arrive a little later. Just then, Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. He suddenly saw a golden long sword in the distance, smashing several statues on the Hokage rock to pieces. It was indeed a long sword, as it was so long that it could rival the sword in his complete Susanu's hand. He had never seen such a ninjutsu, which piqued his curiosity. Although he had no good feelings towards the previous few generations of Hokage, he was prepared to go and take a look, as that direction led to the Hokage building. Boruto would definitely also go over to check it out. Qianhuan awoke from his cultivation, suddenly opening his eyes and feeling the power within him increase geometrically, with a layer of faint golden light appearing on the surface of his body. At this moment he had advanced to the first layer of chi refining in this technique, which specifically referred to the chakra refining stage. After reaching the first layer, a magatama appeared on his clothing. He tried changing his clothes, and it was still the same. It seemed to be a quirky trait from his previous life. He did not attempt to form seals to release ninjutsu, instead with a thought a 40-meter-long golden sword appeared in his hand. This sword directly pierced a hole in the Hokage building. This was also the result of his efforts from the previous night. Of course, this was not a technique he researched himself, but rather one that came with the art called the 40-meter-long sword, which could be used directly upon reaching the first layer of chi refining, making it extremely convenient. This was certainly a technique developed with consideration for his chakra control level from his previous life. Otherwise, using ordinary ninjutsu now would also yield impressive results. Holding the great sword, he controlled the surging power within his body and walked outside the Hokage building, swinging at the Hokage rock behind him. In an instant, 3 Hokage statues had their heads severed and fell to the ground. He felt absolutely no resistance. At this time, hearing the commotion, Akamichi and others rushed over quickly. They each had dark circles under their eyes, unable to open them, appearing spiritless. It seemed they had not slept well last night. Upon realizing that it was Qianhuan behind this, they all awakened, but seeing Qianhuan's immense power, they sensed something was amiss. Qianhuan's speed of becoming stronger was so fast, they really were going to suffer because of this. Qianhuan, what kind of ninjutsu is this? I've never seen it in my past life. Akamichi asked, as the Qianhuan from his previous life had followed the system rewards and continued along the original path of the Hokage world, becoming the host of the Ten Tails, and reaching the 6 paths level. This life seemed to be different. Qianhuan said, "This is the chakra cultivation I studied in my former life. Once I have pacified the ninja world, I will pass this art on to you." After all, cultivating this art consumes an enormous amount of chakra. For now only he can sustain it, and there remain many enemies he must face. Jiyoshi-na looked on with envy, thinking how fortunate that man was. He had created his own technique and planned to share it with everyone, while reflecting that Shuimen still needed her to beg others for rescue. As she thought this, a ripple in space suddenly appeared. The Shuimen she had longed for stood before her. Without a word, he reached out as if to seize her and carry her away. Upon reaching the first level of foundation refinement, Qianhuan's body experienced astonishing enhancement in every aspect. He was the first to react. When the spatial disturbance arose, he detected the anomaly through the Ninetales' ability to probe hostile intent and struck instantly in Shuimen's direction. Shuimen's finger had extended only a centimeter when the enormous blade, sharp to the extreme, fell before him, moving at a speed beyond visual perception and cleaving the air with a razor-like crack. Given the situation, Shuimen had no time for any other maneuver and immediately employed Fei-lation teleportation. Yet Qianhuan's blade, unfathomably swift, still struck him, ripping from shoulder to mid-torso and nearly bisecting Shuimen. Though he teleported away, he was gravely wounded. This was Shuimen. Had it been anyone else, they would already have been torn to pieces by Qianhuan. Only then did Jiyoshi-na react, exclaiming, "Shuimen." Jiyoshina's face drained of color. She had not expected His Majesty to be so ruthless and decisive, to strike without hesitation. "Rest assured, I keep my word. If I kill him, I will resurrect him. He will suffer only flesh wounds," Qianhuan said to comfort her. Of course, he was no saint. When he resurrected Shuimen, he would surely seek ways to strip him of his power, for Shuimen's Fei-lation technique was far too useful. He sheathed the 40-meter blade, which still bore Shuimen's golden hair and blood. He handed these relics to Jiyoshi-na in case that single stroke had already slain Shuimen. Those items could be used to resurrect Shuimen. Jiyoshi-na accepted Shuimen's relics, carefully sealed them into a scroll, and only then did her racing heart calm as she nodded to Qianhuan. After the incident, Qianhuan gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Though the blow had the flavor of a sneak attack, even Shuimen had nearly been killed in an instant. His brute strength and flying brick might had likely reached the shadow rank, perhaps even slightly beyond it. Once he mastered this power, he could ascend to super shadow. The 6 paths, however, remained a distant horizon. At the 6 paths level, becoming a Ten Tails Jinchuriki grants ninjutsu capable of devastating the surface itself. Yet, by absorbing more tail beast chakra when he reached foundation establishment, or perhaps even before, he might attain power comparable to the 6 paths. But that was not the point now. The crucial matter was that Xuanhua Jiyoshi-na must bear Shuimen's Fei-lation mark, otherwise Shuimen could not have arrived here directly. Although Shui Men had been severely wounded, his opponents included the three sanctuaries, among them the Slug of Shigulin, a summoned beast of Gangho with considerable healing prowess. Moreover, the mark's duration was permanent. This could not be ignored. He said, "Jioshi na come, and let me examine your body." Within Myomushin, a fragment of the slug, the white snake matron of Long Daidong, and the great toad sage were each positioned on a side of the great hall. Only the three of them occupied the hall, because the three sanctuaries were not in the land of fire. They had not yet awakened memories of their past lives. A complacent smile still lingered on the great toad sage's wrinkled face, but in the next moment a golden-haired figure staggered into their assembly. Wufeng Shuimen clutched his right shoulder with his left hand to keep his body from falling apart. Warm blood gushed through his fingers like a broken dam, instantly staining his clothes. Such a fast blade. After uttering those words, he could no longer hold the wound and collapsed. The great toad sage's expression froze. Shuimen was someone the sage held in high regard. His earlier trip to Mai had been only to gather intelligence and to abduct the Ninetails Jinchuriki. Because the Ninetails had been confined like an exhibit in the previous life, with its help he would have been far more confident in slaying that man. Yet in barely a second Shuimen had been wounded so grievously, terrifying indeed. The slug's fragment reacted swiftly. The pearly mass shot up from the ground and sealed Shuimen's wound. The bleeding from Shuimen then stopped. How is this possible? The great toad sage rose from his seat, his aged body trembling with shock. A grave look crossed the white snake matron's face as she addressed the great toad sage. Could your control have slowed Shuimen's reaction? The great toad sage shook his head and sank back into his seat in despondence. I merely altered his mind with this little toad. The change is complete and will not affect Shuimen. After he spoke, a translucent little toad appeared in his palm. Was this person already so formidable that he could wound Shuimen so severely in an instant? According to Shuimen, this man had been reborn for only a single night. Such a leap in strength filled them with despair. What could they possibly do? Should they meekly accept being locked in a zoo? Yet his prophecy had foretold that he would be slain by this. He suddenly felt regret. Had it not been for the Shuimen matter, perhaps he would indeed have been relegated to a zoo as Shuimen predicted. But by ordering Shuimen to seize the Ninetails Jinchuriki, he had apparently angered that man and left himself no way out. Thinking of his prophetic gift, a bitter smile creased his wrinkled face. Fortune and ruin both born of prophecy. Gamamaru, great toad sage, let us strike now. The white snake sage spoke softly. If we let him grow another day, we may truly lose our chance. Even if I am cut down, I will not accept being locked in that so-called zoo. The toad sage nodded and turned his gaze to the slug treating Shuimen. Koyu, what do you think? Me? Lords, may I abstain? I do not actually oppose being placed in a cage. At least His Majesty would provide food and lodging, likely better than Shigulin. The slug's voice resonated in the minds of the two sages. She trembled all over. Had she known they called her for something so dangerous, she would not have come. You are tending to his enemy. If he discovers what you have done, he will surely kill you. Gamamaru threatened. The slug's body was enormous, and its strength terrifying. It was likely the most powerful. Moreover, when the slug is harmed, it can divide into countless smaller slugs, rendering it nearly immune to physical damage, perfectly suited to counter Sanri Qianhuan's mighty slashes. Therefore, even if he had to deceive, he would trick the slug into aiding him against Sanri Qianhuan. How could you think that? I only wish to save someone. The slug sage panicked and urged, let us flee. The white snake sage. The toad sage. Where would you run? Did you not hear Shuimen? In his past life he fought to the very stars. The great toad sage snapped. How could the slug be so cowardly? After so many years as an ancient creature, why would she be so afraid that she would rather be locked in a zoo? Is there truly no way? I am so frightened, the slug sage asked. There is none. Has the shinobi world not always been like this? Before Huiji arrived, it was survival of the fittest. The white snake matron said. But I am slow. It takes a long time to go from Shigulin to Mai. Why do you not begin the attack, and I will arrive shortly? Slug, you worry too much. We have Wufeng Shuimeno. Once you heal him, we can use his Feilation technique to teleport us to Mai, the toad sage said. Upon hearing this, the slug sage no longer wished to heal Shuimen. She slowed the treatment. Comfortable in Shigulin, she had no desire to wade into such dirty affairs. Qianhuan, what do you intend to do? Hongdo immediately blocked Qianhuan's path, her expression one of deep grievance, as Qianhuan had not even made a move towards her since his rebirth. She might not say anything about looking for other sisters, but the thought of seeking another woman made her extremely jealous. Jiyoshinai also placed her hands protectively in front of her, taking a step back. A series of blows had left her feeling like a startled fawn. Her gaze towards Qianhuan had changed. Of course it's to check the Flying Thunder God seal on Watergate. If that thing isn't removed, it will persist forever. Now that the 9 tails are very important to me, how can I let Watergate abduct Jiyoshinai? Qianhuan said naturally. At that moment he suddenly sensed a faint malevolence not far away, but he chose to remain silent. After all, it was unreasonable to expect everyone to feel grateful towards him. Qianhuan, you're even scaring Jiyoshinai. If you keep this up, we won't pay you any attention. It's really absurd. You could clearly explain things instead of taking this route. Mikoto spoke, her beautiful eyes turning as she looked at Qianhuan with some disdain. She waited for Mikoto to finish speaking. Suddenly Qianhuan felt that the previous malevolence had intensified considerably. He couldn't help but speculate, was this envy towards him? Jealous of his blissful situation? If that were the case, then let them be thoroughly envious. Thus Qianhuan abruptly pulled Mikoto into his embrace, feigning innocence, as he said, "What car? What are you all thinking? You're truly too filthy-minded. I am clearly a pure-hearted young man, almost corrupted by you all." After doing this, he suddenly felt the malevolence close in on him, even fiercer than that of the 9 tails from last night, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Yet now the 9 tails exhibited almost no malevolence towards him. He found himself puzzled. Was it really necessary? Couldn't they just find a partner themselves? Seeing others being affectionate made them jealous to the point of wanting to kill, their emotions so extreme. It was simply absurd. He was somewhat curious about who was spying on him nearby. Qianhuan. Mikoto's eyes widened in surprise at Qianhuan's actions, but as she felt his solid arms and warm breath, her gaze became somewhat dreamy and her voice lost its strength. However, she still braced herself, pulling away from Qianhuan, saying, "Others are watching." But Qianhuan's focus was not on Mikoto. He felt the malevolence was about to overflow. It was as if he had destroyed the other's cradle. At any moment they could strike against him, yet it seemed they were holding back for some reason. Time rewound half a minute earlier. At this moment the adult Sasuke had just arrived and saw Qianhuan nearly cleaving Watergate in half with a single strike. He was utterly shocked. He had seen Naruto's father during the 4th Great Ninja War. He had a vivid memory of the Flying Thunder God technique of Namake's Minato. He simply did not expect that as soon as Naruto's father appeared, he would almost perish. This man was truly terrifying. Sasuke, unaware that Qianhuan had a method to sense malevolence, mistakenly believed that Qianhuan's reaction speed was even faster than that of Namake's Minato. He did not want to reveal his presence. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Qianhuan say he was going to check Naruto's mother's health. He halted in his tracks. His best friend's mother was being treated that way, and he could not stand idly by, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain it to Naruto. At the same time, he noticed that his own mother was nearby and seemed to have a very close relationship with this so-called monarch. Disgust bubbled up within him. At that moment, he did not know what kind of relationship his mother had with this person. But soon after, he felt a surge of fury, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan activating simultaneously. He looked on in disbelief at the scene before him. This man was actually holding in his arms. How dare he? The adult Sasuke was completely enraged, his whole body trembling, his chest heaving violently. He truly wanted to kill this man before him with a single strike. Just as he was about to make a move, he noticed that his mother was not resisting at all, and that familiar look in her eyes was one he had seen in Sakura's eyes. He stood there dumbfounded, frozen in place, trapped in a state of collapse. How could his mother have changed like this? No, this had to be fake, it had to be. He did not believe it. His mother was definitely not such a person, and this man was forcing her. And why had he not seen his father's figure even now? Who are you to be spying on father? A childish voice filled with questioning came from behind him. The adult Sasuke froze in shock. He thought to himself that he had been careless. He had been so focused on his anger that he had forgotten to observe his surroundings. This was utterly uncharacteristic of him. But why did this voice sound so familiar? It was as if he had heard it often in the past. He cautiously turned around, his pupils involuntarily constricting. He recognized that the owner of the voice was his older brother Uchiha Itachi. His brother Uchiha Itachi was staring at him with a gaze full of killing intent. Wait, what had he seen? That was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his brain instantly short-circuited. Because the information being conveyed was far too much, far too shocking. He was shocked to the point of disbelief. He even forgot about Itachi's earlier reprimands. The adult Sasuke could not wait to ask Itachi. Why do you have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? What does that have to do with you? I'm asking you why you're spying on father. Itachi's eternal eye was firmly locked onto the person before him. He felt that this person seemed somewhat familiar, but he was certain he had never seen him before, and this person also had an eternal eye, not to mention a Rinnegan. This person also recognized him, which was enough for him to take seriously. However, upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke was once again stunned. Itachi had clearly activated the Mangekyo, which was a bloodline limit unique to the Uchiha clan. But he referred to this person as father. Yet Sasuke knew that saying anything now would be futile, because at this time he had not yet been born. Claiming to be Itachi's younger brother would not convince Itachi. Moreover, Sasuke realized that he could not expose himself. Otherwise, he might change history. But history had already changed. His heart was in turmoil. He wanted to think quietly for a moment and reconsider what he should do. Just as he intended to leave, the man who had just been in contact with his mother had already stood in front of him. The next words from that man made him feel a chill run down his spine. Uchiha Sasuke. Qianhuan immediately recognized the newcomer, saying, "Interesting to have arrived here using the Otsutsuki treasure. I was wondering who would hate me so much." He finally understood why his affectionate actions with Mikoto would provoke such hatred from this hidden figure. It was indeed because he was about to destroy the other's cradle. However, he was not afraid of this adult Sasuke, for not only had the Sasuke lost an arm, but he was also in a very weak state, often running low on chakra, much like the original Kakashi. Besides, his mother was still here. Sasuke would surely refrain from doing anything impulsive. Otherwise, he would definitely say something like, "Sasuke, you wouldn't want your mother to suffer, would you?" Adult Sasuke also paused in his steps to leave, and his emotions had stabilized. He was not planning to leave. He was confident in himself, believing that at this point in time no one in the ninja world was his opponent, and he wanted to understand exactly what was happening. Thus he slowly opened his mouth to question, "Who exactly are you? In my impression, there is no one like you in the ninja world." "Qianhuan, are you saying he is called Uchiha Sasuke, and he is a person who has traveled through time to come here? Does that mean he is related to our son Kamizuki Sasuke?" At this moment, Mikoto interjected, as she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the man before her. Sasuke, upon hearing this, was momentarily caught off guard, his previously aloof expression changing, dramatically turning green with emotion. He stared in shock at his mother. "What on earth, Kamizuki Sasuke? So if there's no Uchiha Sasuke in the future, how did I come into being? Mother, are you implying that you are referring to the Kamizuki Sasuke you had with him?" Sasuke asked, no longer willing to hide his feelings. The notion of changing history was irrelevant now, as history had changed, and he would no longer exist in the future. Did he still need to worry about these matters? Itachi, upon hearing Sasuke's question, wore an expression of disbelief on his young face, while all his killing intent dissipated. This was indeed his brother. Yet he felt that his brother Kamizuki Sasuke couldn't possibly be like this. A look of astonishment flashed across Mikoto's face. In his past life, Sasuke had not yet grown up, but upon closer inspection, he did bear some resemblance to her Sasuke. Could it be that he truly was her Sasuke, who had traveled back to the present using the time artifact of Otsutsuki? She had heard Qianhuan mention that artifact, but he had not found it. However, she first needed to handle Sasuke's situation. She had been too indulgent towards the child, allowing him to become this way, so she needed to change her son's perspective. "Sasuke, when are you going to change your name back to Uchiha Sasuke? You have disappointed me greatly. Don't think that just because you're from the future, I won't be able to manage you. Change your name back immediately. Furthermore, how could you speak to your father in such a tone? How dare you say you don't recognize him? This is utterly outrageous. Your father spoiled you too much in your past life." Sasuke was once again bewildered by the immense amount of information in her words. What was this about a past life? What did she mean by his father spoiling him too much? He was completely at a loss. At that moment, he saw the disappointment on his mother and brother's faces, as if his heart had been stabbed multiple times. He could only reluctantly explain, "Mother, I am not Kamizuki Sasuke. I am the son of Uchiha Fugaku. I am Uchiha Sasuke." Smack. Instead, he was met with his mother's furious slap. "Do not speak to me about that scum." Mikoto's expression revealed her anger as she saw her son refusing to repent. However, that slap left a tremendous psychological shadow on Sasuke. His head was buzzing, given how things had developed. Qianhuan could no longer remain silent. He did not want to affect Mikoto's mindset. He slowly spoke. "Mikoto, stop. I should have mentioned the concept of parallel worlds to you before. I don't know if I noticed other parallel ninja realms at that time, but they have indeed emerged now. This is not my son, it is Sasuke from a parallel ninja realm, and the development of that realm is different from ours. Impossible, what parallel ninja realm? I have traveled through time. Adult Sasuke interrupted Qianhuan, not believing in this theory. Then according to your reasoning, if we are on the same timeline, there will not be an Uchiha Sasuke here in the future. And since you have not disappeared, that is the evidence. Qianhuan stated. Such a thing exists. Sasuke finally regained his senses after that slap. Upon careful reflection, it did seem to be the case. He looked at Qianhuan with resentment. Clearly this guy knew everything but refused to clarify, causing him to be slapped by his mother for no reason. This was simply too vile. How could his mother have cared for such a person? Speaking of which, how could you not have Qianhuan over there? How did you defeat Otsutsuki? It must have been extremely difficult. Mikoto looked at Sasuke with a pained expression, gently stroking the spot where she had just struck him. Sasuke's face was once again filled with question marks. We of course defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya through our own strength, and my son is very strong now. Sasuke replied, pride shining in his expression. Even though she was from another world, he still sought his mother's praise. He just couldn't understand why she would say such things. Could it be that this guy single-handedly defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya? But the timing doesn't seem right either. There are many conditions for Kagaya's appearance, and currently the Black Zetsu on this side of the world shouldn't be able to manifest. Why were they so knowledgeable about Otsutsuki's matters? They not only knew that there would be enemies to Otsutsuki in the future, but also understood Otsutsuki's artifacts. Otsutsuki Kagaya. This time it was Mikoto who was left with a face full of questions. Why did you defeat her? She is quite pitiful. In my past life, Qianhuan worked hard to rescue her from the moon. Sasuke. His lips parted slightly as though some force had seized his throat, leaving him speechless in shock at his mother's words. After a few seconds, he slowly asked, did she not activate infinite Tsukuyomi? Kagaya pitiful. She was indeed a pitiful woman. But she wanted to destroy the ninja world. You all actually rescued her. What is infinite Tsukuyomi? This time it was Mikoto who couldn't comprehend. Only then did Qianhuan step forward to explain, it may be because I provided her with a sense of security at that time. She didn't need to reclaim the chakra of the entire ninja world and didn't have to fear other Otsutsuki. Sasuke. What is this? What do you mean you gave her a sense of security? Did you also capture her? Sasuke did not dwell on this matter too much and instead asked, then what happened in the last life? Even if the people of the ninja world can reincarnate, why do you have memories from the last life? Itachi then took over the conversation, recounting the events of their past lives and how they had all been reborn together. Is your side really this powerful? You even infiltrated Otsutsuki's lair, and Uchiha was ultimately not exterminated. Sasuke sighed, gaining a new understanding of the man before him. This was simply too powerful, and no wonder he could give Kagaya a sense of security. At this moment others felt the commotion and quickly rushed over. We pay our respects to the emperor. The fastest was Sarutobi Hisashi, as he had been on his way. Hearing Sasuke's last remark, he did not express much, as the Uchiha had not been exterminated in the first place. However, Sasuke's expression darkened upon seeing Sarutobi Hisashi approach, as this man was one of the culprits behind the Uchiha massacre. Several people ignored Sarutobi Hisashi and continued their conversation. Mikoto's face revealed a sad expression as she asked, was the Uchiha from your side exterminated? That's right, it was an order from the higher-ups of Konoha given by my brother. Sasuke sighed. Itachi. I was the one who did it. Why would I do such a thing? Itachi was completely stunned. He had followed the orders of Konoha's higher-ups to exterminate the Uchiha. What a joke. How could he do such a foolish thing? Thus Sasuke briefly recounted the events on their side. Everyone's gaze almost simultaneously turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a state of existential doubt, clearly disliking the questioning looks aimed at him. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, only managing an awkward smile. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed like something he could do. In such a situation, he couldn't think of any good solutions. For the village, how ridiculous, simply absurd. The village can issue such a decree, yet we must risk our lives for it. Truly impressive, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Were you intending to brainwash me with your will of fire to such an extent that you could sacrifice even your own kin for the village? Itachi questioned loudly. He could not fathom how foolish he had been in that world, manipulated by the old geezers of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. What was Uchiha Fugaku doing? Surely, he wasn't just waiting for Itachi to come and kill him. This is hopeless. If he dies, his son bears the burden of so much. Mei looked angrily and said according to Sasuke, Itachi was merely 12 or 13 years old at that time, yet he had to endure such things. And as the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had done nothing at all. Indeed, he was still so weak and inept. Father. Sasuke couldn't think of anything Fugaku had done to remedy the situation. He only knew that he did not resist. In contrast, his father Uchiha Fugaku seemed to lack any responsibility, appearing quite cowardly. Meanwhile, Kamariko Chiharu had not only avoided the extinction of the Uchiha clan, but had also unified the ninja world and reached for the stars. No wonder his brother respected him so much. At this moment, Sasuke felt a tinge of envy for this world where there was always someone shielding them from the storm. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Lord Orochimaru, let go of me, let go of me. Am not a spy and am not a bad person. Everyone turned their heads and saw Orochimaru holding a golden-haired child of about 10 years old approaching. Behind him followed Hiashi, Hisashi, Shisui, and Yamato. The group had just completed the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Hayashi's one eye was still bandaged with the Rinnegan, still in the process of forming. Your Majesty, look what we've found. This kid is from another timeline, Orochimaru said excitedly. Such material had never appeared in his previous life. Put him down, they are indeed not from this timeline but from another ninja world. However, they do not possess the ability to traverse. They are here through the Otsutsuki's treasure, Chiharu stated. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had thought he had stumbled upon a rare material. Uncle Sasuke, you were here all along. I just saw a bad guy destroy the Hokage rock. Boruto exclaimed as he rushed toward Sasuke, clearly distressed by the unfriendly demeanor of the locals, especially Orochimaru, who wanted to capture him for some experiment. Don't worry about it, this world no longer needs a Hokage. Sasuke replied, a glimmer of nostalgia in his gaze. The direction of this world aligned perfectly with his previous thoughts. He had wanted to suppress the entire ninja world by force alone, but was stopped by Naruto and had subsequently given up. However, now hearing about their former emperor's prowess, who had not only realized his ambitions, but also confronted Otsutsuki, reignited those thoughts. How can we do without a Hokage? Boruto exclaimed in shock. Although he didn't want to become Hokage, his father was the Hokage, and he didn't agree with Sasuke's statement. Not needing one means not needing one. There are no questions to ask. Your grandmother Kushina is here, why don't you go and recognize her? Sasuke replied, unwilling to engage in this discussion with a child. Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression turned quite complex. Other grandchildren from the ninja world. She hadn't even had a son yet. Thinking of this, she suddenly took a large step forward, moving so quickly that Boruto couldn't react. In the next moment, Boruto felt a powerful hand grasping him under his ribcage, lifting his feet off the ground. Wah! Boruto exclaimed, instinctively struggling, kicking his legs in an attempt to break free, but the woman's strength was astonishing. He still hadn't processed Sasuke's words, and at this moment, he found the red-haired woman before him truly terrifying. Kushina lifted Boruto to eye level, carefully observing the boy, trying to find similarities with herself, and she saw that golden hair. Tentatively she spoke, is this my son's son? With that golden hair, he certainly resembles that guy Minato. You are not my grandmother, a dad said. My grandmother is very gentle, the best person in the world, Boruto resisted saying. My dear grandson, what are you saying? Kushina's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Yet Boruto continued to argue seriously. The grandmother in the photos is clearly very gentle and wouldn't just lift someone upon meeting them. You may also have red hair, but you are clearly not my grandmother. Bang! Kushina could no longer contain herself. Her red hair danced without wind as she delivered a punch to Boruto's head. The danger in her eyes intensified. Now say that again. Boruto. This time he conceded, fully convinced that she was indeed his grandmother and no one else would treat him so kindly. After these little interludes and the removal of the flying thunder god mark from Kushina, everyone began discussing serious matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen received a token from Chiharu. Then he set off to the capital of the Land of Fire to end the reign of the old feudal lord. As for matters in Konoha, he entrusted them entirely to Narashikaku, because those were not important to him. The most pressing matter now was to enhance the strength of the existing ninjas. Although adult Sasuke was here and there was no need for concern, he couldn't stay here for a lifetime. Thus the order given by Chiharu was to capture the tailed beasts. They needed to sweep up the tailed beasts before the other ninja villages could react. Sasuke listened in from the side, and the more he heard, the more he felt that this father emperor was to his taste. Many of his ideas aligned with his own. However, he wished this man were not so fickle. "Father Emperor, when will you ascend the throne again?" Hiashi asked, as this was what he most wanted to know after all his clansmen were all waiting for their father emperor to claim the title. "Hiashi, you fool, is this how I taught you before? Remember to amass grain and wait to declare kingship. When we restore our strength to the 6 paths level, even if we don't ascend the throne, we will be kings without a crown." The reason for this is that Chihiro, having entered a world of extraordinary powers, is not really interested in titles, but is most concerned with being invincible and achieving immortality. At that moment, outside of Konoha, suddenly a massive creature appeared. "What? What is that?" "Monsters are attacking, quickly take shelter. Hurry and notify the king." The village of Mai immediately fell into panic. In the commercial street, the old man selling 3-colored dumplings sat slumped in the spilled dumplings, his murky pupils reflecting the vast webbed hand of a giant toad, the patterns in its palm wider than the street itself. "Mom, is that a mountain walking?" The little girl with horn braids also pointed to the distance. What they saw was the giant toad from Yamu Mountain. At that moment, the sky darkened, for that massive monster blocked out the sun. The toad of Miamu Mountain, the serpent of the dragon cave, and the slug. Among them, the largest was still the body of the slug, nearly as big as half of Mai. In his past life, the ninjas who followed Qianhuan were not panicked after all these monsters had been kept in a zoo for public viewing. They immediately sprang into action, organizing the villagers to evacuate in an orderly manner. Qianhuan also sensed something was wrong. Inside the Hokage building, looking out, he felt an unparalleled sense of oppression simply because those monsters were too enormous. Each one was truly like a small mountain. They quickly headed towards the gates of Mai to confront the toads of Miamu Mountain. Meanwhile, a huge voice echoed throughout the village of Mai. "Hand over Qianhuan or we will At this moment, Qianhuan and the others had already arrived at the entrance of Mai. Facing these monsters directly, Qianhuan was eager to make a move, his 40-meter-long blade itching to strike. However, just as both sides were on high alert, suddenly a clear voice emerged. "Your Majesty, Qianhuan, where are you?" "I do not wish to attack Mai, they are forcing me." "You fight, I will help protect the villagers." Qianhuan then realized that the voice came from a giant slug. The slug shattered into numerous smaller slugs crawling towards Mai. The toads of Miamu Mountain and the serpents of the Dragon Cave all angrily stared at the slug. Especially the toad sage sitting atop the giant toad, whose expression turned grim. How could this happen? He had clearly agreed to fight under duress and now immediately surrendered to the enemy. Absolutely infuriating. Qianhuan turned his gaze to Itachi and asked, "Can we trust this slug?" In the past anime, the slug's character seemed to be like this, but it rarely appeared who knew her true intentions. Itachi nodded. Qianhuan then said, "Go and take the villagers far away. This place will soon become a slaughterhouse for animals." "Qianhuan, are you that confident? You have just been reborn for less than a day, and you believe you can handle us with these people from mine? Do you even know what 1,000 years of heritage means?" The words of the giant toad sage came from hundreds of meters high. Qianhuan, however, did not wish to waste words. Since he had decided to take action against him, let's just begin. There would be no room for trash talk. To his sons and the ninjas behind him, he said, "It's time for you to show your performance. Ninjas below the level of Jonin should stay away from the battlefield, or the barrier unit will protect Mai. Let me see how much you have improved. Target Miamu Mountain and the Dragon Cave, leave none alive." Arrogant. The furious voice of the toad sage came, and Qianhuan's words sent him into a rage. An enormous webbed hand from a giant toad slammed down from the sky. At this moment, a sudden voice came from behind. "Here comes the Azure Beast of Mai. The 7th gate of the 8 gates released. Martial arts, 18 palms of the dragon descending." Kai's roar resounded like thunder, and violent chakra gathered in his palm, instantly transforming into several golden 5-lawed dragons. Wherever the golden dragons passed, the air erupted in explosive sounds, and the violent impact fiercely struck against the webbed hand of the giant toad. That colossal hand, capable of crushing the earth, was now being forcefully battered into a mess, and the stinking toad blood poured down like a torrential rain. Roar. The giant toad let out a thunderous roar, its massive body staggering backward, the earth shaking and countless trees falling. The giant toad sage suddenly opened his eyes wide, realizing he had underestimated this man. Just reborn and already such a powerful subordinate. But at this point there was no retreat. He commanded the toads behind him to launch a full-scale attack. The White Elder from the Dragon Cave was no different. Big snakes and small snakes, countless snakes densely packed, rushed towards the entrance of my where Qianhuan and the others were. Sasuke, who was standing beside, brightened his eyes. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Its power is astonishing, and that golden dragon is incredibly impressive. However, seeing that the blood rain was about to pour down, he frowned slightly. He did not want to be drenched by this. So he activated Susanoo to shield Qianhuan within. He did not plan to take action yet, as His Majesty had not instructed him to do so, presumably confident in his own strength. Meanwhile, Qianhuan's son, seeing Kai making his move. The few who had just undergone the Hashirama cell transformation with Orochimaru exchanged glances, simultaneously displaying confident expressions. They simultaneously manifested golden shadows in their eyes. This was a sage technique mastered in the past life, not from the three great sacred lands, but taught to them by Qianhuan. The few of them exchanged glances and began forming seals at the same time. In unison they said sage art would release true thousand hands. In an instant the ground trembled wildly, their chakra surging towards the front. In the blink of an eye, a towering wooden Buddha over 100 meters tall appeared before everyone, knocking the giant toad backward and clearing the path ahead. The smaller snakes and toads around the giant toad were not so fortunate, as they were directly crushed. Countless gazes turned towards the scene. The ninjas who stood within the barrier at the entrance of Mai, who had not participated in the battle, were all extremely excited upon witnessing this scene. This is actually the ultimate would release ninjutsu, true thousand hands. This is too exaggerated. No wonder he is the king who unified the ninja world in the past life. Just after being reborn, he displays such strength. This sage art sacred land is nothing but this, not waiting to be locked in a zoo, now thinking of attacking Mai. They truly deserve it. To have followed such an existence in the past life to battle is truly a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes. The serpents of the Dragon Cave. The toads of Miamu Mountain. In front of Lord Qianhuan they are merely ants. One slug passing through them looked back at the scene. One of them let out a clear voice, gloating, "I was so scared. Luckily, I was wise and did not become enemies with Lord Qianhuan. Getting hit by such a big fist would surely hurt." The toad Maru atop the giant toad was so shocked that he stood frozen in place. He even fell off the back of the giant toad, hitting the ground without feeling a thing. He only felt a chill running from his head to his feet. Although the size of the true thousand hands and the giant toad were not too different, their combat power was worlds apart. Seeing the situation, the adult Sasuke felt a stir within. The power of this wood release is so formidable that perhaps he could cultivate an arm using Hashirama cells. Previously, he feared that if he attached an arm made of Hashirama's cells, his power would further increase, igniting his ambitions, much like Uchiha Madara of old. Moreover, he had previously looked down upon such actions, believing that even with just one arm he was at the pinnacle of the ninja world. But now things were different. He had heard from his mother that the Otsutsuki's attack was imminent, and with their current strength they could not win. Furthermore, witnessing how the Emperor validated his path, his ambitions began to blossom once more. He now wished to reshape the ninja world to echo the Emperor's past. Sasuke, upon seeing this great Buddha, "Don't you want to wrap it in Susanoo?" asked Qianhuan, who was also within the Susanoo. Seeing his sons perform so admirably, he abandoned the thought of acting himself. Instead, he wanted to witness the scene he had longed to see, but had never encountered before his transmigration. Gazing at the massive true thousand hands, Sasuke fell into silence. Although the pride of the Uchiha forbade him from admitting his incapacity, he truly felt inadequate. He could manage to intimidate the Nine Tails, but to confront the great Buddha was akin to an old immortal hanging themselves as if inviting disaster. Even if he could do it, it would drain his chakra completely. This was the adult Sasuke, filled with bluster, his chakra dwindling to nearly that of Kakashi's. Just then Qianhuan only heard a voice say top transformation, and the great Buddha began to move. The movements of this great Buddha were even more agile than he had imagined, possibly due to the fact that several people were controlling it. Its arms resembled blossoms in full bloom. The indiscriminate attacks struck the toads and snakes on the battlefield. In an instant it felt as if an 8th-grade earthquake occurred, stirring up a tremendous wind. The earth shook and mountains trembled, even those within Susanoo struggled to maintain their footing. Dust swirled in the air mixed with all kinds of anguished cries. In just a moment the entire summoned beast army suffered grievous losses. The two couldn't help but be mesmerized, and men could not resist such a ferocious aesthetic. Meanwhile, not far from Konoha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune were hastening towards the village. They were all quite tense upon seeing the monstrous figure surrounding Konoha. However, when they beheld the immense wood-release Buddha, they were all taken aback. Is this grandfather's true thousand hands? How can this be? Tsunade's eyes widened, exclaiming in shock, inadvertently halting her steps. Jiraiya witnessed the astonishing scene. It seems these toads are likely to be wiped out now. Jiraiya let out a bitter laugh, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Although these toads had committed unforgivable acts against Minato, they were still his teachers in mastering sage techniques. To see them perish like this pained him greatly. I hope Lord Minato is unharmed. Shizune anxiously gazed at the distant battlefield, refraining from voicing her hopes for Qianhuan's safety. They saw the enormous rocky toad in the distance, being reduced to a blur of blood and flesh. Every arm of the wooden giant was stained with bright red blood. At that moment, they suddenly spotted a massive stone figure appearing on the battlefield. It confronted the great Buddha, momentarily halting its onslaught, but it was clear that the stone giant was at a disadvantage. This was simply because the great Buddha had far too many arms. Every time the stone figure was smashed apart, it would quickly regenerate. Jiraiya, we need to speed up. If they continue like this, who knows how many lives will be lost, and Konoha might face utter destruction. Tsunade's brow furrowed with urgency as she accelerated her pace, rushing ahead. But she felt relieved that she did not see any slugs on the battlefield. She wanted to immediately rush to the battlefield to assist Qianhuan in repelling the assault of the toads and snakes. Hey! Don't rush, we can't intervene in this kind of battlefield. Jiraiya attempted to grab Tsunade but missed. He too showed signs of anxiety, not wanting Tsunade to be caught in the fray. If we can't intervene, can't we save people? Hurry up and help evacuate the civilians of Konoha. If you keep dawdling, I'll really send you to the Pure Land. Tsunade turned back to say, giving Jiraiya a look that indicated he understood, then accelerated once more. Shizune and Jiraiya followed suit. On the battlefield, dust filled the air. Granny White Snake, seeing her giant serpents suffer heavy losses, had her wrinkled face darken like iron. She clasped her dry hands together, her raspy voice suddenly rising in pitch. Sage art, inorganic. The massive stones sent flying by the strikes of the thousand hands gathered as if they were alive, quickly transforming into a gigantic rock giant that stood before the thousand hands Buddha. Yet though the rock giant was large, it paled in comparison to the true thousand hands, being only half. In an instant it was thoroughly suppressed by the Buddha, but this giant could continually rejuvenate, barely managing to halt the true thousand hands assault on the summoned beast army. Granny White Snake did well, exclaimed Gamamara, showing admiration. This old woman had grown stronger than many years ago. Well done. Hurry up and think of a way. I can't hold on for long. Granny White Snake cursed. At her age, she had to personally step onto the battlefield, which was infuriating. It wasn't just because of the betrayal of the slugs, it was also because this old toad was too useless. If they had acted sooner, they might have already killed Qianhuan without needing her to intervene. Watching her juniors perish one by one, the millennia had long since hardened Gamamara's heart. He extended his hand, and Namake's Minato appeared beside him. At this moment, Minato had also activated Sage Mode from Mount Myaboku, significantly enhanced compared to before. A transparent toad drilled into Minato's body, and then he vanished from the spot, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Gamamara's face, full of wrinkles, revealed a sinister expression. He was not currently thinking of killing Qianhuan, or rather he aimed to control Qianhuan just like Namake's Minato. In doing so, the entire ninja world would have to respect them as the leaders of Mount Myaboku. On the other side, Sasuke's expression tightened as he gazed at the suddenly appearing rock giant. He recognized this technique. This is inorganic rebirth. This stone man is not easily destroyed. Can your majesty lend me your strength? Sasuke asked. Looking at such a vast battlefield, he felt uncomfortable not being able to display his prowess. Just guard this side for me, don't let the toads breach the line and invade Konoha. Qianhuan responded. He also recognized this as inorganic rebirth. In the original work, Sage Kabuto had used this ninjutsu. However, now that Granny White Snake had taken action, he had yet to see that old toad make a move. That was the aspect he needed to be cautious about. He was unsure of the old toad's abilities, so it was wise to remain cautious. At that moment, Qianhuan suddenly turned his head towards a direction, only to see a golden-haired figure had already appeared. It was none other than Bofeng Shuimen. At this time, Shuimen had entered his immortal mode, his face devoid of expression. Facing Sasuke's Susanoo, he seemed unfazed as Sasuke was not in his complete form. Shuimen's figure suddenly vanished, and several specially made kunai were shot towards the Susanoo from different angles. Sasuke didn't even move. With a wave of Susanu's giant hand, the kunai were deflected away. A cold smile appeared on his face. He had already seen through Shui Men's attack pattern, and next Bofeng Shui Men would definitely use one of the kunai to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as Shui Men appeared, he would be met with his thunderous strike. Under his gaze, nothing could escape scrutiny. However, there was no sign of Shui Men among those kunai. Shui Men appeared not far away, his expression suddenly darkening ominously as he spoke. Susanoo Rinnegan, who exactly are you? And who are you? Bofeng Shui Men is not like you. Sasuke replied coldly, having realized that Shui Men was under control. Whether it was from Bofeng Shui Men's aura or the chakra emanating from him. Who else could it be? It must be that old toad. Bofeng Shui Men was previously summoned to Myoko Mountain. Do you think I attacked him for no reason? It's because he wanted to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki. He was heavily injured by me yet recovered so quickly. It's likely because the slug healed him. Qianhuan spoke up. He also understood why Bofeng Shui Men had persistently assassinated him in his past life. It was probably due to being controlled. Bofeng Shui Men, with a grim expression, said, Shinli Qianhuan, do not push me too far. You are not even human, yet you say I am pushing too far. A dead toad dares to attack Konoha. You truly do not fear death. Having said this, Qianhuan turned to the adult Sasuke, who was still trying to act tough, and said, let's first find the location of that old toad and kill him before anything else. Sasuke frowned, reluctantly responding, all right. As a Uchiha, he despised schemes, but since this lord had spoken, he had no intention of opposing it. Moreover, this person before him was indeed difficult to deal with, and if he wanted to run, he couldn't stop him. You despicable. Bofeng Shui Men exclaimed as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, positioning himself in front of Sasuke's Susanoo. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened to Sasuke. At the same time Bofeng Shui Men appeared, a 40-meter-long sword also materialized in that spot. And Bofeng Shui Men was brutally pierced through. A look of disbelief crossed his face, completely taken aback by this turn of events. This change also stunned Sasuke. Sasuke, do you know what this is called? This is called saving the enemy to save oneself. Qianhuan said with a smirk. Then amidst Sasuke's astonished expression, he split Shui Men into two halves. He didn't even give the opponent a chance to threaten him. Is this how you kill? Sasuke thought to himself, realizing he could never be as decisive as this lord back in his day. His gaze towards Qianhuan had also changed. Because his proud Susanoo had been pierced, albeit from the inside, it was still too easy. Moreover, the speed of this lord's strike was astonishingly fast. He hadn't even reacted when the long sword had already pierced through Naruto's father, as if Bofeng Shui Men had collided with it himself. If I don't kill him, will I keep him around for New Year's? Besides, in the ninja world, resurrection isn't impossible. At worst, I can revive him later. Qianhuan said without a shred of psychological burden. However, this statement shook Sasuke's worldview. He believed that life and death should not be treated lightly. Even with the Rinnegan, he could revive someone, but at the cost of his own life, unless he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, if the boundaries of life and death became blurred, what did the Uchiha massacre mean? Seeing the lord so carefree, Sasuke felt somewhat lost. Upon seeing his mother here, he was somewhat moved, wanting to revive his mother from the ninja world as well. Hey Sasuke, what are you dazed about? The task isn't finished yet. Let's first go kill that old toad and avenge Bofeng Shui Men. Qianhuan said as he sheathed the 40-meter-long sword. But he once again shifted his gaze to the two Shui Men, sensing malice emanating from one half. Without waiting for Sasuke to respond, Qianhuan unleashed his 40-meter-long sword again. Swish! The large sword pierced into Shui Men's body once more. Sasuke, wanting to speak, was left in complete bewilderment. His gaze towards Qianhuan turned even more peculiar. While killing Bofeng Shui Men was decisive, stabbing his body again felt like an act of a pervert, something even some Uchiha would not do. Before Sasuke could understand what was happening, Qianhuan had already pulled the long sword out from Shui Men. And Sasuke, through his Rinnegan, saw something unusual. On the sword that the lord retracted was a transparent figure resembling Uchiha Madara's Will Tomb Edge Prison. So that's how it is. Qianhuan snorted and spoke. He finally understood why there were two sources of malice. He also realized how the old toad was controlling Shui Men. It was through this little toad. Otherwise, with Shui Men's level, he certainly wouldn't be so easily controlled by an illusion technique. Lord Qianhuan, could you please remind me when you draw your sword next time? It's quite jarring to have my Susanoo suddenly pierced. Sasuke said helplessly. The speed of this known seal ninjutsu was truly too fast, so fast that he couldn't react. And it had happened twice. He didn't want to say it, but it was indeed very uncomfortable. If a novice just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and got pierced like this while activating Susanoo twice, their eyes would bleed. Ha ha ha, sorry, the timing was fleeting. If I didn't act, I would have missed it. I will be more careful next time. Qianhuan's face also showed an awkward expression. He truly hadn't expected this, and he would be more gentle next time. Meanwhile, the giant toad sage suddenly clutched his head with his enormous webbed hands, his face contorted. He now felt that man was truly terrifying. In less than a day's time, he had managed to have his subordinates master the real number of 1,000 hands, while he himself had used ninjutsu that had never appeared in his past life. Shui Men was indeed right. What a fast blade. So fast that he hadn't even reacted in time. This person's heart was dark, using the so-called attack the enemy to save oneself to make him make a mistake. In the end, even his specially crafted clone was discovered. That transparent little toad was something he had created by splitting and transforming his own soul. This thing had always been invincible, but now it had been seen through. If it were that kid with the Rinnegan, he could understand, but he never expected that the devil Sanri Qianhuan would see through it. What gave him the right to do so? Old man, are you alright? The old frog sage with a worried expression on his baby face said. He had lived for so many years and had never seen the old man show such an expression. Shinli, Qianhuan is coming, and this time we might die. You two should leave. The giant toad sage said. He cherished these two juniors the most, not wanting them to die because of him. The white snake granny also awakened from her intense focus on controlling the stone man, shifting her gaze to the toad pill, her eyes filled with malice. Old toad, is this all you can do? I put in so much effort to hold off that giant Buddha, and this is how you repay me. The toad pill had turned into an old toad in her mouth. She might have referred to herself as old me in the past, but now she called herself old lady. She was furious. Are these teammates all useless? They either defected or were completely useless. If she had known earlier, she would have run away herself, leaving her in a predicament. Now it's done. That Sanri Qianhuan will definitely not let her go. The zoo is certainly out of the question. She would only be sliced apart by that swift blade. Then you better hurry and run. I'll hold them off for you. The great toad sage said. He didn't know whether he should escape now, as in his prophetic dream he was killed by that person. His prophetic dreams had almost never been wrong. Yesterday, when he had the vision, he believed he could change his fate. But only just now did he realize how terrifying that person was. Now he utterly despised this ability. If it weren't for this damned talent, he might have been able to wait for his fate peacefully locked away in the zoo as a spectacle. But now he had lost even the qualification to be a caged beast, and all that awaited him was death. After living for over 1,000 years, he had grown increasingly afraid of death, and this fear gnawed at every nerve in his body. The white snake granny, upon hearing this, slowly flicked her tongue, and a hint of mockery flickered in her cold vertical pupils. Run. Old toad, are you confused? The ninja world is only this big. Where can we run to? Besides, she paused, staring at the great toad sage for a moment before continuing. I never expected this old toad, who has always feared for his life, would think of covering for me. However, after living for over 1,000 years, rather than being hunted down like a stray dog, I'd rather cause a great commotion. I'll cover for you. You should go. The great toad sage straightened his back, at once hope shining in his eyes. He no longer cared about his dignity and said, Old woman, I will remember your sacrifice. Please send my regards to Yui in the afterlife. Under the threat of death, he realized that he wasn't as indifferent to life and death as he had thought. Saying this, he prepared to make a run for it with Shima and Shinzu, the two toads. Indeed, still the same cowardly old thing. The white snake granny snorted coldly, which did not surprise her. But at that moment, the great toad sage suddenly trembled, all over his murky frog eyes widening in shock. He noticed a gigantic arrow entwined with black flames shooting towards them. The arrow moved with such speed that he had no time to use any ninjutsu. Under the threat of death, his mind began to flash through images from 1,000 years of memories. However, driven by his powerful survival instinct, he refused to resign himself to fate. At the critical moment, he suppressed all those useless memories in his mind. He then noticed that the white snake granny seemed oblivious to the arrow. Acting on instinct, he pushed the white snake granny behind him. Boom! The arrow, engulfed in black flames, struck in front of him, instantly piercing through the white snake granny. Her body was immediately tainted by the black flames. The intense pain made the white snake granny emit a shrill scream. You despicable! Wrapped in the black flames, the white snake granny turned her head with difficulty, her aged face contorting with rage as she glared at the toad pill like a ghost from the abyss. This attack also gradually revealed the true form of the white snake granny. She was a massive white snake several dozen meters in length. But this size was still much smaller compared to the giant toad from Miyaboku Mountain. After a while, the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. The skin of the white snake sage had already been charred beyond recognition. As she turned, she spread the flames onto the toad pill. She did not spare the two little toads either. At that moment, the white snake opened her enormous mouth and a smaller white snake slithered out. Such tenacious flames. The white snake sage gazed at the old toad rolling on the ground in flames and transformed back into her old woman form, her face grim as she spoke. At that moment, due to the sudden attack on the white snake granny, the enormous stone man she controlled with inorganic reincarnation collapsed. The countless wooden giant hands immediately resumed their harvesting of the spirit beasts from the Dragon Cave and Miyaboku Mountain. She spat at the toad pill and decided not to use inorganic reincarnation anymore. This scale of technique was exhausting for her to use. However, she did not notice that a transparent white small toad had reappeared on the toad pill, who was struggling to extinguish the black flames. This small toad was attempting to burrow into her body. A gigantic complete Susanoo descended before the white snake sage. Her face showed no sign of fear. Instead, she attempted to resist like a moth to a flame. Ninjutsu white surge technique. Sasuke coldly snorted upon witnessing this. He didn't even want to resist. When he faced this technique with his brother, they needed to rely on each other's Sharingan Genjutsu to break free from its control. But he was no longer the same as before. He wanted to see if this technique could still control him. He did not believe that this technique could penetrate the complete Susanoo. Qianhuan shook his head at this. Although Sasuke had matured, he still thought too highly of himself. Why not just cut down this monster in front of him and end the battle? A roaring sound wave mixed with blinding white light surged towards the two. As Sasuke had expected, this white surge technique was ineffective against him after his power-up. It was almost unable to penetrate his complete Susanoo. Qianhuan lightly jumped up, extending a hand from the Susanoo to feel this celestial technique. His arm felt tingly as if placed in an ultrasonic cleaning machine. But that was all, because his body was not like those in the original ninja world. His physical constitution was formidable, and even blades could not harm him. He jumped down from the Susanoo, placing himself within the range of the white surge technique. Qianhuan felt as though he had consumed 2 liang of liquor, but it was just a mild sensation. Locking his eyes on the white snake sage, he noticed the look of disbelief on the white snake granny's face. A slight smile crept across his lips, as it seemed this action was underestimated. But this was fine. Just as he got closer, a gigantic golden sword 40 meters long suddenly appeared in his hand. "Come forth, divine killing spear." The expression on Bai Shipapa's face froze, as if she were looking at a fool. How strong must this person's physical quality be to move within the range of the white activation technique? She had never seen such an outrageous person before. After a brief moment of shock, she was about to unleash another ninjutsu, but suddenly discovered that a golden dagger was plunged into her body. She did not even see how the dagger appeared, as this person had not performed any hand seals. She knew about unsealed ninjutsu, but had never seen anyone use it so quickly. Such speed was simply unimaginable, at least 10 times faster than the unsealed Rasengan of Namikaze Minato. "What a fast blade," Bai Shi Xianren remarked as she prepared to shed her skin. However, in the next moment, she was swiftly sliced into pieces by Sanri Qianhuan, who was still in the air and died instantly. At the time of her death, her head was still devoid of any expression of fear, only shock. She hadn't had the chance to feel fear. This transformation left Sasuke dumbfounded. The previous times he had seen His Majesty perform this move, he hadn't thought much of it, only feeling it was fast. But now he witnessed just how formidable this ninjutsu was. With such speed, he believed that, even with the Sharingan, he could not evade it. Within the range of the long blade, this Majesty was virtually invincible, and he didn't think anyone could rival him in this area. Perhaps only by becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails could one have a fighting chance in this range. At that time, the body would be nearly immortal, and all functions would be greatly enhanced. Even if caught off guard, a stab would not be fatal, allowing for quick recovery. After that, the slashing slowed down, and he was confident he could evade it. Furthermore, he assumed that this Majesty's great blade could not cut through the Seeking Truth orb. With this thought, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it was simply 2 against the heavens. Yet he didn't even realize that he had unconsciously begun to compare this majesty to the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The transparent toad Maru that had been trying to burrow into Baishi Xianren's body was completely frozen in place. He never expected that Baishi Xianren would be slain so quickly. This change terrified him greatly. Just as he was about to flee the battlefield, he noticed that the man had shifted his gaze to him. He was so frightened that he couldn't move. This was his last clone, and if it died, then he would truly be dead. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the man gave him no opportunity, sending him to meet the Sage of the Six Paths with a single strike. At this moment on the battlefield, because the enemy's leader had been killed one after another, without the massive stone giants to block, the thousand-handed Buddha swiftly harvested the battlefield. Qianhuan's sons along with Orochimaru had also arrived before him. Each of them struggled even to stand. That true number of 1,000 hands was incredibly exhausting on chakra. However, they were quite exhilarated. Because their father had once again demonstrated formidable strength, they had been closely monitoring the battlefield at the thousand-handed Buddha's location. Everyone go rest. You really don't make it easy for me. Just after merging with Hashirama's cells, you launched such a large-scale ninjutsu. It's truly too impulsive. He initially wanted to scold them thoroughly, but seeing their pale faces and exhausted expressions, he couldn't bear to say more. He could only let Sasuke use Susanoo to send them back. As they were about to leave, Qianhuan suddenly spoke. Sasuke, you will have to face enemies like Otsutsuki in the future. It won't be long before Otsutsuki Ishiki appears. Do you want to transplant a Hashirama cell arm here to help you? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's enormous Susanoo halted in place. After this incident, he indeed felt tempted. All Otsutsuki were not simple, and the ninja world would soon face a guy named Otsutsuki Ishiki. Without immense power, the ultimate fate of the ninja world would be to be planted with a divine tree leading to destruction. Sasuke, what is there to hesitate about? Without great power, how will you protect your family? Do you want to wait until the ninja world is destroyed before you regret it? Itachi, sitting beside Sasuke, urged. Orochimaru beside them also spoke. Sasuke-kun, I am very much looking forward to you merging with Hashirama's cells. Even without them, you can activate the Rinnegan. With Hashirama's cells, your strength will soar to new heights. He squinted his eyes, tongue licking his lips, then continued, Rest assured, Sasuke-kun, I am the most experienced in this regard. I guarantee you can recover in the shortest time possible. Look at me, I have already merged with Hashirama's cells. Saying this, Orochimaru showcased a piece of white flesh on his body. Under the persuasion of everyone, he said, All right, then I'll trouble you. Finally, Sasuke spoke, his ambition reignited. He decided that after transplanting Hashirama's cells here, he would go back and collect the tailed beasts again. He wanted to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. He also wanted to end the pattern of the ninja world, just like this majesty, to ascend into the starry sky. After everyone left, Jiraiya and the others arrived late. Your Majesty. Jiraiya knelt before Qianhuan, looking at the dense corpses of toads around him. His expression was quite complex. These toads had indeed perished. Moreover, it was a complete annihilation. Even the great toad sage was nearly burned down by that black flame. When Tsunade saw Qianhuan again, her eyes actually shimmered with glistening tears. Then she turned her head away, remaining silent, waiting for this man to speak first. However, she noticed that her disciple Shizune had immediately leaped into Qianhuan's embrace. Lord Qianhuan, I was really worried about you. I was afraid I would never see you again. Shizune instantly turned tearful. Qianhuan awkwardly patted Shizune's back and said, They're just beasts. Did you really think they could harm me? This time he recognized who these people were, as the newcomers were too distinctive. Jiraiya had a mane of long white hair like a lion, and Tsunade had a tumultuous chest with a large bet character on her back. Even so, he couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary his past self had been. Meanwhile, his agile mind also noticed Tsunade's strange reaction. This must have an inextricable relationship with his past life. So he said, Tsunade, don't you recognize me? Why so distant? However, Qianhuan only saw Tsunade directly using the 100 heal technique on her face, releasing the chakra sealed within. He instantly pushed Shizune away, realizing that Tsunade was serious and wanted to spar with him. Shizune and Jiraiya sensibly distanced themselves. You truly are a scum. How dare you do such a thing with Shizune in front of me? Are you prepared to die? Tsunade exclaimed in indignation. Painful heaven's foot. Tsunade shouted fiercely, her delicate figure suddenly soaring into the air as chakra explosively surged beneath her feet. Her right leg, raised high, came crashing down towards Qianhuan's head. In an instant, a gust of wind was stirred up. Qianhuan, however, calmly stepped aside, then reached out to grab Tsunade's calf. A tremendous force surged into his palm, traveling downward, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble slightly. But then there was nothing more. The impact was much less than being struck hidden. He was well aware of Tsunade's monstrous strength, a technique that concentrated all her chakra into a single point. Therefore, as long as he did not get hit by that strike, he would be fine. Moreover, since all her chakra was focused there, other areas became weaknesses. Of course, this was only possible because Qianhuan possessed his current physical prowess. Others would not know how to achieve this even if they tried. "Let go!" Tsunade exclaimed in shame and anger. She attempted to pull her leg free, but it felt as if a steel clamp was holding her calf, rendering her completely immobile. She was also afraid that using her monstrous strength to push Qianhuan away would hurt him. Thus, she could only remain in a stalemate. Fortunately, there was no one in the direction she faced. Yet, Qianhuan did not release his grip. He simply eased his strength, gently stroking the top of her calf with his fingertips. "The old you would never have struck at me like this." Qianhuan's voice was deep, his gaze complex, as if reminiscing about the moments they had shared in the past. Tsunade's body trembled slightly. This scene felt strangely familiar. In her previous life, she had attacked Qianhuan in just this way. Qianhuan had responded similarly. However, upon hearing his words, Tsunade became even angrier. In the past, she had been too foolish, truly too foolish, and had been deceived by this guy far too badly. Again with Shizune and that woman on the moon, Qianhuan, how many more things are you hiding from me? Tsunade nearly bit her teeth out as she forced out this sentence, one she had held in her heart for a long time. The emotions surging in her chest were more intense than any loss she had experienced in gambling. It was a fury born of deception, yet intertwined with a bitterness she was reluctant to admit even to her. Upon hearing this, Qianhuan looked at Tsunade, who was filled with jealousy, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He was somewhat impressed with himself for how he made these people so devoted to him. Of course, it was definitely not just because he was handsome. Suddenly his hand covered Tsunade's mouth. "Woman, you know too much." His deep voice carried a dangerous undertone, making Tsunade shudder. She widened her amber eyes, momentarily believing that Qianhuan might actually strike her. "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Qianhuan suddenly released his hand, retreating 2 steps with a cheerful smile, exaggeratedly patting his chest. "Stop trying to change the subject," Tsunade said, angrily watching Qianhuan feign innocence, and the unnamed fire in her chest grew hotter. "I'm just a bit of a romantic, always wanting to water beautiful flowers and unable to resist bringing home injured little animals, so my family keeps growing and there's nothing I can do about it. You're definitely a scumbag. I want to kill you." Tsunade's tears were almost spilling. This man shamelessly expressed his thoughts without a care, which was simply too outrageous. "Alas. Don't rush, actually the one I most want to bring home is." At this point, Qianhuan paused, staring at Tsunade, gauging her reaction. Seeing a slight change in Tsunade's expression, he knew she had taken the bait and thought of herself regarding his question. He continued, "It's still that princess with a terrible gambling luck and a volatile temper. You." Tsunade's fist struck at the air. But that guy's figure was no longer there. She only saw that detestable fellow squatting atop the dismembered corpse of a giant white snake, winking at her. Then this bastard ran over to Shizune. Jiraiya immediately distanced himself from Shizune. He had previously asked Shizune if she wanted to join him in development. If this man found out, he would be finished. As for Minato's matter, it was better not to ask about it for now, as he was not familiar with the Emperor, and feared it would have the opposite effect. However, he genuinely admired this Emperor. If given the chance, he would want to be the Emperor's son. This Emperor was renowned for being good to his sons, and would surely impart to him the skills to interact with women. At this moment, the residents of Konoha village, who were still heading towards the shelter, stopped in their tracks. One little girl spoke up, "Oh my god. What is that? Even those mountain-sized monsters can be defeated. I've lived for 60 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying battle. I guess it must be the first Hokage who could use such powerful ninjutsu." An old man exclaimed, looking at the gigantic wooden Buddha beyond Konoha. A ninja leading the civilians to safety with an excited expression on his face, as if his idol had done something astonishing, said, "Old man, it's a pity that you don't have future memories. You don't know, this must be the handiwork of His Majesty Qianhuan. There will be no shadows or wars in the future. His Majesty will unify the ninja world and let everyone live a good life." The old man revealed a helpless smile. "You young brats, what do you know? From the time the first Hokage founded the village until now, there have been very few periods of complete peace. And since yesterday, I've been hearing you all talk about His Majesty, about rebirth. Have you all fallen under a genjutsu? As this ninja was about to explain to the old man, he saw that the enormous thousand-handed giant Buddha had halted its movements, and in a moment it completely dissipated. Thus a more excited expression appeared on his face, and he said to the old man, "Did you see? His Majesty and his sons have already repelled the enemy. Under such divine power, we will soon be able to unify the ninja world once again." Then he turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone disperse, go about your business. The war is over. I'm going to the Konoha gate to welcome His Majesty back in triumph." The other ordinary people exchanged glances. Can a war really end this quickly? And this was not the first time it had been like this last night. They had been told to seek refuge, and before they could reach the shelter it was unnecessary. It was simply too absurd. "Hey kid, are you so certain that your family's majesty won? What if he lost?" The old man couldn't help but ask as he watched the young ninja rush away. The young ninja stopped, turned back to the old man, and said, "That's impossible. This majesty has never lost. Rest assured and go home. In a few days the ninja world will be peaceful." The same scene unfolded in every corner of Konoha. Some wore puzzled expressions, some cried with excitement, because they no longer had to face danger, and others secretly noted the title His Majesty. More than 10 miles outside of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was hurrying towards the capital of the Land of Fire. He didn't forget about his second son. As he left, though he had provided a lot of psychological counseling, he still feared he might succumb to despair. At that moment, they also saw the gigantic Buddha statue that had appeared in Konoha. Is this the true 1,000 hands of the first Hokage? He looked on in shock at the situation over there. Having left early, he was unaware of the attack on Konoha from Miyaboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave. Originally, he would have returned upon hearing of Konoha's attack, but seeing this thing he completely abandoned the thought of going back. Under this disaster-like ninjutsu, all opponents would be reduced to ashes. If this giant Buddha was an enemy, returning would only mean losing his head, and if it was created by that lord, there would be no need to return with this presence who could stand against it. Thus he simply halted his steps, standing atop the tallest tree, gazing into the distance. Upon discovering that the adversaries were those toads and giant snakes, and that these beasts were retreating in defeat, he exhaled deeply. It was simply too powerful, stronger than he had imagined during his past life. When his father killed him, he hadn't been this strong. He was very grateful for his actions last night. Otherwise, if that lord had made a move, they would have been tormented for 49 days. Just thinking about that scene sent shivers down his spine. Asuma was also stunned. This gigantic thing completely refreshed his understanding. He had no idea what this was. He only knew that this probably belonged to divine power. "Asuma, I told you last night not to think about opposing that lord. You might not have realized then just how formidable he is, but do you see it now? This is his power, akin to that of a deity, while we are ultimately just mortals." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a kind of weathered counsel, not a reprimand, but a near sigh of warning. "Hey." Asuma let out a brief cold laugh, staring vacantly at the ground. "Father is right. What am I even worth? Red. It's good that she followed him. At least, she won't be dragged down by a worthless person like me." His voice grew quieter, almost a whisper. The bandage on his forehead had already turned yellow, the dried blood congealed into dark brown patches on the cloth, itching, as if it were about to sprout. He slowly raised his hand, seemingly wanting to scratch the wound on his forehead, but it stopped in midair, ultimately drooping helplessly. He said again, "I will live well from now on. I no longer wish to trouble him." Pure Land, a resting place for souls. A hazy eternal realm enveloped in soft spiritual light where countless souls of the deceased from the ninja world lay in dense clusters. They lay there without awareness, as if they were in a deep slumber. At that moment, the great Toad Sage and the White Snake Sage's souls had just arrived in the Pure Land. They had not yet fallen into slumber. The stronger the individual in life, the longer their soul could maintain consciousness after death. However, the two of them were clearly not strong enough, and were slowly losing their senses. At that moment, a gentle, aged voice came through. "You two awaken." The Sage of the Six Paths, having deduced that something significant had happened in the ninja world upon witnessing the death of his two old friends, came specifically to understand what had transpired. He sat cross-legged in the air holding a staff, and gently waved it, infusing energy into the souls of the two. The Great Toad Sage's eyelids trembled slightly, and the White Snake Sage's serpent eyes gradually focused. Their consciousness was drawn back to clarity by the chakra of the Sage of the Six Paths. "Is this the Pure Land? Am I dead? What a swift blade!" The White Snake Sage croaked. She then shifted her gaze to the great toad sage beside her serpent body tensing up, scales bristling. Hey, old toad, I never expected to see you again after death. What? Not using me as a shield now. Each word seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth, her entire face twisted in anger. The great toad sage took a deep breath but realized he could not inhale. As he understood death was inevitable, madness and resentment gradually appeared on his face like a beast on the brink of losing control. If it weren't for you, that venomous woman, the flames wouldn't have burned me at all. You intentionally wrapped yourself around me, seeking death and dragging me down with you. His hoarse voice came out, wanting to fight the white snake sage to the death. The white snake sage was equally unwilling to back down, opening her mouth to try and tear off a piece of flesh from the great toad sage. Silence. The sage of the six paths tapped the air with his staff, sending ripples spreading outward. The two beasts were immediately restrained in their movements. However, they glared at each other with mutual resentment, wanting to obliterate each other's souls. Toad Maru, what happened to you? What enemy did you encounter that left you in such a dire state? The sage of the six paths asked. Death is supposed to be dust to dust, but these were his friends, so he still wanted to understand. Moreover, with both of them dead, something significant must have occurred in the ninja world. Feeling the binding on their mouths was lifted, the two beasts fell into silence simultaneously. It seemed neither wanted to mention the matter. Seeing this, the sage of the six paths had no choice but to let them drift into slumber. As he raised his hand once more to signal the two souls to sleep, fear flickered in Toad Maris' eyes. Although he had already died, he could not change that fact, but he knew the sage of the six paths had the power to resurrect people. He also understood that the sage would certainly not agree to his request. After all, this was out of consideration for a friendship that had lasted for 1,000 years. Yet he was unwilling, thinking that it would lead to endless slumber made it hard for him to breathe. Although he could not breathe now, he still felt that way. He did not want to die. Yuhi, a monstrous being, has emerged that will end the ninja world. We will die if we resist. Bring me back to life, and I will definitely protect the ninja world this time. An aged voice emerged from Toad Maru, his eyes filled with a longing for life. Ha ha ha. Seeing Toad Maris' reaction, the white snake sage burst into laughter. If it weren't for their spiritual forms, she would have been in tears. Then the white snake sage quickly restrained her laughter and said, You Toad are truly afraid of death. Clearly it was that guy who wanted to lock us in a zoo. We were merely resisting, yet you insist on talking about world destruction. How amusing. Venomous woman, you are indeed a venomous woman. Toad Maru was exposed by the white snake sage and began to curse. He just wanted to live. What was wrong with that? The sage of the six paths could not help but shake his head at the situation. His old friends had truly changed to be able to say such things. Then hearing that they only wanted to be locked up in a zoo, it clearly wasn't a big deal, so he felt somewhat disinterested and prepared to wave his hand to let the two souls fall asleep. However, at that moment, the white snake sage suddenly spoke up. Indeed, an incredible individual has appeared. Otsutsuki Yuhi, you can ask the deceased Namikaze Minato about it. Although the white snake sage did not know about Kagaya Otsutsuki, she believed that as long as the sage of the six paths understood the events of their so-called past lives, he would take action, and it was very likely he would end up opposing Kamisato Chinin, and that would suffice. After dealing with a few people, Qianhuan returned to the Hokage's office once more. Tsunade and Shizune had not followed her. They were not very familiar with the others waiting for Qianhuan from their past lives. A slug was perched on Qianhuan's shoulder. The two were engaged in pleasant conversation. The slug promised to help him heal and protect the residents of Konoha during future battles. Qianhuan stated that they would provide food and shelter, and if there were any troubles they should come to him. The slug was overjoyed. Although she was already quite powerful, she still preferred to find a strong ally. Mikoto and the others showed excitement upon seeing Qianhuan return. Even though they trusted him, they knew that Qianhuan had just been reborn and lacked memories, and he was far from his former peak state. The summoned beasts of the sacred lands had lived for so many years, and perhaps they possessed some hidden ninjutsu. Now seeing Qianhuan's return, they finally felt at ease. Qianhuan, I'm so glad you're okay. I knew you wouldn't lose, Mikoto said, her eyes shimmering with tears. Hong and Hongdo also gathered around. They looked at Qianhuan with concern. How could I be in trouble? They were just a few beasts, he replied, turning his gaze to the silent Kushina Uzumaki. He directly spoke, Kushina Uzumaki, I need to tell you that Minato was controlled by the old toad and has now been killed by me. When I am strong enough, I will help you revive him. Kushina trembled at his words, her eyes suddenly reddening, tears welling up as her lashes fluttered before finally spilling down her cheeks. She bit her lip and turned her face away, her shoulders slightly shaking as she wiped her cheeks with her hands, but could not stop more tears from streaming down. After calming down a bit, her eyes glinted with killing intent, and the chakra of the tailed beast gradually emerged around her. Is that old toad dead? Although she knew that this lord would keep his promises, Minato still did not escape the fate of death. It was all because of that old toad. Without him, Minato would definitely have survived this time. She had clearly persuaded Minato in this life. Still, she could not change Minato's fate. He is dead, Qianhuan answered briefly. To comfort Kushina, he continued, but I still cannot kill the spirit body. Once I grow strong enough, I will reduce that old toad's spirit body to ashes. At this moment, Mikoto suddenly asked Qianhuan-kun, where did Sasuke go? Did he return to his original time? This was her son from another world, so she was naturally very concerned. Sasuke has come to terms with things and went to find Orochimaru to transplant the cells of Hashirama. By the time you see him again, he will probably have grown an arm. The pineapple-headed one brightened up excitedly, saying, Really? That's great. Uncle Sasuke will find things much easier this way, but what are Hashirama cells? The little one had too many questions. Qianhuan picked a few questions and answered briefly. Then he began to continue his training, extracting the chakra of the nine tails. On the other side, in Orochimaru's laboratory, within the eerie green cultivation chamber, the Hashirama cells wriggled like living creatures, the dividing tissue extending in the nutrient solution. Sasuke leaned against the wall with one arm, his crimson Sharingan focused on Orochimaru's operation. He was not wary of Orochimaru, although he couldn't say he trusted him. He believed that the Lord would not allow Orochimaru to make any small moves. He simply watched with curiosity as Orochimaru gradually operated, fusing the tissue containing his cells with the Hashirama cells. This world's Orochimaru seemed quite different from the Orochimaru of his own world, whether it was before the Fourth Great Ninja War when Orochimaru was ambitious or after the war. He suddenly asked, Orochimaru, why would someone like you willingly work for Senju Qianhuan? Orochimaru paused slightly with the surgical scalpel in his hand, turning his golden snake-like eyes to Sasuke, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This question is quite simple. I was affected by Uchiha Shizui's Koto Amatsukami. His voice was low and calm, as if stating the most ordinary fact. Sasuke was taken aback, and then his pupils suddenly constricted as he spoke. What did you say? He had never considered this possibility before, thinking that Orochimaru had willingly followed the Lord. Now it seemed that the Lord's methods were even more forceful than he had imagined. Orochimaru continued adjusting the culture solution, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if discussing someone else's affairs. The Lord commanded Shisui to modify my will. Now even if I know I am being controlled, I cannot generate any thoughts of resistance. He gently stroked the glass of the cultivation chamber as if admiring his masterpiece. Not only that, but I even feel pleasure within myself. Since you've realized this, why do you feel pleasure? Sasuke looked at Orochimaru strangely. He felt that this Orochimaru seemed to have awakened some strange attribute, being controlled yet still happy, which was simply peculiar. Is that strongest genjutsu Koto Amatsukami really that powerful? Because the very lack of desire to resist is the effect of Koto Amatsukami. Even if I clearly know I am being controlled, my thoughts and desires will naturally lean towards loyalty. Orochimaru chuckled softly and concluded, It's very interesting, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell silent again. He looked at Orochimaru earnestly, wanting to see through his true thoughts, and tentatively said, So, are you telling me this now, because you hope I can help you break free from Koto Amatsukami's control? Orochimaru shook his head. No, I'm just stating a fact. Moreover, his smile deepened, I don't think there is anything wrong with my current state. Following the Lord and serving him not only allows the ambitious me to survive, but also lets me continue the unfinished business from my past life. How could that not be the best ending? At this point, Orochimaru did not intend to discuss the matter further, but instead curiously asked Sasuke, By the way, Sasuke-kun, you seem quite familiar with me. Can you tell me what happened to me in your world? After the Fourth Great Ninja War, you stayed in Konoha to assist with research. Sasuke paused. You occasionally helped the 7th Hokage with troubles. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. That sounds like a pretty good ending. I never thought someone like me would consider living that kind of life. At this moment, within the cultivation chamber, the Hashirama cells and Sasuke's cells gradually formed the shape of an arm under Orochimaru's chakra. The two simultaneously ceased their conversation. Orochimaru licked his lips and took out the pale arm once again, comparing it to the position where Sasuke was missing one. Nodding in satisfaction, he said, "Sasuke-kun, you didn't need to transplant Hashirama's cells like Uchiha Madara to awaken the Rinnegan, so this time I really look forward to your changes." Sasuke cooperatively walked to the operating table and lay down. Now Orochimaru's expression oddly gave Sasuke a sense of familiarity, as if he had looked at him this way back then. That night in Yunin Village, the light in the office of the Raikage remained bright in the deep night. However, beneath that light the face of Raikage AI was terrifyingly grim. His thick fingers clenched the thin intelligence scroll tightly, his fist ready to tear it into shreds at any moment. Come take a look at this." Ace's voice was low as he tossed the scroll to Kurabi, who had just left the... Kurabi easily caught the scroll. His sunglass-clad face revealed no expression, but the rhythm of his speech noticeably slowed. "Yo, big brother, calling me over so late seems like something's not quite right." As he unfurled the scroll, his sunglasses slipped down an inch, his arm trembling. This is... Kurabi unusually lost his rap rhythm, his eyes widening behind his sunglasses. The would-release secret technique of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the True Thousand Hands. AI rose from behind the desk, his sturdy figure casting a shadow, but Senju Hashirama has been dead for decades. How could Konoha possibly still have someone capable of using such a high-level would-release? AI felt an intense anger. Why was it that Konoha always produced such powerful figures? First it was the yellow Flash Minato Namikaze who single-handedly changed the tide of war. Now another person capable of using the True Thousand Hands had emerged. At that moment the Eight Tails Gyuki reminded Kurabi in his consciousness. Would-release techniques are particularly effective against tailed beasts, you must be cautious. Cold sweat beaded on Kirabi's forehead, but he quickly adjusted his breathing and put his sunglasses back on. "Big brother, calm down, the intelligence could be false. How could something like this possibly be true?" "False." AI slammed a fist onto the desk, the heavy wooden surface instantly splintering. Then he angrily said, "Those spies we sent out, as long as they were ninjas, have all gone silent. This information has come from civilian ninjas." Even so, 7 different channels of spies reported the same intelligence simultaneously. Moreover, if you look closely at the intelligence, it mentions a phenomenon: the ninjas of Konoha suddenly awakened some memories last night and are now supporting someone named Kamizaki Chihuan as their emperor. Kurabi fell into silence, unsure of what to do. AI, on the other hand, was restlessly pacing around the office. The Ninja World War has occurred so many times, and all villages have suffered heavy losses. A hatred is deeply rooted. If Konoha suddenly produces a monster capable of using True Thousand Hands, then... They did not finish their sentence. In light of this escalating hatred, this would-release ninja would certainly not be like Senju Hashirama. There was a high probability he would spare no effort to annihilate them. "Yo, listen, big brother, it could be a product of experimentation. That guy Orochimaru loves to dabble in forbidden techniques." Kurabi slightly regained his composure and began rapping again. AI stopped walking, brows tightly knitted. "Are you saying this is the result of Orochimaru's human experimentation?" However, he soon dismissed this thought. It felt unimportant now, as it was too late to discuss how it came to be. After a brief silence, AI walked to the window, gazing at the moon obscured by dark clouds, gritting his teeth as he said, "No matter what it is, we cannot sit idly by. If Konoha truly has such a level of ninja, the other ninja villages will certainly not wait for Konoha to attack. We must unite with the other ninja villages." "Big brother, should we unite with the Wagakure?" Kurabi asked with a look of inquiry, completely losing the mood to rap this time. "Unite? But... No, but you don't understand the terror of would-release at all." AI made a decision. He harbored hatred for Inoki, that old man, but he was the leader of a village. He could not only be responsible for himself, but also for others. Uniting with other ninja villages might still offer a glimmer of hope, but if they did not unite, or were missing a village or two, the only thing awaiting them would be annihilation. 2 hours later in Yunin Village, beneath the pitch-black night sky, in a vast square, shadows of people swarmed, gathering nearly all the ninjas of Yunin Village. Raikage AI stood atop a high platform, his sturdy figure resembling an iron tower. He crossed his arms, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present, the Raikage cloak billowing without wind behind him. Everyone, his voice was not loud, yet it thundered like muffled thunder in everyone's ears. "Just now we received confirmed intelligence that Konoha has a ninja capable of performing the True Thousand Hands of would-release." A wave of suppressed gasps erupted among the crowd. The older generation of ninjas changed color, while the younger ninjas exchanged confused glances. That's right, it's that technique of Senju Hashirama. AI said coldly. Konoha has been hiding such a trump card until now. Do you know what this means? He suddenly slammed a foot down on the platform, the heavy stone surface, instantly shattering, debris flying. This means they have reached their limit and must gamble on their last trump card. But this trump card indeed possesses the power to change the course of the battle. Therefore we of Yunin must not give them a chance to breathe. From this moment on, Yunin enters a state of first-level combat readiness. First, as Reikage AI continuously issued orders, the expressions of the ninjas below gradually shifted from shock to combat intent. However, they did not notice that the time had already approached midnight. As Ace's final words fell, the time struck exactly midnight. At that moment, the memories of their past lives suddenly emerged in the minds of all the ninjas present. In a scene of tens of thousands of people, silence fell instantly, leaving only the occasional cries of pain due to the memories. The ones crying included Reikage AI, the Eight Tails, Jinchuriki Karabi, and nearly all the upper ninjas of Yunin village. The expressions of the other civilian ninjas also changed in that instant. Yet at that moment no one moved. Reikage AI also regained his composure. He looked at Karabi below. The two exchanged glances, both understanding the situation at that moment. They had both regained their memories. In their previous lives they had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Kamizaki Chihuan. They finally understood why True Thousand Hands had appeared in Konoha. It must have been that man's doing. Thus Reikage AI said, I believe everyone has just awakened their memories of that man. Kamizaki Chihuan is the one we just spoke of, who wields the True Thousand Hands, and he is the one who annihilated our Yunin village. He paused, shifting his gaze to the people below in the pitch-black night. However, he found that except for the higher-ups and the upper ninjas of the village, nearly everyone else was looking at them strangely. This sent a shiver down Reikage Ace's spine. Yet he still forced himself to say the next words, this time we have all been reborn. That Kamizaki Chihuan has also just been reborn and his powers are limited. Therefore this time we will definitely succeed in killing him. Wherever the lightning strikes there shall be scorched earth. Kill him. He finished speaking and waited for the renowned ninjas below to chant along with him, kill him. Just then an unknown chunin suddenly spoke up from the crowd, Reikage. Just someone swept into the garbage bin of history. How dare you boast here about killing His Majesty? The moment Laying AI heard those words, his scalp prickled with rage. He was on the verge of exploding. He felt that the person who stood up was incredibly brave. As a spy for Sanri Qianhuan, one should hide well, yet here he was openly reprimanding him face to face, as if courting death. His gaze was like a storm brewing, fixated on that individual. However, he remained silent, waiting for others to act and subdue that person. Then from the crowd another person suddenly stood up and shouted, how ridiculous. If you have the guts, challenge His Majesty yourself and let the entire village accompany you to your doom. You are truly a beast. Thankfully I awakened my memories, otherwise I would have become your cannon fodder. You. Laying AI instantly activated his lightning chakra mode, truly furious to the extreme. One after another they stood up to accuse and mock him. Were these people not afraid of death? In that case, he would grant these two individuals their wishes. He intended to make an example of them to let these people understand the cost of being a traitor. Yet, increasingly more people began to ridicule him with malice. Kill them. These parasites do not deserve to oppose His Majesty. What is Laying? How dare he invoke His Majesty's name? Yunin does not need these useless higher-ups. Lei Ying's lackeys should be chopped into 1,000 pieces. Not a single one should escape. Hang them up. I want to use the Eight Tails chakra to watch the video. You all have gone mad. Mad. Laying Ace roar exploded in the square, his rugged face twisted in shock. Looking around, those subordinates who once fought alongside him now gazed back at him with scornful eyes, and the air was thick with a stifling sense of oppression. Wake up. Our enemy is Sanri Qianhuan. Wake up. But all he received in response were waves of mocking laughter. He did not understand why these people harbored such malice against him. Their enemy should be that Sanri Qianhuan. Why was this happening? Had they all fallen under an illusion? This was also the reaction of the higher-ups of Yunin village, who were now in a panic. Brother, you need to calm down. Karabi hurriedly stepped onto the stage to restrain AI, fearing that AI might act impulsively and do something irreversible. Yet the ninjas below could not remain calm, because Laying Ace's actions were blasphemous to their majesty. Suddenly a shuriken shot toward Laying AI. In an instant the entire scene was thrown into chaos. The ninjas below also began unleashing ninjutsu to attack Laying and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Despite Kurabi and AI both being shadow-level powerhouses, they could not help but feel fear. The people below were simply too frenzied. At that moment, AI thought of his father facing the massive army of 30,000 Iwagakure alone. What immense courage that required. He could not do it now. Moreover, those ninjas below had previously been his subordinates. He also realized that some of the ninjutsu unleashed by these ninjas were ones he had never seen before. Protected only by the lightning armor and the tailed beast cloak, the two were uninjured. However, the others were not so fortunate. Samui! Kurabi suddenly shouted in fury. His disciple Samui was ambushed from the side. A kunai plunged into her delicate neck. Then it was pulled out and blood gushed forth. But before he could vent his anger, more people began to launch attacks against them. Thousands of kunai rained down upon the platform like a torrential storm. Lightning ninjutsu struck like dense little snakes. The situation had developed to this point. Laying AI could only take the crumbling Kurabi, who was about to unleash the tailed beast transformation and wreak havoc to escape this place. Such events were occurring almost simultaneously in various ninja villages. In his past life, those who followed Qianhuan in battle spontaneously sought to eliminate the shadow of their village. Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki organization also awakened their memories from their past lives. At that moment, they were engaged in a remote meeting using the body flicker technique. In the dim cave, colorful illusions intertwined to form blurred human figures, and beside them was the outer path golem. The number of them was still small. The Akatsuki was not as powerful as it would be a decade later. Only Chio, Kakuzu, Haiden, Tobi, Korizetsu, Konan, and Pain were present. Pain's Rinnegan shone with a cold light from the shadows. You all must have awakened memories from your past lives. Speak up. How should we deal with Sanri Qianhuan? Though Nagato did not want to ask this question, he still sensed that person's might in his past life. He was no match for him. The opponent did not even give him a chance to react. Thus, relying on himself was hopeless. He turned his gaze toward that mysterious masked man, Uchiha Itachi. Just then, Kakuzu's green eyes flickered, seemingly filled with fear. He spoke first. 5 hearts. Destroyed in one blow. We might as well disband here rather than be slaughtered by him. Senior Kakuzu, you are truly timid. You might as well just withdraw from the Akatsuki. Indeed, for a senior, the pressure of facing a strong enemy is still too great. Tobi, disguised as a member of the Akatsuki, immediately interjected, his tone filled with playful mockery. Though that man was terrifying, he was determined to kill him in this lifetime. Kakuzu's green eyes suddenly narrowed, and the earth grudge fear appeared at his sides, a chilling, murderous intent permeating the air. Little brat. Kakuzu's deep voice carried danger. Do you think I have lived for over 90 years by hiding in a bounty shop counting coins? It was you, Tobi, who was absent when the organization was wiped out in your past life. If you wish to die, I will gladly take your heart, as my spare for someone as useless as you is merely a waste of the organization's resources. The atmosphere in the cave instantly dropped to freezing point, and the gazes of the other members shifted between the two. Oh dear, Senior Kakuzu is about to kill someone, Tobi said in an extremely exaggerated tone. Then he suddenly felt a bit disinterested, realizing that continuing this act was pointless. He changed his tone to a cold one, saying, weakness is not a sin. Letting your own weakness influence others is the sin. Moreover, this time is different. We hold the initiative this time. Everyone's attention simultaneously shifted to Tobi, eager to hear what useful plan he could propose. However, they did not hold much hope for Tobi, as this was his first appearance, and the stark contrast in his demeanor made them view him as a fool. But Nagato and Konan knew Tobi's identity and were curious to see what ideas this Uchiha Madara had. Oh, what initiative? Korizetsu suddenly asked, his yellow eyes slightly moving. He was quite concerned about this question. In his past life, as the person who lived the longest in the organization, he undoubtedly reached the time when his mother was saved. Now that someone was helping him rescue his mother, how could he allow his pieces to be disrupted? That is time. Do you know what time it is now? In my past life, that guy only came after us a year later. As far as I know, he is merely a coward now, definitely lacking the strength he had in the previous life. With hatred in his eyes, Daitu spoke up. In his past life, Sanri Qianhuan resurrected Lin right before him and exposed all the things he had done. He could not forget Lin's disappointed gaze even in his last moments. And what Lin had said, Daitu, you are really too weak. He felt that life had lost its meaning. But now it was different. He had been revived and could kill that guy before he grew stronger. The others fell into contemplation upon hearing this. At that moment Heiju suddenly said, "Speaking of which, the corpses of you all from the previous life have not even cooled yet, and that guy already achieved peace in the ninja world. I believe we may not need to engage with him. Isn't the leader's intention to achieve peace in the ninja world?" After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Pain's Deva path, trying to read his decision from his expression. Because he knew that Nagato and Konan, the apparent leaders of the organization, were both very eager to achieve peace in the ninja world. He thought this statement might dispel the hostility between Nagato and the others. As soon as Heiju finished speaking, the cave fell silent once more. After a period of silence, Pain suddenly raised his head and his Rinnegan emitted a cold purple light from the shadows, as if it could devour all vitality. His orange short hair slightly lifted under the fluctuation of chakra. He raised his hand slightly and then said, "The peace of Sanri Qianhuan is built on hypocrisy. Without experiencing equal suffering, humanity will never understand the weight of peace, and his actions merely shift the burden of war to the next generation." Konan quietly watched Pain, and she was the first to express her stance. "I support the leader's decision. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may leave now. The enemy is powerful and I will not force you." Her voice was calm and resolute as she unconditionally supported Nagato's decision. Heiju shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Clearly, this apparent leader of the Akatsuki organization intended to resist to the end. However, he found her words somewhat amusing at this moment. If the Lord had not reached the 6 paths level, it might indeed be as Nagato said. But they did not know that a powerhouse at the 6 paths level had transcended life and death. There would only be one person on the throne in the future. Therefore, what Nagato spoke of simply did not exist. Yet he would no longer voice any opposition. After all, these few were merely his pawns. If they were given the opportunity and did not cherish it, they would only have death awaiting them. As for Uchiha Daitu, there was no need to remind him further. Daitu nodded and glanced at the indifferent Heiju. At the same time, he said, "I also support the leader's decision. We must eliminate that evil guy Sanri Qianhuan." With Daitu's declaration, the others began to express their support as well. After all, in their past life, Qianhuan had shown no mercy and had killed them all. Seeing everyone support him, Pain nodded and issued the final command. "The day after tomorrow, no, tomorrow night, we will gather near Konoha village for a surprise attack on Sanri Qianhuan." Meanwhile, on the other side, Qianhuan looked at Kushina's intermittent Nine-Tails chakra, feeling very dissatisfied. After nearly a day's absorption, he had only just reached the 2nd layer of chi refinement, but unfortunately, he had not comprehended any new ninjutsu this time. He had drained the Nine-Tails chakra multiple times, and the extraction speed of the Nine-Tails was slowing down. Clearly, the extraction speed of the Nine-Tails could not keep up with his absorption rate. If only he could have multiple tailed beasts, his improvement speed could further accelerate. For him right now, searching for tailed beasts was also a problem. Because the entire ninja world is not small and the tailed beasts are scattered across the 4 great nations. He could send others to catch them, but the speed would be slow. Because he did not know when a strong enemy might attack. Spending 10 days or half a month to catch a tailed beast was too long. By that time, he might no longer need a tailed beast. Therefore, he needed to accelerate this speed. He could not help but think how nice it would be if he had the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, Minato had been killed by him. Even if he hadn't been killed, Minato, controlled by the Great Toad Sage, would not listen to him. So he could only think of another way. However, now everyone else was almost asleep and Kushina was not an expert in this matter, so he turned his gaze to the Forbidden Scroll of Konoha. Shadow Clone Technique, Dark Walking Technique, 4 symbols, seal 8 gates of Duanjia, Impure World Reincarnation. Qianhuan looked through them one by one. At that moment, he suddenly paused in place. Impure World Reincarnation. Right, Impure World Reincarnation. Qianhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Why couldn't he have Orochimaru help him resurrect the first Hokage through Impure World Reincarnation and let him absorb? That guy's chakra amount should be greater than that of the Nine-Tails. Moreover, after the previous practice with Kakashi, he discovered that he could absorb a person's chakra. The person resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation also possesses unlimited chakra. What if he could absorb the chakra of these people? If it works, he could have several power banks. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the time taken to capture tailed beasts. Kushina, that's it for today. You can go back and rest now. Qianhuan said to Kushina, who was still waiting beside him. After all, it was this late, and the Nine-Tails had also been drained. It would be somewhat impolite to keep her waiting here. As you command, my lord. Kushina then bowed and retreated. As she was leaving, she inadvertently glanced at her lord and suddenly realized that this lord seemed to have changed entirely. His aura appeared somewhat ethereal. It made people unable to help but take a few more looks, but after seeing him one would feel a sense of inferiority, feeling ashamed. In Orochimaru's experimental base, Sasuke stared at his left hand, pale and slender, seemingly no different from an ordinary person's, but beneath the skin lurked astonishing power. He slowly clenched his fist, the coordination of bones and muscles nearly perfect, as if this arm had never lost its strength. The power of Senju Hashirama is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly a wooden spike shot from his left hand, then retracted. This was the power of wood release, and he had already mastered it. At the same time, he felt that the chakra within his body was like an ocean, exponentially greater than before. The next moment, Sasuke's Rinnegan appeared. Since he used the 6-Padzine chakra given by the Sage of 6 Paths every time he used the Rinnegan, afterward it consumed an enormous amount of chakra. But now using it again, he no longer felt that way. At the same time, he found that his heavenly hand power had also returned to its peak, even stronger. As long as he wished, he could exchange with the air nearby. Previously, after using the 6-Padzine chakra, he could only exchange with tangible objects like stones. This was truly a comprehensive enhancement. As Sasuke's strength increased, his ambition also. He had decided that after returning to his own world, he would immediately become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and then completely eliminate that Otsutsuki Ishiki, using the corpse of Otsutsuki to continue feeding the Ten Tails. How's it, Sasuke-kun? You're adapting faster than I imagined. Orochimaru observed the flames flickering in Sasuke's eyes, narrowing his gaze slightly. Very well, I am doing great right now. Sasuke kept clenching his left hand, trying to perform the hand signs. As long as you're satisfied. After finishing his sentence, Orochimaru continued questioning, posing an unexpected inquiry to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, how does my counterpart in your world compare to me in this aspect? A rare competitive spirit flickered in his snake-like eyes. He typically scorned comparisons with others, but that did not include himself from other worlds. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You are still superior. My counterpart in that world, Orochimaru, probably hasn't reached this level of perfect integration. Did he develop a competitive spirit for his counterpart from another world? Looking at it this way, Orochimaru was somewhat adorable. However, he was not lying. In terms of technology, this version of Orochimaru was certainly much stronger. Take this matter for instance, it was not merely about merging Hashirama's cells. It also involved fusing his own cells with Hashirama's, eliminating any rejection. Even if the Orochimaru from his side could achieve this, he could not possibly create such a thing in a short time. Hee. Orochimaru let out a low rumbling laugh, his golden pupils glimmering slightly in the shadows. To earn Sasuke-kun's recognition is truly delightful. At that moment, the metallic door of the laboratory creaked open. Qianhuan stepped inside. He was unaware that he was now enveloped in a faint layer of spiritual light. This change occurred upon breaking through the second level of chi refinement. Since the breakthrough was recent, the phenomenon was quite pronounced. Sasuke and Orochimaru simultaneously shifted their gazes, and Sasuke's Rinnegan activated uncontrollably. He felt that what he was seeing was no longer the familiar outline of a human, but rather a mass of walking chakra. The density of the chakra had become substantial, causing him to feel a sense of suppression at the level of life. To think that when he met this lord during the day it wasn't like this at all, the difference was quite stark. One could only say that he truly deserved to be a figure who unified the ninja world in his past life. Such a growth rate was simply unprecedented. Orochimaru instinctively took half a step back, feeling that the lord before him was not someone he should gaze upon directly. The two of them slightly adapted before this phenomenon vanished. While Sasuke observed Qianhuan also watched Sasuke. When he entered, his first glance caught the sight of Sasuke standing before the operating table. Sasuke was still moving that pale arm. When Sasuke looked up, Qianhuan keenly detected a fleeting light in his eyes, one that was not the usual coldness associated with an adult Sasuke, but rather a long-lost aggressive ambition. He did not know whether this was the influence of Hashirama's cells, or the effect of his body recovering and gaining strength. However, this was just right, as Sasuke's world was also facing the threat of the Otsutsuki, and indeed needed someone to step up. In this lifetime, Qianhuan had no system, and had to confront the Otsutsuki. Having a helper at the level of 6 paths was quite beneficial. This atmosphere did not last long. Qianhuan smiled, saying, Sasuke, it seems the surgery was very successful. Congratulations on returning to your peak. Sasuke nodded slightly and replied, thanks to His Majesty for allowing your version of Orochimaru to assist. This fusion was much faster than I expected, and also quite perfect. He did not act arrogantly just because he had just gained immense power, but was very courteous. He continued, thank you, Your Majesty. I have noted this gift, and if needed, I will lend my assistance. His tone was low yet revealed unparalleled confidence, as if there was no one left in the ninja world who could rival him. Qianhuan certainly felt Sasuke's confidence, and his smile grew even broader. Right now I indeed need your strength. I have just been reborn and my power has not yet returned to its peak. The enemies from my past life will come one by one, but rest assured it will be before the Otsutsuki's arrival. Alright, I will stay nearby before the Otsutsuki appears. Sasuke readily agreed. Your Majesty, do you have any plans for coming here? Seeing that Sasuke had finished talking with His Majesty, Orochimaru spoke up. This lord surely did not come just to observe Sasuke's changes. Qianhuan turned around looking directly at Orochimaru, his voice calm yet undeniable. I want you to perform Edo Tensei on the first Hokage. As you wish. Orochimaru responded immediately, almost reflexively bowing. He happened to have Hashirama's cells on hand, licking his lips as he spoke. Then, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I will now cultivate a white Zetsu as a vessel for you. According to the Forbidden Experiment Management Regulations issued in your past life, I can only use white Zetsu as a vessel. However, if you are in urgent need, I have plenty of materials here. How long will it take to cultivate a white Zetsu now? It will take 1 hour. No problem, go ahead and cultivate the white Zetsu. Qianhuan nodded. He had thought it would take a few days, but he didn't expect Orochimaru's efficiency to be this high. It seemed that having Shisui use Kodo Amatsukumi to control Orochimaru was indeed a correct decision. Orochimaru took out a sealed scroll from his sleeve, unsealing it to reveal a piece of Hashirama's tissue. He began operating the cultivation dish, and under the influence of chakra, the tissue slowly began to grow. Sasuke cast a strange look at Orochimaru. Your Majesty Qianhuan, why do you want to perform Edo Tensei on Hashirama Senju? Sasuke inquired. He was somewhat puzzled. Clearly he was now stronger. Why summon that person? Did this lord not recognize his strength? Did he think he could not protect them? Because I want to utilize the properties of Edo Tensei, Qianhuan explained to Sasuke. Those resurrected can obtain infinite chakra, and I happen to have a method of cultivation that can absorb chakra. Sasuke's Rinnegan suddenly constricted involuntarily, taking 2 steps back. Absorbing chakra for cultivation. His voice was low, unusually filled with shock, leaving him frozen on the spot. In an instant, everything clicked in his mind. So that was it. He finally understood why this lord could grow at such a terrifying pace. He could directly devour others' chakra for cultivation. Such a method was unheard of even in forbidden technique tomes. To think that within their ranks there existed a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, yet he still needed to rely on Edo Tensei to replenish chakra. This meant even the nearly infinite chakra supply from the Nine Tails could not keep up with this lord's absorption rate. What an absurd efficiency this was. Moreover, chakra devouring, this method of cultivation completely violated the common sense of the ninja world. Even more frightening was that it seemed not to be a bloodline limit, but rather a reproducible cultivation system. The developer's talent was likely comparable to that of the sage of 6 paths who established the ninja religion. To be able to transform such a defiant theory into practice. Kamisato Qianhuan, what kind of height have you reached? It seems the power system of this world needs to be redefined. Sasuke's heart was in turmoil for a long time. The sense of superiority and confidence gained from the Hashirama cells had vanished. He was merely a person who had grown to this state relying on the power of his bloodline. He could not compare at all with the person before him. He knew that this emperor was named Kamisato Chihio, who had no bloodline limit yet had unified the ninja world in his past life. In comparison to him, Sasuke felt like a failure. Relying on bloodline, relying on his older brother, relying on the sage of the 6 paths, and now again relying on Hashirama's cells to reach this step. Yet this emperor relied solely on himself to become invincible. He finally understood why everyone in this world respected this emperor so much. Even the mother of this world chose this emperor. No wonder. Sasuke's gaze towards Kamisato Chihio changed. It was the gaze of an admirer. Orochimaru also shifted his attention, revealing an interested expression. Your Majesty, may I experience it? Sasuke looked at Kamisato Chihio with excitement. Experience what? Experience the intensity with which you absorb chakra. Sasuke's eyes burned with fervor. Alright, let me show you. Kamisato Chihio immediately agreed to Sasuke's request. It was the first time he had seen someone so eager to become a vessel. He placed one hand on Sasuke's shoulder and quickly formed seals with the other hand. This is... Sasuke felt a weight on his shoulder and an eerie sensation of being drained overwhelmed his entire body. He could clearly feel his chakra being forcefully extracted, gushing out like a flood released from a dam. The power flowing in his flesh and blood was rapidly diminishing. Even the strength of his Rinnegan seemed to weaken at that moment. This feeling of being forcefully extracted was even more uncomfortable than when Itachi tormented him with Tsukuyomi back in the day, as if he had been doused in cold water during winter. In just a brief contact, the other party had already extracted an amount of chakra equivalent to an rank ninjutsu. What a terrifying absorption speed! A normal ninja would probably be instantly drained. Although he thought this in his heart as the last glory of the Uchiha clan, he would not allow himself to be defeated so easily. Thus the two of them became locked in a stalemate, one suffering while the other enjoyed. Kamisato Chihiyo's lips curled into a slight elusive arc. He felt a surge of energy different from the Nine Tails continuously entering his body, awakening or perhaps repairing something within him. Yet this was not simple, or perhaps it was because Sasuke possessed the Rinnegan, which instinctively resisted, making it much more difficult than absorbing the Nine Tails. Kamisato Chihiyo was not angry, instead he was even more excited. Struggle all you want, the more you resist, the more thrilled I become. He guided this power to circulate within his body, decomposing, purifying, and integrating it into his own cultivation system. And this process, the more chakra he extracted from Sasuke, the closer he approached the critical point. As expected of someone who has transplanted Hashirama's cells, Sasuke possesses an astonishing amount of chakra comparable to a fully revived Nine Tails. Kamisato Chihiyo marveled internally. Orochimaru had been observing the situation closely. His pupils dilated slightly in shock, but soon revealed a fervent desire for research. He focused on every minute movement of Kamisato Chihiyo's hand seals, trying to decipher the mystery. First, induce the target's energy flow through chakra resonance at a specific frequency, guiding it to oneself. Then use sealing techniques as a transit vessel, and finally perform molecular-level chakra purification. He rapidly constructed a theoretical model in his mind. However, while Kamisato Chihiyo's actions appeared simple, understanding their principles was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. This was an artistic technique that perfectly fused ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and sage arts, transcending the realm of his comprehension. It was something only a deity could achieve. This was indeed the emperor. The stalemate between Sasuke and Kamisato Chihiyo also ceased because Kamisato had broken through that membrane, crossing the critical point. Once Kamisato reached the second layer of chi refinement, he no longer needed to process the absorbed chakra. His body would automatically handle that, and all he needed to do was absorb. After processing through his body, he discovered he had once again mastered a completely new ninjutsu. He flipped his palm, and a golden flame appeared within Kamisato's hand. What is this? Sensing that the chakra extraction had ceased, Sasuke next saw the golden flame in Kamisato's hand. He felt a familiar aura from this golden flame, reminiscent of his Amaterasu. Yet it seemed different from the flames of Amaterasu. I have just mastered this ability and still need to experiment with it. Just mastered. You mean you absorbed my chakra and gained a flame similar to Amaterasu? Sasuke's eyes widened once again, astonished by the training method developed by the emperor. He stared intently at the golden flame dancing in Kamisato's hand. What a joke! Amaterasu is a Mangekyo Sharingan technique, and this man can replicate it merely by absorbing chakra. More frighteningly, he wasn't even of Uchiha blood. Kamisato placed a small twig into the golden flame, but the flame showed no change, and the twig was not ignited. He shook his head. It seemed that this flame did not burn physical matter. He did not show disappointment, because special flames generally possess greater power, and this was still a non-Hanseal ninjutsu. However, he did not wish to use this on a person, and could only wait for Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. Because if it were a dead person, he would have no psychological burden. Thus Kamisato waited for dozens of minutes in Orochimaru's laboratory. Sasuke did not leave. He waited here too, wanting to see if Kamisato's method would succeed. At that moment, Orochimaru also completed the cultivation, holding Hashirama's cells in one hand and a white zetsu in the other. He was licking his lips, eagerly anticipating what would happen next, whether the emperor's speed of absorbing chakra was faster or that of the reincarnated person's chakra recovery speed. Summoning impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru's technique unfolded on the ground, and the body of white zetsu gradually twisted, transforming into the former Senju Hashirama, but it stopped halfway through the transformation. Then white Zetsu reverted back to its original form. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes suddenly constricted. He had never encountered such a situation before. Orochimaru, what is going on? Kamisato narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a chill. He did not expect a change in circumstances. Your Majesty, it may be because Senju Hashirama has been revived by someone else, or that he has been reincarnated by others, or perhaps a higher-level individual has intercepted it. Regardless of the reason, we must take it seriously. After Orochimaru finished speaking, a venomous look appeared in his eyes. He had failed to execute such a simple task entrusted to him by the Emperor. It was truly disappointing to the Emperor's expectations. Qianhuan's heart sank as such an event caught him off guard. If Senju Hashirama was resurrected by Edo Tensei, that would be one thing. However, he believed it was highly likely that Hashirama had been revived or intercepted by a higher existence. This made things complicated. This implied that the old man of the Six Paths might have begun to intervene in the affairs of the ninja world. It was a simple deduction. Currently, aside from Sasuke, the only one in the ninja world with the Rinnegan was Nagato. There was no reason for Nagato to resurrect Senju Hashirama. Thus, the only ones capable of resurrecting or intercepting Hashirama could only be the Sage of Six Paths. But didn't the letter from his past life state that the Sage of Six Paths would be the last to know? How could he know now? However, this was merely speculation. To confirm, he would have to let Orochimaru try to Edo Tensei Uchiha Obito. Qianhuan immediately asked, what about Uchiha Obito? Orochimaru shook his head. Your Majesty, I currently do not have any tissue from Uchiha Obito, so I cannot perform Edo Tensei on him. Then forget it, just help me Edo Tensei someone with a higher chakra capacity. Disappointment flashed across Qianhuan's face. If he couldn't test it, he would have to continue increasing his power to resolve this crisis. Orochimaru watched all of this and couldn't help but resent his own incompetence. He had made this great majesty show such an expression. This morning the chakra amount of the giant toad and the white snake sage was quite good, Sasuke suggested. Moreover, those two summoned beasts had a large amount of sage chakra. He wanted to see if this majesty could absorb sage chakra. Sasuke-kun, that shouldn't work. I haven't tried Edo Tensei on summoned beasts, and the white Zetsu we prepared is also a humanoid shape, not a monster. Orochimaru shook his head again. Then let's Edo Tensei Danzo, that old man. It can be considered resource recycling. Qianhuan. Currently, the only shadow-level power organization that could be quickly found would probably be Shimura Danzo and Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato had some connection to Sasuke, and experimenting with the golden flames on Minato in front of him would be somewhat inappropriate, so Danzo was the best target for now. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. He actually had the cellular tissue of that guy Danzo here, because he had previously performed cell transplantation on him with Hashirama cells. Summoning Edo Tensei. The body of white Zetsu twisted and transformed before him, and this time it seamlessly became the appearance of Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo suddenly opened his murky Edo Tensei eyes, and his withered face twisted with rage, unable to accept the fact that he was killed by his closest friend. Even in death, his first thought was of Hiruzen Sarutobi. How pathetic. Your dependence on my son Hiruzen Sarutobi is truly sick, wishing for him to regret even in death. Qianhuan's words suddenly appeared in Danzo's ears. So it's you, this monster. When Danzo focused his gaze on the excessively handsome face of Kamisato, Qianhuan, his cracked body suddenly trembled violently. That fool Hiruzen. Danzo's voice sounded as if it was being squeezed out from the depths of hell. Fragments of Edo Tensei falling off with his agitated emotions, the esteemed third Hokage actually recognizing a thief as his father. This is a disgrace to Konoha. Orochimaru suddenly let out a hoarse chuckle. Lord Danzo, what's wrong with that? Our teacher is now tasked by His Majesty to manage the entire land of fire. Shut up. Danzo roared, feeling the current state of his body. He understood the situation. It was Kamisato Qianhuan, this devil, who had brought him back through Edo Tensei. Was he going to burn his soul again? 14 days. Do you know how I endured those 14 days? Danzo's body trembled as he made a certain decision. His hands quickly formed seals, and his Edo Tensei body suddenly swelled. Since Hiruzen has fallen this low, then let me take all of you with me. For symbol seal. A gleam of delight appeared in his eyes. In such a small space, even this devil should be unable to escape. I advise you to save your strength. Orochimaru spoke, forming a tiger seal with one hand. A cold smile appeared on his face. Even Senju Hashirama could not escape his control of Edo Tensei, let alone a mere Danzo. If he failed this time, he would directly commit suicide in front of His Majesty. Sure enough, in an instant Danzo's movements came to a halt. He couldn't even speak. Sasuke's Rinnegan suddenly lit up. If Danzo really made any moves, he wouldn't hesitate to kill that old man a few more times. Thinking of the fact that in this timeline the Uchiha clan was not exterminated because His Majesty Qianhuan had first wiped out the Konoha F4, a fire ignited in Sasuke's heart. He was very angry now. If Danzo was not this Majesty's tool, he would have acted long ago to let Danzo experience the power of Amaterasu again. Danzo's sinister expression suddenly froze as he noticed a naturally evil Uchiha glaring at him with hatred. He didn't remember such a Uchiha, but Danzo felt an overwhelming threat from this person's eyes that was the eternal Mangekyo and Rinnegan. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Qianhuan gently raised his hand, and a ball of golden flame rose from his palm. Danzo's pupils suddenly constricted. This flame was the same as the one that burned him for 14 days in his past life. Indeed, this devil was going to torment his soul again. Although the Edo Tensei body could not feel pain, his soul could feel it. He had experienced this in his past. Was this devil going to do it again? To turn his soul into a wick and ignite it once more? Kamisato Qianhuan Orochimaru, you two devils, did you bring me back through Edo Tensei just to torment me? Danzo yelled hoarsely. Oh! A look of surprise appeared in Qianhuan's eyes. You old thing, why do you react so strongly to this flame? Have you seen it in your past life? You know very well what you're asking. Danzo snorted coldly. Although his mindset was exploding, he still wouldn't concede. After all, Danzo had not softened during those 14 days, but it was of no use. This man in front of him was a devil. The more you softened, the more painful your cries, the more excited he became. Seeing Danzo like this, Qianhuan also smiled. He didn't expect this old fellow to have such unexpected resilience. He just didn't know why this old man was so afraid of the fire he had just created. But that was fine, he would find out by trying. So he infused his chakra into the golden flame, and the flame suddenly surged. In an instant it shot up Danzo's arm. Tuanzong watched as Qianhuan's flames fell onto his arm. A look of terror instantly flashed in his eyes. He would never forget that excruciating pain. Yet he could not resist, only able to watch helplessly as the flames crawled up his arm. The golden flames were not aggressive, they slowly ignited from Tuanzang's fingertips. Tuanzong let out a scream that was anything but human, a haunted sound, as if he were being tormented by 100 Chio in swimsuits. In his cries of despair and unwillingness, the Sharingan embedded in his right arm closed one after another, as if fearing this power. His arm began to disintegrate, the dirt and dust of the rebirth, unable to repair the parts scorched by the golden flames, as he helplessly watched his existence being gradually erased. When the flames had burned Tuanzang's entire arm to ashes, Qianhuan waved his hand and retracted the flames. He still needed to keep this power bank. He finally understood why Tuanzang was so afraid. It turned out the power of these flames was so formidable. It was capable of burning away Tuanzang's very soul, much like the attack of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki against a body of dirt reincarnation. In his past life he had mastered this flame. Orochimaru stood half a step behind Qianhuan, his golden pupils narrowed to a fine line. His throat unconsciously rolled, feeling a long-lost shiver ascend from his spine to the back of his head. He couldn't help but think that if it were this kind of flame, it could truly kill him. A flame that can directly burn souls. Orochimaru's voice was even hoarser than usual, trembling with an indescribable excitement. Your Majesty, could it be that you have entered the realm of the divine? He was referring to the power of the 6 paths, for only by reaching that level could one harm the soul. Qianhuan shook his head, certain that he had not yet reached that level. In theory, some divine techniques at the 6 paths level could explode the surface of the ground. Even the complete Susanoo of Uchiha Madara could slice mountains in half. Yet he could not achieve that now. Sasuke's chakra could actually nurture such power. Orochimaru's tongue lightly licked his dry lips, his eyes flickering with a sickly fervor. He grew increasingly interested in the Uchiha Sasuke from another world. Sasuke truly one of the strongest in the ninja world. Sasuke was still shocked by the effects of the golden flame. He did not expect this flame to be even more powerful than his Amaterasu, capable of burning souls. This was the strongest flame. He could only see Orochimaru's fervent gaze. He recalled some unpleasant memories, unable to help but sigh that Orochimaru's state in this period of their world was much better. Your Majesty, Qianhuan is indeed formidable, and my Amaterasu can only burn material. A strange expression crossed Sasuke's face. Qianhuan, you damn devil. Tuanzang's face twisted in rage as he broke free from the pain of his soul being burned. Hatred and fear burned in his eyes. How dare you desecrate the souls of the dead? My will never perish. Tuanzong, do you think that, even if your soul is burned away, it can return to the Pure Land? How could you come up with such a ridiculous idea? But don't worry, after I'm satisfied, I will return you. Qianhuan's gaze was cold, yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if he were admiring the last struggles of his prey. Your hatred is even more delicious than I imagined, he whispered, placing a hand on Tuanzang's shoulder. The other hand began to form seals. In an instant, Tuanzang's chakra was forcibly extracted like a tide, transforming into a stream of azure energy that surged into Qianhuan's body along his arm. However, unlike the chakra he absorbed from the Nine Tails or Sasuke in the past, Tuanzang's chakra had a strange chill. This might be due to Tuanzang being a body of dirt reincarnation. Yet he did not dwell on this matter. After all, he could feel that the chakra foundation technique was once again advancing. Moreover, this time his body seemed to really enjoy this energy, which was also a form of replenishment. He just didn't know what skill would awaken this time. His growth was rapid, and he felt that just one night might allow him to reach the third layer of chi refinement. But this was hard on Tuanzang. Due to the rapid absorption of chakra by Qianhuan, Tuanzang's body began to inevitably approach death. However, since Tuanzang was already dead, his body oscillated between continuous death and revival. Orochimaru, Tuanzang alone is not enough for me. Help me reincarnate more people with special abilities, Qianhuan commanded. Although the body of dirt reincarnation recovers chakra faster than what the Nine Tails refined, there is still a significant gap. On the other side, late at night, after the Akatsuki meeting concluded, Uchiha Obito acted alone, the Sharingan beneath his mask, coldly observing the path ahead. His destination was Konoha. He wanted to witness Qianhuan's destruction with his own eyes, even if he did not need to take action in the operation tomorrow night. Moreover, he intended to retrieve the Sharingan from Kakashi's eye, as that way, even if Nagato and the others failed, he could still stand invincible. He eagerly anticipated how powerful his double Kamui would be. Little did he know he had already been targeted. Kurozetsu had long been lurking in his shadow. Without any aura, without chakra fluctuations, even the intent to kill was perfectly concealed. He was the embodiment of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, her son who had manipulated the ninja world behind the scenes for millennia. Even Madara had been played in his hands. How could a mere Uchiha Obito possibly detect him? He hadn't wanted to kill Obito this chess piece, but unfortunately he obstructed his path to save his mother. Obito walked unguarded. At that moment, Kurozetsu silently seeped from the ground, its black arm piercing through Obito's chest like a steel bar. Pff. Blood gushed out and Obito froze, his pupils constricting violently. Cough. He looked down at the black arm protruding from his chest, disbelief etched on his face. Who could stealthily ambush him like this? Moreover, that black arm felt somewhat familiar. What a pity, Obito. Kurozetsu's cold voice rang in his ear. You could have been an obedient pawn. Obito tried to struggle, but Kurozetsu's arm had sealed off all his chakra. Even his Sharingan could not be used. This time he was completely done for. You. When? Why? You should have agreed with my proposal during the Akatsuki meeting just now. Why did you have to oppose His Majesty Qianhuan? I really didn't want to kill you. After all, you were my most comfortable piece besides Uchiha Madara, Kurozetsu said earnestly to Obito, his eyes filled with regret. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted violently. The words of Black Zetsu carried too much information, leaving him momentarily unable to react. Pieces on a chessboard. He never expected that Black Zetsu had also submitted to Kamisato Chihayashi. What kind of power did Kamisato Chihayashi possess to be so appealing to so many? Moreover, what Black Zetsu said about Uchiha Madara and himself being mere pieces on the chessboard, what could that possibly mean? Given your imminent demise, I will tell you and Uchiha Madara are both my pawns. I am not Madara's will, I am the will of my mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. I have lived for over 1,000 years. The Moon Eye plan was merely my ruse aimed solely at rescuing my mother. Ha ha ha, do you understand now, Obito? Slowly Black Zetsu withdrew the arm that had pierced through his heart, his gaze icy. Your godly power is indeed troublesome, but as long as you remain unaware of the attack you will be defenseless. Obito collapsed to the ground, blood staining the earth. His vision began to blur and his consciousness rapidly faded. Why? He hoarsely inquired. With Obito's limited mental capacity, he simply could not comprehend what was happening. One moment it was Kamisato Chihayashi, the next it was Kagaya Otsutsuki. Was there any connection between the two? Black Zetsu looked down at him, offering no hint of pity in his eye. The appearance of His Majesty has rendered the Moon Eye plan unnecessary for me, yet you still oppose him. Your existence is hindering my mother's resurrection. Mother. Obito repeated the unfamiliar term in confusion. As he neared death, he realized from Black Zetsu's words that both he and Uchiha Madara had become discarded pieces. But Black Zetsu no longer responded. Obito's breath grew faint. Memories of his time with Rin gradually resurfaced in his mind. He recalled the words Rin had spoken before his death in his previous life. Obito, you are truly... Bearing this thorn, Obito ultimately fell completely to the ground, his mask rolling aside to reveal a face soaked in despair and blood. Black Zetsu coldly stared at his corpse. Then he reached out to extract the only valuable thing Obito possessed, placing it into his own eye. With Obito eliminated, it was certain that Chihayashi would appreciate this eye. As for Nagato, he had no intention of intervening. After all, Nagato was merely a cripple, and he believed His Majesty could perfectly handle Akatsuki. What he needed to do was simply report Akatsuki's meeting to Chihayashi. Time returned to the daytime. In the white space, Sage of the Six Paths sat cross-legged in the void, his brow furrowed. Listening to Minato's account, he initially remained unconcerned. The ruler mentioned by Gamamaru did not seem to be an outright demon, but rather a formidable leader. After all, having monitored the ninja world for so many years in the Pure Land, he knew that Kamisato Chihayashi's methods were not necessarily evil. He could genuinely guide the ninja world to a better side. He was almost looking forward to witnessing the people of the ninja world living such days. However, the more he listened, the less calm he felt as Minato revealed that the man intended to release his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki from the moon and would become the son of that ruler. Absurd. The Sage of the Six Paths clenched his palm tightly, chakra rippling around him, causing the space of the Pure Land to tremble. Mother. The being that devours chakra and destroys worlds is to be released by him. Even to become his wife. His face went pale, veins bulging on his forehead. This was no ordinary threat. This was blasphemy. A heresy that must be eradicated. Gamamaru was right. This person is not a reformer at all, but a genuine demon. After placing Minato back, he decisively pulled two souls from the depths of the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, the purple light of the Rinnegan particularly striking in the Pure Land. Hashirama Senju looked around in confusion. Where is this? The Sage of the Six Paths coldly fixed his gaze on them and stated plainly, I am the Sage of the Six Paths, the creator of the ninja world. Now a being named Kamisato Chihayashi has emerged in the ninja world. His existence will destroy the entire world. I need you to return to the present and eliminate him completely. Uchiha Madara frowned, the Rinnegan slightly rotating as he scrutinized the Sage of the Six Paths. Sage of the Six Paths, Kamisato Chihayashi. Interesting, truly fascinating. He thought he would be revived by Obito after death, yet he was awakened by the legendary Sage of the Six Paths. Now he was given a task to eliminate a being that could potentially destroy the ninja world. This was far too interesting, and he was very much looking forward to meeting that guy. Hashirama exclaimed in shock, destroy the world. Is he really that powerful? The Sage of the Six Paths ignored their reactions, but his gaze suddenly locked onto Madara's Rinnegan. Wait, your eyes. His pupils suddenly constricted, his expression turning cold. The power of all things. You actually fused in Ashura's chakra. Madara also coldly sneered at the Sage of the Six Paths. As expected of the Sage of the Six Paths, you can never escape the Rinnegan's gaze no matter the time. The Sage of the Six Paths' expression darkened. The reincarnate of Indra's generation had actually figured out the method to awaken the Rinnegan on his own. This was not a good omen. This matter could be great or small, but since Uchiha Madara was already dead, he should have no other schemes. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. The powers of both of you are incredibly strong, but they may still not be enough. In that case, Ashura, Indra, appear. Two even older souls were summoned. The spiritual forms of Ashura and Indra slowly awakened. Indra opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan sweeping the surroundings, ultimately locking onto Uchiha Madara. Oh, the reincarnate of my chakra in this generation has actually awakened the Rinnegan. Ashura looked at Hashirama Senju, revealing a gentle smile. It seems my descendant is still persevering on the path of love. The Sage of the Six Paths did not grant them time to reminisce. He coldly commanded, listen, there exists a being in the present world that must be erased named Kamisato Chihayashi. He not only attempts to release Kagaya Otsutsuki, but also seeks to claim her for himself. Your mission is to assist Madara and Hashirama in completely ending his ambition. Ashura's expression turned grave. Father, we must absolutely not unseal grandmother's seal. Uchiha Madara displayed a curious expression. This was truly an interesting family drama. But why was Kamisato Chihayashi entangled in relationships with figures from ancient legends? Madara smirked. Interesting. Then let me see what abilities this Kamisato Chihayashi truly... Hashirama clenched his fists resolutely, stating, if his existence will destroy the ninja world, then I will not stand idly by. The Sage of the Six Paths slowly raised his hand. He infused the chakra capable of resurrecting them into the spiritual forms of these individuals. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent their spiritual forms out of the Pure Land. Go! Kill him before he releases my mother. On the road to Konoha, in a dense forest, several individuals had already been revived. However, within Madara's eyes were not the Rinnegan, but a pair of ordinary Sharingan. At this moment, Indra's footsteps suddenly halted. In his eyes, the three-demo Sharingan emerged, fixated on Uchiha Madara. Let me see your Rinnegan. Hashirama also shifted his gaze to Madara, unsure of when he had awakened. Clearly Madara had not awakened it at the time of his death at my hands. Could it be that this guy could still cultivate in the Pure Land? Hashirama hoped Madara would share his experiences, but evidently due to Hashirama's attack that led to Madara's death, Madara currently had no desire to engage. You are Indra, the legendary ancestor of the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, his own three-demo manifesting, speaking arrogantly, you seem to be nothing special. At that moment, the three tomos in his eyes began to spin violently, blood oozing from his eyes, transforming into a kaleidoscope. You do have some arrogance, but I will show you what it means to overreach. Indra's face displayed an expression of looking down on his juniors, and his Sharingan also underwent a transformation, becoming a kaleidoscope, which greatly displeased Uchiha Madara. Both of their faces bore a strikingly fierce battle intent. Seeing this, Ashura quickly stepped forward, anxiously saying, wait, don't engage, father has a mission, and there are likely people living nearby, you cannot just start fighting. Shut up. Indra snapped, a massive purple creature rising from the ground. Madara laughed heartily, is that all you've got? He also unleashed his own giant form. In an instant, the complete body blue Susanoo clashed with Indra. The explosive shockwave swept through the entire forest, ancient trees turning to dust in the violent energy. Uchiha Madara's blue Susanoo was pushed back several dozen meters, leaving two deep trenches in its way. Through the translucent chakra armor, he saw that Indra was equally in a difficult position, his purple Susanoo armor covered in cracks. A commendable amount of chakra. I recognize you, truly worthy of the Uchiha ancestor. Uchiha Madara shouted loudly, his black hair swirling, his eyes filled with battle intent. Arrogant Junior. Indra's purple Susanoo soared into the air, seriously gazing at the massive blue figure in the distance. Then his purple Susanoo suddenly began to form a gigantic lightning ball. Junior, you do not understand what true power is. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, also slashing out with his sword. The lightning ball collided with the sword aura, resulting in another violent explosion, once again causing devastating damage to the surrounding environment. Unbeknownst to them, a disguised white cloud passed overhead. This cloud was a paper disguise created by Conan, with Nagato and the 6 paths of pain above it. They all gazed with serious expressions at the battle below. Nagato found his previously proud power of the gods to be lacking in the presence of these two giants. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Countless wooden vines broke through the earth, forming a massive barrier to separate the two Susanoo. Stop, Madara. Indra. Hashirama stood atop the suddenly appearing wooden dragon, hands clasped together. Do you know that the attack just now destroyed a small village in the distance? If you continue to fight like this, do you plan to destroy the entire land of fire? Ashura's figure appeared on the other side, his wood release forming countless giant hands to support a protective shield. Indra, if you continue like this, you will surely lose yourself in your power. Madara Susanoo emitted a proud and cold laugh, his battle intent unwavering. This is a private matter for the Uchiha. His gaze turned to Indra. Let's go to a place without people. Madara, our current task is to kill the world-destroying demon Kaguya. Hashirama urged. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara burst into laughter. Destroy the world. Is there really someone so bored as to do such a thing? You really are naive. Seeing that Madara was determined to settle the score with Indra first, Hashirama's face grew solemn, the sage mode pattern spreading across his face. In that case, he suddenly clapped his hands together. Sage art would release true 1,000 hands. A gigantic 1,000-armed Buddha statue rose from the ground, thousands of arms reaching towards the two Susanoo. Seeing this, Ashura also performed the same technique, a second wooden Buddha appearing on the other side of the battlefield, also pressing down towards the two Susanoo. Madara and Indra were forced apart, each responding to an attack from a wooden Buddha. The giant swords of Susanoo collided with the fists of the wooden Buddha, producing a deafening roar. Ashura, don't meddle in this. Indra shouted angrily, his Susanoo being struck by dozens of wooden fists, the armor showing significant fractures. However, Madara did not confront Hashirama directly. He knew the terror of this wooden Buddha, having once faced the Nine Tails and not being its match. To surpass Hashirama, he needed to reclaim his own power. Above the paper-made floating clouds, Nagato observed two gigantic thousand-hand Buddhas rising below, a serious expression appearing in his eyes. He could distinctly feel that these were even stronger than the blue giant. Nagato, we should leave quickly. These individuals are too terrifying, Konan said, her eyes also displaying a serious expression. She had originally thought Nagato was nearing godhood, only to realize now that the world was still vast. The sudden appearance of these four individuals made Nagato realize that he might not be a match for any of them. All right, Nagato quietly said, admitting that these four were indeed frighteningly strong, forcing him to retreat. However, at this moment, Uchiha Madara, who was hovering around the thousand-hand Buddha in the sky, suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. He sensed that his Rinnegan was nearby. Standing within the massive Susanoo, his pupils shifted left and right, but found no abnormalities. Yet, he trusted his instincts, and he was not one to give up easily. Thus he soared into the sky, disregarding the Uchiha ancestor Indra, who was being suppressed by Ashura. Madara, what are you doing? Don't think about escaping. Hashirama shouted, but because his thousand-hand Buddha could not fly despite stretching its arms to the limit, it still could not stop Madara. Madara paid no mind to Hashirama and charged directly through the sky. Meanwhile, Indra, who was being beaten by Ashura, also wanted to break free to follow Uchiha Madara, but as soon as he exerted effort, he was suppressed back down. Useless, Indra, you can't escape. Just obediently complete the task that father assigned us. Ashura said. Madara Uchiha burst through the clouds, standing atop the heavens. Once more he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, sweeping it steadily across the surrounding sky. Above the drifting clouds, Konan instantly formed hand seals, attempting to envelop them entirely in paper, but she was a fraction too slow. I've found you. Madara Uchiha's arrogant voice echoed across the void. Piloting the complete form of Susanoo, he descended before Konan's cloud lair. An extraordinary ninjutsu. Indeed, in the art of concealment, I, Madara Uchiha, name you the unrivaled master. He praised Konan's divine paper technique without restraint, acknowledging its flawless illusionary fidelity. For even his current Mangekyo Sharingan had been deceived by it, a feat worthy of profound respect. Madara Uchiha. Konan's pupils contracted sharply, her azure hair whipped wildly in the turbulent gales. Her fingers instinctively clenched, paper coalescing into razor-edged blades within her palms, yet she hesitated, paralyzed by the man's overwhelming presence, her very breath constricting beneath his aura. She had encountered another Madara Uchiha before, yet none possessed the sheer crushing gravitas of this one. Nagato sat slumped in his mechanical wheelchair, his frail frame leaning forward slightly, his Rinnegan reflected Madara's figure and astonishment contorted his face. Nagato, the time has come. Return my eyes to me. Madara loomed above them, his Mangekyo Sharingan devoid of warmth, cold and absolute. What are you saying? Nagato's breath caught, his Rinnegan's concentric rings contracting violently. Instantly the 6 paths of pain interposed themselves before him. The notion struck him as absurd. Were his Rinnegan truly his? Do not approach, Nagato. At last Konan moved, her paper wings unfurling with a thunderous snap, and countless paper shuriken rained down like a lethal storm upon Madara. Pathetic. Madara did not even deign to glance at Konan. The colossal blue Susanoo merely raised a hand, effortlessly shielding him. The torrent of paper shuriken failed to leave even the faintest scar upon Susanoo. Nagato, you are nothing more than a vessel for my eyes. Did you truly believe the Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths could awaken spontaneously in mortal flesh? Madara spoke with chilling indifference, savoring the look of disbelief dawning upon his pawn's face. In that instant, all 6 paths leapt, Pain's Deva path hovering midair while the other 5 converged from divergent angles, encircling Madara. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path raised his hand, an apocalyptic repulsive force erupted, compressing the air into visible shockwaves that surged toward Madara like a tidal wave of annihilation. A faint smirk curled Madara's lips. Unmoving, he lifted a single hand and halted Shinra Tensei with effortless grace. Not even the titanic Susanoo recoiled so much as a step. Such trivial repulsion dares manifest before me. Nagato, let me see how far you can push. His voice brimmed with unshakable arrogance. Nagato's pupils contracted violently. He had never imagined Madara Uchiha could be this formidable. If even the infallible Shinra Tensei left him untouched, then other techniques would likely prove equally futile. Only one final recourse remained. Seated silently in his mechanical wheelchair, Nagato stared wordlessly at Madara, then suddenly pressed his palms together. Chibaku Tensei. A pitch-black sphere rapidly ascended from Nagato's hands, yet the technique exacted a terrible toll upon him. Upon completion, he collapsed into breathless exhaustion, his already gaunt frame now emaciated, trembling with spent vitality. Nagato, you have squandered my eyes. Madara scoffed, bitterly disappointed that Nagato's Chibaku Tensei fell so far short of its potential. Do you possess a counter to this technique? Nagato's voice trembled, ragged with exhaustion. Before him stood a being beyond comprehension. Because you were too slow. With those words, Madara commanded the full Susanoo, its blade cleaving downward, shattering the nascent Chibaku Tensei before it could fully coalesce. Nagato, if you have no further means to amuse me, then surrender your eyes. Azura Path Rocket Barrage. Animal Path Summoning Technique. Preda Path. Human Path. The Azura Path's mechanized arms split open, dozens of guided missiles locking onto Madara. The Preda Path teleported directly before him, attempting to absorb his chakra. Simultaneously, colossal summoned beasts, the split dog Yatagarasu and Hell Crab, roared forth, lunging at Madara from all sides, while the human path struck from behind, reaching to extract his soul. Konan joined the assault. Countless paper clones materialized across the sky, converging upon Madara in a synchronized aerial strike. Each clone bore explosive tags. A barrage of detonations struck Susanu's azure form, immediately triggering violent cascading explosions across its surface. Blinding fire engulfed Susanu's head. Just as Nagato and Konan dared hope their assault, a searing azure blade slashed through the chaos, cleansing the battlefield in a single stroke. All but the Deva Path, Konan's paper clones, the other 5 paths, were bisected instantly. As smoke dispersed, Susanu's azure visage, hitherto unscathed by bombardment, bore its first visible signs of strain. Acceptable, Nagato. You truly are impressive. Continue entertaining me. Madara laughed, a deep resonant peal, finally stirred by genuine interest. Then Ultra Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path shot forward, unleashing a repulsive force hundreds of times more devastating than before. The Azure Susanoo was hurled backward, skidding kilometers through the sky before grinding to a halt. Yet the cost was catastrophic. Nagato's body shriveled inward, his lungs rasping like broken velvet. Nagato, are you alright? Konan cried out anxiously, spreading her paper wings, discarding the cloud platform, and seizing Nagato to flee. But from afar, a flash of steel cleaved through the air. Konan's arm severed cleanly. Nagato plummeted, tumbling helplessly toward the earth. At that moment, Madara's Susanoo arrived, gripping Nagato by the throat with one hand while the other plucked the Rinnegan from his sockets and implanted them into his own. He then reinstalled Nagato's original Mangekyo Sharingan and declared, "Watch closely, Nagato. This is how the Rinnegan is wielded." And with that, he cast the newly reawakened Nagato back toward Konan. At that instant, Konan, still channeling the divine paper technique, remained temporarily impervious to physical harm. Her severed limb reformed seamlessly. She darted to Nagato's side and rescued him mid-fall. Within Susanoo, Madara Uchiha savored the boundless, transcendent power surging through his being and turned his gaze toward the 3 figures below. His Rinnegan spun with hypnotic intensity. Rinne Tensei, border of the netherworld. From his Rinnegan emerged intangible shadows, phantom avatars of the wheel of reincarnation imperceptible in the mortal realm, descending instantly upon Hashirama, Azura, and Indra. On the ground, Hashirama looked up at the events unfolding in the sky, his expression heavy with concern. He had no idea what Madara was up to, but he only knew that if this continued, something terrible would happen. "Lord Ashura, can you capture that guy?" Hashirama asked hopefully. He did not want to see Madara, who had been given a second chance at life, go astray once more. Ashura shook his head. He lacked the power to fly. Just then the 3 of them were suddenly struck by an invisible force, collapsing to the ground severely injured. Madara, controlling his complete Susanoo, hovered above them and said, "How is it? Indra, do you still want to watch? This is the power of the Rinnegan." Indra, lying on the ground along with Ashura and Hashirama, had expressions of disbelief on their faces. "How can you have eyes like father's?" Ashura asked, as if his worldview had shattered. "Madara, what exactly have you done?" Hashirama could not help but ask. He had noticed that Madara had awakened such eyes while they were in the Pure Land. However, after the Sage of Six Paths helped them reconstruct their bodies, Madara had lost this ability. Now Madara had suddenly appeared with the Rinnegan. Could it be that he had obtained them from those two above? Ha ha. Indra laughed loudly. As expected of my descendant Ashura, it seems my chakra reincarnated descendant is even more impressive. Indra could not care less about where Uchiha Madara had obtained the power to awaken the Rinnegan, he only knew he had one. It was incredibly satisfying that Ashura was no match for his own reincarnation. However, Madara did not kill the three of them, knowing that a certain Sage of Six Paths was watching them in the Pure Land. Before he completed his plan, he did not want to provoke the Sage of Six Paths. You three stay here, let me test the depths of Kamui's power. Uchiha Madara, you can't go. Father told us to go together. Ashura shouted, always so straightforward. Are you going to slow me down? After saying this, Madara used his shadow clone of the underworld to instantly pin the others in place. Then he laughed heartily as he maneuvered his complete Susanoo and sailed away. In the sky, Konan and Nagato fell into silence. Just moments ago, those three powerful figures could easily be defeated by Uchiha Madara after he obtained the Rinnegan. Konan, it seems we can't achieve peace after all, Nagato said, dejectedly realizing they could not fulfill Yahiko's dying wish. Konan gazed at him, her lavender eyes reflecting Nagato's despondent figure. She gently raised her hand, but hesitated in midair, ultimately just resting it on his shoulder, her voice soft yet resolute. Nagato, don't blame yourself, at least we are still alive. Yes, we are still alive, but the current situation in the ninja world is no longer something we can intervene in. Let's go back. Stop the revenge against Kamui and disband the Akatsuki organization. Nagato issued his final command. With Uchiha Madara becoming this strong, it was likely that Kamui would not escape death. That could be considered revenge for their past lives. In the end, Konan only returned to Amigakure with the body of Pain Tendo and Nagato. As dawn broke, Kamui suddenly opened his eyes. After a night of continuous extraction of the chakra of the Edo Tensei, he had achieved the third level of chakra refining. 3 Magatama appeared on his clothing. This time his acquisition was no longer a simple ninjutsu, he discovered that his state might resemble that of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. A black sphere appeared in his hand. Yes, that was the Six Paths Orb. After absorbing a large amount of Edo Tensei chakra, his own chakra was once again replenished. He was able to create the Six Paths Orb with his hands. Despite not fully understanding how he accomplished this, he realized that the Six Paths Orb was composed of a mix of 7 chakras. Except for the Rinnegan, others needed to possess Six Paths level power to condense it. Yet now he already had that power. It could only be said that the chakra foundation method left to him by his past life was indeed powerful. Moreover, the Six Paths Orb he created was even more flexible, allowing him to incorporate its properties into his ninjutsu. He now only had a few ninjutsu. One was a 40-meter long sword, and the other was Golden Flames. The 40-meter long sword could no longer be called that, it had become a 100-meter long sword. It resembled the Shinigami scythe from the anime with a retraction speed as fast as a gun. After merging with the Six Paths Orb, he was now invincible beneath the Six Paths. The golden sword wrapped around the black Six Paths Orb transformed into a pitch-black blade. With the speed at which he drew his sword and the disintegration property of the Six Paths Orb, as long as he locked on, he could initiate a kill without obstruction. Sasuke had already gone back to rest. Orochimaru was still guarding beside Kamui. He undoubtedly recognized the value of what he saw at a glance. He immediately knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming a god again. Although they had also referred to themselves as Six Paths level in their past life, the gap between Six Paths level and other levels of ninjas was too great a distance that hard work could not bridge. Thus they often referred to Six Paths level as being divine. In front of Orochimaru and Kamui, there were also 2 people in Edo Tensei state. One was Danzo and the other was Minato. Because Kamui absorbed too quickly, Danzo's chakra could not keep up with the consumption, so he brought Minato back to life with Edo Tensei. Danzo's mouth opened and closed, but produced no sound. However, from his lip movements, it was clear he was still expressing his emotions. Kamui, you will not die well. You better kill me or I will make you regret it. Don't be arrogant. Becoming a god is merely your delusion. Who are you scaring with a black sphere? It was all similar to this. Kamui had grown so powerful that it was beyond comprehension. Although his current state might not be as strong as Six Paths level, his physical quality and reaction ability might even surpass that of the Six Paths. Thus he immediately discerned that Danzo was still cursing him. He then lifted the Six Paths orb in his hand and placed it into Danzo's mouth. In an instant the Six Paths orb disintegrated Danzo's mouth. Now Danzo had no mouth left and could only glare at Kamui with a malicious look. Kamui found Danzo's glare somewhat annoying, so he retracted Danzo's eyes as well. Now Danzo had completely turned into a wooden person. Meanwhile Minato remained much quieter. He had freed himself from the control of Gamamaru, having died once, which was equivalent to a reset. Watching what Kamui did to Danzo, he even felt a tinge of delight in his heart, as Danzo had often coveted Kushina's body. Wanting to control Kushina Danzo's fate was indeed a source of great satisfaction. He did not curse Kamui, but instead followed Orochimaru in saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming a god." Although I don't know what a god is like, it can't be wrong to follow Orochimaru in saying it. As for why Minato, who was killed by Qianhuan, had this attitude, it was because Qianhuan revealed his promise to Kushina. Naturally, Minato, who was eager to reunite with Kushina, held no hostility towards Qianhuan. He even felt a twinge of guilt. In his past life under the control of Gamabunta, he had attempted to assassinate His Majesty Qianhuan multiple times, and His Majesty had spared him several times due to his appreciation for him. Thinking back on these events, he couldn't help but wish to obliterate all the toads on Mayaboku Mountain. To have been controlled in 2 lifetimes was simply too much. At that moment, Qianhuan, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, approached Minato, a slight smile tugging at his lips, and said, "Minato, I can help you return to the ninja world." Indeed, the state he had attained was not as simple as merely condensing the Seeking Dao Jade. He could accomplish many things at the Six Paths level. This included reviving others. The cost for his revival was no longer his life, it was merely what he lacked the least now was chakra, for after reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he could absorb a significant amount of Senjutsu chakra from the air through the operation of his techniques, even without drawing from other people's chakra to sustain his cultivation or restore his physical condition. Furthermore, having refined and absorbed so much chakra previously, his chakra quantity had long surpassed that of several Nine-Tails. Minato's eyes were filled with a yearning for the word revive. But soon that yearning was overshadowed by a heavy expression. Finally, he made up his mind, raised his face, and forced a broken smile as he said, "Your Majesty, although I long to reunite with Kushina immediately, I also understand that reviving someone is not an easy task. You have many enemies now, please prioritize the bigger picture." Though he hadn't lived long in his past life, he was aware that this Majesty was decisive in his actions with countless enemies. Therefore it was wise to preserve his strength for now. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes flashed with a dangerous light, clearly holding a different opinion on the matter. A mocking smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Minato, are you questioning His Majesty's power?" His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority. "Do you think His Majesty is like those mediocre beings who exhaust themselves by barely using forbidden techniques? He is the emperor who unified the ninja world, a being above all ninjas. Do you think that reviving someone would weaken His Majesty? Ridiculous. His Majesty has already surpassed the limits of mortals. His chakra is as vast as an ocean, while your understanding remains stuck in the narrow confines of the old ninja world." Qianhuan did not refute this. He stepped closer to Minato, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Revive Namikaze, Minato." Golden chakra surged forth from Qianhuan's palm like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping Minato's entire body. The quality of his chakra was terrifyingly high. Even those who were gravely injured could rely solely on his chakra to fully restore themselves, surpassing even the effectiveness of Tsunade, let alone the abilities he could unleash. Minato's body, composed of impure soil, began to tremble violently, with blinding golden light erupting from the cracks. A muffled groan escaped his throat as his bones grew, flesh regenerated, and a heavy thump resonated from his heart. Minato looked down at his hands. The cracks in his skin were visibly healing, the pale color of his impure rebirth fading to be replaced by vibrant flesh. Yet Qianhuan's chakra did not cease. Instead, it surged forth with even greater intensity, for reviving a person was not as simple as merely allowing them to grow flesh. It was about breaking the boundary between life and death, defying the rules of the ninja world. Under the impact of the massive golden chakra, Orochimaru's entire laboratory began to tremble. Blinding golden light radiated from Minato and Qianhuan, even piercing through the laboratory walls and illuminating the sky outside. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes were instantly blinded by this golden light, unable to open. Yet he endured the harm to his eyes from the light tears streaming down his cheeks as he kept his eyes wide open watching the elegance of His Majesty. At the same time, nearly all the strong figures in Konoha turned their attention in this direction. Especially Qianhuan's sons who were not sleeping, but were instead striving to recover their battle power from their past lives. In that instant, Gai, Kakashi, Itachi, Yamato, Hayashi, and Hizashi all looked excitedly in that direction. Under the massive chakra, they sensed a familiar aura. It was their father. Their father's power had once again risen to a new level. Especially Hayashi, who gritted his teeth feeling a surge of guilt. It was the sacrifice of the entire Hyuga clan's Byakugan that had barely granted him the possibility of awakening the reincarnation eye. In yesterday's battle, he had only been able to use the would-release powers from Hashirama's cells. Now, having just awakened, his power was already lagging behind. Adult Sasuke also turned his gaze. He could now be considered the strongest person in Konoha aside from Qianhuan. Thus his perception was the clearest. That immense chakra was not for combat, it was for something else. As for what that was, he could naturally guess, for he had seen that feeling before. It was to revive someone. His heart trembled. Just a day after yesterday had that man already achieved the step. It was simply too terrifying. Moreover, to his understanding of that man, he used ninjutsu to revive others. Surely, he would not pay too great a price, at least he certainly would not die. To achieve this, Sasuke knew that it required 6 paths level power. Has His Majesty already advanced to the level of a 6-path strongman? Sasuke couldn't help but speculate as he decided to go check Orochimaru's laboratory. Having transplanted Hashirama's cells, he was filled with energy. Despite only sleeping for a few hours, he was still wide awake. Kushina suddenly sat up in bed, her bright red hair plastered to her pale cheeks with cold sweat. She gasped heavily, her right hand clutching the fabric of her nightgown tightly, her heart racing, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. She had dreamt of Minato again, and in the dream Minato died a terrible death. He had gone to assassinate His Majesty only to be sliced into pieces by him. Then he was brought back to life by His Majesty being whipped with pepper water. Dreaming of Minato again, a deep echo resonated from within Kushina, the voice of the Nine Tails. Since the Nine Tails had reconciled with her, its voice was no longer filled with malice, as it had been when it was first reborn. I dreamt that Minato was tortured by His Majesty. Kushina replied, her mood slightly Little girl, isn't it normal to torture him a bit? If I were His Majesty, I would also torture Minato, making him obedient. Making him comply with His Majesty. She sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her spirit immersed in the ceiling space. You smelly fox, that's too much. A Minato is already dead, how can you say that? Kushina had thought that the Nine Tails would comfort her, but unexpectedly the Nine Tails was just rubbing salt into her wounds. The Nine Tails snorted coldly and said, I will fulfill the promises I made. That yellow-haired brat will come back to life, I guarantee it, by the name of the 6th-path immortal. To add persuasiveness, he changed the way he addressed him to Grandpa. Jushinai's thoughts were entirely focused on Minato, completely oblivious to the change in the Nine Tails' address. I know the Emperor will keep his promise. She got out of bed, her bare feet touching the cold floor as she walked to the window, worriedly saying, but I fear that even if Minato is resurrected, he still won't escape the control of that vile toad. Then you can use ropes, right? That is the diamond lock which will bind Minato. You were quite professional when you tied me up, weren't you? The Nine Tails said dismissively, believing that Jushinai was overly worried. Jushinai. The Nine Tails' words successfully reminded her of the scenes from her dream, filling her with anger. She suddenly realized that ever since recognizing him as Grandpa, the Nine Tails had become very arrogant, continuously trying to provoke her. So she used the diamond lock to bind the Nine Tails. Just as the 1,000 illusions reached its final stage, a shadow as dark as ink slowly appeared in Orochimaru's laboratory. This person was none other than Korezetsu. 1,000 illusions had already noticed Korezetsu, but he did not take any action. After all, reviving Minato was at a critical moment. If he stopped, he would have to start over. Most importantly, he felt no malice from Korezetsu. This indicated that Korezetsu was currently on their side. Thinking about it, it made sense. Korezetsu's lifelong goal was to rescue his mother Kaguya, and in his previous life, he had saved Kaguya, so it was already quite impolite for Korezetsu not to kneel and bow to him. As if to confirm 1,000 illusions' thoughts, Korezetsu immediately pulled his entire body out of the ground, and in the blinding golden light bowed deeply in front of 1,000 illusions. Korezetsu pays respect to the Emperor. Korezetsu trembled with excitement. Through the actions of the Emperor and the amount of chakra displayed, he had already discovered a fact. That is, this once invincible Emperor had already regained part of his former strength. Everything about this person, including this unfathomable aura, proved one thing: the Emperor had indeed stepped into the realm of the Six Paths. He had originally worried whether the Emperor could withstand the enemies from his past life. Now he was completely convinced. Such power could undoubtedly rescue his mother. And Orochimaru, through Korezetsu's voice, discovered that someone had intruded into his laboratory. Instinctively on guard, his killing intent surged, but upon hearing the words "pay respect to the Emperor," the malice in his heart vanished instantly. At that moment, the golden light gradually contracted and finally disappeared. Huff, huff, huff. Minato knelt on one knee, his chest heaving violently, as if a drowning person had finally surfaced, greedily gasping for the long-lost air. After a few seconds, he lifted his head, his azure eyes gazing at the being who had forcibly pulled him back from the shores of the Yellow Springs. Clearly, the resurrection of this being was nothing more than a casual effort. There wasn't even a hint of breathing irregularity. This was truly astonishing. Indeed, as Orochimaru had said, the Emperor had long since surpassed the limits of mortals. Minato shook his head, casting these thoughts aside, and said firmly, "Thank you, Emperor. Minato is willing to serve you unto death. No worries, it's merely fulfilling a promise." Thousand Illusions waved his hand, and then turned his gaze to Korezetsu. The fact that Korezetsu did not address him as Father Emperor made him breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not everyone in his past life was taken as his son. If this dark mass were his son, he would have nightmares at night, whipping Kaguya and asking her if she had drunk soy sauce when giving birth to Korezetsu. Feeling the Emperor's gaze, Korezetsu quickly adjusted his mindset, respectfully lowering his head, taking out a blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan from his eye, which was none other than Uchiha Obito's Kamui eye. He presented it with both hands, speaking respectfully, "Your Majesty, this is Uchiha Obito's left eye, possessing the spatial ability of Kamui." Thousand Illusions took the eye, casually playing with it, a slight smile on his lips. "So, Obito is dead." He did not expect that Korezetsu had actually killed Obito, which was a pleasant surprise. After all, Obito possessed Kamui and had a strong ability to save himself, making it hard to find him if he wanted to escape. Korezetsu lowered his head. "Yes, my subordinate has already dealt with this unstable factor." Minato on the side couldn't help but feel pity for Obito. Although Obito had attempted to abduct Jushinai in his past life, he was still his disciple. But this is also good. This was Obito atoning for his actions. Thousand Illusions chuckled lightly. It doesn't matter. After all, he was just a pawn. Then he took a scroll from his waist and unsealed it. Before him appeared another eye. This was Uchiha Obito's right eye, which Kakashi had offered. Now Obito's two eyes were gathered together. Moreover, in his current state, it seemed he could accomplish some things he had never dared to imagine before. He smirked slightly, gathering a thread of golden chakra at his fingertips, gently tapping it on the two eyeballs. Just as Orochimaru, Korezetsu, and Minato looked on in shock. The two eyeballs trembled violently, although they were composed of flesh, and blood cracks like spider webs appeared on their surfaces. A stream of dark energy was forcibly extracted, condensing in the air into a constantly twisting black mist-like chakra. It emitted a cold, oppressive wave with faint whispers that could be heard. This chakra was different from ordinary chakra energy. It was a personified obsession, like thick tar, as if countless tiny spikes resisted Thousand Illusions' touch. Within this chakra was the despair Obito felt towards the world, the madness over Rin's death, the obsession with the Eye of the Moon plan. All negative emotions had been refined by the Sharingan into the purest in-release power. Minato was so shocked by Thousand Illusions' actions that he couldn't help but take a few steps back, his determined expression frozen in place. Because his understanding was utterly shattered at this moment. He had thought that resurrecting someone was already the limit of Thousand Illusions' abilities, and now it seemed that was merely the tip of the iceberg of his power. If the Emperor could extract the in-release energy from the Sharingan, wouldn't he be able to casually extract other bloodline abilities? In his mind, he could imagine that the entire structure of the ninja world would change at that time. Korezetsu's dark body trembled slightly upon witnessing this scene. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had seen the Sage of Six Paths establish the ninja sect and had witnessed Uchiha Madara awaken the Rinnegan, but he had never seen such a desecration of common sense. At this moment, he even developed the idea that the seals of his mother would probably be mere toys that this emperor could break at will. Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils contracted violently, his fingers trembling involuntarily. As the most elite researcher in the ninja world, he understood better than anyone that the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques were fundamentally a unique combination of their bloodline and chakra, which could not be physically separated. Yet at this moment His Majesty Qianhuan could extract the in-release chakra as if dissecting a specimen. Hiss! Orochimaru's throat emitted a low hoarse laugh. This had transcended the realm of ninjutsu no. It even surpassed the limits of what science could achieve. Instantly, multiple frenzied experiments appeared in his mind. Qianhuan was oblivious to the thoughts of the three even if he knew he wouldn't care. He gazed at the pitch-black in-release chakra in his hand, feeling the astonishing hatred emanating from it. If this was placed onto another person, that individual would likely fall into a state of madness. Even though his strength had significantly increased, he had no desire to experience it. Thus the golden chakra at his fingertips suddenly intensified, firmly enveloping the black chakra. Refine. The golden chakra illuminated the twisted obsession penetrating it. The pitch-black in-release chakra began to be forcefully decomposed and purified like ice and snow meeting a red-hot iron rod. The remnants of hatred and pain left within this chakra lingering from Obito swiftly vanished under the cleansing of the golden chakra. The pure in-release energy manifested, transforming into two gray orbs of energy, the essence of Kamui. Merge. Under Qianhuan's control, the gray energy shot into his eyes. His eyes felt as if they were wrapped in cool spring water. In an instant, everything before him appeared. With a thought, his body felt as if it were separated from the real world by a thin veil. He existed in a different time and space, while also being present in the ninja world. This was the ability of Obito to become intangible. However, he was different for here. This was not merely an active skill, but had become a passive ability. If attacked, his body would automatically enter an intangible state. At the same time, his eyes would not become blind from overuse like a typical kaleidoscope. Because the power of this Kamui did not rely on his ocular power, but on his chakra. Obito's intangibility had a 5-minute limitation, while Qianhuan's intangibility had no time limit. As long as his chakra was sufficient, he could maintain it almost indefinitely. He looked towards Shimura Danzo. Narrowing his eyes, golden chakra flickered within them. The space where Danzo stood rapidly twisted as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Having lost his sight, Danzo instinctively focused on his hearing and touch. When he felt the pressure, he began to struggle, but it was futile. Ultimately, Danzo's neck was entirely twisted and pulled into the Kamui's face. Fragments flew everywhere and Danzo entered a state of recovery, possibly left with only a head, his recovery speed exceptionally slow. This was the original ability of Obito's right eye. Qianhuan felt no change. This still required further exploration and study. However, Qianhuan's actions appeared horrifying to others. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring another ability. Korezetsu looked at Qianhuan with fervent eyes, kneeling at his feet. With the power of space-time, it would be easier for His Majesty to rescue her mother. Minato also knelt on one knee beside him, unable to suppress his admiration. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique was not so easy. Now His Majesty could not only extract the power of the kaleidoscope, but also use it for himself, mastering a powerful space-time ninjutsu in an instant. He could hardly imagine how much His Majesty could grow in the future. This was simply too outrageous. Orochimaru, witnessing the scene, wore an expression akin to a mad scientist. He now truly wished for His Majesty to drain the entire Uchiha clan's kaleidoscopes. Orochimaru, bring Obito back with impure world reincarnation. I have always disliked wasting resources. Qianhuan handed Orochimaru the pair of cracked, withered, and pale eyes of Obito. This could be considered waste recycling. Although he could draw natural energy for cultivation, extracting it from others' chakra was far quicker. As you command, Your Majesty. Orochimaru respectfully took the eyes from Obito with both hands, beginning to prepare for the impure world reincarnation of Obito. At that moment, Qianhuan suddenly looked towards one side of the laboratory, his gaze piercing through numerous walls, sensing a powerful chakra approaching from that direction. Then his figure vanished from the spot like a whirlpool. Orochimaru, do you know what has happened to His Majesty? Why did he leave so hastily? Minato's eyes were filled with seriousness. It must be an enemy approaching. Orochimaru replied, although his thoughts were not focused on the enemy. He simply added, it could be someone like Senju Hashirama. Because last night their target for impure world reincarnation was Senju Hashirama, but they could not resurrect him, and thus chose Danzo as a second option. What? The first Hokage. Minato's eyes were filled with shock. He had heard of the first Hokage's powerful would release, and just yesterday, he had witnessed the earth-shattering Senju Buddha. Unaware of the significance at the Sage of Six Paths level, Minato was filled with worry, unsure if His Majesty could contend with the first Hokage. Most importantly, he had not heard of any conflicts between His Majesty and the first Hokage. Namikaze Minato, you underestimate His Majesty too much. Even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara teamed up, they would not be a match for His Majesty now, Kurosetsu said ominously to Minato. Although he did not know how Senju Hashirama had returned, it did not prevent him from predicting the situation. Minato reluctantly nodded, but still felt uneasy, so he used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the battlefield from the previous day. What an impatient person. Orochimaru, you should not follow us. Stay here and complete the tasks entrusted by His Majesty while I see to the situation, Kurosetsu said to Orochimaru, carrying an authoritative tone. Kurosetsu, I remember you are not His Majesty's adopted son. Do you think His Majesty would oppose me researching him? Orochimaru was quite displeased with Kurosetsu's words. He only obeyed His Majesty. His Majesty's adopted sons might be somewhat listened to. But what were you, this dark creature, to command Orochimaru? Orochimaru, you. Kurosetsu's face darkened, but in his past life His Majesty indeed did not accept him as an adopted son. He had no way out. He could only refrain from arguing with Orochimaru because clearly Orochimaru was currently entrusted with an important task by His Majesty. Above the leaves, Uchiha Madara stood atop the clouds, his black hair billowing wildly with the purple light of his Rinnegan flashing like lightning. He looked down at the entirety of Konoha from his lofty position. He couldn't help but reminisce about the scenes of his establishment of Konoha with Hashirama. Just as Madara recalled his youth, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared before him. The figure of Qianhuan emerged from within. Madara's gaze immediately locked onto Qianhuan, a cold smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. You must be Kamizaki Qianhuan. An existence that even the Sage of Six Paths fears. You are indeed more interesting than I imagined. His gaze was fixed on Qianhuan, who lacked Rinnegan. His aura was also different from that of the Sage of Six Paths. Although he wasn't using the technique of ultralight and heavy rock, he could still fly in the sky. It should be noted that flying using Rinnegan is no simple task. He believed only he could achieve it perfectly. Qianhuan was also not in a hurry to make a move. Although things were different from what he had expected, Uchiha Madara now possessed Rinnegan, but to him it was merely Rinnegan, nothing more. The Sage of Six Paths. Just a coward who doesn't even dare to face his mother. But you, Uchiha Madara, I admire you. I'll give you a chance to live. Submit to me. Qianhuan proposed, offering Uchiha Madara a chance. After all, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If Madara refused, he would have to be reincarnated as a tool. Oh, interesting. Are the younger generations so arrogant now? Uchiha Madara observed Qianhuan with interest yet did not show anger. In his heart, he felt there was no need for an adult to argue with a child. However, the words that Qianhuan spoke next made his expression serious. Uchiha Madara, you might think I am arrogant, but I see your ignorance. You believe that by stealing Hashirama's power and awakening Rinnegan, you can change the ninja world. But you don't realize that your so-called Eye of the Moon plan is just a delusional dream. You are merely a pawn of Kagaya Otsutsuki used by Black Zetsu to resurrect his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. When you become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, that will be the moment Kagaya seizes your body. Qianhuan slowly spoke, revealing spoilers to Uchiha Madara, which was quite an enjoyable thing for him. At the same time, he didn't want Kagaya to take over a man. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu. Madara's expression grew serious. He had heard the name Kagaya Otsutsuki just yesterday. She was the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. When Qianhuan uttered this name, he believed it, but he could only accept that he was merely a pawn of Black Zetsu. Clearly, Black Zetsu was his will. Qianhuan and Madara faced off in the sky. His adopted sons had already gathered, each one resembling Vegeta with their arms crossed, tilting their heads upward to observe the two figures above. They wanted to help, but they knew that against someone who could fly, their assistance would be limited. They could only hope that their father could defeat this person. Sasuke, however, thought differently. He could fly without Susanoo, but his flying skills were terribly lacking. He struggled with the control of gravity and repulsion. He couldn't achieve prolonged flight. Therefore, when he saw another figure, he couldn't help but be shocked that Uchiha Madara was able to remain steady in the sky for an extended period, relying solely on Rinnegan. As for why Uchiha Madara appeared at this time, he didn't consider it too deeply. He subconsciously accepted that anything could happen in the ninja world under Qianhuan's reign. Thus he wasn't surprised that Qianhuan could fly. After all, once one reached that level it could no longer be considered human, and flying was merely a basic ability. Sasuke leaped high into the air. In no time he stood beside Qianhuan. Uchiha Madara was still recalling the details of what had transpired earlier with a grim expression. Seeing Sasuke approach, he noticed the six-pointed star Rinnegan of Sasuke and couldn't help but scrutinize him a few more times. Is Rinnegan now so worthless? Just anyone who comes out possesses a Rinnegan of a higher tier than his. Uchiha Madara, give up your ambitions. Submitting to His Majesty is also a good outcome. Sasuke's black hair danced in the wind. Even though he had been an enemy of Uchiha Madara and had nearly been killed by him, his gaze was now not on the ninja world, but beyond it. If someone like Uchiha Madara were to join, their chances against Kaguya would increase significantly. Do you know me? Madara's expression grew serious as he said, but if you want me to submit, you must show your strength. He felt as if everything about him had been seen through by these two individuals. Although the Eye of the Moon plan might indeed have been a manipulation of his, it shouldn't mean that everyone knew about it. He believed he had kept it sufficiently secret. Seeing Uchiha Madara's response, Sasuke's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Previously, he could only face this enemy alongside Naruto, but now standing before this person again, he felt that this time he would win. Qianhuan tactfully made space for these two. Although he felt he could defeat Uchiha Madara instantly, he didn't mind letting Sasuke try, especially since Sasuke had just integrated Hashirama's cells, increasing his strength. Seeing Qianhuan's actions, Sasuke understood his intentions and began. Before the battle starts, Uchiha Madara, I must tell you something. I know the abilities of the Wheel of Fate, and my Rinnegan's ability is Heaven's Hand, which allows me to instantaneously switch the position of objects with myself within my line of sight. Qianhuan covered his face with one hand. This approach was indeed very Uchiha-like. He hadn't anticipated that the complete-bodied Sasuke would begin to revert to the personality he had before the Fourth Great Ninja War. In truth, he didn't know if Sasuke could win, since in the original story Naruto was the primary attacker against Kaguya, while Sasuke mostly played a supporting role. Huh. What do you mean by that? Pity. Or do you think I need your fairness? Uchiha Madara coldly laughed, his voice deep. Only the weak required pity. He was Uchiha Madara, and this was the first time he had been treated this way. As a fellow Uchiha, I do not need to rely on information gaps to win. I want you to lose convincingly, Sasuke said with a stern gaze, facing not only Uchiha Madara but also his former self. Ha ha. Ridiculous. Madara suddenly laughed wildly, an enormous amount of chakra bursting forth, shaking the air. His laughter abruptly ceased and his gaze became sharp. A mere junior dares to take such a stance before me. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Sasuke did not back down. Intense fluctuations of chakra erupted from his body as he locked his eyes onto Uchiha Madara, stating each word clearly, right now I am stronger than you. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, Madara's Rinnegan spun abruptly, an aura of murderous intent pressing down like a tangible force. Alright. Since you wish to die so badly, I will let you understand what true Uchiha power is. Let me see if your Heaven's Hand can save you. Within the Pure Land, serenity reigned. Rakuto Sanin sat cross-legged in the void, his white robe stirring without wind, the Rinne Sharingan upon his brow pulsing faintly as he observed Uchiha Madara's actions. He had not intervened earlier when Madara acquired the Rinnegan, for to him it was of little consequence. Yet now something had unsettled him. How is this possible? An entirely unfamiliar Indra, yet one who has awakened a six-tomo Rinnegan. An uncharacteristic shock flickered across Rakuto Senin's aged face as his gaze locked onto the sudden appearance of a cloaked figure draped in black. For from that six-tomo Rinnegan, he sensed his own power he himself had bestowed upon this unknown Indra. It defied reason. He had remained unwaveringly within the Pure Land. Still, with no turning back, he could only hope Madara would prevail against this adversary. His gaze shifted once more to others. Azura Indra and Hashirama Senju had likewise broken free of control and were racing toward Konoha with full force. Now that even one of Kamiri Senko's subordinates wielded such strength, these three were clearly outmatched. Yet he had no intention of replacing them. He could infuse them with his own chakra, elevating their power to a new pinnacle. High above, the battle erupted into fierce intensity from its very first moment. After all, both combatants were Uchiha, both bore the Rinnegan. Sasuke's configuration appeared marginally superior, but Madara's battlefield experience surpassed his. Most critically, Sasuke possessed far less aerial combat proficiency. A probing Goka Mikoto nearly sent Sasuke plummeting from the sky, forcing him to immediately manifest his complete body Susanoo just to remain airborne. This fight is taking place in the heavens. Jiraiya stared upward awestruck at two godlike figures suspended among the clouds. A sake gourd dangled from his hand as he stepped out from his room, cheeks flushed with quiet intoxication. Grief over Minato's death had left him unmoved to gather inspiration, so he drank alone in silence. Then abruptly a flash of golden hair darted past his vision. Wait, what had he just seen? Jiraiya stiffened, eyes widening. Was that Minato? Emerging via the flying thunder god technique, Minato, too, beheld the adversaries locked in combat high above. Though the flying thunder god allowed him to ascend, even stepping on his own foot to rise, he knew full well what purpose would ascent serve. To be struck down. Minato understood his current limits with stark clarity, and so sought Kushina first, desperate to assure her he was safe. Master Jiraiya, you've returned to Konoha too. I'm relieved you weren't controlled by those wretched toads. Minato halted mid-step, voice bright with disbelief. They'd shared only a fleeting encounter before he fell under control, leaving him utterly unaware of all that followed, assuming Jiraiya too had been ensnared. Jiraiya's sake gourd clattered to the ground, its clear liquor soaking into the soil. Minato. But yesterday I clearly, his hand instinctively reached for the scroll strapped across his back, astonishment and elation warring across his features. Within that scroll lay Minato's corpse, intended for presentation to His Majesty, though he'd yet to utter a word about it. Yes, I am dead. A gentle smile softened Minato's face. Now His Majesty Kamiri Senko has granted me a second life. To Minato, surprised Jiraiya showed no shock, only sudden, profound realization. So it was that lord. That explains everything. Minato blinked. Master, you're not astonished. Jiraiya laughed heartily, clapping Minato on the shoulder. That lord has never once broken a promise, and though I never imagined your resurrection would come so swiftly, I should have known better. Minato, is it truly you? Hearing the commotion, Kushina emerged from her room, and from afar glimpsed a flash of gold. She thought it illusion, yet still dashed forward, clinging to fragile hope. But when she confirmed it was truly Minato, her fist sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, aimed straight at his face. Minato instinctively dodged. Wait, Kushina. Her crimson hair blazed like wildfire, eyes blazing with fury. You coward, you dare dodge. Do you have any idea what these past 2 days have been like for me? Jiraiya hastily retreated 2 steps, chuckling nervously. You two have much to catch up on, I'll take my leave. A flicker of panic crossed Minato's face. Wait. Master Jiraiya, don't abandon me. But Jiraiya had already vanished in a blur of Shunshin, leaving only a wisp of dust behind. Tears shimmered in Kushina's eyes, yet her expression remained fierce. You think you can run again? Do you know how many lifetimes I endured without you? How every day, staring at your photograph, felt like a knife twisting deeper. I'm sorry, Kushina. Minato bowed, his head, shame burning in his chest. He had failed her. He should have heeded her warnings rather than falling prey to those contemptible toads. If apologies could fix things, why do we need the adamantine sealing chains? Kushina snarled. Whoosh! Golden chains erupted from her back, serpentine swift, as they coiled tightly around Minato, binding him fast. Still as unyielding as ever. Minato offered a wry, tender smile, his gaze soft, unwavering. This time you won't escape. Come home with me, and never leave me again. She seized the chains and began dragging him forward. Yes. Understood. He smiled, helpless, affectionate, as he was pulled along the ground. And furthermore, you're forbidden from acting recklessly ever again. Otherwise. Kushina turned, glaring fiercely. Otherwise. Minato met her gaze with quiet warmth. Otherwise I'll seal you away with the adamantine sealing chains for all eternity. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, even as her voice stayed sharp. That wouldn't be so bad. Minato murmured, a soft laugh escaping his lips. You fool, don't talk back. What's so funny? And why did you seek out that shameless lecher Jiraiya before From a distant rooftop, Jiraiya wiped a tear from his eye and shook his head with a quiet smile. Youth truly is beautiful. Though it would be nicer if Kushina didn't hold such a grudge against me. High above, Kamiri Senko watched the stalemate unfold and found himself growing bored. Sasuke's present strength rivaled Madara's almost exactly, and both knew each other's core abilities. Though Sasuke's configuration held a slight edge, his focus seemed scattered. Each time he executed a particularly impressive maneuver, he glanced, not at Madara, but toward Senko or elsewhere like a child seeking approval from an elder. Senko sighed inwardly. What on earth is there to show off about? I'm not your father. He paid it no mind. After all, he no longer needed Sasuke to resolve everything for him. Losing would be inconsequential. In truth, watching them fight felt like observing children squabbling. Their speed was simply too slow. With a single second, he believed he could reduce Madara into 100 separate Uchiha Madaras. Senko yawned, landing silently behind Jiraiya, just in time to witness Kushina hauling Minato away. With a wry smile, he teased the sage. Jiraiya, spying on a reunited couple seems rather unseemly. Who? Cold sweat broke across Jiraiya's brow as he whirled around. Kamiri Senko, Your Majesty. Relief flooded his expression as he dropped instantly to one knee, bowing deeply. Thank you for restoring Minato to life. The fact that His Majesty could approach him unseen spoke volumes about his unfathomable power. No thanks are necessary. Senko's voice remained calm, measured. This was merely fulfillment of my vow to Kushina Uzumaki and admittedly a trial of a newly acquired ability. After a brief exchange with Jiraiya, Qianhuan approached Meichin and the others. Meichin, however, remained focused on the battle in the sky, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. When Qianhuan reached her side, she finally noticed. Kind Wenken, do you think Sasuke can defeat Uchiha Itachi? Although Sasuke was from another world, he was still her son. It's alright, I've already regained some of my strength. Even if Sasuke is outmatched, I can still protect him, Qianhuan comforted as he held Meichin close. Hearing this, Meichin finally felt relieved. She looked at Qianhuan and felt increasingly secure in this man's presence. Having Qianhuan around was truly reassuring. Not far away, Tsunade gritted her teeth upon witnessing Qianhuan's actions. This guy actually chose to seek out that woman instead of coming to see her. Moreover, that woman was actually concerned about the man in the sky. Sasuke, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Obito, had been keeping an eye on his mother in this world all along. His actions were also to prove himself to his mother, but upon noticing Qianhuan holding her close, he couldn't help but overthink. Perhaps his mother could truly find happiness with the monarch, and he should wish them well. Yet why did he feel a twinge of discomfort each time he saw them together? He wondered how his father in this world was doing. Just then an angry voice rang in his ears. Junior, daring to fight me while distracted. You are seeking death. Ruin of the wheel. For restored will, shadows swiftly approached Sasuke, instantly activating 4 massive Susanoo. They all aimed their purple Susanoo blades at Sasuke. Coming back to his senses, Sasuke hurriedly abandoned his Susanoo, swapping positions with the air around Obito. The Chidori sharp spear seemed poised to pierce Obito's body, but a smug grin spread across Obito's lips. Now that I know your abilities, how could I be unprepared? The 4 will shadows reacted, instantly turning around their Susanoo, striking heavily towards Obito. At that moment, Obito had also swapped places with one of the will shadows. The will shadow that swapped positions had already dropped its defense, meeting the Chidori sharp spear hidden. Gee! The Chidori easily pierced the will shadow, which then seized Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils constricted suddenly. The brief moment of distraction had left him unable to strategize properly, leading him into Obito's trap. But now he had no good options. Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force erupted from Sasuke's body, sending the wheel shadow flying. In the next moment, the repulsive force collided with the 4 Susanoo swords. Boom! The explosion of the clash between the repulsion and Susanoo erupted with an unparalleled roar. Below, the residents of Konoha all looked up at the explosion in the sky. Previously, many lower and middle ninjas had been oblivious to the battle as it took place high above. But with such a loud explosion, it was impossible for them to remain unaware. One by one, they turned their gazes towards the sky, their hearts anxious, hoping the monarch would soon strike down this foe. Meanwhile, Obito's attacks had not ceased. Universal pull. Before the smoke from the explosion had even cleared, Obito seized Sasuke from the dust, taking advantage of his moment of immobility. In his hand, he wielded a sharp black rod. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Sasuke astounded. He hadn't anticipated that Obito's combo would be this dangerous. At that moment, a sigh sounded from behind Obito. Sigh. Qianhuan placed his palm on Obito's shoulder and spoke slowly. If Meichin were to be sad, I would be troubled as well. Obito was taken aback. Cold sweat instantly covered his entire body. How could someone approach him silently? He had already given up on attacking Sasuke and instead struck at Kamiri Qianhuan behind him. However, he found that the power in this person's palm was extraordinarily strange, directly suppressing him and rendering him completely immobile. Kamiri Qianhuan. Obito's expression darkened. Although this person had rudely intervened in his battle, his pride prevented him from questioning. Ignoring Obito, Qianhuan looked at Sasuke, who staggered and nearly collided with Obito, and said disappointedly, "You should leave this to me." Sasuke wanted to say something, but when he saw the disappointment in Qianhuan's eyes, he ultimately held back, feeling a deep pain. Clenching his fists, he nodded and then flew down. He vowed never to let this happen again. He understood what Qianhuan was disappointed about. It was not because he lost to Uchiha Obito, but because he had become arrogant after gaining power, allowing himself to become distracted in battle. "Just kill me." As the pride of the Uchiha Obito could not utter words to let him go and start over. "Oh. It was clearly I who rudely interfered in your battle with Sasuke, yet you don't blame me?" Qianhuan asked curiously. "Ha ha 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 ha." Obito laughed maniacally. "With just one hand you have me immobilized. I suppose our battle looks like a children's scuffle in your eyes. Although I, Uchiha Obito, am resentful, I will never allow my enemies to feel pity. Well, as expected of Uchiha Obito, I, Kamiri Qianhuan, acknowledge you. I am willing to call you the strongest of the Uchiha," Qianhuan said, stealing Obito's words. At the same time, he withdrew his hand from Obito's body. He decided to give Obito a chance, and also wanted to stretch his body and familiarize himself with the newfound power. He felt that the decisive battle with the Sage of Six Paths was not far away. The strongest of the Uchiha. Yet there was no hint of a smile on Obito's face at Qianhuan's acknowledgement, for in his eyes this was not recognition, but rather an insult. He had always been the strongest of the Uchiha, even the progenitor of the Uchiha was no greater. He turned and retreated 5 meters, recalling all will shadows into his body to await cooldown. Kamiri Qianhuan placed immense pressure on him. While he wouldn't flee, he would give his all to please this man. "I advise you to stay back, or when you strike it will be your demise." A smirk appeared on Qianhuan's lips as he reminded Obito. This was not him being arrogant, or rather he couldn't move his body in this way. Obito silently retreated several dozen meters before stopping. Was he being underestimated? Seeing this, Qianhuan shook his head and chose not to say more. Instead, he demonstrated his power through action. With a gentle grip of his hand, suddenly a golden sword over 100 meters long appeared out of thin air, moving so swiftly as if it had always existed there. The blade shimmered with substantial chakra, casting a radiant light that turned the entire sky above Konoha golden. Obito's pupils constricted sharply as the golden blade grazed his cheek, leaving a narrow crimson line. A few drops of blood scattered in the air, refracting a sinister red light in the sunlight. "This is a sealless ninjutsu." Madara Uchiha wiped the blood from his face with one hand. How long had it been since anyone stirred such a sensation within him? Had this man not held back just now, Madara would surely have been pierced through the skull by that golden great sword. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It manifested without seal or incantation, utterly unforeseen. Its speed was terrifying, evading even his Rinnegan's perception. A bead of cold sweat slid down Madara Uchiha's temple as his heart hammered fiercely. "Ha ha ha!" Madara Uchiha roared with wild laughter once more. "What a magnificent feeling! Could this be my body trembling in fear?" Gazing upon that monstrous blade, Madara did not retreat a single step. Sometimes one backward motion seals a lifetime of surrender. His shadow clones of the outer path dispersed silently around him, clearly preparing for his final confrontation with Senko. "I told you to step back." Senko's voice remained calm, yet battle lust now burned fiercely in his eyes. He struck again, this time aiming the golden greatsword directly at Madara's head. In the next instant, blinding gold light erupted once more, bathing the skies above Konoha in radiant gold. But Senko's pupils contracted sharply. He saw in the very moment he began his strike, Madara swapped places with one of his outer path shadows. Thus his blow struck not Madara's true form, but merely a shadow clone. Speed, power, reach, flawless in every aspect. This is the quintessence of ninjutsu. Your technique is formidable, but your intent is glaringly obvious. What if I deny you the chance to aim at me? How then would you respond? Madara Uchiha's raven hair whipped wildly in the wind. His gaze blazed with arrogant confidence, as though recounting a trivial anecdote. Senko's eyes narrowed instantly. He spoke, "Truly the strongest Uchiha, you grow ever more admirable to me." Indeed, this was Madara Uchiha after witnessing the technique only once. He had already devised a countermeasure. And with nothing but his own insight, he had effortlessly evaded a fatal strike. To slay you thus would indeed be a waste. Madara, join me. Only I can guide the shinobi world toward its rightful path. Senko gazed upon Madara's blazing battle spirit, his expression softening into genuine admiration as he issued his final invitation. I am deeply honored by your offer, but I walk my own path. Even if the moon's eye plan proves illusory, I shall forge true peace for the shinobi world my way. With those words, Madara declared his resolve and began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Instantly, an all-consuming inferno surged toward Senko. Senko shook his head. What a pity. Since it had come to this, then let them truly play. He stood rooted in place, watching the searing flames rush toward him, utterly unflinching. The firestorm churned violently, dyeing the heavens crimson with scorching heat. Civilians and shinobi alike in Konoha watched in breathless dread. All activity ceased, every eye turned skyward. Some necks aching from staring upward simply lay flat on the ground, squinting against the sun, yet still straining to witness the celestial duel. Your Majesty, is he trapped within the flames? Is he unharmed? Why does he not evade? He must be able to. Has His Majesty fallen under genjutsu? Unbelievable. Were I caught in such fire, I'd turn to ash in an instant. Countless shinobi and villagers watched the skyward battle, hearts clenched with anxiety. Uchiha Mikoto gripped her kunai tightly, her Sharingan reflecting the figure engulfed in flame. Her heart nearly stopped. Senko-sama, she whispered, voice trembling. Though she knew his strength, could anyone, even he, emerge unscathed from such devastation? Yui Kurenai bit her lower lip, desperate to understand why Senko refused to dodge. Mitarashi Anko's brow glistened with sweat, her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles cracked. Hey, you fool, don't get careless now. She longed to rush forward, but alas, she could. Tsunade stood atop a rooftop, golden hair lifted by the thermal updraft, her gaze locked unblinkingly upon the Inferno's heart, silently praying for Senko. Within the blaze, Senko remained still, calmly sensing the surrounding infernal heat. Yet, despite its intensity, even his newly awakened passive ability Kamui remained dormant. Instead, his body passively refined and absorbed the flames drawing near, neither intangible nor shielded, yet not a single thread of his clothing bore scorch or singe. Recall the 3 tomo emblazoned upon his garments, imbued with his chakra, they rendered his attire an extension of his will. As he raised a hand, a colossal suction force radiated from his entire being. That sky-obscuring conflagration surged toward him, not as destruction, but as a child returning home, drawn wholly into his body. Mid-process, the flames were split, refined, and transmuted into Senko's own chakra. Madara Uchiha was stunned anew. This was near the peak of his fire-release prowess, yet it failed utterly to wound the man. Was his body forged of iron? Even iron would long since have melted into molten slag. Then Senko formed the Tiger Hand seal. Great fire annihilation. A torrent of flame erupted from his mouth, 10 times broader than Madara's, instantly transforming the space where Madara stood into an ocean of fire. That sea of flame stretched across half the sky above Konoha, so vast its crimson glow was visible from over 100 miles away. Konoha's citizens instantly exhaled in relief. His Majesty is truly invincible. Enscathed within that apocalyptic fire, even his robes remain pristine. Unfathomable. I've never witnessed flames of such magnitude, not even in my past life. It's blistering even from here. Standing beside Mikoto, Uchiha Sasuke declared, Ladies, I told you His Majesty Senko would never falter. He believed, only he grasped the full measure of Senko's might. Such fire, while staggering, became perfectly plausible, once attributed to that man's art. Far beyond Konoha's borders, 3 figures halted, Sasori of the Red Sand Kakuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame, gazing gravely toward the infernal glow rising over the village. They remained unaware the Akatsuki had disbanded. We stand ready to die in battle. Why then has our sovereign already surrendered? That direction, is it Konoha? Such fire release. Perhaps we ought not proceed. Kakuzu advised cautiously. Fighting for the organization is duty, but dying for the Akatsuki, that yields no profit. Gold is far sweeter. To forsake wealth for death, that is sheer folly. Yet our leaders may already be engaged. The clash likely involves leader confronting Senko of the Divine Realm. Kisame gripped his executioner's blade, a man of unwavering loyalty, untouched by thoughts of betrayal. You all go ahead, I must go. The scorpion hidden amidst the crimson flow of silk spoke with excitement suppressed in his voice. Pippa Shirzong and Kakuzu looked at the scorpion in confusion, not expecting that the one most loyal to the organization was this scorpion who spent all his days studying the art of puppetry. Scorpion, are you sure you want to do this? I believe the leader may have already perished. With such a degree of fire release, even with the legendary Rinnegan, survival is impossible. Kakuzu's mind compared the power of this flame with the ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama, and he thought this flame seemed even more powerful than Hashirama's techniques. Furthermore, no matter how powerful the leader is, he cannot match Senju Hashirama, so it is highly probable that the leader is already dead. If the leader is dead, what is the point of serving him? A battle without benefits is meaningless. Since Pain is dead, the Akatsuki organization is merely an empty shell that he can abandon at any time. Instead of risking participation in the battle, it is better to take advantage of the chaos, to accept a few more black market bounties. After all, money is the only thing that will never betray you. Kakuzu, you are a vulgar person, only caring about money. There are many things that money cannot buy, such as art. The leader indeed may have perished, so. The corpse of Pain, that puppet with the Rinnegan, that is the true eternal art. A strong glint of light erupted in the scorpion's eyes. Pippa Shirzong. Kakuzu. Pippa Shirzong felt very uncomfortable. Goodness, he realized that within the organization no one cared about the leader's life or death, only he, the honest one, thought about rescuing the leader. In that case, I won't go either. You can go if you want. From now on I am leaving the Akatsuki organization. Pippa Shirzong said, then hoisted his beheading blade and vanished before the two. Kakuzu shook his head and instantly left. He wouldn't go to such a terrifying battlefield. Only the scorpion remained behind. A group of vulgar people unable to appreciate art. After finishing his words, the scorpion quickened his pace. They were not far from Konoha, and he felt he could catch up, perhaps even obtain the leader's corpse. Meanwhile, Ashura and the others had also arrived near Konoha. They looked at the overwhelming flames in the sky, equally caught in momentary shock. Can Uchiha Madara, possessing the Rinnegan, release ninjutsu over such a vast area? Perhaps he can truly complete the task himself. Indra's pupils revealed a longing expression. He instinctively regarded the fire release as exclusive to their Uchiha clan. Then he shifted his gaze to Ashura. Originally, he disdained obtaining Ashura's power, but after being crushed by a junior and witnessing this junior possess such an astonishing amount of chakra, how could his usual pride endure? Thus his thoughts changed. The events surrounding Uchiha Madara inspired him. He too desired to acquire the power of the Rinnegan. We should hurry on our way. I have a feeling things are not that simple, otherwise father wouldn't have sent all four of us to act together. Ashura spoke, unaware that Indra had already begun to covet his body, contemplating how to obtain Ashura's power to awaken the Rinnegan that only their father possessed. Only Senju Hashirama's expression turned grave. Yes, Lord Indra, we should hurry. I'm afraid we might be too late. He was very familiar with Madara and did not sense any familiar aura amid the overwhelming fire release. He felt that even if Madara awakened the Rinnegan, he wouldn't have any good solutions against this ninjutsu. Indra snorted coldly and had no choice but to quicken his pace. He could not match these two, as Susanoo was completely suppressed by the wood-release Buddha. He increasingly sensed the favoritism of the old man. He would say power is not everything. Ashura's path of ninjutsu is the future. Yet he gave a portion of his power to Ashura. What is Ashura? Just a waste relying on the charity of others. He must rely on himself to obtain Ashura's power and awaken the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, standing in the sky, Qianhuan quietly gazed at the boundless sea of flames he created. Within the sea of flames, Uchiha Madara had no time to escape. Qianhuan's technique was simply too fast for him to fly away. He could only use his complete Susanoo to withstand it. While enduring the scorching flames, he controlled Susanoo to fly towards the edge of the sea of flames. Susanoo was even beginning to crumble under the flames, and he could only continuously infuse his ocular power into it to maintain Susanoo's integrity. Just at the moment Madara was about to burst out of the sea of flames, he heard an explosion, the sound of air being torn apart. Uchiha Madara did not realize that it was a sonic boom that the sound wave erupted, because Qianhuan's body moved faster than the speed of sound. Madara instinctively turned his head and saw a figure rushing over at an incredible speed. As if entering an uninhabited realm, his Susanoo was instantly shattered. Yet that figure encountered no resistance at all. After breaking through Susanoo, its speed increased even. Uchiha Madara had no choice. His shadow of the Rinnegan was still resting within his body, so he could only choose to endure. Just like when Uchiha Sasuke faced him back then, using the same method. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Madara coldly shouted, channeling the ocular power of the Rinnegan to its maximum, pushing his palm forward. A terrifying repulsive force erupted instantly. A violent air wave exploded in a circular shape. This was the power that could repel tailed beasts 10 miles away, enough to crush any close enemy into a mist of blood. However, Uchiha Madara only saw that the figure actually did not dodge or evade, charging right into the earth-shattering repulsive force. Open. With a thunderous roar, golden chakra transformed into a substantial form wrapping around his right arm, his fist carrying the momentum of shattering mountains and splitting seas, striking out fiercely. Boom. The moment the fist collided with the repulsive force, time seemed to freeze. Two earth-shattering powers formed visible shockwaves in the air, golden chakra and the formless repulsive force tearing at each other madly. At the point of collision, the surrounding air rapidly contracted, then suddenly exploded. The violent air wave blew away all the flames in the sky. Everyone on the ground felt the explosive sound and the violent air wave at the same time. Each one covered their ears, unsteady on their feet. Many ordinary people were so frightened by the strike that they collapsed to the ground. They had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Tsunade's chest heaved violently as she fixed her gaze on that figure, her fists clenching involuntarily. What a madman. Her voice trembled, yet could not conceal the concern in her eyes. She once thought Qianhuan only approached her grandfather's level, but now it seemed he had surpassed it. Jing-in trembled, yet stubbornly kept her eyes wide open. She finally understood why Qianhuan never feared any enemy. He himself was the pinnacle. Hongdo trembled with excitement, her snake-like eyes shimmering with fervent light. Ha ha! This is the man I've set my sights on. Bufing Watergate shook his head with a bitter smile. With such martial prowess, it seems my flying thunder god would struggle to even get close to him. Is this the power of my father now? This is just too exhilarating. Might Guy was filled with enthusiasm, almost rushing in with the 7th gate open. He thought to himself, if his father were in his current body and utilized the dragon subduing 18 palms that he learned in his past life, he could likely shatter Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Itachi unconsciously curled his lips. Only such power could completely change the fate of the ninja world. To withstand the full force of Shinra Tensei with just his body. Sasuke activated Susanoo to stabilize himself, shielding everyone within his face filled with shock. This man was simply too strong. The power of the strike was even approaching Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum attack. This is the strength of the 6 paths, this is his goal. If he had possessed such power earlier, even with distractions, Madara would not have been his opponent. However, Uchiha Madara in the sky was not faring as well. The force of that punch had actually slightly broken through Shinra Tensei and struck his body. The residual force of the punch sent him flying uncontrollably for dozens of meters. By the time Madara stabilized himself in the sky, that godlike figure had already arrived before him. Shinra Tensei. It's nothing more than this. A cold voice echoed in Madara's ear. He had no time to take any other action. Qianhuan's right hand pressed directly against his face. Have you ever experienced the feeling of a meteor crashing to the ground? His arm's muscles suddenly tensed, forcefully driving Madara's head downward. The two plummeted from hundreds of meters in the air, Madara's back of the head in front, Qianhuan's palm behind. This is... Madara's vision was completely obscured by that hand, the air around him screaming with increasing sharpness. What terrifying speed this was! The rapid descent ignited the clothes on Madara's body due to friction. He attempted to break free but was unable to move under the fierce wind pressure. For the first time, shame and anger reflected in his Rinnegan. This person was treating him like a child, which was utterly detestable. But no matter how angry or unwilling, he felt he could not change the fact that he had lost to this person's playful martial arts attack, despite using all his strength. How could one person be so powerful? How did he achieve this? This individual did not even seem to possess the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths. This made the resolute Uchiha Madara feel a sense of despair. If this person existed in the same era as them, perhaps Konoha would never have emerged. There might not even be any ninja villages, and the entire ninja world would tremble beneath this person's hand. The ground rapidly magnified in his field of vision. The two fell like meteors, carving a burning trajectory through the sky. Boom! The earth cracked. Like a fragile eggshell, it shattered layer by layer, the terrifying impact causing the ground within 1,000 meters to sink into a funnel shape. Madara's body was forcibly pressed into the ground, and the exploding rubble and dust shot skyward like a tsunami. In the haze, Qianhuan released his hand from Madara's right side. Uchiha Madara, the war god of the ninja world, lay miserably on the ground, not a single part of him unscathed. His bones were shattered, flesh mangled. All that could be seen was a blurred figure. Qianhuan lifted him up and, seeing the dim consciousness in Madara's eyes, said, "Do you still refuse to submit? Then you'll just have to become my tool." He did not kill Madara. If he did, Madara's soul would return to the Pure Land, and the Sage of Six Paths might once again manipulate him, which was not what he wanted to see. So he now used his own chakra to heal Madara's injuries. Madara opened his eyes, looking dazedly at Qianhuan, who was treating him. He thought this person was giving him another chance because he admired him. But he was completely mistaken this time. By the time Madara's healing was nearly complete, Qianhuan again placed his hand on Madara's body. Now at the third level of chi refinement, he could absorb others' chakra without any hand seals. As he pressed on Madara, the chakra within him surged towards Qianhuan like a tide. "Qianhuan, what are you doing?" "Madara, you lost, but still refused to submit, so I'm turning you into my tool," Qianhuan said expressionlessly. He had once given Madara a chance because he admired him, but since Madara did not cherish it, he could only blame himself for being ruthless. Madara's eyes finally revealed a hint of terror. "Qianhuan, kill me. Death is a ninja's final destination." He was not afraid of death, so he asked Qianhuan to kill him. But that did not mean he was not afraid of being eternally imprisoned. He had already endured decades of solitude plotting in the ninja world. Must he continue to endure? Only now did he realize the terror of this man. Under this man's control, even dying would be difficult. "Madara, do not let your image in my heart collapse. Be like a warrior," Qianhuan said, showing no sign of relent. "Ha ha 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 ha. The strong can control everything about the weak. You truly live up to your reputation, Qianhuan." Madara laughed wildly. Though he feared being endlessly imprisoned, he showed no sign of begging for mercy. He spent his whole life scheming, even crossing death, yet he lost. Perhaps it was just as Qianhuan said. Qianhuan was the savior of the ninja world. He even gave up resisting, resolutely accepting his fate. Qianhuan continued his actions until he left Madara with just a trace of chakra to ensure he would not die. At that moment, Qianhuan's gaze suddenly shifted to the side. He sensed someone of little strength spying from there and felt the person's malice. In his perception, this person had roughly a shadow-level power. However, now that he had Uchiha Madara, he looked down on such a person, deeming them unworthy of even being his tool. Thus Qianhuan did not even glance, forming a seeking Dao gem in his hand, and directly threw it in that direction. After the two left, Scorpion set out alone, hoping to strike it rich. But just as he was nearing Konoha, he suddenly saw two figures in the sky falling to the ground like meteors. His heart surged with joy. This was a Bio-Negatron-free double surprise. At this height and speed, the two would undoubtedly die. He had already thought about how to manipulate the bodies of these two powerful individuals. It would surely be an exquisite art. When the dust settled a bit, Scorpion cautiously approached the crater made by their fall. Looking down, he saw an unforgettable sight. He could only see one man standing up completely. Yes, that man actually stood up. Falling from such a height, he was utterly unscathed, not even a tear in his clothes. What kind of physical quality was this? However, because of this, the one opposing this man is certainly not a weakling. He only hopes that after this man leaves, he can take over the man's body. Then something even more incomprehensible happened. This man merely channeled a portion of his chakra into the bloody and mangled figure on the ground. The person on the ground recovered at an astonishing speed. This was simply absurd. Could this really happen in the ninja world? Dust continued to settle. Scorpion's pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized this person as Kamisato Chiho. Despite the possibility, he couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. In his past life, this person had slandered his art, claiming it was not art at all, but necrophilia that needed treatment, saying that this illness was beyond his ability to cure, and could only be handed over to that old man of the six paths, which led to his death. Upon realizing it was Kamisato Chiho, despite the turmoil of killing intent within him, Scorpion still maintained his composure and sought to retreat. He knew he could not be a match for this monster. Just as he was about to leave, the feeling he had before his death in his past life resurfaced. He only saw a black sphere being thrown at him with incredible speed from the man's hand. Yes, it was incredibly fast, even faster than the speed at which Uchiha Obito was smashed to the ground. So fast that Scorpion couldn't react at all. Boom! It struck directly at Scorpion's core, resulting in a violent explosion. The Shinju exploded, and at that moment Scorpion saw his great-grandmother. On the other side, feeling the violent shockwave created by the explosion, Uchiha felt somewhat speechless. The power of the Shinju explosion was quite significant. He had thrown it so far, yet it still affected him. However, for Uchiha, the shockwave that could kill most ninjas was merely a gentle breeze. He stood in front of Obito blocking this attack for him, and then continued with the action he had not yet completed to remove Obito's Rinnegan. This was his first time doing such a thing, and he was a bit afraid of damaging the Rinnegan. With Obito used up and unable to move, he could only endure the pain of having his eyes removed by Uchiha, as the eyes he had spent decades acquiring slipped away from him once more. Moreover, after discovering that it was Kamisato Uchiha, he sensed that this man was actually going to destroy his Rinnegan. Kamisato Uchiha, why do you want to destroy my Rinnegan? Obito's chakra was almost depleted, but he stood up angrily to ask this, exhausting all his strength. He believed that a victor indeed had the right to handle the spoils of war, but one shouldn't damage the spoils recklessly. Damage. I wouldn't go that far, I simply intend to absorb its power. As Uchiha spoke, golden chakra seeped into Obito's Rinnegan. Just like the process of gaining Obito's Sharingan, Uchiha extracted the power of Obito's Rinnegan and refined and merged it. Finally, Obito's Rinnegan shattered, turning into withered flesh. The refined blue special chakra then surged into Uchiha's eyes. His eyes still did not wear beauty lenses, they remained in their original state. Although the functionality and combat effectiveness might not match the dual Kamui, this special chakra was stronger than Obito's. At the moment of absorption, he felt a slight pressure in his eyes. One could only say that it was indeed worthy of the Rinnegan, its power was undeniably strong. Moreover, after absorbing Obito's Rinnegan, he realized that before he could continue to break through his realm, he might not be able to absorb the eye power of others. Because at this moment the power in his eyes was already full, and if he forced himself to absorb more, it might not shatter his eyes, but could likely lead to side effects. After receiving Uchiha's response, a mocking smile of self-deprecation rose on Obito's face. How the power I spent my life obtaining is being dismantled like a toy in your hands. How ironic. He continued to question, can you truly fully harness the power of the Rinnegan? Uchiha Obito, you overestimate the Rinnegan. Do you think I cannot wield this power just because I lack the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths? Your Rinnegan can only reveal its true value in my hands. Rinnegan of the Grave. A flash of golden light appeared in Uchiha's eyes, and suddenly 10 Rinnegan clones appeared around him. A look of astonishment immediately spread across Obito's hollow face. How is this possible? 10 Rinnegan clones, he exclaimed. Although he had lost his eyes, he still sensed the surrounding situation thanks to his powerful perception. After all, the Rinnegan of the Grave had once been his ability. Although he could no longer use it without the Rinnegan, he could still sense it vaguely. This completely shattered his understanding. This person not only acquired his power entirely, but also enhanced the abilities of the Rinnegan. Could it be that he truly had no limits? Kamisato Uchiha, I hope your path will not be as filled with illusions as mine. I look forward to you completely transforming the ninja world. After saying this, a rare look of fatigue appeared on Obito's face, as if all his life's obsessions had become meaningless. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths had been observing Obito's situation. The world of the Pure Land should have been windless, yet at this moment the white robe of Otsutsuki Yui moved without wind. He sat cross-legged in the void, his form trembling slightly, and the 2 Rinnegan and the Rinnegan Sharingan on his forehead reflected the horrific scene occurring in the present world. How could this be? Yui's voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. He saw the Uchiha Obito with Rinnegan, who was now lying on the ground like a stray dog. Meanwhile, in Kamisato Uchiha's hand, he held Obito's 2 Rinnegan. He had thought that Uchiha would put the Rinnegan into his own eyes. But what did he see? Kamisato Uchiha was actually absorbing the power of the Rinnegan. This was the Rinnegan. He needed to reassess Kamisato Uchiha's strength. This person's power had not only reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, but also possessed this incredible ability. Just when Yui regretted not giving them chakra from the beginning, allowing Ashura and the others to reach the combat power of the Sage of Six Paths, he suddenly realized that in the present world that Kamisato Uchiha had unexpectedly looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the void, traversing life and death, directly locking eyes with him in the Pure Land. The corner of Kamisato Uchiha's mouth curled into a cold smile, and as his lips moved it seemed he was saying, "Unfilial son, wait for death." Under this smile, Yui's soul began to tremble. Moreover, this audacious fellow actually dared to say such words, completely disregarding him. His overbearing aura was overwhelming. This child must not be allowed to live. Beyond the walls of Konoha village, deep within a dense forest, Ashura, Indra, and Hashirama continue their journey toward the village. Having subtly probed Hashirama, Indra has now grasped how Madara acquired his power. At that very moment the earth trembled violently, as if struck by a cataclysmic quake. The three halted abruptly, their gazes darkening as they fixed upon Konoha's distant silhouette. Madara has fallen. Hashirama's voice was low, his brow furrowed, his fists clenching unconsciously. He could not explain how he knew, yet the certainty settled in his bones like cold iron. A profound sorrow welled within him. Though he had long spoken against Madara's path, his heart still held deep unspoken regard for his brother. A failure is always a failure, Indra sneered, though he did not question Hashirama's intuition. A flicker of envy gleamed in his eyes. To be defeated despite wielding the Rinnegan, that is sheer disgrace. Ashura frowned at his elder brother. This is no time for division. We must stop Kamiri Senko. Indra burst into thunderous laughter, so hard tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. If we unite our strength, victory over Kamiri Senko is inevitable. Ashura's gaze remained resolute, fixed on the direction from which seismic waves surged. Indra's laughter died instantly, revulsion hardened in his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. Stepping deliberately beside Ashura, he spoke, voice glacial. How revolting. You chant bonds day after day, yet every ounce of your power was gifted by that old man. And now even Madara, wielding the Rinnegan, may have fallen. Shall we march blindly to our deaths with what little strength remains? His tone turned icy, resolve crystallizing in silence. Hashirama sensed the shift in atmosphere and spoke gravely. Elder Indra, what do you mean? Though he too feared that if Madara, Rinnegan in hand, had fallen they stood no chance against Kamiri Senko, he trusted the will of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. After all, it was Hagoromo who had resurrected him from death itself. His very life was a gift bestowed by the sage. He bore no doubt toward Hagoromo's judgment, not when his soul had already crossed the threshold of eternity. Indra did not pause. He drifted silently to Ashura's flank. My meaning is simple, he murmured, a cruel smile curling his lips. If Madara awakened the Rinnegan by merging with Ashura's chakra, then why can't I? What? Ashura's pupils contracted in shock, but before he could move it was already too late. A violet chakra blade erupted from Indra's side, piercing Ashura's throat, then cleaving his head cleanly from his body. Ashura's severed head soared skyward, eyes wide with disbelief, uncomprehending still why his own brother would commit such unspeakable betrayal. Was it truly only for his power? Thud. Ashura's head struck the earth, eyes frozen open in silent accusation, staring unblinking at Indra. Forgive me, little brother, Indra whispered, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. Only this way can I gather enough power to slay the monster called Kamiri Senko. One truth he withheld, only thus could he prove himself no lesser than his descendants. What they achieved he too would master. Without hesitation, he moved to retrieve Ashura's corpse for internal ingestion and external absorption. Hashirama stood frozen, stunned by the sudden grotesque turn. Never had he imagined that the son of Hagoromo Otsutsuki would commit such brutality against his own flesh and blood. Was it truly only to awaken the Rinnegan, the same power Madara wielded? Indra, have you lost your mind? Hashirama roared, instantly entering sage mode, ready to unleash the full fury of Ashura's wrath upon him. But at that instant the cloudless sky darkened, swallowed whole by churning thunder-laden clouds. From the storm-racked heavens emerged an ancient wrathful visage, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's face wreathed in tempestuous clouds, his Rinnegan blazing with unprecedented fury as they locked onto Indra below. Indra. Hagoromo's bellow shook mountains and split valleys, a thunderclap of divine rage. Gone was the sage's customary serenity, in its place blazed incalculable fury and crushing disappointment. You dare raise your hand against your own brother. I gave you life. I granted you power not to slaughter kin, not to stain the sacred bond of blood with such abomination. From the churning clouds descended a colossal chakra hand, vast enough to blot out the sun, and slammed down toward Indra with world-ending force. Ha ha ha. Father, you finally deigned to appear. Indra's Mangekyo flared with apocalyptic intensity. From the earth erupted his perfected purple Susanoo, towering wrathful, unyielding, as it met Hagoromo's titanic strike Hiden. His voice twisted into a snarl. Father, your approval means nothing to me now. With the Rinnegan awakened, I stand equal to you, not beneath you. Hagoromo recoiled, speechless with grief and disbelief, yet held his ground. Then came Indra's next words, each one a dagger to the heart. Father, you're biased. You're false. You preach love yet never honored my path. You poured part of your chakra into Ashura, ensuring I could never surpass him. You entrusted the shinobi sect to him, while I received only your disapproval, your distance, your indifference. You never once saw me. Hagoromo's face contorted as his voice rumbled like distant thunder. I was never biased. I am no hypocrite. It is you who became obsessed with power, abandoning the true essence of the shinobi sect. Just as you do now, lost utterly in the abyss of power. I am profoundly disappointed in you. At those words, Indra threw back his head and laughed, a raw, broken sound, as his Mangekyo spun faster, wilder. He screamed, voice cracking with venom, the essence of the shinobi sect. Huh. Merely the excuse of the weak. Look upon this world, Uchiha Madara Kamiri Senko, do they not rule by strength alone? And you, my father, you hide in the pure land aloof and untouchable, passing judgment from on high. Hagoromo's colossal face trembled faintly within the clouds. In his eyes flickered a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. Slowly his voice softened, not with anger, but with sorrow so profound it echoed like a funeral bell. Indra, do you truly believe that awakening the Rinnegan will let you defeat Kamiri Senko? At least it is more effective than your sermons. At least I stand where you stand, seeking power, striving to destroy Kamiri Senko with every fiber of my being. Indra's voice tore from his throat, ragged and raw. His violet Susanoo seized Ashura's body and began to withdraw. Hashirama remained rooted, stunned into silence by the exchange between father and son. He had never imagined that even the legendary sage of 6 paths could falter so grievously in matters of family, nor that such horror could unfold from that failure. Hagoromo's immense countenance closed its eyes, pained, resigned. Then, there remains only one path to correct this grave error. Thunder rolled as black clouds churned. Hagoromo's colossal chakra hand both barred Indra's retreat and drove a torrent of Yambe's 6 paths chakra, imbued with the power of Shinra Tensei, into Hashirama's body. As the chakra of the 6 paths sage was infused, Hashirama suddenly felt a strange sensation within his body. It seemed as if all of his chakra had come to life. Natural energy began to respond fervently to him, surging forth without any need for him to gather. He could hear the whispers of the grass and trees, not just the plants, but even the wind, the earth, and the vibrations of the air had become a part of his senses. He suddenly remembered Tobirama's words, "Elder brother, your power has its limits." But now those limits had vanished and he felt capable of achieving so much more. At the same time, 9 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him, and his attire transformed into that of a shinobi, marking the activation of the 6 paths sage mode. Old man, let go of me. Indra, awaken. Though I will not directly send you back to the Pure Land. His massive face turned towards Hashirama, who was still savoring the power. Send you Hashirama as the heir of Ashura, grant him his end. You're forcing my hand. Indra roared. Amaterasu. Instantly, scorching black flames that could burn everything enveloped the complete body Susanoo, seemingly hoping to instill some fear in Hashirama. The black flames seemed to surge towards the giant face of the 6 paths sage in the clouds just at that moment. Hashirama's gaze turned towards it. He clasped his hands together. 6 paths calamity of the divine tree from the vast land around Hashirama, even the void, numerous thick roots rapidly emerged and spread out in a conical shape, surging towards the complete body Susanoo wrapped in black flames. Indra, seeing this, swung his purple Susanoo sword towards it. How could this be? His expression froze completely. Because he found that the once invincible Susanoo could not harm these roots in the slightest. Useless, Indra, accept your fate. Hashirama's abilities are indeed impressive, far surpassing yours. These are the roots of the divine tree, you cannot sever them. The voice of the 6 paths sage echoed. A look of terror appeared on Indra's face. Yet he still shouted, laughing maniacally, ha ha ha, once again. Otsutsuki Kagaya, without your help, Senju Hashirama would ultimately be trampled beneath my feet. I refuse to accept this, I refuse. This time Indra truly rejected the 6 paths as his father. Yet in the end he was completely engulfed like a cocoon. It was at this moment when a mocking voice emerged. Clap, clap, clap. What a grand family drama. At this time in Konoha village, upon seeing the silhouette of Senjuchuken vanish, his sons were of course unable to rest easy. Thus Itachi formed hand seals. Art of the telescope. A massive screen appeared before everyone. The images began to transmit. Everyone looked over. The 6 paths sage. This is quite interesting. Sasuke remarked, showing little sentiment towards the 6 paths sage. However, upon seeing the truth-seeking balls floating behind Hashirama, he could no longer remain calm. For he recognized Hashirama's state now reminiscent of Naruto's from years past. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the Six Paths Sage mode Naruto had once mentioned. So it really is him, Itachi said darkly. Since the appearance of Uchiha Obito and the fact that he had fought against their father, he had guessed it. What should we do? We cannot just stand by while our father fights. Shursui also spoke up as his Sharingan had now recovered due to the influence of Hashirama's cells. After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. If it were merely at the level of a Kage, they might have a way, but now seeing the truth-seeking balls floating behind Hashirama, the implications were clear. Let me handle this. Hizashi stepped forward, his Byakugan pupils having transformed into Rinnegan. Everyone to activate the Rinnegan chakra mode requires a large amount of chakra. Lend me your strength. The sons of Chukin gathered around Hizashi, beginning to channel chakra into him just as they had done together with the true number of Senju yesterday. Sasuke also approached. Your chakra might still be insufficient, add mine as well. As Sasuke made his move, Minato also teleported beside them with Kushina using the Flying Thunder God technique. They all simultaneously transferred their chakra to Hizashi. Even the nine tails in the ceiling space made a choice. Even if that person was like a fatherly figure, the grandfather still held a higher status, making the decision easy. Hizashi accepted every bit of chakra offered to him. A green chakra cloak gradually emerged around his body, while the black truth-seeking balls began to gather one by one behind him. A bone horn symbolizing the Otsutsuki quietly appeared on his forehead. Yet one person vanished before everyone, speeding towards the location where the telescope technique was displaying. Senju Chukin, is that you? The expression of the Six Paths Sage changed, beginning to crumble in anger. As he spoke, dark clouds gathered around, unleashing waves of thunder. Hashirama also shifted his gaze to Chukin. He looked at this seemingly ordinary person aside from being handsome. Could this man truly be the one responsible for the world's destruction? Chukin floated in the air, his robes dancing in the wind. Oh son, why don't you recognize your father? Chukin's words were shocking. Hashirama was taken aback. This unremarkable guy is the father of the Six Paths Sage. How could this be? He looks so young. However, the Six Paths Sage's expression turned as dark as possible, showing no desire to converse with him. Hashirama, kill him. The Six Paths Sage commanded, his voice rumbling like thunder. Sage, are you sure you want me to kill him? He is your... Hashirama's face appeared harmless, yet he delivered a critical blow to the Six Paths Sage. Before Kagaya could speak, Chukin interjected. Senju Hashirama, are you sure you want to fight me? After all, we're technically on the same side. You wouldn't want Tsunade to cry, would you? His lips curled into a smirk, the tone seeming to threaten Hashirama. Yet Chukin was merely stating a fact. Hashirama suddenly looked towards Chukin, killing intent surging within his pupils. What did you do to little Tsunade? Release her and I will grant you a complete corpse. Threatening him with his granddaughter was not something a powerful ninja should do. Hashirama, act quickly. I promise if your granddaughter dies, I can help bring her back. The Six Paths Sage urged anxiously. Had it not been for his current preparations to stabilize his body, he would have acted himself long ago rather than relying on others. However, before Hashirama could make a move, Chukin vanished from his spot. He entered the tightly cocooned space and then brought the unconscious Indra into the Kamui space to keep him company with Obito. A good charging device, I can't just let it go. He didn't care whether the Six Paths Sage was biased or not, he only wanted power. From the palm of Chukin, several black rods shot out, piercing Indra's body, pinning him in the Kamui space to prevent him from running away when he awoke. Then he reappeared before Hashirama. Looking at the indecisive Hashirama, Qianhuan shook his head. This was not the demeanor of a true warrior. He hadn't even noticed that he had entered Hashirama's domain crafted with wood release. His mental fortitude was too weak. Whoosh! A golden 100-meter-long blade suddenly appeared, aimed directly at Hashirama's head. In that instant, the staff of the Sage of Six Paths blocked the blade's attack. Hashirama, what are you hesitating for? The Sage of Six Paths' furious voice finally snapped Hashirama out of his indecision. He looked solemnly at Qianhuan. Had it not been for the Sage of Six Paths blocking that strike for him, he might have died. Given this, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Six Paths Divine Tree Heaven Prison. Hashirama pressed his palms together and called forth the technique. In an instant, the earth cracked and the air trembled. Within a radius of several dozen miles, countless thick roots like giant serpents burst forth from the ground, spreading wildly from all directions, even from the sky, instantly weaving into an impenetrable tree prison. Qianhuan's figure was completely engulfed. The outside world could only see a massive sphere formed by countless entwined branches. Inside the domain, Qianhuan displayed an intrigued expression. He hadn't expected Hashirama, after gaining the power of 6 paths, to utilize such a ninjutsu. However, in the context of the current battle, it seemed somewhat ostentatious. With these attempts to defeat him, it was far from sufficient. The next moment, from the branches, countless sharp spikes shot forth from all directions. Qianhuan swung the golden blade, moving so swiftly that it left after images like a golden domain of 100 meters, severing all the incoming spikes. His blade was far sharper than Indra's Susanoo sword, so he faced little effort in blocking the spike attack. Seeing this, Hashirama's expression turned grave. He hadn't anticipated such a situation. Had Madara faced this technique back in the day, he would have long since perished without a trace. Qianhuan was able to remain so relaxed, it was simply too powerful. No wonder he was someone who could defeat Madara. Thus he let out a loud roar. With his full-powered output, countless branch spikes surged forth, as if stimulated by some elixir. The growth speed of the spikes accelerated dramatically. The severed branches hadn't even hit the ground before new spikes began to sprout from the breaks. Meanwhile, the entire tree prison began to collapse inward as countless branches pressed in, attempting to crush Qianhuan into a pulp. Qianhuan's golden blade struck against the prison walls, and it was no longer so easy. Boring trick. Qianhuan snorted coldly, sweeping his golden blade to carve out a brief opening. A wave of spatial fluctuation erupted, and his figure instantly vanished from his spot, appearing at Hashirama's side. This time, when his golden blade thrust out again, it was already coated with a dark substance, having absorbed the Dao Jade, making the 100-meter-long blade appear as if it were armed. Although the enhancement was limited, it didn't take much effort. The dark blade shot forth again, targeting Hashirama's head. Hashirama had been sensing the spatial fluctuations, and the moment Qianhuan appeared, he locked onto him. As the blade aimed at him, he stomped down hard, causing a metallic glinting spike to suddenly erupt from the ground, thrusting towards Qianhuan. The speed was astonishing. Whoosh! But it still missed. Meanwhile, the black blade left a deep wound on Hashirama's face, exposing bone. However, he recovered quickly, the wound on his face disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hashirama's expression grew heavy. This was the first time he utilized such power. He didn't even know how to strike down the enemy before him. Such a dense barrage of attacks was utterly ineffective against him. At this moment, the sage of 6 paths within the Pure Land also bore a grave expression, realizing that Hashirama was no match for Qianhuan. Although Hashirama had just reached that level of power, he shouldn't be struggling this much. This man was simply too strong. Around him lay 2 bodies, one of which resembled him almost exactly, yet this body appeared considerably younger than his current form. It allowed him to enter his peak state. The other body was astonishingly his brother Otsutsuki Yuzuru. After 1,000 years facing a formidable foe again, he would surely bring along his brother, who had supported him back in the day. After all, his brother was indeed quite useful. At that moment, Qianhuan's figure reappeared. Your technique is too slow. If this is all you have, you won't be able to make me take you seriously. Qianhuan's hand rested on Hashirama's shoulder. A fierce pulling force emanated from his palm. Feeling the chakra draining from his body like a flood, Hashirama hurriedly threw a punch at Qianhuan. But Qianhuan didn't even flinch. 2 shadow figures appeared before him, working together to block Hashirama. He continued to absorb the chakra from Hashirama. Feeling his level in chi refining, rapidly ascending, Qianhuan's lips curled slightly. Not bad, very delicious chakra. This chakra's quality was far superior to any he had encountered before. Its quality was so high that it nearly matched his own chakra quality, allowing him to passively refine it without needing to concentrate too much, resulting in a swift transformation of Hashirama's chakra into his own. How is this possible? This was the first time he had seen an ability that could so recklessly absorb chakra. Feeling the waves of weakness washing over him, Hashirama continued to struggle, trying to break free from Qianhuan. But then he saw 8 more shadow figures appear before him, surrounding him and completely restricting his movement. Meanwhile, Qianhuan's palm never left his shoulder. He struggled with all his might, but found that Qianhuan's hand was like a sticky plaster, firmly attached to him, never letting go. Until he saw the Dao Jade floating behind him. The next moment, Hashirama gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. It's over. The 9 pitch-black Dao Jades behind him suddenly shrank then exploded all at once. Boom! In an instant the world lost its color. The previously impenetrable tree domain was torn to shreds by the explosion of the Dao Jades like fragile paper. A colossal mushroom cloud rose. Although the explosion inflicted little harm on the user, the power of 9 simultaneous explosions still cost Hashirama dearly. His body was blasted away like a cannonball at an incredible speed, even surpassing the speed of sound, until he crashed through a distant small mountain and finally came to a stop. Pfft. Hashirama spat out a mouthful of old blood. There was hardly a sound place on his body, nearly all his bones were shattered and blood even oozed from his pores. Despite such a grim state, he miraculously survived thanks to his 6 paths level physical quality. Moreover, the 6 paths yang power he acquired further enhanced his inherent passive ability, regeneration. Hashirama's body was rapidly healing, the wounds visibly closing, yet the excruciating pain forced him to kneel on one knee. Cough. This time I should be dead. Hashirama gasped, looking towards the center of the explosion. Their flickering embers still danced. The gigantic mushroom cloud announced to the world what kind of explosion it had been. He didn't believe Qianhuan could survive. He felt that under such an explosion, all living beings would disintegrate. In Konoha, countless people gazed at the rising mushroom cloud in the sky. The tremendous shockwave also brought forth an earthquake. Fear inevitably arose in people's hearts. This time no one was asked to seek refuge. They fled on their own, for if such an explosion were to occur in Konoha, no one could believe they would survive. When others believed that Qianhuan was no longer alive, his sons remained remarkably calm. They would not believe that their father could perish from such a minor attack. Even so, they couldn't help but feel anxious, as the view through the telescope was nothing but blinding white light. Everyone instinctively increased the chakra supply to the sun foot. At that moment, the Tao-seeking jade on the sun foot had reached its 7th piece. Just then Itachi exclaimed, "Father is indeed unharmed." While others instinctively avoided the blinding light and looked away, Itachi kept his gaze fixed on the scene transmitted by the telescope technique. He was truly very filial. Sasuke looked over as well. He saw the man wave his hand, clearing the dust around him. Then he smiled at the direction of their telescope technique before vanishing from sight. Sasuke felt somewhat reassured knowing that Qianhuan had absorbed Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. However, he was uncertain whether His Majesty Qianhuan could react in that situation. But seeing this, he felt a sense of relief. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, watching the figure resembling a divine being leaving the center of the explosion with even more awe. Meanwhile, Tsunade, not far from Konoha and closer to the battlefield, looked at the explosion with tears streaming down her face. Whether Qianhuan was dead or her grandfather Hashirama was dead, she did not want to witness either. Are you really going to cry for this scumbag? Qianhuan appeared beside Tsunade, teasing her. You bastard. Tsunade hastily wiped her tears from her face. Why can't you wait for me? My grandfather listens to me the most. You don't need to fight. She didn't understand Qianhuan's actions. Was it really so amusing to make her sad? Qianhuan did not offer an explanation, but said, "Be obedient, go back first. This is not a good place." But, be obedient. Only then did Tsunade reluctantly turn her face away and leave as if in a huff. As for why he needed to fight, there were 2 reasons. The first was that he wanted to gain more experience in battles against those of equal rank. After all, it was likely that the Sage of 6 Paths, that ungrateful son, would soon make his move, and he did not know what kind of grand scheme had been prepared for him. The second reason was that if he didn't fight, the Sage of 6 Paths would immediately retract the power bestowed upon Hashirama. Then he would receive no benefits at all. Qianhuan watched as Tsunade glanced back, repeatedly smiling, slightly waiting for him to free his hands to enjoy the blessings of having many people. Kamui activated once again, and his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Hashirama, placing his arm on Hashirama's shoulder. At that moment, Hashirama's body had fully recovered. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying pulling force on his shoulder. How is this possible? You're not dead. Hashirama's voice was filled with shock. His body involuntarily trembled. He suddenly turned around, wanting to interrupt Qianhuan's actions, but the situation was the same as before. He was once again obstructed by Qianhuan's Will Tomb clone. He then realized that this person was not only unscathed, but his clothes were also not torn. He didn't understand how Qianhuan had blocked such a powerful explosion. Sage Art Myojinmen. Hashirama's movements did not stop. Realizing he couldn't break free with physical techniques, he thought of other ways. A massive crimson torii tore through the clouds, descending with the might to suppress all things, directly targeting Qianhuan and Hashirama. A slight smirk appeared on the corner of Hashirama's mouth. If Qianhuan did not dodge, he could not believe that his physical body could withstand it. At the same time, he did not think the illusory shadow clones could block it. This was the Myojinmen enhanced with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, and even if it were blocked, it could still be released. Until Qianhuan could no longer fully block it. As the caster, even if he was suppressed along with it, he could still escape. If Qianhuan dodged or used ninjutsu to block, he would have to release his restraint, giving Hashirama the chance to break free. As the crimson torii was about to fall on the two of them, Qianhuan remained completely unmoved, showing no intention of dodging. A triumphant expression appeared in Hashirama's eyes. Not dodging. He might just turn but then he only saw one of the shadow clones blocking him suddenly produce a black massive blade. The blade soared into the air, colliding with the crimson torii. Swoosh! Where the blade passed, the massive torii was split in two, the cut completely free of debris, only a pristine white surface where it had been severed. And Qianhuan's black blade remained intact with not even a nick on the blade, as if what it had cut through was not the Myojinmen, but mere rotten wood. Boom! The two halves of the massive torii fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust, but no one was hit. How is this possible? Hashirama exclaimed in shock. He had previously thought that Qianhuan's shadow clones could not release ninjutsu. Even if they could, their effects would not be remarkable. But now he discovered that these shadow clones were simply an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique. They could attack, defend, and use ninjutsu, even capable of severing techniques at the sage level. Those below the sage level would probably not even see the positions of his shadows. This was far stronger than his wood clones. This was simply terrifying. Why had Qianhuan not let these clones use ninjutsu before? If these clones had attacked him all at once, he was afraid he would have been defeated long ago. Faced with this situation, Hashirama could only arrive at one explanation: Qianhuan was simply toying with him and had not taken him seriously at all. Was the gap in strength between them really so vast? Just how strong was Qianhuan? Instantly a wave of immense despair engulfed Senju Hashirama. But when he thought of Qianhuan's words, "You don't want Tsunade to cry, do you?" He would not give up no matter what. Even if the gap between them was great, he would fight with all his might. He let go of his defense and lunged at Qianhuan. Qianhuan. He did not understand Hashirama's intentions, or was he attracted by his good looks? But then he understood Hashirama's thoughts. Suddenly a pitch-black liquid-like wooden material appeared all over Hashirama's body. And this material began to spread outward from his body, seemingly wanting to wrap him up. However, Qianhuan would not give Hashirama this chance. He withdrew his hand from Hashirama's shoulder, sidestepped to avoid the lunge, and began to gather the spatial power of Kamui. He transported this liquid-like material into the Kamui space. Give up, Senju Hashirama. You have no cards left, just be my power bank, Qianhuan said coldly. Hashirama, who had fallen to the ground, was still unwilling to accept defeat and wanted to continue lunging. At that moment, above their location, a vortex suddenly appeared, and a figure with pale skin, gray-blue hair tied in a ponytail, and no eyebrows appeared above the two. He wore white clothes, carried a red fish basket on his back, and had a red fishing rod resting on his shoulder. The suddenly appearing figure was none other than Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had traveled through time in a turtle with Sasuke and the others. As soon as Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared, his gaze was instantly drawn to the two on the ground. At the same time, Hashirama and Qianhuan also looked towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. As their 6 eyes met, the air fell into silence for a moment. A smile appeared at the corner of Qianhuan's mouth. This was truly a pillow, coming at just the right time. His eyes squinted, making an expression reminiscent of Orochimaru, licking his lips as if eyeing a delicious prey. Pusher's flippant tone carried for once a hint of genuine surprise. He narrowed his eyes and let his gaze flick between Qianhuan and Zhu Jian, ultimately settling upon the pitch-black Choudao great blade within the transparent shadow. In this lowly world, someone decades ago could actually manipulate a yin-yang escape contrivance. He murmured, fingers unconsciously toying with the fish pole that shimmered with red light. It seems the collection of Jiaowei chakra will be far more entertaining than I had imagined. Qianhuan observed Daitongmu Pusher's indifferent look toward the Choudao blade. He promptly drew his own expression into a composed mask. In a solemn voice, he asked, "Who exactly are you? I do not recall a figure like you existing within the shinobi world." Zhu Jian likewise ceased his attempts to perish together with Qianhuan. He did not believe this sudden intruder had come to his aid. Pusher toyed with his rod in a playful manner, a teasing smile curving his lips. Oh ho, to ask me such a question. But since you asked so earnestly. In a blink he landed upon the ground not far from Qianyu and Zhu Jian. I shall be magnanimous and tell you. I come from a place you cannot possibly imagine, from a remote realm, and I am here to collect a few, well, toys. At that, Zhu Jian suddenly realized something and cried out in shock to call a Jiawei of such overwhelming power a mere toy. What a dangerous being you must be. Qianhuan nearly snorted with incredulous laughter at Zhu Jian's remark. Look at what you just said. Wasn't it a mere head touch that subdued the Jiawei? And yet you speak of its might as if the gods themselves were present. He dismissed the thought and contemplated instead how to turn Daitongmu Pusher into another portable power source for himself. Pusher seemed weak, yet he was still Daitongmu. To kill him outright, if Rezoning could not resurrect, would be a grievous loss. You two do not look bad. Hand over your chakra, how about that? Daitongmu Pusher rested one hand on his fishpole, attempting to cast his line and hook the pair's chakra out. He seemed to take a perverse pleasure in Qianhuan's acquisition of the Rinnegan ability from Ban. But in that instant a voice echoed from afar. Daitongmu Pusher. Your Majesty, I shall assist you. Jinluan Wanqing Bao. A golden blade of light cutting from sky to earth fell from the distant horizon. The entire sky was split in two, a clouds retreated like a tide. As the blade descended toward Daitongmu Pusher spun around violently. His pupils trembled with an eightfold shock as he stared unbelieving at the monstrous blade capable of rending heaven and earth. What staggering chakra, what awe-inspiring momentum, what devastating power. He had never imagined that in such a remote place a figure like this could exist. Where the golden blade passed, even distant peaks were instantaneously carved into black chasms. There was no time for him to formulate further thought. Pusher's Luanhui Yen spun frantically. For the first time he wore a grave expression. Huangquan Biliangbin. Since he had not activated the blue Luanhui Yen, he could only attempt to evade with a Daitongma space-time ninjutsu. When he opened the blue Luanhui Yen, he could in the instant of being struck transform into a red paper crane to dodge. Alas, compared with that, Huangquan Biliangbin was far slower. The aftershock of Jinluan Wanqing Bao still swept across him. Pusher tumbled out of another pocket of space, a golden graze scored from his left shoulder to his right flank, leaving a deep wound. Blood spurted as if money meant nothing. What power is this? Such attack force is terrifying. Zhu Jian was shaken to the marrow. He stared at the bottomless chasm not far away, mouth agape. To wield such force, this person might be stronger than even Sanri Qianhuan. And allied to Qianhuan's side, he now had no chance at all. Qianhuan felt his heart tighten with dread. He had only intended to gauge Pusher's level, and now Pusher had been felled. If not for the resilience of a Daitongma body, he might have been torn apart. If he had been killed outright, Qianhuan would have lost that portable power source. He thought Pusher far too inept. Had he been the one, he believed he could have dodged 10 Jinluan Wanqing Bao strikes in such circumstances. Such sluggish attacks could hardly ever hit. Hey, you're supposed to be Daitongmu. You cannot possibly possess so little ability. Impossible. Pusher knelt on one knee, staring at the figure in the sky wrapped in green chakra. Daitongmu Pusher, today is the day you die. Rizu stood aloft in the heavens, looking down at the ruined Daitongmu Pusher on the ground, as if regarding an insect. How painful. How many years? How many years has it been since I bled? You damned lower beings, how dare you steal Daitongmu power to wound me? Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. I will remember you. The next time we meet, I will make bait of you all. Daitongmu Pusher roared, his composure shattered. But he knew that to continue fighting in his present state was certain death. He therefore activated his finest escape skill. Once more a black pocket of space opened behind him. Rizu prepared to act, but then noticed movement. Qianhuan had moved. His silhouette flashed into the hollow of Huangquan Biliangbin. With a single hand he pressed down upon Daitongmu Pusher's body, forcibly halting him. You! How is this possible? How could a lowly creature like you manage it? Daitongmu Pusher could not move, but Qianhuan held him captive with one hand. He felt as if he faced not a man, but a mountain pinning him down so that he could not. Lowly creature. Qianhuan sneered, then unleashed his favored taijutsu upon Daitongmu, a crushing elbow strike. The result was pitiful. 2 blows and Pusher erupted blood. Holding him by the throat, Qianhuan sneered, weak, so weak. You have rewritten my understanding of Daitongmu. Do not speak so insolently. Our Daitongmu are not for you to insult. Pusher, wounded and humiliated, was pierced to the core by that truth. He tried to struggle like Zhu Jian had, but in the next instant a tremendous suction tore from Qianhuan's. Pu Shi's wounds had not yet healed, and he could not escape Qianhuan's grasp. His complexion faded from the unhealthy pallor of his kind to a ghastly white. What ability is this? I feel no Daitongma bloodline within you. How can you draw another's chakra? Pu Shi reeled in horror, desperate to break free as Zhu Jian once had. But he was far less capable than the current Zhu Jian. Escape was impossible. In the next moment, Qianhuan's other hand swept across Daitongmu Pu Shi's eyes. From his palm appeared Pu Shi's Luanhui Yan. Regrettably, Qianhuan had not yet reached Lianqi level 4. The capacities of his own eyes were filled, so he could only seal Pu Shi's eyes away for the time being. It hurts. You're killing me, you bastard. Pu Shi screamed, his face sliding into a raving, almost lunatic expression. Shinri Sennin, I will not allow you to succeed. Hashirama, witnessing Sennin attempting to absorb Kagaya Otsutsuki's chakra, spoke aloud. If Sennin absorbed this stranger's chakra as well, Hashirama dared not imagine how overwhelmingly powerful he might become. Yet it was deeply regrettable. Having failed to break free from Sennin earlier, Hashirama was now far from his prime. His chakra reserves had been catastrophically depleted. Moreover, Sennin's Rinnegan shadow clones still encircled him, several even clung tightly to his limbs. He was utterly immobilized, forced only to watch helplessly as Sennin gradually drained Kagaya's chakra to its last trace. Meanwhile, Hayashi swiftly approached Sennin. Your Majesty, please absorb my chakra as well, Hayashi declared, offering his Byakugan in devotion. His chakra capacity was insufficient to sustain the Byakugan chakra mode indefinitely. It had only activated thanks to the collective chakra of their allies. And if his strength could elevate His Majesty to a higher realm, it would be more than worth the sacrifice. Very well. After this great battle, I shall enhance the cultivation of every one of you. Sennin nodded. He was soon to confront the Six Paths' rebellious son, and the ancient Six Paths sage was no mere Six Paths tier opponent. Moreover, Hayashi's current form could not be maintained for long, better to channel it into spiritual refinement. With that, Sennin placed his other hand upon Hayashi's body. The immense chakra coalescing within Hayashi surged once more into Sennin. Since attaining the third tier of chi refinement, Sennin's chakra demands had grown exponentially, yet fortune favored him. Hayashi brought an abundance of chakra, and Sennin had already absorbed Hashirama's vast reserves. Thus another Magatama emblem shimmered into existence upon his body. Meanwhile, far away, the Six Paths sage had already revived his younger brother Kagaya Otsutsuki. His physical vessel remained incomplete at its final stage. This power. Is it the Byakugan? Murmured the Six Paths sage, whose vast knowledge left no doubt. Yes, brother. It was but a theoretical conception I devised in life, never imagining it would one day be realized by descendants. Beside him, Otsutsuki Himura stood, restored to youthful vigor. Then do you believe you can master this ability now? Himura nodded firmly. Upon the moon, another of my descendants has already forged the colossal Byakugan. I shall journey there and claim this power for myself. Very well. Let this extraplanetary Kagaya buy us time against Shinri Sennin, but return swiftly. His power swells without limit. If this continues, we may well fail to prevent him from rescuing our mother. The Six Paths sage declared, seething with hatred towards Shinri Sennin. Were it not for this man, Indra would never have committed such deeds. At that moment, Himura suddenly halted mid-step, his gaze locked on the screen before him. Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had not fled, but instead been instantly subdued by a single move from Shinri Sennin. Stunned, Himura whispered, is this the enemy our mother feared? Yet I sense he is not even a The Six Paths sage too stared blankly at Otsutsuki's performance. Until now he had assumed the Byakugan's overwhelming speed had merely caught Otsutsuki off guard, inflicting a surprise wound. But was such a minor injury truly worthy of the name? Even Hashirama, a half-competent Six Paths tier, could rapidly regenerate from grievous wounds far worse. Now you tell me he cannot recover from a mere slash. So feeble. And yet he attempted. Fleeing was bad enough, but failing even at that. How utterly humiliating. Did our mother expend the chakra of the entire shinobi world just to oppose this? Had he lain dormant in the Pure Land for a millennium, gathering nearly every spirit of the shinobi world into his vessel, only to prepare for this? Perhaps this Kagaya simply lacks innate strength, was all he could say, lest he feel like a fool who had spent centuries preparing for nothing. Brother, now that this foreign Kagaya has fallen, must I still journey to the moon to obtain the Byakugan? Himura asked, uncertain how to proceed. Go! Shinri Sennin's power is indeed growing, but incrementally. Yet, should you acquire the Byakugan, your strength will surge dramatically. The Six Paths Sage replied, his eyes fixed intently on Sennin, who continued absorbing chakra. After Hamura departed, the sage shifted his gaze downward, to the body lying upon the ground. The Rinnegan's gestation had completed. Furthermore, this vessel had undergone specialized modifications, making it supremely suited to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. And he had resolved to harness the Ten-Tails power. He formed the Mihan seal, and instantly his spirit body began transforming, shedding its aged frailty to assume the vigorous form of a young Kagaya. Indra, though morally flawed, possessed genuine talent. This hand seal method of jutsu activation is indeed efficient. His spirit stepped across the void, descending upon the prone body, and merged seamlessly with it. Suddenly a colossal chakra pulse erupted from the Pure Land. Countless slumbering spirits sensed the tremor and, as if startled awake, stirred for half a second. In their dazed confusion, they turned their gaze toward the Six Paths Sage, until he rose, fully mastering the vessel, and the disturbance gradually subsided. Yet he suddenly felt a subtle, but distinct resistance. Is this the repulsion Hamura mentioned? Because I now exist in a living state, the Pure Land rejects me. Very well, I shall depart first. Meanwhile, Sennin's absorption proceeded flawlessly. Within moments, Kagaya Otsutsuki had lapsed into unconsciousness, his chakra almost entirely siphoned away. Beside him, Hayashi's emerald Byakugan chakra cloak dissolved, its energy fully transmuted into Sennin's ascension. Hashirama, still alive, refused to yield. He struggled fiercely. Even Sennin admired his tenacity. His endurance, after ascending to the Six Paths tier, was truly extraordinary. Shinri Sennin, you betray even your comrades. You are truly evil. Hashirama roared, bound and controlled. He found such conduct utterly abhorrent. Seizing allies' power for self-gain violated every principle of the shinobi way. Hashirama, what do you understand? His Majesty's true adversary is the Six Paths Sage, not a half-baked Six Paths gatekeeper like yourself. Moreover, this Byakugan awakened solely because of His Majesty. Transferring it to him is only natural and just. Only when His Majesty grows stronger can he protect our shinobi world. You know nothing, and yet you stand blindly on the Six Paths Sage's side. Our world's true enemies have always been these extraplanetary Kagaya. Hayashi bristled with fury at Hashirama's accusations, yet without the Byakugan chakra mode, he could not strike back, and so resorted only to verbal rebuke. Sennin, however, remained unmoved by Hashirama's words. To him, a transmigrator, the term evil held no moral weight. It was merely a neutral descriptor, not an insult. He had far more pressing matters, integrating the Rinnegan's power from Kagaya Otsutsuki into his own body. For he had now reached the 4th tier of chi refinement. And through absorbing Kagaya's chakra, he had successfully awakened the Yomi no Hirasaka, a technique nearly universal among the Kagaya clan. Though admittedly redundant, given he could already achieve similar spatial displacement via Kamui. As for the changes in absorbing Hashirama's chakra, he could indeed use would release now. However, he no longer regarded this power as useful, finding it inferior to his 100-meter-long blade. Regarding Hashirama's rapid regeneration abilities, he already possessed such abilities himself, as his chakra could help others heal. If he could not heal himself, that would be quite disappointing. Speaking of which, it was no longer just a 100-meter-long blade, but a 200-meter-long blade. As he entered the 4th layer of chi refinement, all his ninjutsu received another enhancement. Moreover, he could feel that his eyes were capable of fusing another kind of power. He had not chosen the reincarnation eye of the sun. Not because the reincarnation eye was ineffective. In fact, the reincarnation eye was quite powerful. However, Qianhuan valued the time power within the Uchiha's reincarnation eye even more. One must know that time is paramount and space is king. As a power more noble than spatial abilities, time abilities were more important to him than the reincarnation eye. Moreover, after reaching the 5th layer of chi refinement, he could still acquire the power of the reincarnation eye. In the original work, Uchiha's reincarnation eye could reset surrounding events to a few seconds prior when switching to the blue reincarnation eye. However, it could not reset his own state. If he could obtain the power of time, he would be more confident in facing the Sage of Six Paths. He had been keeping a trump card hidden, which was the golden flames awakened by absorbing Sasuke's chakra. This flame was specifically meant to burn souls. The reason he kept it hidden was that it was his attack prepared for the Sage of Six Paths. After reaching the Six Paths level, they were nearly immortal with injuries capable of instantaneous recovery. Can you recover injuries to your body or recover injuries to your spiritual body? He believed that should not be possible. Qianhuan retracted his thoughts and shifted his gaze to Uchiha's reincarnation eye. The golden chakra on his fingers suddenly penetrated within. In an instant, the chakra, mixed with all the abilities of the Otsutsuki's reincarnation eye, was drawn out. After purification, Qianhuan's chakra instantly shot into his pupils. In an instant, his eyes felt a cooling sensation. At the same time, all the powers of Otsutsuki's reincarnation eye were refined and absorbed by Qianhuan. He did not pay attention to some less useful abilities. For example, the ability to turn into a red paper crane when attacked. While it was decent, he currently did not value this ability since his Kamui had already become a passive skill. Instead, he focused on the power of time. Any ability related to time was tremendously powerful. However, it was evident that in the original work, Otsutsuki's abilities did not fully utilize this capability. Every time Otsutsuki would be attacked and then rewind time, rendering that attack as if it had never occurred, yet he could not recover from his injuries. So the question arises, if you've been cut, rewinding time won't heal your injuries. If you do not use this foresight to attack your opponent and counterattack, but only avoid the attack, is it not a waste to rewind time? In Qianhuan's view, the battle intelligence of these Otsutsuki was shockingly low. Having grown accustomed to brute strength, they were unwilling to think during combat. This ability was a divine technique for survival and counterattack. Choosing to rewind time when faced with a fatal attack was one way to use it. After remembering the opponent's attack patterns, rewinding time to predict attacks for counterattacks was another technique. Even more extreme, since the rewind could not revert his own state, it represented a cooling skill which could be quickly refreshed using this skill. To achieve the effect of continuously unleashing the same attack in a short period. For example, Shinra Tensei, Sasuke's heavenly hand power, etc. However, Otsutsuki did not do so, which is why Qianhuan considered him inferior. Qianhuan sensed the aspects of Otsutsuki's time abilities within his eyes. He could accomplish everything Uchiha could do. Furthermore, he realized that Otsutsuki's abilities were enhanced in his hands. It was an enhancement that required both time and space. He could not only revert his body to its state 5 seconds ago, but also choose to rewind the time of surrounding objects without reverting his own state. This greatly enhanced his survivability. He now possessed passive Kamui in space and time rewind abilities. He truly did not know how he could lose now. These were all abilities akin to a cheat. After the Sage of Six Paths emerged from the Pure Land, he was also in Konoha, not far from Qianhuan. He needed to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and elevate his power to its peak. Summoning Outer Path Golem. The young Sage of Six Paths floated in the air, pressing his hands against the void. In an instant, the Outer Path Golem, which had been sealed away by Nagato's summoning, appeared before him. He gazed at the Ten Tails shell, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. Most of the people from back then had already perished while he remained, watching the passage of time in the Pure Land. However, his actions did not cease. He pressed his hands against the air once more. Six Paths contract of tailed beasts, return my children. In an instant, the bodies of all Jinchuriki in the ninja world froze simultaneously. They felt the tailed beasts within their bodies disappearing. Killer B and Reikage A were fleeing from the pursuing ninja of the Cloud Village. Suddenly, Killer B stumbled and fell to the ground, feeling extraordinarily weak. The Sage of Six Paths is summoning me, I have to go, goodbye. In an instant, the Eight Tails within him disappeared and his expression froze. However, the next moment, the Eight Tails Gyuki left behind a tentacle in his body, barely saving his life. Big brother. B. What happened to you? Gyuki said he was summoned by the Sage of Six Paths. Killer B weakly replied, but don't worry, big brother, I can't die yet. Gyuki left a tentacle in me. A sighed with relief, but his expression was still grim. Crossing time and space to forcibly take the tailed beasts from Jinchuriki's seals was beyond his imagination. However, he did not have much time to ponder this matter as the pursuers were coming again. Reikage, don't run, the dust of the old era should be swept into the trash can. You two will die. Capture them and bring them to His Majesty. Feeling the wave of malice behind him, Reikage could only choose to carry Killer B and flee. However, in the vast ninja world, there was hardly any place for them to take refuge. Such events were happening in every corner of the ninja world. However, other Jinchuriki were not as fortunate as Killer B. The tailed beasts within them did not possess the ability of the Eight Tails to leave behind a leg, and thus they were directly removed from their bodies. However, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails was lucky, because the Three Tails had just been revived and his previous host Yugura had long since died, so he wouldn't have to die again because of this. Little girl, that unfilial son Lu Dao wants to forcibly summon me, I can hardly hold on. Jiushina was practicing the telescope art beside Shuimen. At that moment the voice of Jiuwei suddenly filled her mind. What? Lu Dao Xianren possesses such a power. Jiushina gasped. A chilling threat of death swept through her body, leaving her rigid with fear. Shuimen had only just been revived. Could it be her turn now? She hated Lu Dao Xianren with a white-hot loathing. Jiuwei's urgent voice pierced her thought. Quickly have Bufeng Shuimen brand me with the Feilation mark. Once I am summoned away, go find grandfather. Without waiting for Jiushina's consent, Jiuwei tore free from her body. Earlier, at Jiuwei's desperate urging, Jiushina had nearly removed all of the seals that bound it. Because Jiushina belonged to the Xuanhua clan, her life force was unusually potent. Even as Jiuwei slipped out of her body, she did not immediately perish. Lu Dao Xianren will forcibly summon Jiuwei. Brand him with the Feilation mark at once. Jiushina's face strained of color, and she could barely stand. Shuimen steadied her with a grave expression. Despite his pallor, he obeyed Jiuwei's wish and pressed his hand onto the Nine Tails. Zuozhu and the others turned their gazes toward them, concern carved into their faces. They understood what Lu Dao Xianren's summoning would mean, his becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Lu Dao Xianren was the very embodiment of the Six Paths realm. If he merged with the Ten Tails, his might would become unfathomable. One could only guess his strength might surpass Datong Mu Hui. I wonder whether His Majesty could stand against Lu Dao Xianren now, someone murmured with a heavy heart. Zuozhu spoke gravely to you. I see now. No wonder Jiuwei wanted Bufeng Shuimen to leave the Feilation mark. He wants the Emperor to stop Lu Dao Xianren from becoming the Ten Tails vessel. You nodded. Around them the faces of the great warriors grew solemn. At that moment Kai suddenly stepped forward. Then let me open the ninth gate of the 8 gates and burn my soul to defeat Lu Dao Xianren. Kai's eyes blazed with resolve. He was prepared to give his life for His Majesty. Kai, do not be a fool. Once the soul is burned, there is no returning. Do you not trust the Emperor's strength? He would never permit you to do this, Kakaxi said, restraining the young man headed for the battlefield. Kai relented but did not relinquish the thought. Very well, but if father proves unequal to him, I will still do it. The shinobi world needs father too much. His tone held a bitter disappointment, and Kakaxi could only watch in silence. As Shuimen pressed the Feilation mark onto Jiuwei, the beast could no longer hold on. With a single explosive sound, it vanished from the spot, as if it had never appeared. Jiushina likewise could not endure as she went deathly pale. Shuimen's face mirrored hers, though he knew there was no time for hesitation. He ordered others to tend to Jiushina, then used the Feilation technique to depart. At Lu Dao Xianren's location, the 9-tailed beasts sat before him in succession, nearly all alight with the excitement of creatures reunited with a sire. Children, the shinobi world faces dire peril. I must become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki once more. After I deal with our enemies, I will release you all, Lu Dao Xianren proclaimed. Almost every tailed beast voiced no objection. Only the most favored Jiuwei suddenly stepped forward and sneered, Old man, you are a hypocrite. You only say this to topple the Emperor, portraying yourself as the righteous party. Jiuwei's words stunned the others. They instantly closed in around him. In the last life we were all caged in a zoo together. When did you become that man's grandson? You are shameless, one of them cried. One-tailed Shoha leapt up, sand spilling from its body, pointing at Jiuwei's nose and bellowing, Jiuwei, you brazen creature, you take a thief for a father. The old man created our existence. For you to call that man grandfather makes you a beast. 8-tailed Nyogue flailed its 8 tentacles and laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha, Jiuwei, you would claim some boy as your grandfather. Don't go around saying you are one of us. We could never bring ourselves to such shame. Another chimed in defiantly, did you not know the old man's ties to Datong Mu Hui? He was her son as she later wed Qianhuan Bixia. For us to call that old man father is not wrong. Calling him grandfather is reasonable. Jiuwei's words sowed confusion among the beasts. They pondered and found perhaps there was truth to it. Enough. Lu Dao Xianren's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Jiuwei, I cherished you most in life and gave you the greatest share of my chakra. This is your thanks. He had never expected that Jiuwei had been swayed by the demon Sanri Qianhuan, viewing matters from that corrupted perspective. Jiuwei replied with a mocking grin, old man, you misunderstand. I never said I would not repay you. I only think you ought to apologize to grandfather. He would surely forgive you. Then we could all be together, aren't we, family? Must it come to this? Grandma on the moon would be disappointed. Since recognizing Sanri Qianhuan as his grandfather, Jiawei had grown close to that red-haired girl. Seeing her felt because of him put him in a foul mood. He had long disliked Lu Dao Xianren's actions. Enough. I said enough. Lu Dao Xianren roared, his chakra surging like a storm, whipping winds that even warped the heavens. Jiawei taunted on, heedless old man, did you ever ask Grandma what she wanted? Could you not have given her the freedom to choose whom she loves? Do not claim she will only bring ruin. Grandfather can give her safety. He would never let that happen. Lu Dao Xianren's Rinnegan fixed on Jiawei. With a narrow of his eyes, Jiawei immediately lost consciousness, rendered into a half-dead automaton, and the other beasts fell into terrified silence. This is the situation. I am going to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, so I will need to inconvenience you for a bit. Who is in favor and who is against? The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths swept over the tail beasts, who bowed their heads in silence, resembling children who had done something wrong. Otsutsuki Yui wore a gentle smile. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. You are my most treasured. After saying this, he raised his hands with his staff resting on his arms. Now return to unity, my... In an instant the Ten-Tails shell spewed forth a multitude of chains from the mouth of the Outer Paths golem, dragging the tail beasts one by one into its maw. As the jewels on the Outer Paths golem lit up, it gradually transformed into the form of the Ten-Tails. Kamiri Chihuan, your end has come. You cannot meddle with my mother. Just as the Nine-Tails was about to enter the mouth of the Ten-Tails, two figures suddenly appeared before it, Chihuan and Minato. Amidst the astonished gaze of the Sage of Six Paths, Chihuan kicked him away, sending him flying 10 kilometers. At this moment the Ten-Tails had also taken shape. Its colossal form loomed before everyone, letting out a thunderous roar. Then in the next moment, under Minato's shocked gaze, Chihuan placed one hand on the Ten-Tails, generating a tremendous pull from his body. The Ten-Tails followed suit and entered Chihuan's body. To become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki usually requires a special qualification, then one must form the Six Paths Ten-Tails seal. However, there's also the possibility that the person themselves is already powerful enough to forcibly draw the Nine-Tails into their body and subdue it. Chihuan was in such a situation. Although he might not have achieved this at the 3rd level of Qi refining, he could barely manage it at the 4th level. The reason he arrived just as the Sage of Six Paths was pulling all the tail beasts into the Outer Paths golem was to intercept him. At that moment a wave of spatial fluctuation emanated. The figure of the Sage of Six Paths suddenly emerged from within. As the child born of Kagaya Otsutsuki, blessed by all living beings and endowed with the power of the God Tree, he was indeed a legitimate Otsutsuki, thus possessing the unique spatial ability of Yomi. He looked at the scene before him with eyes wide in rage. Kamiri Chihuan, I will kill you. The Sage of Six Paths had successfully broken his defense. The Ten-Tails was his prepared means, but this method was unexpectedly intercepted by this shameless man, which made him furious. The last time he suffered such a great loss was when he heard that Kamiri Chihuan was going to marry his mother. He now truly believed that Kamiri Chihuan was a beast. Why did he have to rob others of everything? The Sage of Six Paths was enraged. He immediately summoned a Susanoo of comparable size to the Ten-Tails, which could be said to be among the strongest Susanoos in the entire Naruto series. The gigantic Susanoo's blade swung down heavily towards Kamiri Chihuan, who had almost absorbed the entire Ten-Tails into his belly. But at that very moment over 20 Rinnegan shadows descended from Chihuan's body. Indeed, after reaching the 4th level of Qi refining, he had many more Rinnegan clones. These 20 or so Rinnegan shadows were more than 20 massive blades, each 200 meters long. Although the Sage of Six Paths Susanoo was incredibly powerful, under the relentless assault of the 20 blades it was instantly shattered. From Minato's perspective, he could only see the Sage of Six Paths towering Susanoo hundreds of meters high collapse, completely oblivious to the Rinnegan shadows. He was astonished, feeling utterly unable to comprehend Kamiri Chihuan. He had no idea how such a level of attack could be executed without any fluctuations. However, he wisely chose to leave the battlefield, knowing that he might be taken out by the aftermath of their clash. In that brief moment, Chihuan became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Instantly, a transparent white cocoon enveloped him. In the next moment, the white cocoon suddenly shattered. Chihuan's black hair tips turned white, and a staff appeared in his hand with 9 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him. The power of the Ten-Tails is nothing extraordinary. Chihuan spoke, casting a disdainful glance at the Sage of Six Paths. You think you can defeat me relying solely on the power of the Ten-Tails? That won't work at all. That's because only the Otsutsuki can unleash the power of the Ten Tails. You who lack Otsutsuki blood can only be like this. The Sage of Six Paths' expression darkened. With the Ten Tails snatched away and Sanri Qianhuan now empowered by the Ten Tails, it would be very difficult for him to fight back. 1,000 years ago he had struggled for 3 months with his brother and mother before he could seal her. Now with Sanri Qianhuan possessing the Ten Tails and his own strength reaching the level of the Six Paths, it would undoubtedly be even harder to fight. Yes, I may not be able to fully utilize the power of the Ten Tails, but I possess the Ten Tails. Do you? Qianhuan's lips curled into a wicked grin. Moreover, do you think I intend to rely on the power of the Ten Tails? To me the Ten Tails is merely a competent power bank. Qianhuan felt that as long as he drained the Ten Tails, he could reach the 5th level of Qi refining. The chakra of the Ten Tails forever belonged to the Ten Tails, only by converting it into his own could it be considered his. Thus from the very beginning he never intended to borrow the power of the Ten Tails, but instead regarded it as a training aid. Due to the enhancement of the Ten Tails, he faced almost no opponents at the level of the Six Paths, even being able to deal with powerful contenders like Otsutsuki Kagaya with ease. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to strike. After all, time was on his side, and he still didn't know what cards the Sage of Six Paths had. What do you want to do, eh? The Sage of Six Paths looked at Qianhuan in shock. He had previously noticed that Sanri Qianhuan possessed the means to absorb chakra and grow stronger, but he never expected him to want to absorb the chakra of the Ten Tails. Moreover, if Qianhuan succeeded in completely draining the chakra of the Ten Tails, what would happen to his mother? Would she die immediately? After all, since his mother consumed the God Tree's fruit, she had already become an avatar of the God Tree. If the God Tree vanished, it was highly likely that his mother would also disappear. Although he had sealed his mother, it did not mean that he wanted her to perish completely. Don't worry, I have always been very good to my own, especially since she was my woman in the last life. You, on the other hand, should be dealt with harshly. As he spoke, he swiftly moved beside the Sage of Six Paths, unleashing a punch infused with all. Target the young, ugly face of the Sage of Six Paths. However, the Sage of Six Paths was clearly no pushover. He immediately raised the black staff in front of him. The immense wind pressure generated by the rapid speed distorted the face of the Sage of Six Paths. He had never expected that Sanri Qianhuan possessed the ability to virtualize his body. This resulted in a certain degree of initial shock. The Sage of Six Paths barely steadied himself at an altitude of 100 meters. At that moment his waist was twisted as if it had been run over by a tailed beast. However, this was not fatal. Moreover, this body had the ability for rapid regeneration. Thus, in the next moment he recovered. Heavenly Obstruction Star. He then waved his hand and instantaneously a multitude of meteors appeared in the sky. Each meteor was the size of a tailed beast, with some even larger than the Ten Tails. If they were to strike the ground, they could directly annihilate a ninja village. This was why the Sage of Six Paths was driven to desperation. He had never been attacked like this, even in battles against his mother. The meteors carrying devastating kinetic energy fell from the sky, aiming to cover the entire battlefield with a single blow. From a distance, Minato watched the scene in shock. He had hidden quite far away, yet he did not expect to still be within the coverage of the attacks from these two. If such a level of impact had occurred during the previous wars among the 5 great villages, it would have surely determined the outcome. What a godlike figure. Minato lamented. However, in the next moment he realized that Sanri Qianhuan had not moved from his position. He could only see Sanri Qianhuan's hand suddenly reaching into the void. Minato looked around, but did not see where Qianhuan's hand was. But then he suddenly noticed that the meteors in the sky had actually stopped falling. Instead, they were rapidly converging towards the Sage of Six Paths. In the sky, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly felt something strange around his waist. He turned his head, his pupils shaking. It turned out that there was a perfect hand holding a black sphere which was pressed against his waist. A terrifying suction force emanated from the black sphere. Shinra Tensei. The Sage of Six Paths immediately tried to push the hand away with repulsion. However, that hand did not budge at all as Qianhuan activated his ability to virtualize once again. In the midst of the Sage of Six Paths' terrified gaze, another hand appeared in the sky, firmly grasping his body. At this moment he couldn't move. The meteors in the sky began to converge towards him at an alarming speed. His entire body bent like a piece of rebar, forming a 270-degree angle. He was being pulled by the tremendous force and couldn't resist at all. Moreover, he had no way to escape as Qianhuan's other hand held him tightly. On the ground, Qianhuan calmly watched the scene, having fused the ability derived from the yellow springs and his own powers to develop a new ability. Now it was perfectly suited to deal with this rebellious sun, allowing him to experience the feeling of being sealed by the Earth explosion stars. Suddenly, an unparalleled explosion erupted in the sky. A fierce light emanated from the center of the explosion, visible to everyone within hundreds of miles. In the next moment, the shockwave of the explosion reached Qianhuan's side. He remained motionless, merely withdrawing his hand from the void. The sudden explosion had passively triggered the ability of his divine power to virtualize, so his hand suffered no harm. Qianhuan's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected that this old man would use the same method as Hashirama. He had actually detonated the Seeker's orb. It was a pity that the motherly experience package he had painstakingly prepared for this rebellious son had gone to waste. Minato, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. His body was instantly blown away. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, and he used the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate to another position. His golden hair was disheveled, and even his leaf village headband fell off. This was the consequence of recklessly watching the battle. However, he had no choice. He couldn't return to Konoha and watch Kushina die. He only wanted to see His Majesty Qianhuan achieve victory at the earliest moment. Just as Minato steadied himself, he saw Qianhuan's hands disappearing again. This time his gaze was fixed on the somewhat disheveled Sage of Six Paths. But it was not as he expected. Qianhuan's hands did not appear next to the Sage of Six Paths. He was still searching for Qianhuan's hands. In the next moment, he saw two hands in the sky above the floating Sage of Six Paths pushing a massive black sphere. He did not know what this black sphere was, but he could sense its threat. The Sage of Six Paths high in the sky clearly sensed the growing sense of crisis from above. His figure quickly vanished from his position, flying at high speed to evade the impending collision with the black sphere. After all, this thing looked very much like the Seeker's orb. However, the faster he flew, the higher the corner of Qianhuan's mouth rose. By the time the Sage of Six Paths speed reached flight, his hands with the black sphere suddenly vanished. They appeared right in front of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths couldn't react in time. He could not make any extra movements. He could only use the tin staff in his hand to block, and that staff instantly transformed, completely enveloping him. However, before the black sphere even touched the Sage of Six Paths, it did not directly collide with him. This massive black sphere suddenly shrank and then expanded at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Playing this hand. I can do it too. Boom. A world-destroying explosion occurred. The blinding white light revealed a second sun to everyone in the ninja world. The air was compressed to the extreme, even distorting and tearing the space in this area. And the Sage of Six Paths was at the terrifying center of this explosion. In an instant, this small sun engulfed the Sage of Six Paths' body. Minato on the ground was terrified. Is it coming again? He knew that this explosion was far more powerful than the previous ones created by the Sage of Six Paths. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He felt that just the aftermath of this explosion could kill him. So he could only activate the Flying Thunder God technique to move to a farther location. And that sun-like explosion began to spread. The ground within hundreds of miles from the center of the explosion rapidly collapsed downwards. Other trees, flowers, and buildings were reduced to dust under the shockwave generated by this explosion. Qianhuan's position was no exception. The ground beneath him rapidly descended. He did not move at all, merely gazing through layers of dust at the smoke generated by the explosion in the sky. However, Qianhuan saw that the black sphere enclosing the Sage of Six Paths was instantly shattered under such an explosion. The figure of the Sage of Six Paths gradually dissipated into nothingness within the explosion. The Sage of Six Paths did not utter a single final word, nor did he even let out a scream. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided. This place had completely turned into a basin. The river water from the underground river surged out, suddenly, gradually gathering. Was he really that weak? Qianhuan murmured. However, he knew that this was far from over. After all, while this attack had high damage, it could not erase the soul. The Sage of Six Paths' spirit must have returned to the Pure Land. Unfortunately, he is still unable to enter the Pure Land. This is because he has never died before. The previous gaze exchanged with the Sage of Six Paths was due to his newfound ability of the reincarnation eye, which allowed him to perceive the Sage's scrutiny. Now, however, it is different, as the Sage of Six Paths is not watching him, and he is unaware of what the Sage is doing. Nevertheless, the sage has not immediately emerged from the Pure Land, giving him time to develop. This time he aims to directly absorb the chakra of the 10 tails and reach the 5th level of chi refinement. Surely even if the Sage of Six Paths reveals some hidden cards, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be a match. Thus Qianhuan sat cross-legged. With his hands forming seals at a speed of 500 per second, he accelerated the refinement of the 10 tails. In an instant his hair and body began to change. He started to withdraw from the state of the 10 tails Jinchuri. The white tips of his hair gradually faded away, leaving only a full head of black hair. And the slight transformation of his body into that of Otsutsuki began to disappear as well. Eventually, as he extracted more and more of the 10 tails chakra, he began to resemble an ordinary person. It cannot be said that he is an ordinary person after all, who among ordinary people possesses special effects. Yet his body returned to the appearance of a human. He exhibited no other characteristics. At that moment he noticed the 5th tomo beginning to manifest behind him. However, it was still not complete. But at this time the 10 tails was also in a dire state. As Qianhuan formed seals and absorbed chakra, his body acted like an insatiable black hole, both in terms of absorption speed and chakra capacity. But that is just his nature. He would not destroy something capable of being a perpetual motion machine. Thus, although the 10 tails within him lost a significant amount of chakra, it remained the 10 tails, albeit in a weakened state. He also began to actively release the state of the 10 tails Jinchuri. After all, he did not like having anything extra within his body, as it made him feel quite uncomfortable. Consequently, the massive 10 tails was suddenly expelled from his abdomen like thick sludge. The 10 tails that had just emerged from Qianhuan's body should have been chaotic and violent, yet before Qianhuan it resembled a frightened chick trembling and not daring to make a sound. Indeed, even a beast knows to gauge the situation, he said to the 10 tails before casually waving his hand, drawing it into his Kamui space. At this moment Minato, who had previously been unable to withstand the aftermath of the battlefield, returned. He looked quite disheveled, his golden hair covered in dust, yet his gaze was sharp as he looked at Qianhuan. Without uttering a word, Minato's intentions were clear to Qianhuan. Thus Qianhuan spoke, "All right, I will help you, don't worry." After all, even at the 3rd level of chi refinement, he could resurrect people, so saving a dying Jinchuriki was a piece of cake. Minato immediately knelt before Qianhuan. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he gasped, his eyes filled with reverence. In the next moment, Qianhuan merely waved his hand. Minato felt as if everything around him had changed. They had inexplicably returned to Konoha. Even knowing how powerful the current sovereign was, he never expected him to be this formidable beyond comprehension. When he saw Qianhuan's figure again, Qianhuan already held a ball of golden chakra in his hand. The golden chakra floated down upon Kushina. Suddenly Kushina's heart began to beat normally. The pallor on her face gradually faded. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Qianhuan has returned. Tsunade and Shizune also ceased their urgent rescue of Kushina. They simultaneously turned their gazes toward Qianhuan. In an instant they both rushed to Qianhuan. "This is wonderful, oh, we finally defeated the Sage of Six Paths. I knew you would come back. This time I must give you a son." For a moment he was completely surrounded by people. After a long while they finally got off Qianhuan. At this time the area before Qianhuan was already filled with countless kneeling figures. After all, everything had been broadcasted live. Qianhuan's godlike actions had opened the eyes of the ordinary people in Konoha. Long live Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Qianhuan unifying the ninja world. Having even defeated legendary figures, Your Majesty is simply invincible. Their eyes were fervent, and now, as long as Qianhuan gave the order, it seemed he could sweep the ninja world. To his surprise, among the kneeling crowd, he discovered Sasuke and Boruto. These two were unexpectedly able to act like everyone else, which took him aback. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he addressed the people before him. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is not yet time to cheer. Although I have defeated the Sage of Six Paths, I have not completely killed him, so he could return at any moment. Furthermore, the Otsutsuki in the starry sky may also arrive at any time, so everyone should disperse and focus on cultivating." "Understood, Your Majesty. Understood, Your Majesty." The mountain-shaking cheers continued. At that moment Qianhuan had already left the place, heading towards Orochimaru's experimental base. As soon as Qianhuan entered, he heard someone cursing loudly. The language was quite unpleasant. It was surprisingly Obito. He had been resurrected by Orochimaru using the reanimation jutsu through the double Kamui. Upon seeing Qianhuan enter, Orochimaru quickly formed seals, sealing Obito's voice. Your Majesty. Orochimaru knelt before Qianhuan, realizing that the sovereign before him had become even more unfathomable. Indeed, he was the person from his past life. In such a short time he had reached this level. Your Majesty, I have resurrected Uchiha Obito with the reanimation jutsu. Since you have returned victorious, you should have brought some people back. Would you like me to help you resurrect them? It's fine, I can do it myself this time. Just write your places, Qianhuan said, then waved his hand. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Indra, and Kagaya Otsutsuki all appeared before Qianhuan. These individuals were all in a state of unconsciousness. He extended his hand and used the basic ability of the reincarnation eye to extract their souls from their bodies. Then he waved his hand again, using their own bodies to transform them all into the state of reanimation. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Although Uchiha Obito could not speak, he watched all of Qianhuan's maneuvers with keen eyes. It was only a short time since then, yet this person could manipulate life and death with a mere wave of his hand. How terrifying that was. The others also regained their consciousness. Upon seeing Qianhuan before him, Uchiha Madara did not display much shock. He had long since realized his fate. Senju Hashirama merely wore a grim expression. However, Indra and Otsutsuki Purish lacked such perceptiveness. Qianhuan, you despicable villain. Taking advantage of my ambush by Senju Hashirama, you turned me into this state. Have the courage to release me and let me awaken the Rinnegan for a rematch. Indra exclaimed angrily. Having obtained Ashura's flesh, he was just one step away from awakening the Rinnegan. Now reduced to this half-dead state, how could he accept it? You call yourself Qianhuan. I'll remember you. When the rest of the Otsutsuki clan arrives, you will undoubtedly face death. Otsutsuki Purish also put on a brave front, as he had come to this timeline to evade powerful enemies from his original timeline, making it easier for him to retrieve the Kyuubi. However, he did not expect to be captured in less than 10 minutes after his arrival, naturally causing his mentality to explode. The main issue was that he had been overly careless and had not used all of his strength. Very well, I like those who talk tough. Qianhuan smirked. Seeing Shimura Danzo trembling slightly, he recalled some amusing tactics from his past life. He continued, not recognizing your own strength and still daring to act arrogantly. Have you heard of the Soul Lantern technique? A few of them listened in bewilderment. However, Shimura Danzo's body trembled even more violently. Although one of his arms and his mouth had been damaged, he could still hear. Yet Qianhuan did not continue to heed their bluster. With a single hand seal, he controlled them all. He was eager to break through to the 5th level of chi refining. So he had no time to engage in verbal sparring with them. In the next moment, several massive chakra chains appeared around him, linking to the others. With the increase in his power, absorbing chakra became increasingly convenient. Instantly, the chakra from these individuals transformed into a rushing spring flowing towards Qianhuan. During this process, Qianhuan's aura grew increasingly formidable. If he did not restrain his aura, the emitted energy alone could force the resurrected individuals to kneel before him. Indra finally recognized Qianhuan's might. He understood that such power could not simply be dealt with by possessing the Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Purish, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of dread. After all, this was the first time he had died, and being half dead, he could not remain calm in the face of death. Especially now, as his life and death were in the hands of another. The continuous draining of chakra from his body transformed Otsutsuki Purish's gaze. He felt that in the next moment he would die. Sure enough, with just a casual draw, the chakra in these individuals' bodies was nearly depleted, entering a state of recovery. However, Qianhuan still had not reached the 5th level of chi refining. Although these individuals possessed considerable chakra, it could not compare to that of the Ten Tails. Yet he watched as their bodies gradually recovered. Therefore, he gathered all of his chakra into his eyes. He had always been curious as to why the resurrected could obtain infinite chakra. As a good young man of the 21st century, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he could not believe that energy could appear from thin air. After all, even the tailed beasts, especially the Kyuubi, although appearing to have infinite chakra, actually extracted it from the natural energy in their surroundings. He believed that the resurrection technique also had its source of energy. And sure enough, when he concentrated all of his chakra into his eyes, his ocular power reached an inconceivable level, even surpassing 1 or 2 levels of the Rinnegan. It was at this moment that he saw that within the souls of these individuals there was a connection to an unknown land. Through the gaps in this connection, he saw a vast expanse of white, seemingly devoid of anything. However, in the next moment his vision became clearer, revealing the slumbering souls within. The answer was clear: the source of these individuals' power was the Pure Land. He just did not understand why the Pure Land could provide them with chakra. However, this was not important. Knowing the source of the chakra, he could also obtain chakra through the... After all, when he first absorbed Danzo's chakra, his strength underwent a tremendous change, leading him to suspect that this change came from the Pure Land. Now this idea had come true. Thus Qianhuan maintained the state of his ocular power fully opened. He extended his hand through the seen gap, utilizing the spatial ability in his eyes to probe inside. He felt as though his hand had entered another dimension. Simultaneously, he sensed a repelling force here. He saw again that these souls were sleeping within the Pure Land, and the power of the Pure Land seemed to be protecting them. He did not know whose handiwork this was. But he only knew that the Pure Land could not have appeared out of nowhere, and it certainly was not the work of the Sage of Six Paths. If the Sage had the ability to preserve all the souls of the ninja world throughout the years, his combat power would not be so lacking. However, Qianhuan paid no mind to this. After all, he had heard that in his previous life, he had refined the Pure Land into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Enemies he could defeat in his past life he could also defeat now. Moreover, without power, everything is mere talk. As long as his strength was sufficient, all schemes and plots could be shattered with a single punch. As he operated the chi refining technique, a massive chakra began to flow into his body. This chakra was far purer than that of the individual. After all, he was directly absorbing the chakra from the Pure Land, not the leftover chakra that the resurrected bodies drew from the Pure Land during their recovery. At that moment, his realm began to rapidly ascend. The pace of his elevation was akin to riding a rocket. In the next moment, the 5th shuriken finally appeared on him. As Qianhuan's realm reached the 5th level of chi, refining his understanding of this world of ninjas was further enhanced. Even the abilities within his body began to change. He no longer needed hand seals, and the effects of those fixed ninjutsu could also be adjusted through his will. Most directly, the 40-meter-long sword, which had previously grown with his realm, could now be transformed into a 10th-meter-long sword if he provided enough chakra. At the same time, the ocular techniques and ninjutsu began to transform in this direction. The ability to reverse time acquired from Otsutsuki Pusher now allowed him to return to any moment he wished. Previously, the fixed duration was 5 seconds. Now he could even reverse by 0, 1 seconds or 100 seconds. His power had further increased. Moreover, by absorbing chakra, he could even directly replicate all of its abilities, just like he had done before by absorbing the chakra of the Ten Tails. He had now unleashed the abilities that only the Divine Tree possessed, such as the Descent of the Divine Tree Realm, which was how Uchiha Madara completed the Infinite Tsukuyomi with this jutsu. He was now in a state close to Tao. He tore apart the non-existent space with his physical body and arrived in the Pure Land. He gazed into the distance where he could see no end, only countless spiritual bodies densely packed together. Qianhuan was not interested in these souls, he only wanted to find the location of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, in a place like this with so many souls and so much chakra, if the Sage of Six Paths could employ some means, he could cultivate a monster. In the Pure Land, the location of the Sage of Six Paths was in chaos. He was furious. The body that had been turned to dust by Qianhuan was something he had spent several days crafting. But now it was gone. How could he not be enraged? Moreover, that man had become the host of the Ten Tails. He felt that, even if he were to resurrect, he would not stand a chance against that man. Therefore, he shifted his gaze to the densely packed sleeping spiritual bodies. Meanwhile, the spiritual body of the Sage of Six Paths began to change. It gradually grew larger and became blurred, as if shrouded in a layer of mist, making it appear elusive. His facial features became less refined yet more grotesque, with 2 curved horns sprouting from his head, a signature short blade in his mouth, and a white robe covering his body, which was covered in black cursed seals. A terrifying and chilling aura emanated from him. This was unmistakably the image of the Shinigami from the Shiki Fujin technique, but in terms of size and aura, it was entirely different. The size of the Sage of Six Paths' spiritual body was almost comparable to that of a tailed beast, yet his eyes were the Rinnegan. However, the Shinigami from the Shiki Fujin was not him. That was merely a toy he had casually created. Yet he possessed the abilities of the Shinigami within the Shiki Fujin. That was the ability to harvest souls. However, absorbing souls into himself for digestion had enormous side effects that affected his cognition, driving him to madness. Thus, despite the immense power it could grant, he had never done so. Now he had no hope of turning the tide. Even if Yama from the moon returned, even awakening the rebirth, I would not make him a match for that man. Sanri Qianhuan was simply too terrifying. Therefore, he could only resort to extreme. He did not know who created the Pure Land, but when he died, he had already begun preparing to defeat other Otsutsuki upon arriving in the Pure Land. He had not expected that this method would not be applied to other Otsutsuki, but rather to an unnamed nobody in the ninja world with no bloodline. Thinking of this, the terrifying spiritual body of the Sage of Six Paths became covered in a grotesque hatred. With a wave of his hand, countless purple-blue chains shot out from his massive spiritual body in all directions. In an instant, these chains pierced into the surrounding spiritual bodies, including the elderly children, men, and women, without exception. He accepted them all. At the same time, the souls, pierced by the purple-blue chains, displayed expressions of horror. They all awakened. Although their thoughts were frozen at the moment of death upon seeing the terrifying body of the Sage of Six Paths, they all fell into a state of fearful despair. The next moment the chains began to retract, and in an instant the originally peaceful Pure Land transformed into a true hell on earth. These people cried out and struggled, but to no avail. They were drawn into the Sage of Six Paths' spiritual body. The spiritual body of the Sage of Six Paths seemed to transform into a massive vortex, where the absorbed souls were instantaneously crushed into dust, and then assimilated. With each soul devoured, subtle changes occurred in the Sage of Six Paths' spiritual body. The cursed seal-covered muscle appeared more developed, and the purple-blue chains grew sturdier. Yet the gaze of the Sage of Six Paths immediately revealed a mix of satisfaction and a mad greed. Ha ha! The taste of these souls is truly the most exquisite delicacy in the world. You humble beings are immensely fortunate to become a part of my power. Come to me, obediently merge with my body, and help me defeat that man. At the same time, his spiritual body began to enlarge, gradually swelling from the size of a tailed beast to match that of the Ten Tails. Yet even then the Sage of Six Paths remained unsatisfied. Souls. I need more souls. I must grow stronger, strong enough to break all rules in this world. Sanri Qianhuan must die, you all must die, and become the nutrients for my evolution. Ha 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 ha. However, it was evident that such unrestrained absorption of other souls carried significant side effects, as souls contained all of a person's memories and thoughts from their lifetime. Even if he could crush them, he could never completely purify them into pure soul energy, as he lacked that ability. The dangers of these side effects had already manifested, gradually altering the thoughts of the Sage of Six Paths. He was aware of this, yet he had no other choice, for once he began, he could not stop. At first the Sage of Six Paths had a trace of compassion, but now his behavior could only be described as reckless. On the other side, after Sanri Qianhuan arrived in the Pure Land, he pushed his chakra to the limit. He needed to quickly locate the Sage of Six Paths. With every moment of delay, he felt an increasing sense of unease. He braced against the repelling force of the Pure Land and swiftly utilized his spatial abilities to search in this place. As his gaze swept by, the next moment he appeared at the farthest point his eyes could see. Yet still he had not encountered the Sage of Six Paths, for the Pure Land was simply too vast. Countless years of souls from the ninja world had gathered here. The scale was unimaginable. Just then he suddenly felt a heart-pounding sensation. His gaze suddenly turned towards that direction. In an instant, Qianhuan was left stunned in place. He unexpectedly saw a colossal shadow towering thousands of meters high. Judging from the silhouette, it resembled the Grim Reaper he had seen in an anime during his past life. He did not anticipate that the Grim Reaper would be so powerful. Even though Qianhuan had already reached the 5th layer of Qi refining, he still sensed a strong sense of crisis emanating from it. Thus he had never thought that this entity was the Sage of Six Paths. After all, the disparity was simply... What shocked Qianhuan even more was that the gigantic Grim Reaper was continuously harvesting the souls around it with azure and violet chains, and this towering figure was growing even larger. At that moment he saw a figure appear before the Grim Reaper. Otsutsuki Yumura had just returned here after acquiring the power of the Rinnegan from the Moon, eager to meet his elder brother. Just like sealing his mother 1,000 years ago, he aimed to defeat the god in front of him. But now that he had returned, what did he see? A gigantic monster. Otsutsuki Yumura stood beneath the enormous Grim Reaper, watching as it absorbed the spiritual bodies of others, like a flood being released from a dam, trembling in fear. Yet he ultimately summoned his courage and shouted, "You monster, where have you taken my brother?" This voice pierced through the silent night like a bolt of lightning, instantly capturing the monster's attention. The monster slowly turned its massive and hideous head towards the small figure on the ground. A brief moment of clarity flickered in its previously frenzied and greedy eyes. Its body trembled slightly and the azure and violet chains paused momentarily. You, Mura. You are Yumura. Hurry, run. The Sage of Six Paths spoke his last words of kindness, his enormous voice mingling with the tones of countless people. Otsutsuki Yumura clearly saw the Rinnegan in the giant's eyes, and he was utterly stunned. A sense of foreboding filled his heart. All the evidence before him proved that this was indeed his elder brother. But how could he accept such a— You are not my brother. My brother would never do this. Otsutsuki Yumura shouted, defiantly trembling all over, saying this took immense courage. Run, Yumura. Quickly flee from here. As the Sage of Six Paths finished speaking, the last glimmer of clarity in his eyes vanished, replaced by endless madness. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Yumura's choice was clearly not to escape. He looked at his brother, his gaze gradually firming. Nizen, this time I will save you. In an instant, Otsutsuki Yumura's aura changed. Although his body still trembled, he was enveloped in a green chakra cloak, entering the Rinnegan chakra mode. Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. A colossal golden beam appeared in Yumura's hand. He unleashed his strongest attack at the godlike figure. Wherever it passed, the sky above the Pure Land was dyed golden. It seemed that in the next moment the terrifying body of the Sage of Six Paths would be cleaved in two. However, this power did not injure the Sage of Six Paths in the slightest. Instead, it passed through the sage's body. In the monster's frenzied gaze, a look of disdain emerged. Ha ha, Otsutsuki Yumura. My brother, ha ha. I suppose your soul will be even more delicious. The overwhelming azure and violet chains shot out from the monster's body, surrounding Otsutsuki Yumura from all angles. Yumura's expression turned blank, his body shaking. He never expected that his strongest attack wouldn't even give him the chance to strike at his brother. They seemed to exist in different dimensions. Facing such an attack, he had no idea how to evade it. After all, his space ninjutsu could not allow him to teleport instantly. Until countless azure and violet chains pierced through his body, pulling his spiritual body out of his physical form, he could do nothing. Even a look of relief appeared on his face. In the distance, Qianhuan shook his head. Many in the ninja world seemed to take their own deaths too lightly. However, through their dialogue, he finally realized this was the Sage of Six Paths. In the blink of an eye, the sage had become so powerful. This could not be allowed to continue developing. After all, the Pure Land was filled with souls. If the Sage of Six Paths consumed all the souls there, he could not imagine how powerful the sage would become. Let me add fuel to this purgatory, Qianhuan murmured. Then, with a wave of his hand, the entire realm transformed into a sea of golden flames. In an instant, all the souls in sight were engulfed by the golden flames. Rather than being devoured by the Sage of Six Paths, I would rather help you find peace. He currently had no good options. He could only resort to the ancestral method passed down to him. After all, to absorb souls, there must be souls to absorb. Without souls, how could one absorb anything? However, Qianhuan was not so mad. He burned away the souls of these people, yet he controlled the power of time. When he became strong enough, he would use the power of time to resurrect these people. After all, the blue Rinnegan of Otsutsuki Momoshiki could take his current physical condition back to 5 seconds earlier, and after his enhancement, it was no longer just 5 seconds. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he should be able to achieve this. However, even now, although he could rewind time, the range of the rewind was limited. A 1 or 200 seconds would not change much. And the next unfortunate one would be Otsutsuki Yumura. Although he was also his son, he was evidently not close to his mother, let alone to him, the stepfather. Thus, Otsutsuki Yumura turned to ashes before the Sage of Six Paths. At the moment of his death, he noticed that Qianhuan was also present. But he looked at Qianhuan with pure hatred, leaving a final sentence, "Nizen, help me kill him," before dissipating. The Sage of Six Paths, engulfed in golden flames, was indeed affected. The sensation of burning souls is not something an ordinary person can endure. Therefore, the golden flames that Qianhuan unleashed were incredibly powerful. Others were instantly consumed without feeling much pain, but the Sage of Six Paths was different. He was already powerful enough, and his spiritual body was several meters tall. The massive flames engulfed his entire spiritual body. Pain erupted from every part of him, and he let out an unearthly scream, a sound befitting a terrifying monster. Yet it was precisely this pain that restored a glimmer of clarity in the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. In that moment of awakening, he witnessed the flames of Qianhuan completely incinerating the soul of his brother Daitongmu Yechin. No! Yechin! Yechin, you cannot die. The anguished wails of the Six Paths sage echoed like a demonic sound rolling away. Souls miles away awakened at the sound of these words. They simultaneously glanced in the direction of the Six Paths sage only to fall back into slumber once more. It hurts. It truly hurts. Shinra Tensei. The terrifying demonic sound carried a colossal repulsive force, spreading outward with the might and speed surpassing that of a tsunami. Wherever this power swept through space, distorted and gigantic spatial rifts opened like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Not to mention Qianhuan's golden flames, which were instantly sent flying to an unknown location. The entire realm of purity trembled violently under the strike, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Within 100 miles, the spiritual entities disintegrated before this overwhelming repulsion, turning to ashes and scattering like stardust in the void. The speed of this Shinra Tensei was beyond Qianhuan's imagination. He had no time to react as the immense repulsive force swept past him. Fortunately, his body reacted as the passive skill of his absorption of divine might phasing took effect. Moreover, because his phasing placed his true self in another space, he was spared from the harm of the spatial distortion. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Qianhuan's forehead. He had not anticipated that this six-path sage was so powerful. The might of Shinra Tensei was 1,000 times stronger than when Uchiha unleashed it at full power. This was simply outrageous. In the original work, there were hardly any means capable of annihilating souls. Even entering the Six Paths level and preventing the reincarnated body from recovering did not mean the soul was harmed. Yet now the Six Paths sage had achieved this aside from him. A grave expression appeared in Qianhuan's eyes. It was the first time he felt crushed in terms of power. Previously, he had always been the one overpowering others, but now the Six Paths sage had turned the tables. Many times, if your values were high enough, you could often counter any schemes. Thus he felt discomfort. For instance, Qianhuan now dared not use divine might to wrench the soul away, for he could not guarantee that the wrenched soul would not dissipate. After all, in the original work, Orochimaru's hands were sealed within the belly of the death god, yet they were ultimately extracted intact, weren't they? Phasing was currently his most effective means of survival. He could not allow the Six Paths sage's soul to enter it, rendering it ineffective. However, he was pleasantly surprised to see that after losing the scorching heat of the golden flames, the eyes of the Six Paths sage grew frenzied once again. In this state, the Six Paths sage seemed only to use those soul chains to ensnare others' souls. Yet, this was completely ineffective against Qianhuan. Of course, he could not simply rely on phasing while standing still. He continuously performed space jumps to ensure those chains could not completely wrap around him. This allowed him time to think of countermeasures. He first considered using golden flames to directly exhaust the Six Paths sage. However, that seemed unfeasible, as it was evident that as the Six Paths sage's soul shrank from being burned, his consciousness became increasingly clear. Thus, the Six Paths sage's attacks would not be limited to just those soul chains. It was very likely that he would develop the capability to break Qianhuan's phasing, for who knew what abilities the Six Paths sage possessed in this state. This forced him to consider other methods. Qianhuan fell into a slight silence. It seemed he had no good solutions. After all, the opponent's values were so high. He could not compete. Exhausting chakra might only allow the sage to enter a second phase. It seemed none of this would work. However, if he had to consider two aspects, they would simply be that his values had to be higher than his opponent's, or that he could ensure the Six Paths sage did not regain consciousness while exhausting chakra. First, regarding the second point, he currently could not accomplish that. Thus, he could only focus on the first point. The question then arose, how could he rapidly enhance his strength? For Qianhuan, this naturally meant a substantial amount of chakra, infinite chakra. However, given his current rate of chakra absorption in the Pure Land, it was evidently insufficient, as cultivation required increasingly more chakra as one progressed. Thus, he immediately thought of the shadow clone technique and infinite Tsukuyami. The latter was clearly the faster option. Regrettably, this was all spiritual entities, and infinite Tsukuyami was evidently ineffective against them. Mainly, there was no need for infinite Tsukuyami. He could simply use the divine tree's birth, for spiritual entities would not move, and he himself was in a state of slumber, negating the need for infinite Tsukuyami to increase control. However, the issue lay with the divine tree's birth. Could this technique truly absorb the chakra of spiritual entities? It could not, for even Qianhuan could not absorb chakra from a spiritual entity. If he could, then Danzo's spirit would have long since been absorbed into oblivion. But this situation needed to be thought of differently. Why could the divine tree's birth absorb others' chakra? Was it not because it mimicked the divine tree? The divine tree's greatest strength was its ability to absorb the natural energy of an entire planet, condensing it into chakra fruits, leading to gradual desolation. Here in the Pure Land, the natural energy in the air was overwhelmingly abundant, and even superior to that of the energy found on planets. With this in mind, Qianhuan ceased his game of hide and seek with the Six Paths Sage vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already miles away. Previously, the Shinra Tensei used by the Six Paths Sage had turned all spiritual entities within a 100-mile radius to ashes. Thus, Qianhuan was not concerned about the sage growing stronger. He brought his hands together. Divine Tree's birth. At that moment, Qianhuan suddenly felt the chakra within his entire body vanishing at light speed. His expression changed. This clearly indicated that this place was much larger than the ninja world. After all, if the sage could use this technique effortlessly, there was no reason for him to struggle. Until Qianhuan's chakra ran dry, he had not fully completed this technique. He could only choose to cast this ninjutsu within the limits of his capability. Thus, countless massive branches of the divine tree rose within the Pure Land, which was 1,000 times larger than the ninja world. At the same time, these branches began to absorb the wandering chakra within the Pure Land. In that instant, Qianhuan felt his chakra instantly restored to full, and it continued to overflow. The next moment, an uncountable number of black sealing curse marks began to appear on his body. His eyes narrowed. This scene was very familiar. It had occurred when he first absorbed the chakra of the Nine Tails, when his body had no time to digest such an abundance of chakra, resulting in this phenomenon. And now it was the same. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, his hand seals forming at a speed of 3,000 seals per second. His hands had transcended mere phantoms and had turned into something akin to a glowing iron rod. With his actions, the black sealing curse marks on his body began to slowly decrease. During this time, his realm began to rise rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sixth tomo appeared behind him. Before the sixth tomo could stabilize and shift from a flickering state to a solid one, the seventh tomo had already emerged. This speed was simply like launching a rocket. No, it was faster than a rocket, akin to boarding a superluminal spaceship. Thus, a few hours later, Qianhuan's aura finally reached its peak. He had attained the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The next moment, he could break through to the incredible foundation establishment stage. From that moment on, the chakra he absorbed continued to increase, yet his aura did not grow. Before him appeared a chasm, blocking him from the foundation establishment phase. However, he was not one to give up easily. Although he no longer knew how strong he had become, his goal was not merely to defeat the Six Path Sage. Thus, Qianhuan once again formed hand seals. Divine Tree's birth. With the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, his chakra once more vanished at light speed. He was once again astonished by the expanse of the Pure Land. Just how vast was this place? Was it equivalent to the entire universe? This chakra was far too abundant. He could absorb it endlessly, whereas if it were in the ninja world, he would have long since drained it countless times. How strong had he been in his previous life to refine this into the Six Paths reincarnation? Yet before, Qianhuan could comprehend chakra 100 times stronger than before surged forth. At that moment, Qianhuan felt a feeling of being filled within his body. The instant that feeling emerged, an incredible transformation took place. The chakra throughout his body was no longer a mere solid liquidous state, but had completely transcended. He felt as if he were undergoing ascension. He saw layers upon layers of space, countless parallel ninja worlds, and even glimpsed the past and future. In that moment, he felt as if he could accomplish anything he desired. Qianhuan gently waved his hand. The scenes before him rapidly receded, the river of time flowing backward at that moment. He was directly returned to when he shattered the body of the Six Path Sage. In that moment, Qianhuan suddenly reached out, grasping the soul of the Six Paths Sage in his palm. Unfilial son, do you not know how to turn back? The end of the book.